I'm coming up. I'm coming up. Hey, no time to run, no games. Your time has come today. Just stopping by to say we're taking over. We're made for this. We're taking over. You know what time it is. We're taking over. We're made to win. We're taking over. Woke up this morning feeling like $1,000,000. Tell me how you feel knowing you get no love. Wait a minute now. Always no losses. Watch out, fill my cup. If you can watch me rise up to the top, you can learn how to pick it up. Pick it up now. Your window's closing, you notice. You never lose so bad.
ESL Impact is brought to you in part by Intel and DHL.
It is day 2 of ESL Impact Dallas, and 2 teams are already enjoying a day off. 6 teams will be sweating all day long in order to secure a spot in the playoffs. The team that everybody's talking about is Imperial Valkyries, because yesterday they lost the series, which means they're not yet in the playoffs. Will they change that? Well, we'll see that by the end of the day. Everybody, welcome to ESL Impact Dallas 2025.
Lights fall in the golden city. Fire's out and the water's gone black. You can run, but you won't get pity. Ash to dust will get you back. Tomorrow we will rise.
Welcome to day number 2 of ESL Impact Season 7 Finals, coming to you live from Dallas, the culmination of a season of upsets, of incredible Counter-Strike, and it all goes down on land now to determine who are the best women's Counter-Strike teams in the world. My name is Tekkel. I'm going to be keeping you company today, joined by Hunker and MacMates on the desk. They brought all their insights yesterday. They're going to be bringing even more today. We had mega upsets, we had some really good Counter-Strike, and I think most importantly, Hunker, all those games were really close. There was no stompings, which sometimes you get in the best of ones.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised that best of ones got so entertaining in the end, which is kind of surprising that I'm gonna say it. But scores were really tough, really close. Girls were fighting. We saw some bad city sides, so bad T sides, but in the end, it was really fun.
Yeah, some good Counter-Strike, some bad Counter-Strike, but today is where we leave the best of ones behind, so I'm sure you're happy about that. Even though they were slightly entertaining, we get best of 3s, so we really get to see teams put their foot down and hopefully win some 2-0s to show that they are the better team.
Let's see if that happens. We do have a third analyst joining us, because this is a grand finals. You always need a 3-person desk. Newt is in the studio. All the analysis, all the number crunching. The mad scientist is ready to bring us all the action. How was your first day? Did you enjoy the games?
Oh, of course I enjoyed the games. And then I was more enjoying the stats afterwards, because as soon as I got to the hotel room, I got the demos in, started plugging in the numbers, put them through its paces, into the database it goes, and it's ready for day 2 for some special stats in store for everyone.
We went to sleep, but I'm glad that you had a good time playing there. Let's talk about some of the games that we had a chance to see yesterday. We'll focus in on the winners bracket. Obviously, there was the big upset. I think that'll be our second conversation. We'll also talk about the other winners bracket game. But actually, I've just heard in my ears, we have a special surprise. I believe Heku is on the ground with a special guest. Let's find out who she's with.
I am with the legend that you got to work with, I got to work with, everybody got to work here at Impact. Harvey, it's so nice to see you here again. Obviously, I would prefer maybe to see you either at the desk or maybe playing because, you had a really long career. What have you been up to recently?
Look, we're doing some great things at FlyQuest, not gonna lie. Picking up rosters, doing more initiatives. But this weekend, we have a great booth in Dallas. We're competing here with Impact. We're recipients of awards without spoiling too much. Today, also in Dallas. So just really exciting stuff for FlyQuest right now.
So like a bit of teasing, but you're not saying what
I
is
don't know
happening.
if I can, because it hasn't been announced.
NDAs.
But the good stuff. Follow our social, you'll see what we're going to win later today.
All right. But like, when it comes to your career, you got to be a pro player. You got
Yes.
to be a talent. You're now like managing a lot of things. Do you think like your pro career really helped you in order to have like this whole career happening throughout your life?
Yeah, of course. I mean, I'm someone that never gives up, right? And sometimes in esports, no
Yes.
matter where you are, whether you're on the marketing side, business side, competitive side, there will be harder moments. Like, we're all mini startups in the world. And like for me, I'll do anything for FlyQuest or for my players and my org, so and my colleagues. And so I think the resilience is very important anywhere you work at, and the passion.
Yeah.
So I think so. I think so.
And are you excited for the grand final on the big stage?
Yeah, I'm excited for it, and I hope that we're gonna get to see FlyQuest there. But I did play once a show match. It was I Am Cologne on the stage. I was versus Giuliano, and it was incredible, the energy of the crowd, and just overall to be playing at such a high level, even though it was a show match. So
Yeah.
I can't even imagine how the girls are going to be feeling when they play there.
They're gonna be enjoying their life.
Yeah.
Miss Harvey, it's always a pleasure to get to talk to you.
That was so quick.
It is always quick, but we have your
I
girls, they
know.
gotta get ready,
I
they gotta
know.
play. So let's go back to the desk.
I wish we could have a little bit more time with Miss Harvey. She's one of my favorites. Also, actually, I think one of the first analysts I got to work with on a Counter-Strike desk. So
There you go.
she was there when I suck now, but I really sucked then. So she carried me through that. I've seen her carry multitudes of players as well. Hanka, what is it like for you? I mean, obviously, I
Carry
would say,
players.
yeah, to carry players. That's the first question. But the next thing is, because you're quite experienced now, but do you still look at someone like Miss Harvey and like get a little stars in your eyes and get excited about what she did for the scene?
Miss Harvey and like the rest of the kind of stars that women said brought to us, it's like really important as a role model, because for me it was like this. I was looking up to Giuliano, Vilga when I was starting playing, so it's really important. And now my personal goal is to me being a role model for younger generations of women, girls starting to play. So it's huge impact for us, and yeah.
It's so cool because you're for a lot of players now that we see in the groups, you are their Volga or their Miss Harvey or their Giuliano, which is kind of rad, right? Now she's embarrassed. I enjoy that. Let's take a look at the groups from yesterday. We'll do a quick recap. Obviously, Group A is the one that we want to focus in on first, which was that Furia making their way through to the semi-finals. Not unexpected, right? Up against Supernova Comets, who I would argue, Mac, struggled a little bit when they hit that winner's bracket game.
Yeah, when they went up against Furia, they looked like a completely different team as opposed to the first game against Zerance. So maybe it just goes to show how far ahead Furia kind of look as a team. Yes, their CT side on Anubis looked a little bit shaky, but that's the only thing you could really pick at. Everything else they did was great. Their T side was pretty much flawless all throughout the day, and we won't even get to see them today because they are straight into Saturday.
The big upset here was the Zerance versus Supernova Comets game, right, Hanka? That went the way of Supernova Comets, the North American team. We weren't expecting that.
Yeah, we were not expecting that. I was expecting more from Zerance and from the players they have on board. For sure, Rachel didn't have her best day in the studio, but in general, I think I like the synergy from the players of Zerance, and Supernova just took it away so easily from them.
Yeah, in terms of Zerance, yeah, they started strong, and then it was like Supernova just remembered that they are very sharp shooters and relied fully on that, managed to trade out, managed to go for those like solid retakes, and just put themselves in great positions to succeed, to go into that winners matchup against Furia. And I'm glad we get to see them again today, because I want to see what they can do down in that lower bracket.
Now we need to focus in on Group B, the stacked bracket, and the massive upsets that we got to see. And I'm going to hype this home time and time again. Obviously, Ninjas in Pajamas taking down Imperial Valkyries, securing a spot in the semi-finals. Completely unexpected. I think we all know that Volga is a strong IGL, but on paper, I would say that Imperial Valkyries had more firepower, yet they were able to come back from that 8-4 half. She called an incredible CT side, and damn it, they've done something fun. They've made it a bit more entertaining for all of us.
Yeah, I think it's one of the things that I like about Best of Ones, that Best of Ones should bring us this type of scores, in my opinion, because it's a perfect opportunity for like kind of underdog to perform even better, to prepare really good for the opponent. And this is what happened. Like, I saw that NIP girls prepared Inferno really well. Like, I had even a feeling that they've been like try-harding Inferno before the tournament, because they never been like that hyped about this map. So it's so good to see. It's so good that we finally like did it, you know, because it's also about like whole scene that we did it, you know.
Here's a cheeky question, and I'm jumping the gun all the way to Sunday. There is a world where NIP and Imperial Valkyries could meet in the grand finals. That's the only time they meet again, right?
Yeah.
If that happens, can NIP do what they did yesterday in a best of 3?
Well, unless something goes catastrophically wrong later today for Imperial Valkyries, then I'd love to see that. Like, first off, that is just tantalizing, the fact that we get a revenge rematch for a grand final, theoretically. Okay, we're not leaking the script here yet. But yeah, that begs the question, would we even see Inferno if that was the third map in a series? Are Imperial Valkyries just that much better on 2 maps? Are we going to see NIP go to Inferno as their pick? Because you better believe Imperial is not going to be banning that one straight away, right?
The thing is that they were so excited with this win, and I think Volga said in her winners interview they weren't even expecting the win. We'll see their reactions here. So Hanka, do you think they could do it in a best of 3, or is that too big a mountain to climb?
I think they went into this matchup with really good mentality, that they just expect everything. They don't have like high expectations. They just come to play CS. They know, and I think it's really good. It can lead us to win even in best of 3. I believe so. But of course, it's like in the future. Like now, they need to for sure focus on like even being more confident, more cool with like comms and like everything, because like it's gonna be big matchup if it comes to it.
So there you can see the score difference, if you like. Online, they've faced off. They've lost every time, but on LAN, they were able to win. And that is I mean, she said it, so I can quote her, but it is the Volga big balls coming into play, right?
Of course, yeah.
Super sexist comment, but it is the best way to explain what she does. She has that BMT and pulls the team together. You saw her, she gets very vocal.
Yeah, it was great to see that yesterday, and you could even hear it, you know, with everyone else saying in the interviews, even just on socials, all just saying like how happy they were that they had Vilga there to give them the confidence to rile them up. Especially, I think it was it the halftime speech they were talking about, where she was apparently screaming, and they were hoping the opponents could hear that as well. So yeah, there's a lot that Vilga brings to a lineup like this, and experience, other than motivation, is definitely one of the big factors.
Not to take away from the other players, the whole of NIP stepped up and played really, really well. It wasn't just a Volga show, but we're obviously very excited. You're not going to see NIP today, though. They've got the day off, so does Furia. Let's take a look at who you are going to see, because today it is the lower bracket. This is the scary one now. We've got 4 best of 3s, but these are elimination games. So teams are going home. And the first one that we're going to watch to see who's going home, it is mibr up against flyquest Red.
Yeah, and we'll see if Miss Harvey was right and gets her wishes that flyquest Red could potentially make the stage. But to make the stage, you've got a long way to go. You've got this best of 3, you've got another one later today. If you can even beat mibr, then you're going up against Imperial Valkyries. That is a gauntlet run if I've ever seen one. And then the next day, they've got to play Furia. So this side of the bracket would play Furia in the semi. That's a lot of big names you've got to take down just to get up against NIP.
Yeah,
I've got to set the scene here for game number 1 as we jump into it. But it is 2 teams, and I mean, Hanka, you mentioned this yesterday. Both of these teams have not performed on LAN.
Yeah, exactly.
They've constantly struggled when they get here, and now they've got one of the hardest asks, and one of them is going to go home.
Yeah, exactly. This is what I wanted to say, that both of these teams are basically fighting for everything. Like if they're gonna lose now, they're basically gonna repeat the score from the last season. So they both don't want to do it. They need to come super hungry for this win, and I'm looking forward to seeing that.
What did you think of MIBR yesterday when you saw them playing?
I saw them struggling a bit, like more than I expected. Like I hope today we're gonna see more MIBR with energy, with this good attitude. I love to see them playing, like hyping each other. I think it's like their big aspect. But yeah, like they need to step up, like individually for sure.
What is it about this Brazilian team that is it an age thing? Is it an experience thing, MacMate? Do you think that means that they struggle a little bit on land, that they can't seem to break the Brazilian glass ceiling?
I don't know what it is in particular, but maybe like yesterday could have just not been the best map selection, and then today we might see something a bit different. I think that's going to be the big turnaround. Yes, flyquest Red are going to be coming in with some crazy confidence after what they almost managed to achieve against Imperial Valkyries. But yeah, MIBR, you can never count out Brazilian players. They'll just get hyped, get loud, and maybe start to turn the game completely on its head if it's even necessary. They might be a much better team than flyquest. flyquest may have overperformed yesterday. There's so many things that we need to find out because it's our first delve into this best of 3.
What does MIBR bring to the table that would allow them to beat flyquest Red in this matchup?
I only have like my memory because I played against these both teams, and like these both teams were pretty tough to fight against. But about MIBR, it's so hard to play against these guys because they need basically one round from like nowhere, and they keep rolling. They gonna do comeback from nowhere, and this is what kind of scared the teams they gonna play against, I think. And they need to for sure play more together, more like strategic way. We want to see more highlights from like Younger for sure. Poppins, Danny need to pop up for sure. Yeah, like they need to step up in every way.
I think the other thing that we might be forgetting about is, you know, we did just watch NIP beat Imperial Valkyries yesterday on Inferno, and MIBR took them to Inferno and took 7 rounds off them. So maybe MIBR aren't underperforming and they just really didn't get to show us what they're capable of yesterday.
I tell you what, let's find out from MIBR how they're feeling coming into this, and also what their experiences have been throughout the season.
Actually, I don't think that North America is struggling. I think like us in South America, we don't have a lot of LAN events. So this makes more difficult to us to get more comfortable in LAN events, or to get more experience and to be more active, I guess, in those moments. LAN events depends more from your mentality, so you have to be stronger in this, no matter your region.
Oh, that's an interesting take. I'm curious, Hanke, what do you think about that comment, saying, you know, that North America isn't struggling, they have a bit more opportunities for LAN, and South America doesn't have? I mean, what is your take on all of that?
Like, I think it's just a case for like every girl right now. Like, nowhere women's scene is like developed good enough, in my opinion. So we all struggle with that, and I completely feel Younger. Like, the more opportunities we have, the better we're gonna be. And I can feel that when I come to LAN with basically no LAN before that, it's just so shaky always. Like basically we have like 3-4 months break between LANs, and it's so hard to like keep developing, keep getting better, keep like feeling these emotions, right?
So a team that tends to struggle on LAN is flyquest Red, Mac. And we spoke about this a lot yesterday. flyquest Red never quite gets to their full potential on LAN, and they tend to fall out at about this point in the competition. And then it wasn't very nice for them yesterday, because they had to go up against Imperial Valkyries, obviously the best women's Counter-Strike team in the world.
Yeah.
But I'm going to give them credit. For me, after a couple of seasons of watching this team on LAN and always watching them look a little bit shaky on day one, I thought they came out swinging. They had some really good rounds against Valkyries. They got them to the line. They pushed really hard. It was just unfortunate that it just wasn't quite enough to get the victory.
It's actually kind of crazy how hard BBM played yesterday. Like, she's the second top statistically best player in the tournament so far under Bazinia. but the next best player for FlyQuest is so far down, which is Vanessa at an 0.86 rating. So if everyone else at least lifts, and if BBN can put on the similar performance today, there is a huge world where they can get this win. Arguably revenge over MIBR as well. You know, it was Fluxo, which is the same core as MIBR, that knocked them out last finals. So you got to remember that as well. And they don't want history to repeat itself.
I tell you what, I do believe Newt has some great stats for us. So we can jump into exactly what FlyQuest was doing well yesterday and how they were able to take it to Imperial Valkyries. Newt, well, what have you got for us?
Well, it's actually kind of the inverse. Unfortunately, like looking at all the players, you can tell their face of elo is pretty high. So their elo is pretty high. I know that max elo is pretty high because I've heard about it all weekend long. But talking about some other kind of elo, it's chess elo, because one of the key aspects about chess is trading pieces a lot of the time. And that's what you kind of need as well in Counter-Strike. Every single side has a dependency on trading. CT side, it's a bit more aspect of trying to deny bomb plants, while on the T side, it's trying to carry momentum. And looking on that CT side against Imperial for FlyQuest Red, they kind of had it in the bag. They had it in the bag. There were so many rounds that they could have won, but what was the one defining stat that couldn't push them over the line? It was their trading. So these are all the trading stats across the tournament so far. We only have a small sample size, but you can kind of see the disparity here. NIP, nearly 40% trading on the CT side, while all the way at the bottom here, unfortunately, we have FlyQuest Red, a meager 6.7% trade potential. And this was very, very difficult because what this avenue allows for Imperial to actually get more bomb plants in. So there's so many retake situations that FlyQuest Red are in, it becomes very difficult for them to actually get onto the side because they are at a player disadvantage. They cannot get onto the sides because retaking is every single time very, very difficult. But compared to NIP yesterday, NIP versus Imperial, B-Dog said it on the stream. Where are the bomb plants for Imperial? Imperial just couldn't get onto the sides, and a lot of it had to do with the CT trading from NIP, nearly 40% as well on their CT side for Inferno. And it just made it so difficult for Imperial to actually get onto the bomb side and actually do the objective of the game for T side. So this created an avenue for a tremendous CT side for NIP, and 9-2 scoreline compared to FlyQuest, which was 66, which could have been more, and they could have actually been in a better state for today. But right now, they're in elimination, so hopefully they've been doing some scrims against Magnus Carlsen last night. Not really on Face It.
I like that insight. Thanks, Newt. I also like that you shot some shots at Mac. I enjoyed that thoroughly.
To be fair, I haven't actually spoken about my elo one time.
That's a lie. I've heard about your elo every day as well. I tell you what, let's get into how FlyQuest Red is feeling coming into this matchup.
We're really expecting to really play our own game here and not try to overthink everything. We've done really good. Outside of Impact regular season, we've done really good in our ESL League. We just need to bring the FlyQuest Red that's playing in that to here and not get freaked out about everything that's happening here and just play our own game.
I think the vibe is really good. I think we had a really good season and ESCA leading up to this as well. We made advanced playoffs, so that's a really big milestone for us because our team hasn't done that. So it's a pretty big deal to us and we're really proud and we want to keep the run going.
Especially our EU counterparts of competition, they will see a much different FlyQuest Red. We've been practicing things that are more catered to ourselves, but also we're trying to target their weak points and we're making sure we're executing that to the best to our ability.
The veto is coming in, and as it does, Hanka, have you heard about Max Elo yet?
To be honest, no.
Oh, don't
Not
be
yet,
honest.
not yet, but
Thank you, Hanka. Thank you.
She killed the joke. Oh well, there we go. Moving on. What does FlyQuest have to do? FlyQuest Red have to do to beat MIBR?
MIBR need to play as I saw for the last season, to be honest, because now we couldn't see enough from MIBR. This one best of one basically showed us nothing, I would say. Now it's new day, new opportunities for them, and they're gonna take it for sure.
What do you think about the veto that's just come up on your screen?
I think it's dangerous.
Yeah.
Super dangerous for FlyQuest Red here. As much as we kind of feel like FlyQuest, and even the numbers are saying FlyQuest look like the favorites in this matchup, I don't know if they necessarily are. I think we're all under this guise that, you know, mibr played, they could have played better yesterday, and they could have, but I'm living in the storyline where NIP are actually a better team than what everyone was giving them credit for.
Dust2, raw firepower, mibr, I would say Hanka beats FlyQuest Red in this regard.
I think Dust2 is a map where FlyQuest is feeling really comfortable, and I think they're gonna take it, to be honest. But I'm really concerned about nuke. Like I feel that mibr is super strong on nuke, and it's really interesting because we haven't seen nuke for now in this season. So damn, like I'm looking for it. Yeah.
We'll have more to talk about when we get to nuke, but first we gotta go to Dust2 with Nari and Bardov.
Thank you very much. I think FlyQuest come into this one. I think it's just this level, this point of a competition. I think they're always coming into this one as an underdog because we look at the history of players like Goosebreeder, teams she used to be on, highs they used to get to. I feel like they're not quite getting there at the moment. And I feel like they're going up against a team that want it more and are working harder. And we have, in the matches we have seen so far, we've seen FlyQuest show that they have been practicing, they have been improving on things, but to what level, to what end, is the questions which they have to answer in this series.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that we really can't overstate the importance or the factor of, you know, it's Mari's first LAN, and she didn't have the best performance yesterday. Now, granted, they were playing against Imperial, which will always have a bit of an asterisk on it, but there's a lot of pressure that comes into that first LAN, that first kind of playing in this environment. Okay, there's no crowd, so that doesn't, you know, you don't have that factor to deal with, but it's a lot of pressure, a lot to deal with. And, you know, Mac was talking about it, BB had an absolute bomb burner of a map, and it's not the first time that she's had a phenomenal performance against teams of this caliber. And in fact, coming into this matchup with mibr, when they played against Fluxo, even back then, she was the top performer. So there are these like individual pieces. Nuke was talking about the trade game chess, but sometimes it comes down to protect the queen, make sure that she can continue to be a force to be reckoned with. So for FlyQuest, that comes down to BB and Goose and how they get activated. But of course, for mibr, we spoke a lot about Danny and how she's going to be activated today.
Yeah. Just to touch on FlyQuest again, as Mac alluded to, Bibian was doing the heavy lifting in that previous match, and everyone needs to turn up. If you want to have a serious go at things, everybody needs to turn up. I think, as far as mibr is concerned, again, a best of 3 yesterday would have been amazing. I think it would have been awesome. I think there would have been space for them to show more of themselves. However, that was not the case, and they were not allowed. Now they have that, and again, they have to be a favorite. The sheer talent we have seen on this team, these players on different rosters, what they were able to do, we've watched them grow, we've watched them turn into lethal weapons from one side of the table to the other. Like there's no weak link on this team whatsoever. And again, I think for mibr, it might come down to pressure they put on themselves. But as you can see, as we've mentioned, Poppins is always going nuts before the game starts, always singing, keeping the spirits good. But I think that's good just to make sure that things don't get too hot and you're not getting too much pressure on yourselves. They're in very, very good spirits. And I think that she's a great asset outside of the game for those reasons. But inside of the game, things get nasty real quick when you've got people like Poppins on the server. So again, they've got all the tools to have a strong victory here with how things have looked in the past. And I say in the past because I'm hoping that we see a new FlyQuest who have added significant tools to their repertoire, and they come with something new in this game, because they're going to have to. For me, they're the team that should come away with the L in this series. That's how it should be. It doesn't have to be that way. I want to see them do their best to change that.
Yeah. Honestly, I love that you bring up, you know, Poppins and the energy, because you can almost feel the difference in energy, where you've got kind of Poppins and she's dancing and she's having a good time and she's vibing with her teammates and they're having like an absolute jolt, as we say in South Africa. And on the other side, for FlyQuest, it's that anime moment where you've got the black lines and the sweat bubbles, and it feels like kind of doom and gloom. And I think that the prospect of going out and not making a playoff again certainly looms over their heads. It's been a plague for them for the last few seasons, and there comes a point you can talk about playing your own game and, you know, your own vibe and whatever, but that pressure is always going to be there, whether you're putting it on yourself or you're feeling it from external sources. That's something that you're going to have to deal with. And I think that coming into this matchup, into this best of 3, that's something that we need to be looking out for. You know, how is their tenacity? How are they able to deal with the stress factor and knowing that, you know, elimination is on the horizon, and then looking across and seeing how mibr are just having a party. Again, you know, the mind games can certainly come to play.
flyquest, a really nice group of girls. I haven't met Marie before, but the rest of them we certainly have. Lovely team, great to have a chat to. Good spirits, positive people. I'm not sure what Emmy is creating there. Maybe a dinosaur as they wait for a tech issue to be resolved. I have to ask her later, but good to keep busy mentally. But yeah, I think I think historically in North America, in all of Counter-Strike, we've had some issues where, you know, you may, if it comes to roster changes and so on, you may not change enough. I mean, Europe has been the same as well. There's been plenty of rosters who've been trying to hold on to Magic, which isn't there anymore, and they'll replace like one player on the roster. The culture stays the same. The new person might come in and take roles they don't normally do, because it's like, okay, fill this slot and let's play. And it's not really significantly changing things in the game, or you have the same coach for year after year and you don't have new ideas, you don't have a different set of eyes. I guess the dinosaurs have gone extinct and now we're back to bacteria in a proton cannon.
Homemade fidget toy. Like that's banging.
This is so interesting. I feel like we should commentate this. It's like she's what are those big things called, that CERN thing where there's like a proton going like miles around and they're smashing together. It's like she's trying to heat them up and then they're going to collide, and she's going to try and find out like how the universe was created.
Oh, the Hadron Collider or something.
That's the one.
Something like that.
That's the one.
I probably got the word wrong.
See, Goose is interested. She's like, what's going on? Let's do the science.
Just realized we're watching her and she's like, oh no, I wasn't doing anything. Nobody saw.
We know all about you. We've seen what you're up to on that table.
Maybe that's the secret sauce, you know? You got to get the centrifugal force.
Look, she's trying to
going.
behave like a normal person now. It's like, no, it's way too late for that, especially when you see the mouse pad.
Look at that strap book, man. Nice, thank you, Goose. I'd love to know what's going on in that strap book. Like the secrets to the universe are in that book. It's so big.
Is that a horse and a person with a sword?
It's one of those carousels.
Ah, that's cool.
Fairly certain it's a carousel.
Yeah, Poppins is great. Parents also need a shout out. They bring such atmosphere to LANs. We had a great time sitting with them in Stockholm also for the last finals, but yeah, I'm actually grateful for the space that this technical pause gives, because there's a lot. I'm always capable of a monologue, but yeah, I think like I kind of gave the common problems that you might have with certain scenes, be it NA, sometimes in Europe as well, where you're not changing enough people, you're not changing the culture, you're not bringing new ideas. You know, you'll have somebody come in and pick up roles that are there, as opposed to what's the best fit. Let's try and find the best. Like, you know, the 4 players who are waiting and the one who comes in, they're not going to change their spots.
Yeah.
They need to pick up, learn different things. But I think if you make a sacrifice for the new person coming in, if you pick them up for the right reasons and they excel at certain things and you give them the space to do that, and then you change around them, then your team changes more, rather than you going up against another team, everybody's in the same spots with the same habits, save for this one person. I don't think it's enough. It's enough of a change. Hey, if you come in with a strategical coach and you listen, you know, and you put egos aside, then maybe more change can happen. But those are few and far between. Those kind of coaches are hard to come by. So yeah, we want to see what FlyQuest have been prepping when we come into this one. Hello to Miss Harvey as well, good friend.
Yeah.
Miss Harvey. But that's like my storyline, my personal storyline for FlyQuest. That's the arc I want to see, is what are they going to be like when they're pushed to the limit, and they will be by mibr. What do they have to bring to the table? I think even if you come with counter strats, as mibr always do, that's something that FlyQuest will have to look out for. Being able to absorb and adjust to those is going to be important, but what I think is going to be most important is those mid to late round calls where the team's communication gives the IGL or someone else who's contributing to the mid to late round calls a good idea of what is happening on the server, those mid to late round calls, I think, are probably going to be the most decisive thing in this best of 3 series. And it looks like we are about to get into things.
I must admit, I quite like this as well because it gives us a chance to get a moment to see the players' personalities. You know, when it's moments before the game starts, it's game face on, and then you've got a moment of, oh, there's a tech pause, let me build a transformer. But as we said, the issue does seem to be resolved, folks. So let's kick off day number 2, ESL Impact Season 7 Finals. Our very first elimination map. Everything on the line here for these 2 teams. We kick things off here on Dust 2 between flyquest Red and mibr.
flyquest will be on that T side, surging into that long position. Going well so far. Plenty of Glocks to eliminate these CTs. 4 girls on road for flyquest. Utility to deploy as well. Danny trying to close the distance, but the smoke is good enough. Not finding much of anything there apart from lead going in the wrong direction. Danny in the 1 versus 4 then takes one in the face, and she won't last much longer than that. A promising start for flyquest. I think the pistol rounds will be important for them as an underdog for me in this series.
Yeah, it's a really good set of utility as well, just to help them burst through those doors and get in towards long and kind of overrun the 1 or 2 players that are already there. Once you've got that space, the fact that they had a little bit of utility, a couple of smokes, just to allow them to be able to cross. And obviously, when you're coming up against pistols, it's a tap, tap, tap. It's not like a spray down. So you've got a lot more space to work with. You can really slip past behind those smokes and get that space. And so that allows Emmy to get into an elevated position, and she can follow that up, get another kill. And before you know it, the entire round has fallen apart for mibr. So I'm going to be feeling pretty good about that one. And of course, on the T side, you want to be winning those pistol rounds. You want to be getting that extra bit of cash in the back pocket, because that economy can be devastating to deal with. My question now becomes, how do mibr respond to this? Because we often see a second round force after a pistol loss. And we always say, you know, high risk, high reward. But for a team like mibr, it often does come to fruition. But the potential economic consequences could kind of, you know, cut that Achilles heel.
We shall see after this tech pause. I'm admiring the keyboards in the meantime. Some cold hands here. They're often in halls with concrete floors, as such is the nature of the places where you are afforded the space to put on a big LAN. Dallas, home of brisket and potato salad.
Is it really?
Yeah, you can go to some like family-run BBQ restaurants.
Okay.
And I went to one when I was in Dallas last, and the guy was saying, you got to have more potato salad. It's very encouraging about the potato salad, so that was a thing to look out for. Very nice. So indeed, there will be plenty of tools picked up by mibr, having lost the pistol. The 5.7s will be about. A few smoke grenades also. And flyquest are looking for this and dealing with this very handily indeed. And this is a good start for flyquest. We need to keep have them hold this level of focus throughout the series and not take the foot off the gas. One tag for Younger. She's getting isolated fights here. Is that really what you want to do? 1v2. We have seen some crazy clutches with a scout in Impact before. Can it be done on land, though, in the hands of Younger? Does she have an idea of where the players are? Oh, got to land the headshot now. Even with the scout, mibr showing that they can be scary, and you can't be slack because they will punish.
At least they keep that a little bit expensive. I was surprised that after the kill towards double doors, she doesn't go and retrieve the weapon and opts to kind of try and go for this with that scout. Now, obviously, I don't think she was expecting to win that round, but just keep it as expensive as possible. And I think that there's a world in which instead of going for that, she picks up that weapon and she just gets the hell out of there, keeps that into this round, because as mentioned, economic hamstring after forcing into that. The risk did not pay off. That's another solid round looking like for flyquest.
Oh, that's not gone well, has it? And the numbers are still here for the CTs. They're going to have weapons to collect as the desperate rotation comes through. I'm not sure if there were flashes when the swing started to come in there. All the utility at the beginning had promise, but anyway, a second kill here for Emmy would be very strong indeed. That's the AK taken away, and that is the main threat. 3 high health players remaining. Just the odd P250 in this round, though. You have to think about what this might mean when those half buys come in, when you've got 5.7s and Kevlar later on. Then MIBR will be a lot closer to winning a round such as this. Not over just yet, though. Younger still having a look, swinging with that P250. Now, she knows that she's in a 1v1, basically. She spotted another player a little earlier on. Still with the P250. Is she just going to hold it? She will be punished for it, but again, very expensive. And in the long run, all these frags will put FlyQuest on eco should they lose a round quickly.
They're slowly whittling away there. It was a bit surprising that she hadn't... I thought she had picked up the AK, but I guess not. And I suppose she didn't think that it was going to come down to the fight, right? It was just, I'm going to try and ninja this because time is really just not on my side. So fair enough, an attempt was made. A little bit of more economic damage done. But now we have 2 AWPs on board here. And of course, the isolating potential here to put pressure on the riflers is super important. And of course, taking Poppins off the board, it's not a bad way to kick things off.
I'm still thinking about the... I'm pretty sure there wasn't a flash when they swung in after those mollies and smokes and so on. And there's more than one way they could have done that. Hopefully, lessons learned. Had a conversation with Hanka. She was saying in general there could be more flashes. Got away with it that time though. And a good start in the first buy round, this 5-on-4. You can see MIBR very hungry to find a way into this round, and that they have done. Are they content with that, or are they going for more? FlyQuest being held at top mid here, really. Starting to peek out of long. He did get that frag there earlier on, but didn't pursue. But now they have an understanding as to what map control they might have. Now, do they try to take over short? We're heading towards that 40-second mark. They might have to just all send it up long. I don't know if they've got time, really, to risk establishing that control, potentially losing a player. It seems like Goose will be left to try and creep there, but I can see that Danny is on the way for a challenge. Very awkward indeed for Goose now. 30 seconds on the clock. Will there be a flash? Do they have a flash to throw towards Younger's position? Or are they just facing long with no flashes? Well, that is in their favor, to say the very least. 4-on-3 as they make their way to the site. CTs try to get into position to stop this bomb from being planted, but the AKs are delivering, and MIBR are hitting the floor one after another. Goddess still in the fight, though. Where is the other player? That is the question. She's got half the info. Can she isolate the fight? Can she bait a peek somehow? Emmy with a big headshot there. And that is, well, the wheels keep turning for FlyQuest again. Big frag at the beginning. It was looking a bit nervous towards top mid. They were kind of losing control of the round, but they've come out on top.
Yeah, I think that, so I was a little bit worried about the lack of utility. I saw they had 1 smoke and 1 HE, and I'm like, what on earth are you going to do with this? You're pushing long. They throw out the smoke, but it's a high-low swing and an uncharacteristic missed shot from Younger, clearly taking a moment to warm up in this, and unfortunately, you can't really afford to be doing that in an elimination match. As much as it is a best of 3, you can't be that cold. Misses the shot, loses her life for her sins, and at that point, I mean, the way that FlyQuest just overrun the site, they give absolutely no space, no quarter, just rampaging through. I don't want to call it a run and gun, but it was damn near close to that. And MIBR just have no way of getting back in onto the site. And again, because they themselves were also dangerously low on utility. So by that point in the round, and I think that the fact that FlyQuest are able to recover from that is great, but a lot of that was baiting out a lot of early util because MIBR had nothing really to try to retake with.
Yeah, Younger certainly has come into this one a little cold. Missing that sitter. Could have been a very different 5-on-4 at the beginning of this last round, that is. Another ropey buy, but again, you've got that 5-7 and the Kevlar. mibr showing absolutely no respect, and they will be spotted there, but that's so awkward for the T's to deal with. And now the T's are going to be bunched up in B halls, and again, this is another round which mibr have made incredibly awkward for the T side. Gabby's on the site with the scout. If they don't have flashes this time, then it could be very curious indeed. She'll eat the first one. And now the CTs are starting to charge in on the other side, but FlyQuest have been doing the DM. They are smashing heads at the moment, but Poppins and Goddess have got something to say about this one. Suddenly, Emmy and Marie are the last two standing. Emmy at half health with the AWP. You can see mibr trying to combine here. Goddess and Poppins trying to fight together. One of the most dangerous elements of mibr. Any two players working together will find that synergy very quickly indeed. 2 HP, but the right tool for the job. What direction do they look in? There's a number of places to look towards top mid, but it's facing with a grenade in her hand, Emmy. And Younger will collect both. mibr have been threatening to win one of these rounds. Not long till they do.
Not only does she get both kills with the MP9, but she also gets a free AWP for her troubles. So that's going to help with their long-term economy fantastically. Perhaps a little bit of overconfidence here from the FlyQuest Red squad. You can't underestimate what mibr are capable of doing. And the fact that even on a pistol round, or maybe not a pistol, but a low buy, they fan out, they take full map control, corral FlyQuest into one particular area, and at that point, I mean, it's sink or swim, and unfortunately, they sink!
Got to charge into the B bomb site here. Gabby is dealing with it. Not well equipped are FlyQuest for this one. Their money has been ruined. 2 AKs in the hands of mibr now, as they mount a early comeback here on Dust 2. The pick of FlyQuest with nuke to come. You can see Goose is chewing gum. It does help with focus.
Those first 3 deaths felt instantaneous. It was like they just melted right off. The HE, the Molotov, we saw something similar yesterday where, like, we're thinking, okay, there's a Molotov that's going to come through, it's going to slow things down. And instead, the team just rushes straight past it, gets onto site. Okay, this is now what's attempted by FlyQuest, and it fails miserably, unfortunately. But that was kind of a throwaway round. You want to get to the next round. You want to get guns back in your hand. There's still a 2-round lead here for FlyQuest, so time to nip it in the bud.
Early take of Long. T-side will often slow down in this scenario. They still have Vanessa trying to keep an eye on things towards top mid, but again, mibr have been so active. Oh, Younger being teased, trying to deliver a haircut. Very much want to keep an eye on the radar and see what mibr might be doing, because again, it's very common how these rounds end up from the T perspective. A quiet creep here from FlyQuest, but have a look at how many people are here for mibr. Mr. Bomb Carrier, Bibian, to try and trade the frag there. No trade frag as Nuke will be recording. Bibian swinging onto the site now. There are so many targets. Younger, first one to drop. Goddess gone soon afterwards as it's Bibi, again the woman for her squad. Leaving Gabby in a 1 versus 3. FlyQuest found a way to turn that around despite how many CTs were there. And now Gabby finds herself in the clutch. Not quite finishing off the job on the first attempt. And FlyQuest get back to winning ways.
Looks like this A site might be a little bit of a problem for mibr. They lose control of it so quickly, and there's nearly a semblance of a retake. And I think a lot of that problem is that they are trying to stand their ground, and they're often losing those fights. And a part of me is like, just pull back, go for the retake. Don't lose your numbers because you're trying to stem the tide, because as it stands now, they play very passive. They're not taking aggressive long control, and so FlyQuest just get free access on towards the site, and to try and slow things down when you've already given up that much space is incredibly difficult. So you either need to play a more aggressive position down towards long to slow them down, or you need to play retake. So far, hasn't come to fruition. They've had a little bit more success kind of in mid, to be honest. There's been a little bit of success on B, but most of it has been in these fights, these scuffles in the mid area of the map.
Long take is here again. Do the CTs hold their ground here? They might have some counter flashes, but they're kind of in no man's land here as Poppins will get dropped. The numbers are just too great for the T side, surely. But Goddess looks like she still wants to fight. Younger's posted up in that car position. So there was a rifle support setup to be had there. But again, it was very risky and brittle feeling for that CT squad. Younger still committed here. If their molly comes her way, Goddess does have a smoke. But ultimately, Younger needs to start hitting these shots. She does have 7 kills on the board, but she could have 12, honestly. So we've got Marie lurking now, as the rest of her team are more or less on or next to long. Keeping an eye on mibr. So will it be Younger to fire, and then a big swing from the CTs? They're going to go in dry, but look at the timing. They'll catch one at the very least as the grenades are thrown, but only one. They will not be reaping the rewards of that play, and Younger has to go battle sniper mode. She has to deliver for mibr now. Nervous pre-fire before anybody shows. Not a good sign for mibr. Not what we're used to. You have to wonder if it's land jitters for the squad. And again, Gabby has to rotate over, finds herself in the clutch, eats one through the wall, and there's nothing left for her to do.
So I say I want aggressive long control, and I do get it. Unfortunately, felt like they weren't using enough, kind of running out of bullets, like kind of overstaying their welcome. Right? You've got one player who swung out quite far, trying to take these fights, and actually gets caught in a reload, and that's when Emmy gets that Krieg kill. And I will say, Brandon and I have a differing opinion when it comes to the Krieg. Big fan, he not so much. So every time the Krieg gets a kill, in my head, I'm going to be going, suck it, Brandon. But yes, that's off the back of a player in the middle of a reload, unfortunately. So doesn't really count. What it does do is it gives FlyQuest the space that they need. And huge credit to FlyQuest, because the patience that we're seeing from them really is commendable. Not going overly aggressive unnecessarily. They know that mibr have a tendency to get impatient. And maybe it's the youth factor. Maybe it's one of those things of like, we got to try and do something here. They hold the line, and as soon as mibr dry swing out into the open, full advantage taken.
I have to say, FlyQuest are fragging really well on the T side, delivering with all the cannons. I'm a Krieg fan. It isn't as good as it used to be, but I did Cerakote my competition rifle the same as the Krieg bulldozer, so there we go. Anyway, yeah, that was so awkward for mibr. Caught between two different decisions, it felt like there. Very difficult indeed. And definitely it feels like FlyQuest smell weakness in that long position. And mibr, hey, they're trying different approaches. They tried defending from the site. They tried trying to retake long, but all the people with util were on point. It was so awkward because it's like, do you give, if you're playing AWP on long on the CT side, one of the things, let's say mid-round, is that if you have flashes and you've got a player in the pit or somewhere on long, you can flash for them to peek if they're being challenged. But in that scenario, Younger's kind of the point person holding the angles. Her teammates on the corner have the util. Even if there isn't really time to go and give the util to Younger, so there's nobody to throw flashes. So the dry peek is, it's just like, it's just rough and difficult and uncomfortable. And it leads to a 2-6 scoreline in favor of FlyQuest, who head towards long once again. The chain flashes will be good. And this time there is an instant abort. They are going to fall back. So if long keeps getting compromised like this, will they start heading towards aggressive plays on short, perhaps?
Might need to be the case, but we can see there's early util from FlyQuest in a lot of these rounds to actually prevent that. So they're really doing a good job of the push and pull that a map like this requires. And it's really impressive how they're stopping a lot of mibr's pacing.
Yeah, early on, it looked like mibr were trying to take these rounds away, but Marie's doing a good job of just keeping an eye on what mibr may or may not be trying to do. Whether they're doing it or not, there's a good understanding as to the climate on the map for FlyQuest. 4 and 4 slowly making their way towards the site. really looking for a late surprise. They want to give mibr minimal time to respond. Orb shot onto Marie on the corner. She's got a second player to swing with eventually, but Vanessa just creeping in the meantime. Just emerging onto the site like a demon. Younger's starting to get fragging though. That leaves Emmy in the clutch. Younger delivers another one to finish off the job there. Able to hold short with that AWP, and that's a bit of confidence back for the mibr squad.
It's actually outrageous how one player on short gets 3 mibr players to turn their backs on long and allow that sneak to come through. Well done to mibr for maintaining composure in that moment, because as soon as they realized that there's another player there, in fact, I think it was kind of simultaneously, one of the mibr ladies was like, hang on a second, none of us are watching long, turns around at just the right time. And a surprisingly uncoordinated round from FlyQuest in that one. I think maybe they were going for a bit more of a contacty approach because they've had a lot of the util heavy approaches, so try to go for something different. But for mibr, they took full advantage of that. Backs were turned at just the right times, turned back around, and they finally start winning out their gun battles, which has really been a big factor. I think you've got someone like Bibi who's absolutely on fire in the moment. We saw in the first few seconds of that round that crazy swing towards long, and she's instantly able to get the opening pick. So when you've got your players firing on all cylinders like that, it becomes difficult. So at least now mibr seem to be kind of finding their groove a little bit more in terms of taking those ones.
The way they're creeping behind smokes on long kind of forces mibr to look for that info, but if they look for it, they get punished. So it's really difficult for mibr to find a comfortable option as far as long is concerned, but on this occasion, they won't be challenged, and there's much more presence from FlyQuest elsewhere on the map. And again, if we remember how active, hyperactive even, mibr were, breaching traditional T areas, if you will. Oh, hold on. Oh, Gooseberry gives one up for free, and Bibian's got to try and chase through the smoke. Maybe too confident with the smoke creeps around the A bomb site. Thought they could get that one for free, and that was going to make this a lot harder now for FlyQuest. A late resurgence in the first half for mibr, perhaps. Especially with the lack of cash we have on FlyQuest. Tough round to go for a risky play. Marie and Vanessa trying to do what they can. Still in control of the bomb. Marie is behind enemy lines, but doesn't finish off the job there. Vanessa dodges the flash, but she's got way too much work to do.
All things considered, Vanessa's actually having a really good game, sitting at 13-6 at the moment. The only player doing better than her is Younger, who's chilling on 14-6. Just two players that have really gone to bat for their team so far. And I think that was another round where I'm, harking back to Nuke's stats. And sure, the smoke plays a part in why that trade can't come through, but Gabby being able to get two there is a little bit egregious. And it leaves FlyQuest floundering in that round. And now they flounder in this because it is just another eco.
It's crazy how quickly Younger caught up.
Yeah.
After some sitters missed at the beginning, and suddenly she is red hot. Not a good sign if you are FlyQuest. Shooting gallery for mibr in round 11, which is done very quickly indeed. Well then, looks like we're going to be very close one way or another once we reach half-time, which raises questions for the second half. mibr may be slow starters at the beginning of this one, but is the worst over for them once this half is concluded? FlyQuest have been so good with the T-side weapons. Orb's been firing off as well. Unchallenged on long once again. You can see the double mollies on the radar. You've got to put one behind the big box as well, so the T's can't swing and hide in the corner. Hello, very nice combo indeed. Gooseberry gets smoked, one more HE, and it's Danny's turn to cripple what remains of FlyQuest. The 3 versus 5 is very dire.
a good change from mibr as well, going from the proactive to the more stable and like waiting game. And now they're making flyquest get a little bit antsy because they know flyquest have to attack. That's how this works.
They've got to get... Oh, they're just going to send it. The urgency is high. Not waiting for the smoke. 2 CTs on the site then. And then there's one more. Is there a bomb plant in there for them? Marie's going to be in the clutch now. Let's see what she can do. 1 versus 3 after popping Gabby. Playing off the pillar. 22 bullets in the magazine. That is plenty. Dodges the first flash. Got to be careful with the shoulder. They start to stream in. That's exactly how you do it. First person goes wide, drag the crosshair away from the trade fragger, and the rest is a formality. It will be tied up at halftime. Then mibr make their way back. But who will take the first map of the series?
Drive through the night, cruising on the way to paradise. Jump right in, baby, let's go. Let's go. Drop some bass on the radio. You and me will drive through the night, cruising on the way to paradise. Jump right in, baby, let's go. Let's go.
What was looking like a fairly dominant start to the half after one low-buy eco round of sorts, mibr very quickly turned the tide on their heads. That round 5 may have crippled flyquest in the first half, but can they bring it back now in the second, or will mibr convert that momentum into a 1-0 scoreline?
Bibian, lower tunnel. flyquest's turn to be aggressive on that CT side. Oh, mibr looking so lost with these flashes, but somehow most of them are still standing. Nice pop from Danny. 4 on 3 for mibr. Can all change in a pistol round though. Goose Breeder doing the most, dropping the bomb carrier, leaving Gabby alone. That is Danny on the camera. We'll get that fixed, but Gabby will be in a 1 versus 3. Always finding herself in difficult clutches in this game so far. But that is 2 for 2 with pistol runs for FlyQuest, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep. And bomb plant denied as well. Always a good little feather in the cap for your CT side. And again, those scuffles in mid, very difficult to find good traction on. I think Goose getting that 3K, obviously, as fun and as impressive as it always is to watch, it obviously gives them a massive advantage, brings their numbers very much into a, well, damn near unlosable situation. And that'll give them back the lead here. See if they can hold on.
Do like to see some scout action. Oh dear. Nope, nope, nope. Get out of there. This is a scenario where you don't want to be on the bomb site with all these people coming your way. You want to keep the guns out of their hands should they find a frag. Goose and Marie both low now. Emmy even lower, down to 0. Bomb plant secured. Is there any more damage in there for Goddess? Not on this occasion, but that's a pretty successful eco round.
1 kill, bomb plant. Yeah, a little bit of extra cash for them. That's at least something to help bolster them into this next round. They'll have a bye, and they'll be able to fight back. And, well, interestingly enough, it wasn't a full bye round where they turned the tides in the first half. As I mentioned before, it was one of those half buys. But now with actual weaponry available to them, I mean, one of the big things that we always talk about with the South American region is that aggression, the really fast plays when they hit a site and make it very difficult to fight back. But we saw that their proactivity on the CT side didn't really garner them the space that they'd wanted. So do they continue with their usual speedy trajectory? Already a lot of utility laying down to slow them out.
Emmy's been good with the orb so far. Lovely stuff. Textbook. Forced them out into the open, into the light. Then hit them with the arrows. Good game so far from FlyQuest. And there's Younger delivering when she needs to. Holding the angles as the T's try to creep up. And maybe they'll be doing similar to what we saw from FlyQuest, just closing in on that site from behind the smokes where the CTs can't really get information. You can see them using the HE to try and spot these Ts. And here comes the burst then. Oh, it's creeping around the corner. Goose, you can see her trying to get that continuation spray and collect another one. Younger still in the back, dropping people. Marie and Vanessa left. And Vanessa's out of position, and she's got a relatively short-range weapon to try and finish these players off. But look at the health on Goddess and Poppins. It is doable. She's also got util if she makes it far enough to face Vanessa. This is very awkward indeed. There's the smoke grenades. She just has all the tools in the kit, but the Younger, rather, has a very sharp headshot indeed. Nice. I already want to see how far that could go, but Younger's just like, this story ends here. Tore out the rest of the pages.
Yeah, I think the AWP was the. If she doesn't have an AWP, I'm like, I wonder how this goes. But Younger, in that round in particular, certainly had been on a bit of a hot streak. And a player that I do want to just mention, obviously Poppins has had a bit of a slow start to the map so far, but we saw this yesterday. And then in the second half, she just kind of ran away with it. So now on the T side, hopefully we'll see her kind of pick up some of that momentum again, because that was a really great round from mibr. Really good control, managed to avoid a lot of the utility that was intended to slow them down. Then they take a lot of space. There was a really terrible, like a horrific one-way that almost completely ended their run as they'd kind of crept their way up long and the legs were sticking out, and it was a perfect opportunity to try and get a couple of kills there, but only one came through, and I think that's really what made it a more winnable position for mibr, the fact that they managed to only lose one there and restabilize quite quickly.
Very dry round for mibr then. special appearance from a Desert Eagle. Saw plenty of those from Empathy on eco rounds. And one for Bibiana as well. Maybe it's an NA thing. Vanessa with 15 frags for the FlyQuest squad. I think mibr are quite comfortable in scenarios like this. They're normally the ones causing the problem. If it's like a half buy, as we mentioned earlier, bit of Kevlar, a few 5.7s and so on. A lot harder to achieve something in a round such as this. Though we did see some pain in the first half. And they are heading towards that stack. Oh, flashbang's looking awkward. That Deagle's doing big damage. However, all the frags go the way of mibr. Just about Danny standing of 2 HP, but that will be enough. And Goose is left to pick up the pieces. A tied score once again then.
That was the big stressor coming into the third round of this half, knowing that they finally had some weapons available to them. I always talk about the round 5 swing round, but it can happen on round 3 depending on how well you've managed your economy. And of course, that's precisely what mibr managed to do, particularly because in that second round, they did actually manage to get that bomb planted last. They missed out in the first round, but they didn't really spend in the second, so they could get the bomb plant, and that allowed them to come through in round 3 with guns. So 2 rounds back-to-back bring us back onto an even kilter. I am glad that this is a very close affair, but it does leave a lot of question marks. You know, FlyQuest had so much momentum early on in the map, and that's really started to slow down. I was lauding Vanessa back in the first half. She's only managed to pick up like 2 kills since then. So a lot of slowing down on that trajectory.
Very clean from Emmy. She has got her team a few 5-on-4s with that AWP, and those will be very important as well. That is the start you want. Marie had $1,500 in that last round, so she will be whipping out the French gun, the new and improved French gun. Rifle support for Emmy now as she holds the alternative angle in mid. Pop-ins with the AWP. Looking to establish control of that short position then. Oh! Some good movement from Gabby keeps her alive, but the CTs keep on winning. Dust 2 starting to look stronger for FlyQuest. I think Hanke was confident of a FlyQuest W here on Dust 2. And that is a confident win around the A bomb site and just around from start to finish. They look very comfortable right now.
And conversely, mibr are looking a little bit uncomfortable in terms of the slower plays. And I get you're trying to diversify, you don't want to become telegraphed, and that's important. It's a really important thing to be doing. Unfortunately, it doesn't pan out for them. Perhaps it was a lack of util usage there. Felt like they gave over a lot of opportunities that they didn't really need to. So they lose a few bodies very early on in the round, and well, just like that, the potential for taking the lead is stolen away. FlyQuest keep themselves in the driving seat. And that's been actually I think the really impressive part is that all throughout this map, FlyQuest have not conceded the lead. We'll get to like an even score line, and then they'll pull ahead. And then it'll even out, and then they'll pull ahead. They're not allowing mibr to take full control of the pacing. And that's what PP was talking about in her interview. Play your own game. Keep that control. Make sure that they're not getting the space that they want.
I wonder if mibr are giving FlyQuest the space to make a mistake in some of these slower rounds. If so, they're not always getting what they want. Oof. Well, I think that was maybe an example of what they were looking for. That's a very chunky grenade onto Goddess and Danny. Now, Vanessa's going to be on an island on that B bomb site if they send it through. Danny's going to get dropped, though. This might stunt the growth of mibr's push towards B. That is very strong for them. Goose being boosted. Classic boost here on Dust 2. It can be absolutely devastating. This is forcing mibr to reposition. Vanessa is almost begging for mercy, stuck in this corner. Got to keep moving in CS2. Cannot stay static. Now, whose favor does this go in? Gabby, point woman. Oh, the rifle's been spotted. Vanessa, she might even catch 3! Takes all of them down. Absolutely brutal. Saw the barrel of the gun, and that's all she needed. All the info she needed. Now Goddess trying to race to that B bomb site. She'll spot the grenade. She knows where this CT is. Brutal to try and collect the bomb. What an overperformance from Vanessa.
Ain't that the truth? I mean, we saw some great synergy, I suppose, allowing, creating sidelines for Emmy so that she could get that, initial kill that brought the numbers back to an even advantage. Great utilization there. Now, that did leave a bit of space for them to work with, but the fact that Vanessa is able to get that much done off the back of just seeing the barrel of a gun definitely feels like a bit of a misplay from mibr. First of all, allowing yourself to be seen. It is tricky, obviously, but then not being ready for a potential trade certainly left them high and dry, and of course the AWP shot missing, so that gives that third away.
Yeah, I think holding down 2 jobs there is the problem. Looking for the right and the left. There were 3 of them, so the left, the right side from the T perspective can be covered, where you focus on the left. You're not swinging your rifle and not conceding your position, or at least you're less likely to. That was like a star imploding on the B bomb site. So it will be a push towards B once again, but far more ill-equipped on this occasion. Will the bomb plant be denied, though? Not on this occasion, it seems. That bonus money will be very important indeed. Can they do more? Gabby is alone. They're lining up for her, though, and things were starting to get a little scary. It did cost them, but it is flyquest moving to 11 rounds. Very happy with the proceedings they will be.
Yeah, the HE kill, bringing it to a 3v1 as opposed to a 3v2, obviously. Huge impact in that one. Would have liked to have seen Danny be able to get the most ridiculous spray imaginable, but this time around, not going to be the case. And flyquest looking very good. I think we had a lot of questions yesterday about, well, was that a flyquest overperformance, or was that an imperial underperformance? Like, what was happening there? And I think looking at how they're performing right now, to say fully that it was all on imperial it wouldn't do them justice. flyquest are looking great this season.
Marie still standing. That HE's going to do all kinds of damage, although Poppins will be the solo recipient. And long will be secured by the CTs. Now, do the Ts head towards short? Oh, that's a big frag from Goddess. Vanessa is here to clean up, though. Again, another multi-frag from Vanessa. She was already the biggest fragger on the first half of the squad. Now she's on 22 with some really big impact frags. Goose finding one through the smoke. The Dream is collapsing on Dust 2 for mibr. Gabby and Younger remain. Bomb getting planted, though. There's a lot of util for the CTs on this retake. Gabby trying to buy time for the team. They need to hope no one's coming from the tunnel while they focus on the door and the window. Here comes the flash then. Will Younger swing with it? No. Just buying a bit more time. Great transfer from Younger, leaving Emmy in a 1 versus 2. Oh, this is ropey. Does she go for this? She'll lose the AWP. Oh, I think they could have done with saving that gun there. The time was really running low as well, and their money's a bit busted. I think even if they had to eco a hero AWP, I mean, she's right next to the doors. She's not guaranteed to get away, but I think it is a consideration to try and fall back with that AWP at that point.
It's good to see that their trades are coming through, at least on the CT side. I think that, if I'm not mistaken, BB, it looked like her eyes were kind of darting between minimap and crosshair. And I think she got caught kind of in the transition But the fact that Vanessa is able to follow it up so beautifully, not only to trade her, but to get a second kill as well, opens up so much potential in that round. Now, the problem with FlyQuest having lost that round is obviously, look at their money. They're going to now capitulate this round, of course, and that puts mibr at only a 1-round deficit, and it feels like overtime could actually be on the cards.
Just noticed South American megastar Poppins is 3 for 14 in this game.
She's having a rough day.
Yeah. That is a nightmare of a first map. So yeah, I think it was... I would have liked to have seen an attempt to save the AWP for this round. You can always win a round of an AWP, but it's in the past now. And they'll be coming back for the buy. Oh, looking a bit dire for Vanessa though. We'll see what she pulls out with 3,700.
So interesting to note, Poppins is currently 1 for 6 in openings. She's very often a entryer that can, but today it happens, right? And I'm sure we could, get some insight on that from Hanya a bit later, from Hanka. But there are days when you're cold, when you're just not performing the way that you want to be. And today definitely feels like one of those days for Poppins, or at the very least this first map. And for her to be consistently trying to be an opener and losing them, I think is putting them in a lot of unrecoverable situations. So that's definitely something that needs to be looked into, like have her play a little bit further back, maybe not be that opener. Whereas Younger, sitting on 4 and 2 at the moment, she's far more consistently getting opening frags and creating opportunities for them.
Ooh. I was interested to see what Vanessa's buy would look like. She bought an M4 at the beginning and then realized, oh god, I've got no grenades. So she's had to go down to the fan mask. But she's been so important with that M4. Well, we'll talk about it later because there's a big charge into the long position. There are flashes. Danny will deliver despite everybody going white. She will be traded eventually, but long has been taken. That 4-on-4 is fine for the T side. mibr trying to keep FlyQuest broke. Nobody on the B bomb site at present. High urgency here towards the A bomb site. Bibian are looking up top, still delivering though. They didn't show all their cards either. Vanessa was still behind the door. Doesn't matter too much because mibr are pretty much committed to the A bomb site now. This will be very, very telegraphed indeed. And as they approach slowly, the CTs will be rotating over. War of attrition. There are multiple mollies here for mibr, however. So they can isolate these fights as they look to get a bomb plant. Out comes Emmy, dropping Goddess. Younger and Poppins remain. Surely there are too many CTs around this site. Struggling to find any of them. Bibiam on the site. Oh, target selection there. Went from one to the other. Now Younger's in the clutch. 1-on-3. Shotgun mode maybe with Vanessa. She spotted the elbow, scoped in, and misses the swing. FlyQuest with another round win. Very close to closing this one.
This looks so uncomfortable for mibr. It really does feel like they're not being allowed to play their game, insert buzzword. We're used to them dictating a lot of the pacing on these in these games, and particularly on that T side. And it feels like you were talking a little bit earlier about how mibr, they're like an anti-strat team. It's one of the things that they're really good at, and it feels like FlyQuest have come prepared. It feels like every time mibr do something that we are familiar with, FlyQuest have an answer for it. And the mid-rounding from mibr just hasn't been where it needs to be. The recovery hasn't been there. Once that initial plan goes awry, they're struggling to figure out, okay, well, what on earth do we do from here? FlyQuest, on the other hand, it feels like they have the answers. Goose back in the driving seat again. They obviously experimented a little bit with Goose not being the IGL, but the knowledge and the experience that she brings to a roster like this can't be denied.
This is the FlyQuest we've wanted to see at this stage of the tournament. Showing plenty of promise. Chance 1 of 2 to close out the first map. This will certainly be the better of them, looking at their money. mibr can no longer afford mistakes. This would be a great time for Poppins to come alive. Even with few frags, if you can find the impact at the right time, it can make all the difference. Younger on 25, Vanessa with 23. MVP defending bomb sites today. Oh, look at that resurgence there. Wonderful work from flyquest. Here comes the push onto the B bomb site though, and Vanessa will be playing retake, staying alive with her teammates. Very good response. 5 on 2. Barely any health. Vanessa will be dropped, punished for her sins. Danny and Younger remain. And now it's just Younger, but there are too many flyquest players. A very good victory for flyquest on their pick of Dust 2 to take the first map of the series.
That's fantastic to bring them up to a 1-0. Very, very impressive resurgence from them. I think it's important to remember that obviously mibr are a fairly new project. It's the Fluxo core, but with 2 new players, so perhaps still finding their feet a little bit. But for flyquest, this is the project that they've been working on. They've been toying and toiling and trying to figure out what the right pieces are, and perhaps they finally figured it out. It looked a bit rough in the regular season, but maybe the loss to the Comets was exactly the kick up the rear that they needed to finally figure out what the plan needs to be.
Yeah, that's the flyquest that we've wanted to see at previous finals. They're working hard and they are reaping the rewards. 1-0 to flyquest.
There we go. I mean, Bart, I've summed it up. 1-0 to flyquest. The North Americans are in the lead. What did we think of that map?
As I said before, I know that flyquest have really strong Dust 2. I expected the score, to be honest. But I was kind of concerned about like mibr not finishing the runs they should finish winning. They've been struggling in like mid runs, which kind of surprised me. But definitely match under control from flyquest for the all time.
Yeah, I think that last round as well showed that flyquest were adapting relatively well throughout that game. You know, and mibr, especially on the T side, they were just throwing mid-B splits very, very regularly. And by the end, flyquest knew exactly what they had to do, playing double B ramp. Nice flash from Vanessa to set them both up to swing in, deal with the crisscross smokes. It was a lovely finish from flyquest. And yeah, there were moments where they looked a little bit shaky in the first half, managed to sort of concede a few more rounds than what I thought they were going to after a red-hot start. But either way, they managed to get Dust 2 in the back pocket, and that is solid to kick off the best-of-3 series. And that theory that I had that mibr, you know, maybe weren't playing their best game yesterday, there were a few individuals were missing today as well, so they really need to find that consistency moving into the series.
Neither of you were concerned when we hit the half and it was even on both sides? You didn't think that maybe mibr could take it? From the way you're speaking, you both were pretty confident that flyquest had this the whole way through?
I think it's only about like statistics, sorry. But flyquest is like just they've been showing really good scores on like against really good teams on Dust 2. So they for sure they have more things to show. They know how to adapt quicker than mibr, and it just felt so shaky all the time for mibr. Even when they were scoring the runs, I didn't feel they have it under control.
One of the things we spoke about yesterday on day one, before we got into this, is the young players that are showcasing themselves here for the first time on LAN. Some of them, it's not their first time, but they are still quite young. Danny and Poppins. Poppins, not the best showing yesterday and definitely didn't show up today. What do you think's happening there?
I'm not necessarily sure. Maybe she just hates Dust 2. You know, that's definitely a factor. Some players just hate the orange maps, hate the pug maps. But yeah, maybe just a bad sleep. Maybe the extra pressure of knowing that there's elimination on the line could shake the nerves, or maybe just, you know, maybe not being that comfortable on Dust. There's a lot of maybes, a lot of ifs and buts. But look, there's at least another map which I'm sure every Brazilian player is very comfortable on, and that's going to be nuke. So
we'll get to nuke in a little bit. I'm curious for you, Hanka, what do you think is happening with Poppins? Because she is quite fiery, and normally we do see her pop off on LAN. Have you been concerned at all about her and Danny's performance?
Like, I think for the young players it's pretty hard when they start with like 0-5 statistics or like 1-5, you know, it's like pretty hard to come back to the game, because even like first pistol round, like we didn't see any frags from Poppins, and it's huge, like even eco frag is gonna build your ego throughout the whole matchup. She didn't get it, she couldn't get into her game style, I believe so, but she had right now enough time to warm up, and I really hope she will come back on nuke and we're gonna see pop-ins as we usually do.
So there were two players that did pop off on either side. We're going to bring them up in a nice head-to-head so that you can see both of them having a spectacular dust too, really. And possibly the decision makers or the not the decision makers, but the change makers for their teams.
Yeah, I think these two individuals both went missing yesterday. Everyone was saying, where's Younger? Like, what's going on? She's usually one of the heavy hitters for mibr. And today she showed exactly what she's capable of, especially on a map which is AWP-centric. Definitely helps out. Vanessa as well, a bit of a slower affair on Inferno yesterday. And if she did put up this kind of performance, maybe we would have seen FlyQuest take down Imperial. But that being said, they have managed to take down mibr on one map. And the rifling core is definitely to thank for that for FlyQuest.
What did you think of these players, Hanka?
As Max said, I was missing Younger yesterday for sure. Today she showed up, but it wasn't enough. I think even if Vanessa had like really pretty good stats, in the end it was whole team fragging and like winning really important runs. So it felt more composed, and I really like that from flyquest because I finally saw her like hard preparation. I believe so.
You believe that was preparation? What was it about it that made you think that?
I know that these girls were like tryharding a lot throughout the season, even though they took like second place in the season. Even though adding Mari, it's like huge, I think, and they need to learn how to use her also, how to get the best from her. And I think in this matchup it worked pretty good.
For you, Mac, when you look at this, what was it that FlyQuest was able to do in that second half, purely from a game plan and how they executed that allowed them to ultimately claim it at the end?
I think it was the coordination. Like, even on the retakes that they were playing for on the A site, there was moments where the ideas were there and maybe the execution was slightly off. They'd still get across the line, maybe lose a few more weapons than possible. One that springs to mind was when Vanessa and Bibi were trying to go for that boost on the retake on site. Bibi, if that boost came out, half a second earlier, she would have been able to deny the plant and probably get that pick on A ramp player as well. Didn't matter. Vanessa managed to get the trade and the short players managed to come back up. So there were many moments where ideas looked really good. It might have just been protocols a little slower than, the super top level of Counter-Strike players.
We've now seen Dust 2. We've seen what these two teams can do. FlyQuest obviously takes their map pick. We move on to Nuke. And I know, Hanka, Mac brought it up earlier. Hanka, you brought it up in the pregame. It was something you really wanted to speak about. What was it about Nuke that got you so excited to talk?
It's maybe some of my personal beliefs that I really believe that Brazilians are really good on Nuke, and I know it from my experience. Like every matchup against them, especially mibr girls, were super tough on Nuke because they know how to play this map. They have a lot of crazy book strat. I believe so, but it's also about the feeling players have on this map, and it's gonna be a huge for Poppins right now because she needs to step up. She has really huge roles on this map, and we need to see her playing as usual.
What does FlyQuest's Nuke look like, though?
On paper, not as good. Neither team's Nuke looks spectacular, but that being said, mibr's looks that little bit better statistically. So they should have the edge on paper, and you can see that most of the team is there playing. Maybe if, the little powwow that they're going to have between map to map can hopefully fire up, a couple of individuals, Poppins in particular, then we should see this go into 3.
So there we go. Both the analysts think that this is going to go to 3. To give you an idea of how high the stakes are, FlyQuest's Papa Smithy, he's actually there sitting backstage with the ladies, watching them play. There for support, Miss Harvey as well. I'm sure mibr has all of their support there. So much on the line. One of these teams will continue here at ESL Impact, one of them going home. Can FlyQuest close it out 2-0? We'll find out after this.
Let's raise the roof, yeah, I wanna make it
with it. They try to reference it, wanna say they invented this. I know you can't resist, trying to be like this. Don't even take the risk, walk away, walk away, walk away. Cause I got everyone wishing they had what they're missing, but no, never know. Guess I got it simple, I'm not like the people you know. People you know. Make it look easy. I bet I'll make it look easy. Don't try to fake it to be me. Just cause I make it look easy. Make it look easy, I do it in my sleep at night. Don't try to get it right, gotta stay alive. I gotta win, nah. I'm making a name, nah. Winning again, nah. Wanna play. Cause I got everyone wishing they had what they're missing, but no, never know. Guess I got it simple, I'm not like the people you know. People you know. Make it look easy. I bet I'll make it look easy. Don't try to fake it to be me. Just cause I make it look easy. Don't even bother, try to win a liar. Real like no other. It's in my veins, like in my DNA. My vibe is like no other. Cause I got everyone wishing they had what they're missing, but no, never know. Guess I got it simple, I'm not like the people you know. People you know. Make it look easy. I bet I'll make it look easy. Don't try to fake it to be me. Just cause I make it look easy. Hungry for attention, you're so hypnotic. Take me for a ride, I'm feeling nauseous. Oh, I'm delicate, just like the pick-me flower that you're crushing. Feelings out of guard, you say they're valid. Take me to the party, buy me drinks, I guess I'm lucky. Pull me apart, like when I'm broken.
And we are back, getting ready to jump into our second
Oh, that's
map.
disgusting, that massive eye. Oh, I've got to think about eyes. Get that off the screen. Sorry, carry on.
Okay, you're safe now. You're safe now. It's gone. All right, well, now we know what the boogeyman under James's bed looks like.
Oh, stop it!
Oh, thank you, production. I love you. I love you for that. Very exciting. Our first best of 3 here at the ESL Impact Season 7 Finals. And FlyQuest Red have managed to snag the first map. Now, of course, that's not the end of the story. As the desk said, we still have to move on over to Nuke. And we've got a couple of question marks about how that's going to look. But I don't know about you. I'm kind of leaning to MIBR here. I think we go 3 maps.
I expect strength from MIBR, but we also need MIBR to really show themselves. I don't think that they have yet. In their first match here in the tournament, they certainly weren't allowed to. And on that map, I mean, we saw Younger delivering, but, you know, certain people we're missing, certain names we're used to saying time and again, we didn't really say much of in that one, and I hope that changes. I want to see a full force MIBR. As I said in my little monologue before the match started, I want to see FlyQuest push to the limit and see what they have when the going gets tough. They won some important rounds in that Dust 2, but I don't feel like that was as tough a challenge as it could have been for them. And I want to see what they're like at the limit. Again, they've clearly been putting in work. They've clearly been preparing harder. And I want to see what, when everything's on the line, what FlyQuest will look like. And maybe that is what we see on Nuke. It is a map that they play, but of course, I think mibr, when mibr are playing as they should, when they're comfortable, when they're not in their own heads, they're quite a fun team to watch on Nuke. But I do have concerns in the mibr camp now. Oh, that P250 for that extra length. I love a P250 in a pistol round. For the uninitiated, the Glocks have got terrible one-shot range, but the P250 makes it kind of even versus these USPs. And they will close the distance now, 4-on-3 for mibr. But again, a pistol can always change. FlyQuest starting on that CT side. Vanessa, who had a hell of a lot of frags. She was such an important player for the team. And that last map, showing how good she is. You can see why she's on the squad. Very confident fragger is Vanessa. 3-on-3 now as Danny comes in from the top with help. The bomb needs to be rescued though. And that might be Gabby's job. My favorite South American player. Very good on the CT side as well. Marie zoned in on that bomb plant, and now Bibian's in the clutch. Needs to try and isolate the fight if she can. Down to one more. Oh, she's got so many bullets, but she's running out both guns. That's going to be the longest read of her life. Able to switch to a Glock. But can she find this final frag? 69 HP for Gabby versus 18 of Bibi. She sees the shoulder and finally gets there. That was so awkward, but she kept her mettle and came out on top.
Listen, when she ran out of bullets, I thought that was it. That was like the end of the discussion. She like turns around to swap out, and Gabby, I suppose it's nerves. It's, you know, unsure of what the next step needs to be. Doesn't swing out, doesn't take advantage. And Bibi, somehow a 1v3 clutch to give them that pistol. Okay, sure, they don't deny the bomb plant, whatever, because that looked like a lost round. So at the end of the day, you're happy. You've managed to do the unthinkable.
That trade frag at the beginning was really important as well. Protect the VIP. Marie took a bullet for the president. Bibian is the president.
True.
So that is 3 pistol rounds that they've taken now. All the pistols in this game so far, and those stats really have a heavy impact on the outcome of games. Goosebrooder definitely wants to get that M4 away from these Ts, but it seems they may be able to collect it. However, with Emmy around the corner, if she can pick some good timing, we'll see if greed comes into play. She's announced her presence. Goddess looking for a second one. Oh, Emmy's made some mistakes there, I think. And it seems that FlyQuest are going to get wiped out, most of them anyway. It is down to Vanessa once again in the clutch. 15 HP won't be enough, though. And they will get that hard reset on the CT side.
Really? So go on.
Traditionally on Nuke, the challenge on the T side is to chip away on that CT economy until you break them. This is arguably better than winning the pistol round. Yeah. If they can stop the force buy, then the economy is in the bin, both legs waist high, and that will be a horrible start for FlyQuest.
Yeah, I was actually going to say the same thing, right? Like a really important round for them to win, but also it feels like a bit of a point to prove, like you clutched that last round, you shouldn't have won it, and we're going to take it back into our control here. And as you said, right, the economy on an absolute knife's edge. Now, Goose played a very cheeky attempt at the start of that round, and she's going to come into this with an M4, and we'll see if that will give them any sort of leeway into this round, because that's where, if something is going to happen, it's got to come from there.
Vanessa might be the most important player on the server as far as FlyQuest are concerned. We'll see how that continues. I wanted to say that mibr are often, if not always, or almost always, very good at dealing with these situations. Now, what do you do? Honestly, I don't think they need to go... Like, if their best chances to win the round are over, there's a lot that they can save here and just go again with 2 pistoling players in the next round. It doesn't really make sense, I don't think, to try and win this round. You're going to run in there and walk into a crossfire and lose all those weapons. It basically gives you 2 force buys for the price of 1 if they can keep these weapons into the next one.
Yeah. And it looks like that's definitely the thought process here. There's going to be an attempt maybe to get some exits. Marie very close up. Yeah, there you go. Another one in the back pocket. Will they allow her to retreat? But yes, in fact, they've set up a cross here.
Wow.
And they've managed to take out the entirety of mibr on the way out.
That is huge. That is really, really good. Again, when you're trying to stabilize your economy on the CT side, and the T's come away from rounds like that with lots of people standing, it just gives them another buy in the hole to keep that pressure up. But when they get wiped out like that, Gabby's literally got $0. She's got nothing in her pockets but knives and lint. So this is something that FlyQuest can build on later on if things go in their way, in their favor. We shall see. Let's not forget, they haven't really over-invested. They haven't got too excited with that. They have kept their discipline. And again, it's basically another force buy round for them with the stuff they had from the prior. And that's a very good start with the CZ for Vanessa. If the rest of them can follow up. Marie's got an angle. She's got some help as well. Dancing, she keeps moving. And there are big problems here for mibr. This is their pick of nuke. But Younger finds herself in trouble as the force buys continue back and forth. Nothing doing there for mibr. Great decision-making from FlyQuest. Again, it's not an easy thing to make that call with those 3 players and say, all right, let's fall back, let's keep this. Often you might see a team lose another player, just lose a bit too much. And that's, again, FlyQuest are focused, and we're seeing good things from them right now.
Yeah. Vanessa's been ridiculous with the pistol openers. There's like 3 rounds where she's managed to do that. That round with a CZ as well on top of it. And it creates so much space for them because, yes, she does get traded out, but there's usually someone around to follow up when the aggression actually does come in, when that accelerator hits. And, okay, they chose the correct site to reinforce. It's a good read. And they did it very well also, setting up some really solid crossfires there and whittling away at mibr. And that's what you were saying. Now into this round, it's Tech9s. And losing this round is going to leave them in a very, very uncomfortable position. Whereas FlyQuest, very back and forth for them. That first round probably should not have gone their way, but they've come back quite handedly.
Importantly, it's Tech9s and Util, which in the right hands means there is a significant plan. Again, this is one of those maps that you can bulldoze with Tech9s, with mollies and flashes. They've got the chain flashes in, and have a look at this. They're all over the bomb site, facing some with grenades, but they're getting the job done. So far, so good. Get that bomb planted urgently. That's been achieved. Those rifles, of course, won't be collected up there. How do they deal with this then, FlyQuest? Still some good util. HE to be deployed. This is a dangerous round for them, though. That clock is ticking. Here comes the flash, and in they go. Need to identify and eliminate quickly. 1-for-1 is not good enough for these CTs. Oh, pop-ins. That's the pop-ins we need to see with the Tech9, choosing the awkward angles and delivering the goods.
That's the way to do it. And the important thing with these rounds is also to recognize when you're on a Tech9 round, there are going to be casualties. You're not coming out of this unscathed, all 5 players left alive. And it's actually really cool how they play off of one another to ensure, like, all right, I'm going to body block so that you can throw the Molotov. And then that gets them the kill up in heaven. And it's similar situations like that where it's like, all right, somebody's got to put themselves in a bit of danger to make sure that those with the util are able to use them to their maximum efficacy. And it's a perfect turnaround again. And this is going to do, I mean, it's going to be pure chaos for FlyQuest's economy now. Both teams have put themselves in very, very difficult scenarios, neither one being able to build up any sort of an economic buffer. And this is phenomenal, I think, in particular for mibr because they're on that T side. So to keep hamstringing FlyQuest, who are on the CT, to keeping these rounds close and slowly clawing their way into a respectable scoreline, this is exactly what they need to be doing. Ooh, Emmy with an AWP as well. All right. High risk, high reward.
see what she's got. Again, if you can position your AWP to be a nasty surprise, one shot, one kill, it can really cripple a squad. Now, did Goddess spot the AWP there? Emi posting up the same angle once again. There are still flashes for mibr. But what do they do with this information? There is Emi puncturing Goddess like a football. Now, they still have some mollies here. They also have position on ramp. So they are able to circumvent the position of that AWP. But they still need to properly secure this bomb site. Still 5 players alive here. Gotta be careful. A re-peek may lead to another frag for Emi. Oh, Emi first with the AWP. That's nasty. No trade though. Poppins with 2 once again. Gabby now delivering, and the CTs are getting wiped out very promptly indeed. Poppins with the multi-frag in another round. She was missing in the first map, but she is present and dangerous in the second.
So we got a bit of insight from Poppins during the regular season. A lot of what she listens to is like High School Musical music. And I'm feeling like during the break between maps, she was listening to Bet On It. And for those of you that know High School Musical, you know that song, it's all about the redemption arc and coming back into this stronger and better. And, you know, she's betting on herself and she's had a resurgence. And it's a really, really important one now because she's been a key proponent in what's helped them get so many of these rounds. Currently top fragging for the squad. And FlyQuest will be knocked straight back down onto a USPS round. This is not a good start for them on this map.
Well, it's quite an interesting back and forth that we've had so far, but I think that their back is truly broken for the time being, you know. They were bending, but now they've been broken. Like when Christian Bale's down that hole, you know, in that Batman series. And his back's all busted or whatever by Bane. That's where we are.
Same.
Can they climb out of the hole?
No. I don't know how she gets that.
I was thinking, is she going to survive? But before I could even say the first word, the answer is no. Oh, that's awkward. Wow. Wow. 2 on 2. They could lose this round. They could lose this. Vanessa can easily land a headshot from that. I say easily. There's a very reasonable chance. And is that USP that remains? I think at this point it's about collecting a rifle if there is one. But she will not be allowed to keep it, says Danny. That was awkward, but crisis averted. Everything's fine.
That was actually quite funny. Poppins obviously swinging to try and support her teammate and just runs straight into her bullets. That got a little bit stressful, to say the least. Oh
dear.
No, that was, yeah, painful. But that's okay. They still won the round. They're not feeling the pressure because to have a 3-round lead so far and so close to the half as well, you'll be feeling very comfortable and confident with that one. Now, FlyQuest running out of chances to turn things back around in their favor. They've put everything that they can into this round. A smattering of utility. They have to turn it around now or it's not going to happen.
Gabby positioning to punish. How long do they wait for an opportunity here? No one's positioned to throw flashes over the top. By the time Vanessa throws this, bearing in mind she hasn't pulled a pin yet, is it going to be too late? I think it might be. Oh, hold on a second. That crossfire is very clean indeed. How wrong am I? Bibian coming to save the day and finding a third onto Gabby as well. Bibi has been crazy in this series. Goddess versus 5. Wonderful work from Bibian, and Emi will get the last one. That's such an encouraging performance. They're working well. The body setups, the crossfires, they're trusting each other, they're delivering the goods, standing in the flames for that third one as well. More than she had any right to get on that bomb site.
And the fact that she lives after like getting that third kill, standing in the flames, running out, still got 5 HP in a dream, and all 5 players standing at the end of that round is incredible for FlyQuest, more than they could have asked for. And now they've, in turn, broken mibr's economy. So there's a chance here of another 6-6 half.
Bibby Beast, not just a great tour guide. Anti-eco territory. There's a hero rifle here for Danny, though, but I don't know how much opportunity she's going to get to use it. FlyQuest, looking good, looking good. The score, you can wonder who it favors, being mibr's pick. What is the goal in terms of CT side rounds for FlyQuest is a question. But in terms of general form, they look ready for the challenge.
Honestly, if I'm FlyQuest, I'm thinking we need to win every single round here on out for this half to have some comfort into the next. We'll see if that does come to fruition. Of course, this should be the equalizer, and with Emmy getting that opener, and obviously with it being an anti-eco, it's highly unlikely. Although we've seen stranger things.
Indeed we have. Emmy so good on that AWP. Reliable, dependable. She's doing what she's supposed to. Gabby's inviting CTs for a party downstairs. So hard to even get a bomb plant in a scenario like this. We saw some good things on Dust 2, you know, sending it. Different map, different layout, different opportunities. But really hard to get anything done in an arid environment like this.
This is where things start to maybe get a bit stressful for mibr. I think that they've done enough. So even if they don't get another round, they'll still be feeling comfortable into that second half. Maybe that kind of plays on their mental, as in they're almost kind of resting on their laurels a little bit here. It certainly feels like FlyQuest are getting the read. And that's what we saw on the previous map as well. FlyQuest very good at adapting and reading into what mibr are serving up.
Oh, close. Bibby catching Gabby again. Gabby's having such trouble dealing with Bibby around that squeaky position, but Danny looking for a second and she finds it, traded by Marie. And Younger will trade straight back, down to a 1v1. Now the question for Younger is, where is Goose? Goose has all the information for now, but of course every second that ticks, that information becomes old. Now, will Goose discover the bomb? Because that is not with Younger. At some point, that bomb will have to be rescued, but she has time to go round the outside and find that kill, should it be required. Does Goose hold her position, or does she keep moving? Fixated on heaven for now. Little does she know. Younger's coming through, squeezing the frag, mibr taking the lead.
Bit of a labored spray there, but ultimately she does get it. It's a great read from Younger though. Really good rotation from her. Going all the way around ramp room to sneak up basically behind Goosebreeder. And Goosebreeder, fair enough, you know, watching heaven, thinking there's no way she's gonna take such a long route. Can't get that comfortable, unfortunately. And that was a round I feel like FlyQuest couldn't really afford to capitulate, and now into this one, there's still that chance that they lose this as well.
I'm happy with the FlyQuest that we've seen so far in this series. Do they have another round in them? Bibby, aka The Problem, waiting for would-be attackers. And again, she dispatches of Gabby immediately. That's been such a big frag. Now they've got a bait set up, but Vanessa will get caught from the back by Danny. That could be a really impactful frag in what remains of this round. 3 left for the CTs, all position lost on A. Marie showing presence up top, running distraction as best she can. Oh, Emmy eats all of that HE. That's 2 of the 3 CTs known then for flyquest, for mibr, sorry, in this post plant. Still 4 players standing for them. Goddess picking those really awkward angles. Marie dispatched of, and the trades will be good for mibr. 7-5 at half-time. Perhaps a successful enough T-side for them.
Ball, but they always get mad anytime we beat that. They don't tell us so though. They pretend they got gold. We should put them on blast. The man can't stand such an upset. Your windows closing, you notice. You never lose so bad. You should expect it. You know I'm coming up. I'm coming up. Hey. No time to run, no games. Your time has come today. Just stopping by to say we're taking over. We're made for this. We're taking over. You know what time it is. We're taking over. We're made to win. We're taking over. Woke up this morning feeling like $1,000,000 bucks. Tell me how you feel knowing you get no love. Wait a minute now. Always no losses. Watch out in my cup. If you can watch me rise up to the top, you can learn how to pick it up. Pick it up now. Your window's closing, you notice. You never lose so bad. You should expect it. You know I'm coming up. I'm coming up. Hey, no time to run, no games. Your time has come today. Just stopping by to say, hey, come on. We're taking over. We're made for this. We're taking over. We're taking over. We're taking over. We're made to win. Yeah, yeah. Say what we made for. We're made for this.
Solid lead at the half for mibr on their T side. They are feeling comfy as can be with a 7-5 scoreline. flyquest would have wanted to get a little bit more done on their CT half, and now a little bit of a mountain to climb to potentially take us to that 2-0. Otherwise, it's map 3 city.
This is a big pistol round. Let's not forget flyquest's success. Bibian sending it downstairs. Plenty of teammates behind her also. Basement party it is. Gabby looking to do something about it. There are so many targets coming her way though. Bomb planted. 5-on-4. Post plant for flyquest. I think there is a lurker in Emmy as well. Let's see what part she has to play in this. All on the rampart, these CTs. Window's not broken just yet. flyquest waiting for the CTs to make their play. As they wait, Emmy gets closer. Things getting more urgent now. Emmy running down towards the ramp. Vanessa needs to stay alive. Needs to get close enough for Emmy, but she will be dealt with. And finally, mibr win a pistol round.
Yeah, flyquest won the last 3, so a really, really important one. Well, it would have been really important for flyquest. Unfortunately, losing this one could potentially put them in a little bit of trouble. With the bomb plant, a little bit of cash to play with. But the decision that they make with this buy, I think, will be very telling for what the rest of the half is going to look like. Interestingly, they're going for a very strong util buy. Ooh, okay, they are going with the force here. Part of me was like, maybe you hold on to a bit of cash for that next round, but it is Tech 9s with util and a Galil, so it's certainly doable to turn things on its head.
Execute coming. Up on the roof. Molly on the hut. Chain flashes. They're gonna send it. They're gonna send it. Again, certain maps very amenable to Tech 9 executes. Cameo appearance from a Galil. Let's see how hard they've been working there. Poppins on the edge of the smoke. So far, so good in that respect. And it looks like they were trying to offer them an A and head elsewhere. Either way, they have had limited success as Bibi's on the ramp alone. And the bomb is now surrounded by CTs. This now becomes a question of damage. How many frags can you get? mibr need not pursue. They have everything they need, including the objective. So limited results then for flyquest. That was a big investment, and they do not have much to show for it.
Yeah, not the rush that we were expecting. As you said, a little bit of util over towards A just to try and distract and create a diversion, but mibr do not fall for it.
Yeah, it was hard to see where like everybody was going. So I don't know if the initial plan was A, we had one go through Squeaky, denied by Poppins, and then we saw some people towards the ramp. So I'm not 100% sure exactly what was going on. But it looks like a typical execute, close the distance, use the Tech 9s. Either way, it was not fruitful for them whatsoever. Oh dear.
Timing.
Hand in hand, they'll be facing the floor. Collected by Goddess. Confidence building round for mibr, as there's not much for flyquest to offer. Marie's in the vent, but without the bomb. But the bomb's not too far away, but despite, okay, I was going to say despite their best efforts, no frag, but Vanessa will get that frag to be traded by Poppins. Bomb plant denied. They will have enough money. I mean, really fancying that Krieg. It is actually, the first bullet accuracy is superior to the AK-47. It's the spray is just a little too slow. It's just a bit off-puttingly, just in some weird place, but it does definitely have utility.
Pretty weird to me that she goes for the Krieg quite often, but the AUG is just like non-existent.
Maybe role dependent as well. The AUG can be really good on a B bomb site.
Yeah.
Bibi touching the skybox. Good flash. That's what we want to see. Simple and effective. Emmy on the receiving end of the AWP for once. But some map control has been taken by flyquest. And 4v4 will make the CTs stretch a little thinner. But it seems they're being proactive and moving around. Got to keep moving in CS2. So they've taken lobby, almost a role reversal. I don't think the T's are on the bomb sites just yet, though. Oh, that's very awkward indeed, especially if and when Marie catches that second. That is soul-crushing for mibr. Yes, they've got a 5-round lead, but that can disappear very quickly. 1 HP for Marie. That may prove to be very important, winning that duel. Now, time is running quite low, and mibr still have positions where they can cause problems in this round. So by no means is this over. Gabby had a nightmare on that first half. Oh, Bibi still punishing her. Every duel they have, Bibi seems to be winning it. The nemesis for Gabby on nuke. Bomb has been planted. I was trying to say, like, you know, she's not getting wrecked by Squeaky anymore, but Bibi's finding a way to find her and just continue those duels. Younger has to save that AWP now. But this could be the start of something. There is some money here and there. Gabby will have money to buy. Goddess will have money to buy. So they can spread the wealth if Younger can stay alive here. It should be okay.
Do you want to hear a crazy stat?
Absolutely.
FlyQuest currently have 10 of the opening duels, but only 6 rounds.
Ah.
That's kind of nutty.
Yeah.
Kinda nutty. Shows good ability for mibr to restabilize, even when they're at a disadvantage, which is an important thing to have for a team. And FlyQuest not able to convert, even when they have those advantages, which is a little bit concerning. But they're slowly starting to close that gap now. And by starting, I mean they have one more round. Hopefully they can turn that into some sort of momentum. Because it's looked a little bit messy, and it feels like there's been a lot of reliance on Bibi and Vanessa to get these crazy frags.
Bibi did her job on Squeaky.
100%.
She did a great job in that first half. I can't believe how many times she came out on top. It was ridiculous.
Yep.
Really a problem causer for the squad. Definitely been a highlight from the beginning for FlyQuest. From the beginning of this event, that is. Anyway.
Both Poppins and Mari have stepped up in the second half, in the second map, which is really good to see.
So mibr will have a bye for this round, but they are on the precipice of disaster. I feel like if they lose this round, well, it's hard to say with mibr because they're very capable of winning with 5-7s and Kevlar. But if you're a sports psychologist for FlyQuest, you've got to be going for a 10-10 if you win this round.
Yeah.
Use that momentum. There's been so much presence up there, and when Younger goes to have a look, nothing doing, but she'll still find a way to swipe Goose Breeder, who was not expecting that. And this is where an AWP's so dangerous as well. There are so many corners where you could just reset, post up again, and even if you get chased by 2 players, who knows if a rifle support is around the corner to get that trade frag should it be required, or just a follow-up frag. Time starting to run low now for FlyQuest, who are throwing junk into the A-bomb site once again. Danny trying to hunt down a frag, holding position at the very least. Bibian creeping now, flashbang avoided, but Bibi is delivering time and again. This time it's Goddess to go, but Younger, battle sniper mode. Can't get that second frag. Marie and Vanessa will thin the numbers of these CTs. 30 seconds to get a bomb plant. Danny waiting for the smoke to go, but looks away just as it fades. And of course it's Bibi by Squeaky, causing more problems. Toxic behavior from Bibi on the server. And it's Gabby in a 1 versus 3. Drops Bibi quick. No kit in her hands. Trying to understand where these T's are. Oh, they don't give her half a second. Vanessa is lethal. That is a big round for FlyQuest.
And again, it's so many of those heroic moments. Now, that's not to say that they're not playing the execs well, the post plants well. They are. You can see that communication. It's something you mentioned on the CT side, and we're seeing it on the T side as well, swinging together, making sure to set up those crossfires. It's working out beautifully. But a lot of getting that numbers advantage and allowing themselves the space to set up those post plants has come from Bibian going just absolutely nuclear. Vanessa as well, creating those opportunities.
A fast eco round is a what? It's a good eco round. On to the next one. Very quick. Quick in, quick out. Let's go. Keep it moving. What limitations will we see on the CT buy? The French guns are coming out in order to have utility, but Gabby's still going to be short. Younger will be able to eke out a little more. Gabby's turn to have a rough game then. 5 for 16 is Gabby. Normally quite a demon on the CT side. This would be a great time for her to come alive because they do feel vulnerable. FlyQuest can smell the weakness. Imagine the confidence boost for FlyQuest, the validation for the work they've been doing behind the scenes if they were to somehow find a 2-0 here. Goddess looking for a multi-frag, but Bibi is there to trade. Very important to keep those numbers even, especially when you're on the T side. So much advantage with time. Younger's dropped Bibian elsewhere. Danny may have some sound cues, some clues about the lobby here as well, which will allow mibr to expect towards this ramp, but I think Gabby might be alone. She might be alone, but she's got info. 1 frag and spotted 2 on the kill cam. And there's only 2 remaining. That's going to give a few seconds for the CTs to reposition as necessary. Danny's had the slippers out waiting on this B-bomb site. Nice. That leaves Emmy alone now. And she just needs to stay alive. Committing to the bomb plant is Emmy. 2 players to find. She hears them in the vent. She's got all the information. Ooh, not even the gun out, but doesn't get the spray. That was an opportunity missed, a rare one for Emmy. She's been so good with the AWP, but with the rifle, couldn't quite get it done. And that is a very important retake for mibr, who moved to 11.
Oh, that's heartbreaking, man. Very labored on that spray. Maybe the nerves getting to her there, feeling like she's got to pull the trigger, waiting for that second player to push through as well. She knows that if both players are there staring at her, her chances of winning out that are very, very slim. So she's got to get that first player. She's got to give herself a moment to prepare for that second 1v1. And the shots do not land. A valiant attempt, nonetheless. But unfortunately, that will be mibr reclaiming the control here. And that's terrifying because that's going to bring them up to 11. One more round puts them on map point, and then we're on the precipice of map 3. So for FlyQuest here, it's really going to come down to what is their economy going to look like. They've had a few rounds that they've managed to pick up, but I think a lot of them have been pretty close affairs. So losing this one now, very little cash that they'll bring forward from that round. Okay, bomb plant, it helps, but how good is this buy going to be? Are they going to be able to turn things back around in their favor? It needs to happen now.
FlyQuest have to feel like they're capable of closing it in 2. They must feel that, because it feels that way from watching. But opportunities are slipping away from them now, as mibr try to stabilize and find their true identity. It's like a Power Rangers movie, you know, it's like they've lost all their powers until the last possible moment. Then all the Zords come in and just wreck everyone. That's like where mibr are right now. They're just trying to find their full power. You know, they've got to go on that journey, stand under the waterfall, etc. Then just come in like, blow!
I love that you go with Power Rangers. I feel like most people these days would go with anime. You know?
Hell no, I love Power. My Steam profile is the Green Ranger.
Yeah, but you know, anime is very much like, you know, you give a speech about friendship, and then that allows you to level up and you come back with powers that no one ever knew existed.
Ah, yeah. It's the classic superhero movie.
Yeah, the power of Nakama, for those that watch anime. Exposing myself on stream here. Yeah, Naori Mizuki is exposing herself.
Yeah, I think they could tell. There were clues.
There will be signs.
Quick tech pause. Again, chewing gum is really good for focus. I have heard many moons ago. Just to stay locked in.
Oh, the timing of a pause like this is so rough, though.
I think it can. I think it depends on the scenario. Like if you're struggling and things aren't working out for you, then it can be rough. But if you're focused and it's like a good close fight and so on, then it depends on how long it is.
That's definitely a carousel.
Poppins is amazing. She's just a content machine.
Truly. Oh, I love the mouse pad.
Lovely. I wanted to go on a carousel and just like, because you know I'm like, if you haven't met me in person, you won't know that I'm 6'4". I wanted to sit on a carousel and just like aggressively stare at people, just to make them uncomfortable. You know, that's the kind of person I am. I'm just always trolling, 24/7.
It suddenly dawned on me. I think that Funko Pop is Mary Poppins.
You said it was a carousel thing, or is it Mary Poppins on a carousel?
It could be Mary Poppins on a carousel.
It could be, yeah.
But I'm convinced it's Mary Poppins, and I'm ashamed that it took me that long.
It's
to
not
figure
Janet
out.
Jackson, I can tell you that.
Is it not really? What gave it away? It's the hat that's making me think Mary Poppins. You know, the side saddle.
I don't know.
and the-
I don't know what the hat looks like. I don't watch anime, so. What?
Okay, for those of you that can't see, I'm giving James the filthiest look ever. Mary Poppins is not an anime. Mary Poppins is
Isn't it?
Julie Andrews.
It's an anime, isn't it?
No, it's a live action. It's Julie Andrews singing. Oh,
I'm just griefing.
oh, painful. You do give me grief. You do.
Thank you very much. Those tops look quite comfortable.
Are those like hoodies? Oh, they're so.
I have to say, Bibi's such a goat. When I went to Australia, she gave me loads of recommendations for coffee shops and bakeries, and I toured the city via visiting different coffee shops. It was awesome.
That sounds amazing.
It's
Actually.
impossible to get a bad coffee in Australia. I think you'd go to jail if you were a bad barista.
Much like Ireland, I think that if you were to do something like that in South Africa, it would be pubs. It would not be coffee shops. Or high school rugby games. That is also a possibility.
We're back.
We are back!
All right then. 3 rounds behind are FlyQuest looking to topple MIBR on their pick of nuke. Both teams with a bye. Gabby down to the MP9, which is rough. You know, she's been having a tough time fighting Bibian in the first half. Bibian seems to be looking for her in the second as well. So to be ill-equipped and being on the receiving end of things perhaps does not bode well. It's been a stressful game for Gabby. But Poppins is on the server. She was a bit missing in that first game, but she is alive now. The round's not live, though.
No.
Maybe it will be restored quickly.
I want a FlyQuest hoodie. It's pink, it's floofy, it's pretty. I need one.
It does look comfy.
Oh, so comfy. I have a hoodie problem. Actually, I have a few. I have a Funko Pop problem, I have a manga problem, and I have a hoodie problem. I have a lot of problems.
I can't help you with any of those. I'm sorry. I don't know what else to say.
Well, we all have our vices. I just happen to have a few of them.
We'll be live shortly, I've been promised. Guaranteed. 100%. Well, who do you reckon is coming out on top here? I mean, obviously MIBR are closer to that, but who do you feel like there is a pull towards one team more than the other?
I think that just by virtue of the fact that we're on the CT side, I favor MIBR. But I've always had a lot of love for FlyQuest, and I feel like it would be so great to see them in a playoff again. So it's heart versus mind here.
Yeah, it would be, I mean, in this fashion, it would be utterly brutal for MIBR to really not have a showing of themselves in this competition live. That would be painful for them. But hey, they're 2 rounds away from a 3rd map. Plenty of util for FlyQuest. Looks like they're going to be dumping on the A-bomb site once again. No one headed down towards B with those smokes. So perhaps there'll be enough people here to defend. Okay, so Gabby's picked up the AK. She's been given the AK for her role, and Poppins has taken the MP9, and she's been dropped immediately. Oh, Danny just can't catch up with the crosshair. And it's down to Goddess and Gabby now trying to keep things alive. Down to a 2-on-2, and here's Gabby with that AK. And maybe that weapon switch will matter. Vanessa finds herself in a 1v1. Goddess with a grenade in her hand. Oh, she's got a clue there. She heard her. The bomb in their control. 30 seconds left. And 9 HP. Is there time for this? If she finds 2 frags, that would be completely insane. I don't think she's got time to plant the bomb here, but she might get a free one on the hut. And then surely the other one's got to run away. Yeah, you've got to run, you've got to run. Run for the hills. Now, I don't know if there is a world where she looks for that second player before getting that frag. But hey, that's a high-pressure situation. MIBR find themselves at game point, most importantly.
Do you know what the devastating thing is? If she had done what Goddess had done a few rounds back, if she had gone all the way around instead of going up into heaven, there's a world in which she spots both players.
Oh, she didn't have time. She didn't have time. There were 30 seconds before when she was on ramp, so...
I mean, it'd be close, but either way, it's a loss, so I don't know.
flyquest with a big W, one heading downstairs, lining up at the ramp and dropping Gabby once again. Younger thinning the numbers out though. Not enough, you might say. Through no fault of her own, it's a 3-on-4. Someone's got to get the multi-frag. Gabby, Poppins, Goddess together have $0 in the bank. This is where things get really interesting. They've got to hold on to these weapons. I don't think they can even... They're going to have money to drop in the next round. And I didn't really get a chance to say again, Gabby and Poppins switching weapons was so important in that last round for Gabby to come up the ladder and get that frag with the AK rather than having the MP9. Poppins able to save the AK on this occasion, it seems. And this is what I was talking about in terms of FlyQuest being pushed to the limit. They are being pushed to the limit now on Nuke, on a map where surely they feel like they can win this. And they're having to fight against game point. So far, so good. But the margin for error is very small indeed.
I think the stress, maybe it's just me that's feeling stressed, but given how close it is right now, certainly it's not an impossibility that stress, that realization of how close you are. Not just a case of like, oh, it's slipping away, because they know they still have a third map, but knowing that you're so close to closing it out. 2-0, confirm that playoff spot, and just be allowed to breathe, not have to play through another best of 3 later today. Like that, the potential for that is so strong, and I think that there's a, maybe not a pressure, but certainly that kind of lingers in the back of the mind here for FlyQuest.
I think if you are capable of winning your opponent's pick, then you're not looking at that third map or anything beyond it. You can't look beyond the goal that is immediate right now. This is a really rough buy for MIBR. So you've got the Abacus out and Calculator together. They buy at 9-12, they buy at 11-12 as well. Gabby needs help on the ramp. Like, she's getting picked off alone, and sometimes Younger will get that frag while they're rotating, but they need to, like, FlyQuest are identifying weaknesses and they are just bullying them in these positions. You can see the save is happening already. No need to throw good money after bad. But the thing is, if you're at MIBR and you think, all right, they keep running towards ramp, putting 3-4 people there, targeting Gabby, trading at worst case, and then bombing it in towards B. If we put more people over there, then they might expect us to do that and head elsewhere. So, you know, do you change that configuration, or do you read that your opponent expects you to do that so you don't? But then they keep doing the same thing. It's so annoying if you're MIBR.
Yeah. It's that adaptation thing that we always talk about, like how are you changing to deal with what's being thrown at you? I do like that they're hunting this. It's definitely the right call to make.
Beautiful.
Nice. Take that AWP out of their hands. And they cannot possibly buy another one, yeah. FlyQuest, they've done some really good work.
If MIBR kept 3 rifles, maybe they spend more around them, but that threshold of 3 standing to 2 standing is huge. But that buy last run was designed, worst case, to buy at 12-11 anyway. So they've got some bonus weapons for this one. But it is getting increasingly difficult for this CT side. Do FlyQuest have it in them? This is the question I wanted to ask them. Can they dig deep and take this to an overtime? Momentum firmly in their favor. They do not look afraid to win. which can often lead to loss, especially when you're finding a new peak. Playing the slow game, allowing the CTs to make their funky plays. This will be a dangerous round until numbers are thinned. But we've got to keep eyes on the clock as well. Taking too long can also lead to issues. No one to trade that frag. That's another rifle to be collected, and you have to ask now, what do FlyQuest have to show in this round in terms of map control? They've lost Goose, lurking on an anti-eco. Oh dear. And you start to wonder if they're able to hold on to a round that they should win. 35 seconds left, and now things get desperate. Now FlyQuest are the ones who have to take the risks and run without knowing what they're running into, and hey, they're running into an AK. They're lining up as well! Bibian making her way into B. This is such nervous territory for them. The CTs have nothing to lose in this round. They can swing whenever they want to. 15 seconds for that bomb to get planted. If that bomb planter is lost, then that's a wrap. Very good focus from FlyQuest. Oh, there's a sigh of relief there from Bibian. They knew they were in trouble, but they held it together. That is the important thing. They held it together. When their backs are to the wall, what are they going to do? They're going to secure the round is exactly what they're going to do.
That was a very scary round. To lose that first player so early on and then to have to scramble to maintain some semblance of control, knowing that you've given over a rifle, not really knowing that there's another rifle somewhere, but in the back of your head, you're like, we can't take any risks here. And it gets very scary. I think that the decision to pivot away and to head down towards the lower site was the right call to make, particularly because it forces your CTs to have to rotate as well. Obviously, with a lower buy, they're not going to be spreading out as thin. They want to be able to play off of each other a lot more. So knowing that you've drawn a lot of their attention up above, you move down towards the lower site, and that gives you a lot of space to work with and puts you in a stronger position to shut them out. One round separates FlyQuest from overtime. The first overtime of Season 7 finals. Can they do it?
Good start for Younger. Here's Poppins as well. Suddenly a 3-on-5. Marie can't do it, and it looks like they're going to get shut down lightning fast. Or are they? Goose and Emmy still in this one, finding some kills. Emmy trying to isolate these fights. Goose unable to help. Emmy in the clutch now. And just like that, all the way to open the door and then kicked out the window. That will be a devastating final round as far as FlyQuest are concerned. A nervous game for mibr. Doesn't feel like we're seeing maximum mibr just yet, as you can see from the body language of Poppins. But hey, they've given themselves the space to find themselves in a final map.
Yeah, I mean, doing a little bit of stretching there, realizing that that was very, very close, a bit too close for comfort. But a strong, dominant final round to secure themselves that second map. And the spirits are still high for FlyQuest. They're still feeling good about their chances in this best of 3. 1-1 at the moment, and a very strong performance on their opponent's map pick means that they have a very good standing for that next map. I'm really impressed with the resurgence that we've seen, but as you said, that was a rough round for them to have lost the whole thing. Let's find out what our desk thought about it.
Well, Sam just asked, so I'll ask you. What did you think about that?
For me, it was not a big surprise, but I was surprised even though that FlyQuest put a fight in the end. It was kind of entertaining to watch. But in the end, I felt like mibr had control over the map all the time. So it was really good to see them back.
Yeah, I think James highlighted it as well, is FlyQuest were trying to take map control, but then weren't really trading, which also goes back to what Newt was showing us earlier on in his little piece earlier today. And it felt like sometimes the trade game was good, even that second last round where FlyQuest managed to sort of scrape through it in dire straits in the final seconds. There were moments where it looked like FlyQuest were doing almost everything they could to lose that series, but still it managed to just keep on going on and on and on. But we will see it keep on going on and on, thanks to mibr finally finding that final round.
Well, that's the thing. We now get a third map, and we have a chance to see what mibr can bring to the table. Walk me through what FlyQuest could have done differently, Hanke, in your opinion, to make this work.
To be honest, I was missing a lot of proactivity over the map about FlyQuest. It felt like they were doing proactivity where they didn't need to even, and they were just caught off guard many times. And so basically, I would just focus on like staying in the place in the right timing and not overcommitting to not needed fights. Yeah.
Yeah, what's your thoughts on the Krieg? Because there's a conversation about that in the green room.
It's really interesting. I would love to have interview with Amy right now to ask this question, not gonna lie, because I've never seen Krieg used for like a really long time. And to be honest, I'm not sure if it's good gun.
I don't think so either. I don't know why it's in the loadout, to be honest. I feel like there's other options there. Anyway, I'm sure Brandon Dog will have some words to say about that later if FlyQuest continue to live.
Yeah, you can let us know what you feel about it in the comments.
Yeah, what's your thoughts on the Krieg?
Add it in the chat. We'd love to hear from you. Trigger B-Dog if you can. It'll bring me great joy. Okay, let's dive into the individuals that we got to see on this map. What did you like from what you saw with... Let's focus in on mibr first.
I'm super happy and super proud that Dani finally like popped off. I was waiting from the beginning of this tournament to see her play real game, and she did that. She delivered. She was getting really important frags, openings also, and I'm really happy because it's just not about stats in the end, but about the feeling. And I felt that she is getting super comfortable with a team and like with a scene, with like everything. So then like I'm really looking forward because it's like one of the best prodigies we have out there.
Well, she also looked really good on Inferno yesterday, so we might be able to see a bit more from her moving into map 3 of the series. Everyone else as well, younger, it must just have been a bad day at the office yesterday, because today both maps, top kills, just open up a storm. And Inferno, maybe she'll get nerfed a little bit. All they have to do is kind of like figure out where she's playing from and try to avoid her for FlyQuest Red, but who knows how they're going to play it. We haven't seen FlyQuest Red's Inferno yet. Here at the tournament, so keen to see what they're going to be bringing.
We can focus in on Inferno in a little bit, but with the mibr, I suppose the lineup, what I want to ask you, Hanke, is do you think that their ages are playing a role in some of their performances? Do you think that there is a little bit of inexperience in this lineup that maybe translates on the map?
Yeah, for sure. Age for mibr is a huge factor, which can be basically advantage for them, but in the end, it can be seen in like really the most important moments. It can be lacking of this experience, this like cold blood basically, and I think it's going to be really important for them to like handle the emotions and like this try to get as much experience they can, because now it's going to be only about that, in my opinion, and it's going to be a huge factor for them. They have players who have like more experience, so in the end I think it's like kind of balanced team, so I wouldn't worry that much about that, but in the end we saw some stress from them, so I know that it's not real mibr we can see.
Let's find out now. Heko's on the ground. She's been able to get a quick catch up between these maps. Let's hear what she has to say.
Okay, you gotta give us a quick explanation why exactly this map was so close, even though it is your pick.
We kind of lose some rounds that we don't. So we was, I think, that 12-8. I don't remember, to be honest. But they kind of start rushing, and I pause and I say about it, but we lose some situations like 5v4. They split A, and we are so bad in A in your setup. So they kind of rush the game, and we don't expect it. But when they pause right now, I say just play our game. Young, go to secret, get the info for outside. So we just take A, and they rush again. So it's kind of strange because they rush and we don't expect. So.
I see. All right, then. Good luck on the third map.
Sorry?
Good luck on the third map.
Thank you.
What did you think about what he had to add to the conversation there? I mean, it kind of jumps into a lot of what you've been saying here, Hanke.
Yeah, like he even mentioned the round I wanted to highlight, because the FlyQuest did 2 times in a row, same basically round. So basically, they did pressure on A and they went ramp instantly. And from mibr, 2 times, one player was starting from main, but did basically nothing. But when you start main, you want to spam, like make some pressure that you secured the vent dive, basically. And I didn't see it at all, and I think it was a huge mistake that they didn't adapt. They saw same round, and they basically couldn't react on point.
Yeah, I think that hits the nail on the head. Just minor adaptations. And then I guess like the frequency of the pauses from Darkside as well was more frequent towards the end of the game, trying to close it out, which is not what we saw from mibr over on Dust 2, where things weren't working. There was moments where we all sort of thought, hey, why is there not tacticals? Why is it not happening? And then we eventually started to get those tacticals, but it was way too late.
Let's take a look at some more highlights now from the side of FlyQuest Red. We'll have a look at their players. I mean, what did we like about what they were doing in this game?
I think it was, again, like, it's pretty hard to play against mibr, and like maybe it wasn't even that much about FlyQuest, it was more about mibr in the end, that they just put that really good game plan and like everything clicked for them. In my opinion, I wouldn't focus that much on FlyQuest because we all know that it's not their favorite map, the best map, so they did what they could, but basically it wasn't enough.
Yeah, and look, from what we've seen as well, you know, if we want to start to move that conversation over towards Inferno now, that's where things get really scary, because if mibr are playing a much better brand of Counter-Strike today, which we kind of have seen in the last 2 maps, right, then FlyQuest should be worried, because their T-side statistically looks horrendous moving into Inferno. So if they lose that knife round and don't get their choice of sides, which would be the CT side, mate, they're in trouble.
How do you think Inferno is going to go down, Hanka?
Yeah, like Inferno, I think it's going to be about like game plan, and I really like how mibr prepares for the games, and I really trust in their like every game plan. So I'm really looking forward, because I know that they can surprise a lot. They playing around like surprise factor. So I think mibr have like slight advantage over FlyQuest on Inferno.
Okay, fair point. And so you don't think that maybe the North American team will be able to bring this one back and close it out in their favor?
I think FlyQuest need to step up with their like individual decisions over the map, like their proactivity. They cannot make like stupid mistakes, in my opinion. They need to stay aware all the time, and if they will do it, I see a chance of winning. But in general, I think it's gonna go in favor of like mibr.
In agreement, Mac?
Yeah, I feel like mibr have the edge here, which, look, is unfortunate. I'd love the history not to repeat itself again, but FlyQuest might be getting sent home.
We've got a decider on our hands. Inferno is on the way, but first we're going to take a quick break.
much too early to wake up. No. Nobody gave me a warning. I wanna sleep, but I know I can't. So I got the feels, let's make a deal. Moments are moving faster. I got the feels, you take the wheel, got me a real disaster. I got the feels, I mean for real. Call up, pretend I'm master. Somebody bring the fun back. Can anybody do that? 'Cause I wanna be happy and I wanna get down like an all-day party. Do. And another thing, baby, I wanna go out. I said it. Hey. I'm too young to grow up. On Fridays I don't wanna show up, and the shots keep coming. I'm too young to grow up, and you can make me. Somebody save me. I'm too young to grow up. Stayed out too late, we were clubbing. I lost my phone, so no one can call me. I know I'm forgetting something. Unqualified to be here, adulting. I got the feels, let's make a deal. Moments are moving faster. I got the feels, you take the wheel, got me a real disaster. I got the feels, I mean for real. Call up, pretend I'm master. Somebody bring the fun back. Can anybody do that? 'Cause I wanna be happy and I wanna get down like an all-day party. Do. And another thing, baby, I wanna go out. I said it. Hey. I'm too young to grow up. On Fridays I don't wanna show up, and the shots keep coming. I'm too young to grow up, and you can make me. Somebody save me. I'm too young to grow up. You can make me. I'm too young to grow up. Don't wanna. I'm too young to grow up, and you can make me. Somebody save me. I'm too young to grow up.
You called me the other night. Don't you know I've got no time? That's it, I'll never ride for you and I. Don't you call me babe? Thought you had a chance dropping DMs on my page. You can stay outside, you can park it on the pavement. Waiting, I don't need a man that's cheap and basic. I'm ranking. Back up. I don't need another suitor, babe. Man up. Put your pouting on a Twitter page, yeah. And I advise you to take a deep breath, 'cause you gon' hold it till the colors in your cheeks left. Whoa, child, I don't mind. You can follow if you like. Just know tomorrow we will ride.
Welcome back to Dallas. Oh my God, will you stop with the eyes? They're doing it deliberately.
I'm pretty sure it's just a thing. Like
That
it's
was
a
on the screen
rotating-
twice as long as it was last time. I'm telling you, this is on purpose.
I think
They're
it's
rewinding it. They started it again. Look, it's going to come again. See, I told you. I knew it.
That's just a thing.
I knew it. You guys are bad people. Whoever's pressing the buttons, you're a bad person.
I thought they were going to do it
Officially.
again.
We are moving to a third and deciding map. FlyQuest had a very good showing of themselves, taking mibr to the limit on nuke, threatening to take it into. mibr have not had their best performances yet. The plus side of that for them, the upside of that for them, is that that could happen now or at some point in the future. We want to see the true mibr. We want to see them firing on all cylinders and see how far these teams can push each other. Now we get to a third and deciding map. Inferno will be the ground where we see who takes a step forward and who steps out of this tournament. Again, FlyQuest have shown improvement, and I think mibr are a good team to test themselves against. Gabby had a really rough game, actually, because of Bibian. Bibian was wrecking house around that squeaky door. She has been instrumental in the matches of FlyQuest where they've had success, and she was certainly a giant problem in that position. So now we move to a different map, different roles, different positions. Perhaps we'll see more of Gabby. Who do you have taking this?
Oh, it's a tough one. I think that Inferno has historically felt like the South American playground for a lot of our teams. For a long time, it was Ancient, but I think if you go further back, if you look at more history and whatever, like Inferno is a place where the South American teams can do very, very well. And even looking at like FlyQuest results fairly recently, it's a little hit or miss. It's a bit coin flippy. Not that mibrs has been much better. So it is difficult to say.
Who do you have taking this, Cameron? Give me a team name.
No, I don't want to. I'm going to show you the eyeball again.
you keep the eyeball away from me.
Heart versus mind, James. You can't put me on the spot like that.
Who do you have taking this? Stop stalling. Like a politician.
I could be a great politician. All right, you know what? FlyQuest. Let's go.
Wow. All right then.
Why not?
That would be. It would be great to see. It would be. I think it would be so encouraging for them, for their psyche going forward, to take a scalp like mibr. That would be huge. Well, you chose. I don't know. There's no time to pick because we're into the game now. Sorry.
I hate you.
mibr will start on the CT side of this third and final map of this series. A pop flash towards second mid, but maybe not the result they were looking for. Eventually, they will take care of Vanessa and see no more in that second mid position. But will they be able to rotate in time? Because it seems increasingly likely that B is the destination. Perhaps the utility will be enough. Gabby, ever defending the B bomb sites, falling back now. They expected Younger, though. They'll deal with her and Gabby. A promising start again for FlyQuest. 3 of the 4 pistol rounds so far. Will this be one more for them? Goddess is hanging on with 3 HP at present. Moving through now. There's no util for these players. Just headshots as they close the distance. Oof. So many awkward angles on these maps. That molly doesn't go where it was planned to. That clock is ticking. Who goes in first, though? FlyQuest being really good with their positions. But look at these frags coming through. Danny finds 2. But surely there's no time for her to find not 1, but 2 frags and defuse the bomb. Marie will come and end it early. And FlyQuest win their 4th pistol round in this series.
All right, a lot of time to set up for that retake to come through. And again, just beautiful fundamentals from FlyQuest. It is a pistol round, so you don't generally want to read too much into it. But given what we've seen over the course of the last 2 maps, I'm confident in saying that this is a very, very leveled up FlyQuest to what we've seen in the past. So that'll kick them off quite nicely here on our 3rd map. See how much more they can get done with this. A barrage of Mac 10s, which I think can be terrifying. And they've dodged a lot of the early banana util as well, so they've got options now.
mibr are dangerous in these rounds. I've said it time and again. Kevlar and 5-7s spells danger for the other side. A little utility as well. Squeezing every second they can from that. Very patient indeed. We head to the minute mark. 3 of the 5 players for FlyQuest holding position on B. On banana, rather. Again, good timing from mibr. Now, are they funneling FlyQuest over towards that B-bomb site with the timing of these grenades? If Vanessa finds nothing in the apartments, is there a rotation? Is there time for a rotation? Around the 40-second mark, one would say yes. But do they use that lurker to see what's up towards that A-bomb site? Looks like they might do. But Vanessa doesn't quite win that duel. So into the stack they go. 4 CTs are here, swinging through the smoke. And it will be the 5-7s. Gabby, Danny, Younger coming through. You feel like you're playing chess, but you don't realize that the other team is the one holding the pieces. Again, the timing of those smokes. The first one towards B, the later one towards A. They kind of looked for some information towards A, but didn't really commit to it. Ended up going into the stack. And that's where the danger rises at the hands of mibr.
And this is what I was talking about a little bit earlier when they lost that first CT side pistol. And I was like, oh, well, do you force? Well, like, what is the plan here? And they did, and it didn't work out. This time around, goes perfectly in their hands. They reinforce the correct site, and as FlyQuest start to push in, they had some decent utility still left, even after throwing out so much onto Banana early on, and they can stem a lot of that tide and shut down FlyQuest very, very quickly. An economic reset here, which does bode very well for mibr.
It's a costly lesson, but as I like to say, if you're going to have a problem like that, have it early, rather than Matt deciding later on. Poppins making bank now with that Mac 10. Goddess with the new and improved French gun, having a great time. And mibr are quickly into the driving seat. But again, that's a warning. Yeah, if FlyQuest can detect that with a little utility, their movements were basically dictated to them. I mean, again, they had that person to go and find if there is a stack on A or not, but didn't actually properly do the job of finding that information. They kind of half fought somebody and then ran away, so, you know, they could have done a better job there. But again, let's see what they can do in the future now. They'll be eating grenades on Banana, that's for sure. Bibian, she's been a big fragger. That's an expensive loss. Goosebreeder walking through a smoke will be punished for it. We saw it on Dusty, we see it on Inferno as well. After this exchange, though, 2 CTs are lost also. A 3-on-3 with a minute 30 on the clock for the T side. Can be promising for them. What do mibr choose to do? Weak everywhere at this point. Do they risk a 3v1 on the B-bomb site, or do they go and find information? We can see Younger's cleared top mid for the time being, but again, a minute on the clock. They're not going to get here in time. There's no way Goddess is standing at the end of this. Starting to move down mid. Don't think she's got any sound cues yet. Won't be able to drop the first one. So, a 2 versus 3. Could find an isolated fight with Marie. Younger will trade, keep it a 1 versus 2. It is clutchable. She's got a HE as well. Vanessa's on 24. Does she send the HE towards New Box? Does she dare pull out a grenade here? So risky. No one showing. There's the HE for New Box, looking for the second fragger, down to the 1v1. She has a kit also, but Emmy is quick on that trigger finger. That was a scary one for FlyQuest, but they will be successful.
Phew, yes, very much down to the wire there. And that type of round is exactly, it harkens back to what Newt was talking about with the T-side trades and why they're so important. 3 versus 3, but your CTs have to be so spread across the map. They can't, like, I suppose they could. They could 3-stack a site and then play fully for retake. But it's not always going to be the best idea. So you find the site, they find B relatively unguarded, and it's easy pickings for them to overrun it and maintain control.
Fight rages on for the Banana position. It'll be interesting to see how this evolves over time. Of course, the CTs have those retake grenades on Banana as well. It's very important, though, for FlyQuest to establish control of Banana, so when they set up a round later on, they have the threat of going B or A, should they be able to push the CTs off of top mid. Cutting noise for the time being. Poppin still having a look towards the apartment. So there's good info to keep 3 players towards B here for mibr. Danny will get punished though. I think that peak might have been a bit dry. No blind players. But again, there are still 2 more, but will that be enough? Maybe it will be. Goddess and Gabby combining. And now Goddess is alone, stuck ahead of the molly. Nowhere to go. mibr on the rotation now. Again, how much do you throw at this? That AWP is so important for the squad. They don't have money if they lose everything. Do you want to go to the point of no return? You might be able to fish for a little. Poppins only has a 5-7 also. They just are not equipped for this.
There's a part of me that was wondering if Poppins was gonna like underarm that HE to maybe we get Younger with like a sneaky little exit frag through the smoke. But no, opting not to, probably the best call there, rather than potentially offer up your Younger, your AWPer rather, as a free frag. Now Poppins has managed to find herself a Mac 10, so that's pretty cool. And into the next round, they'll at least have that little bit of firepower. But as you said, right, they have so little, limited in cash. Even if they, because they still kept quite a bit of util from the previous round. So this can actually be a zero spend round with some legs. Maybe not necessarily to win, but to do some of that damage and to slow down this momentum that FlyQuest are building. Like, now's the time where you have to kind of hamstring them a little bit. If you allow them to keep getting these rounds relatively unscathed, then it presents a long-term problem. So at the very least, if they can use that Mac 10 and that AWP to get 2 or 3 kills in this round, even if they don't manage to secure the round, they've done a whole heck of a lot.
If FlyQuest are able to topple a giant here, they would be playing Imperial Valkyries later on. So it really is the nightmare run for them. If mibr are to come out on top here, I feel like they'd elevate their game to their opponent.
All right, BB.
Hide and seek time. Younger with the AWP. This is good work. This is good discipline that we want to see from FlyQuest. There's still a very dangerous AWP on the server. Goosebreeder is thoroughly investigating the B-bomb site. She has secured it. And now they can rotate and deliver the goods. Finesse will be kept in situ. So the net will be a tight one as Goosebreeder heads through CT. This is great. This is a disciplined FlyQuest, which I like to see.
Ooh.
Great work. Wonderful stuff. Really good stuff from FlyQuest. Again, it's the simple stuff, but doing it right is what makes you an effective team.
Absolutely. Limit those mistakes as far as possible. I think given how that last map went, and maybe a part of the difficulties on the second map were the fact that it was nuke, and maybe they just weren't expecting that pick to come through in this series. But we're starting to see that, we're starting to see semblances of what we saw from them on the first map. Much cleaner, much more clinical, much more well put together, as opposed to on nuke where things did look very shaky.
No heavy damage this time taken by FlyQuest on Banana. A different approach. Very good util, forcing the CTs back. Methodical map control being taken by FlyQuest. No one playing top mid for mibr either. You can see the shortcomings in how many FAMAS are on the server. Heading towards that minute mark. No lurker being left on Banana. Now, are the CTs close enough to hear those footsteps? I know Marie did. But what of the people around the corner? Oof. This looks tight for the CTs. Simple pop flash. Where are the trade fraggers? Goosebreeder running wide and delivering a second. Attention to detail is good. Flashbang, swing into sight. Round's over. Nothing for mibr to do. A difficult CT side for them so far.
Yeah. Not really finding any sort of purchase. And again, the mind games certainly come to play here. You know, you're going for that really aggressive banana control. And that's, again, it's standard stuff, bog standard. But FlyQuest then opt to retreat. And instead, they pick up the bomb and they start moving over towards that A site. And for some reason, mibr have made the read that all of this util is here. It's probably going to be a B hit. And so they move Goddess over from the A site, effectively leaving the A site as the weak site. And at that point, you got 5 FlyQuest players running straight at you. Beautifully placed flash. That means that Poppins gets absolutely nothing. And they can just overrun. Easy, uncontested. It's a good read from FlyQuest, but certainly potentially it's either a misread from mibr or they had chosen to save before the exec even happened, which is not possible. So hopefully they can get a bit of a better understanding of what FlyQuest's plans are and how the utility kind of flags what their plans are.
Emmy on the T side of Inferno with Diop will be interesting to see how much efficacy she can find on the remainder of this half. One of the more challenging... Oh, very nice grenades. Good tray there, Bibi onto Danny. Yeah, one of the more challenging sides to be effective with an AWP is the T side of Inferno. Gabby on point, and Goddess is there to keep the numbers even at least. Those trade stats are going to stay good for mibr, but the score might not. It's going to be a long journey for Younger and Poppins to be able to aid Goddess here. Very difficult indeed. And again, Goddess just has a difficult task. Isolated the fight, but again, FlyQuest with the AKs have been very effective. So FlyQuest have identified weaknesses and they continue to exploit, keep finding Goddess alone on the B bomb site, abusing that numbers game. And the remainder, again, it's just so awkward. These scenarios for mibr, looking for information through A. And you referenced it before, like sometimes it might be, well, I don't want to say it might be better, but there is a choice to stack a bomb site together so you have a good defense. If they go the other way, you can save anyway.
Yeah.
In that scenario, they've got 1 person on B, 2 people on A, pushing through apartments, kind of in no man's land. You know, you're not really getting a lot of anything there unless they rotate. But why? What reason would they be given?
Personally, I'm a little bit surprised at the lack of proactivity from mibr. It almost feels like they're playing a bit scared. Like, obviously, they're playing for banana control, but it's not aggressive control. I think we've had maybe 2 instances where a player has pushed a little bit further into banana and has been punished, and so they've just stopped doing that entirely. We haven't really seen them go for any mid aggression. We haven't seen them go for any crazy like apartments aggression. They're playing very site bound, and that's making it really easy for FlyQuest because they're getting so much map control completely uncontested. I mean, think about what we saw on Dust 2 and how mibr were able in so many rounds to force FlyQuest into uncomfortable situations because they pushed out so aggressively, and now FlyQuest have nowhere to rotate to. They have to hit a particular site. We're not seeing any of that now on Inferno, and they're just kind of allowing FlyQuest to run rampant.
I don't think Younger's been able to show her presence on this CT side thus far. She'll have an AWP for round 9. She will be looked for though. Oh, big grenades on Banana once again. A lot of utility dumping here, but there's still 10 people on the server for now. Goose Breeder hunting, spots one by the smoke. Oh, she catches both of them as well. Goddess again finds herself alone. She was offering the support flashes from the back. Somehow Goose collects 2. I thought she was a gunner, but she had other ideas there. And again, Goddess has an impossible task ahead of her with the FAMAS in the back. And the round's over. Not much for Younger to do there. Maybe send her towards Banana at the beginning. But there's so much junk being thrown. Smokes, HEs, incendiaries, flashbangs. I'm not sure if she knew anything about that second one. She saw I think, 1 swing from the smoke. Collected 2. They are being stifled. mibr are being stifled by FlyQuest. I think they have done a good job of spotting weaknesses and exploiting them. And they haven't tried to mix it up. essentially saying, give us the reason to stop taking banana and going B. And so far, mibr are more or less unable to do that.
And it's kind of crazy because we've seen some really good util usage on banana from mibr, so much so that it actually gets a crazy amount of damage done. And even when they have that advantage, the HP advantage, so to speak, they still can't convert that into anything. I mean, I'm pretty sure that Goose was one of the ones that got chunked down so heavily and still manages to crack open that round with a double kill. It's a little bit unfair. And for mibr only having 2 rounds at this late stage in the first half, how do you recover from this? And I think that's part of what's playing into why they're playing so scared right now. We're getting closer and closer to the half, and it feels like they're playing more and more passive as this half goes on.
She doesn't look like it, but Bibi has been the 500-pound gorilla on the FlyQuest team. 12 for 5 here on Inferno. Delivering consistently. And indeed, the AWP has gone over towards the B bomb site, but FlyQuest have mixed it up, they've changed it up. They're staying ahead of the game, keeping mibr guessing. One minute mark. Unclear as to what the play is. Somewhat devoid of information are the CTs. They have no one towards top mid. When you've got that AWP towards A, as you often see Ramsin do for NIP, just going back towards mid and getting that information. They don't have it on this occasion. Younger's finally getting some action. Not the action she wants, though. Do mibr have a solution to these B plays? On the back foot, round after round. How many can they afford to give up? How many times can they save? 20 seconds. Bomb not planted just yet. Now Bibian posts up with the AWP. Hold on a second. This one's on now. They'll definitely go for this one. There's no kit on the players. There might be one on the floor. Clearing positions. They've got a smoke for banana as well. That's where Vanessa is. How does this play out now? Goosebeater trying to pre-fire. That smoke's so big. Poppins will be facing 2 without knowing it. No peace to be found on the B bomb site for mibr. It is a sanctuary for FlyQuest.
There's only 2 rounds left in this half. We are staring down the barrel of a potential 10-2 half, which given the first 2 maps, I didn't think that was possible. I really thought that there was going to be so much more of that back and forth and struggling to build up econ because the rounds are so close, but it's mibr constantly on the back foot, constantly playing defensively and never really taking the fight to FlyQuest. And maybe this is a round where that changes because we are seeing some posturing.
So good to see a FlyQuest this strong. I think Goose is a generational talent for the North American region who hasn't been going as far as a player of her caliber should, but maybe things are about to change. 8-2 versus mibr. We've been singing their praises for months and months and months. But perhaps now it's FlyQuest's turn. 1 minute to solve this problem. Their turn to be at a disadvantage. Goddess caught sleeping, though. I don't know if she's looking at the radar or something, but didn't seem to respond to Vanessa's presence there. Oh, man, look at these frags from Vanessa. She has also been incredible for FlyQuest. Vanessa and Bibian, standout players. Might be a quiet one at half-time for mibr. This is such a... It's being savaged by the T side. Emmy with the Krieg as well. Danny, 6 HP, walking into a crossfire. Near impossible situation for her. Instant trade from Goose, and that's round number 9.
mentally, how do you come back into this? When you're at such a strong deficit on what is an elimination match, where you find yourselves on the precipice of not making playoffs, of not being able to continue along in this bracket after a very hard-fought first couple of maps. How do you recover from this? I don't have that answer, but I'm not a pro player. I don't need to have that answer. So perhaps that's what needs to happen now.
Goose Breeder lives for engagements like this. Gabby on the barrels. It's just free-for-all deathmatch for Goose. She can do that all day. However, the bomb is somewhat trapped. In the hands of Vanessa, I wouldn't be too concerned if I was a FlyQuest fan. CT starting to rotate now. Now those grenades would suggest that the bomb hasn't made its way to the bomb site just yet. And that is shifting to the bomb site, the T side. So we've got a fight on our hands. Younger's got 12 HP. And Poppins has picked up a Krieg. So this is going to be a funky one. Waiting for a flash to come through. Everything going the way of FlyQuest. Oh, nice from Poppins. Clutching it with a picked up Krieg would be something special. No kit for Poppins in this last round. Lurking in the smoke is Bibian. Putting out a howl of her misery. That is a monstrous half from FlyQuest. Just a few rounds away from eliminating mibr. MIBR's championship is on life support at the moment. 2 rounds from 12 versus a resurgent FlyQuest. A FlyQuest we haven't seen the likes of for a long time. A FlyQuest we've been waiting for. A FlyQuest who seem to be very present on this server. Playing fantastically well. One round at a time, sports psychology for the FlyQuest team. Don't think about the victory, think about the round. They've been so good on these pistol rounds. All but one have been secured by them. All but one are over towards the A-bomb site, however. But have a look at this retraction from Vanessa. Emmy can rotate with the retake utility, a kit, a smoke, a flash. They've been so disciplined, FlyQuest. It's been so good to watch. Many girls making their way up banana then. Bibian will head towards CT with her util. And it begins. 2 down. No response from MIBR just yet. These pistols have been a nightmare, but Danny has something to say. Posting up now. But the fights will be isolated. Look how that smoke has been used. They've been out-positioned, out-maneuvered, and often out-fragged in these pistols. But this time, it is Vanessa versus 2. The kit's on the floor. I'm not sure if she gets anything else out of this one. No, she'll be punished by Goddess. That is such a critical pistol round for this MIBR squad.
That's an insane round from Goddess as well. What was that, 4 kills just for her? Massive. Really just kind of taking things into her own hands. 2 pistol rounds won for MIBR over the course of this series. But they've managed to maintain their lives and keep things going just a little bit longer. And a crucial pistol round, because it's given them a little bit of room to breathe, a little bit of room to work with here. FlyQuest have not opted to go with the force here, which I think is the correct choice to make, which makes that second round a little bit, or the third round a bit scary.
Timing of the HE won't save them. Poppins doesn't have the time to reload. So the frags will be collected by Goddess instead. The wheels are turning for MIBR. They are early rounds, but the wheels are turning nonetheless. It's nice to feel success no matter what form it comes in. Operation Keep the CT's Paw has begun for MIBR.
The comeback time?
Potentially. For them it's comeback time. For FlyQuest, no. They want to close things out. Although it would be interesting to compare what those Kevlar 5-7 rounds look like for FlyQuest, this new and improved, disciplined FlyQuest versus MIBR. We know they're a strength for MIBR, but it's a question mark. I want to go on that journey of discovery.
Newt, get on that.
With FlyQuest. Well, they need to play the rounds out and see how they do.
Yeah, that's fair. Much needed timeout, it feels like. Not like, so it's FlyQuest's timeout, but I feel like MIBR can really use this moment as well. Very early on in the half, but there's still so much that can go wrong for a team that is on the precipice. And of course, for FlyQuest, it's 2 rounds that they've lost, but now they have guns, so you take a moment just to kind of make sure that that momentum doesn't turn into something and steel yourself for the next few.
Lightning fast for MIBR. Straight through the molly, those crappy CT mollies. Danny is here to take map control. It's a great angle for Goose, but she's holding down 2 jobs, so timing will play a part. Oh, very good position, actually. Goose is so good. Gabby Younger and Poppins remain through the smoke. They try to go. It might just work out for them. Positions are being lost, but there are still grenades for the CT side. 3 HP for Younger. A minute on the clock, surrounded by CTs. Heading towards maybe the inevitable. FlyQuest look unstoppable versus MIBR on Inferno.
There is a phrase that I feel has not been said in far too long and needs to be said.
Why did the chicken cross the road?
No. Close. The goose is loose. She really, really is. It's so cool to see her consistently being such a force to be reckoned with. And okay, Bibi's still a couple steps ahead of her in this particular map, but as the IGL, to continue to be so scary to try and deal with, it's beautiful to watch. 1 round away from map and series point. This is a new and improved FlyQuest that I am very excited for. It's all under her guidance.
If this is the end of the road for mibr, it will be out with a whimper and lots of reflection to do. They're still in the fight for now, though. Galils are out. Good armor penetration on those, and they'll need it. Bibian drops one, traded. She's got info. They know that there are more than one player in that long position. Presence being shown through the smoke, but they're ready for Vanessa. Distraction tactics won't work on this occasion. Now, as that smoke goes up, you have to ask how much FlyQuest throw at this. Look at the money, or the lack of money. If there are upgrades, collect them, but are you really going to go for this? Kits on 2 players. Marie lining up some utility. That clock is really ticking. It might be a question of exit frags at this point. Yeah, I think it would be too risky to go for that one, but Marie's still hanging out. So I guess they want to go for the exits and make it expensive for the T side.
Oh my god.
That will certainly be. But was it worth it versus what they lost? That is a question maybe for the desk. I think if they keep 3 weapons alive there, they can buy around them. We'll see what they're able to do in the next round. Hey, there can be more than one correct answer. But for me, I'm holding on to those rifles.
Yeah, I mean, that should have been 4 players going through to the next round with their guns. For Goose to get this much. Okay, and a lot of them were really low HP, so it didn't take a lot. And I wonder if that was something that was communicated to her. Like, listen, they're all really low. If you just chill, maybe you die, but maybe you make their lives a living hell. And that's exactly what she did, and that's rough.
For me, you want as many buy rounds as possible. And they kind of lost one here. But at least they have something to show for it in how many rifles they took away. So there's that. But I feel like this is still a dangerous mibr. who can still make a comeback. So you want to minimize those opportunities by maximizing your buy rounds.
Mm-hmm.
But here we are.
I mean, this is never a team that you can count out altogether. Remember, they were undefeated in South America in the entirety of the regular season until the final week when they came up against Furia. And of course, Furia being the best team in South America, wow, that was, it was always going to be a tough one for them. So they did end up losing that, but that was the only series they lost throughout the entire season. This is not a team to take lightly.
Poppin's turn to be the harasser on Banana. So map control has been established very promptly towards Banana. Now, will they force the CTs back towards top mid? There was a smoke on long, which Bibian has been hiding behind, so she will be able to glean information from this position. You can see Younger asking questions. So this is the classic denial of information. Take Banana at the start, force the CTs away from top mid, and then they have to guess, where do they put that third player? However, they still have that information towards that top mid. Now, will they be rotating a player over? Do they have util to stall on B? There's a flash and a HE Oh, the HE could be quite spicy. Indeed, it will be. Emmy catching another one. So there will be rotation in time. Look how many CTs are here. The Ts are surrounded. Gooseberry looking for the transfer. Cavalry come storming in. It's a trample. Marie catching the last two, and it's match point for FlyQuest.
That round was over before it even began, and so many of the rounds where mibr have done well, they were these like really quick, explosive bursts onto site. But for this one, FlyQuest, they reinforce the right side. They are so ready, and they don't play a slightly more advanced position towards top banana. In fact, they're playing further back towards the site, almost like a false sense of security for mibr, giving them a lot of space to work with. But it's one of those noose traps. And as they step in, they pull the cord, and well, a little bit of rope and they hang themselves with it. And it's beautifully done by FlyQuest. And this is now a problem for mibr because it's map and series point. One more round and they will get to advance for FlyQuest. But mibr with such a huge mountain ahead of them if they want to take this to overtime, if they want that stay of execution, if they want one more chance to keep their dreams alive in the Season 7 finals, they cannot afford to make even a single mistake. And with the way FlyQuest are having their complete run of this map, it's a tough ask.
Cheeky. Confidence being shown by Goose. 19 frags. The top fragger at present. Vivian just behind. mibr not doing enough top mid in that last round. Ending up facing an army on the B-bomb site. And now it may be the last stand. Emmy dropping pop-ins, resetting for another go. Falling back to the site now, and she can be that distraction. She can dangle the toy while her teammates get active. Bibby will be dropped though, but Vanessa and Emmy will still stand. Gabby and Goddess versus 3. Vanessa with some very awkward angles, low on bullets as well. And there might be life in mibr yet. 30 seconds to get the bomb planted. Goddess alone versus Goose and Marie. And guess who's coming around the corner from that short position. Denied though by Goddess. Down to the 1v1. And it's the young upstart Marie to get that last frag. FlyQuest will crush mibr on Inferno and take a step forward in the bracket.
This is so incredibly exciting for FlyQuest because they have not made a playoff since Season 3. So to be able to be one step closer, one series away from making that magic happen is undoubtedly a huge wind under their wings that have just kind of propelled them forward that little bit further. Huge congratulations to them for making this happen. But of course, commiserations to mibr. And I think we have to remember that this is a roster that almost completely changed itself. You've got the core 3 from Fluxo that came through, but they have 2 new players, a very young player in Danny. There's still a lot that this team needs to work on. Yes, they are a force to be reckoned with in their own region, but as we know, it's so different in international competition. It's a different beast, and they're on LAN as well. It's never gonna be easy. Sam, back to you.
It is back to me. How exciting. I have a question for MacMate about this straight away, and I'm going to throw him a little bit under the bus, but you have a laptop, so you can do this.
I love buses.
I do actually think that this is one of the best performances, or the furthest FlyQuest has got in an ESL Impact season final. They've always come out 7th or 8th up until the first one, and this is one step better than that, so very exciting for them. I don't know if you can check that on your laptop, but if you can't, don't worry, we got Newt for later.
We can have a look.
Okay, let's talk about this though, because coming into Inferno, you were convinced that mibr had this in the bag. What was it that FlyQuest was doing right that allowed them to clinch the victory?
Yeah, as I said, I love to be proved wrong, and it happened again, so big shoutouts to FlyQuest. But basically, I really like how they approached T-side because they detected weak point on the map and they keep going B basically in this matter. And it was working every round for them basically, so they built huge economy. Basically, it was huge lead, so on City it was not even big deal because it was won easily for them.
How were they able to build such a big lead early on?
As I said, it was so easy to get these opening frags towards banana, B side, even executing B when they were like two opponents on the side was not a problem for them. So I think it was really bad defense of B side from mibr, which lead to this huge economy growth and like everything basically. Not much more to say in my opinion, because every round we were seeing they were finishing B, and it was huge problem from mibr.
Yeah, at least this year, I think that was the best T-side performance we've seen from flyquest Red as well. So that's spectacular. It was 10-2 at the half. And what I was looking at was they were winning 1 in every 4 rounds, essentially. So they were doing much better than that. And mibr, unfortunately, tripping at the final hurdle. But it's all, all the praises have to be sung there for flyquest.
We mentioned with both of these teams yesterday that it was very important for them to step up here at ESL Impact. And I feel like, as I've watched many of the season finals with flyquest Red, they've always looked less than the sum of their parts when they've arrived on LAN. And what I mean by that is they have the firepower, they have good fundamentals in place, they have these great players, and then they come to the finals and they just look weak. I am not feeling that this time. They look very energized, and they're playing really good, fundamentally good Counter-Strike, and it's working in their favor.
I don't want to be too optimistic, but I want to say that I think now we're going to see the strongest lineup of flyquest ever. I think the firepower is like equal in this team, and I can see that they like thinking got way better, like comparing to last seasons. I didn't see that much, but now I can see that they just developed as a players, and I love to see that they make just smart decisions, smart movements over the map. They basically work together, so it's a huge step for them, and I'm really surprised.
Yeah, and revenge as well. You know, last time I believe they got knocked out by a fluxo, which is, you know, the core of mibr. So it's great to see that flyquest managed to turn the narrative around.
Goosebrita is one of my favorite players, and Heku gets to chat to her right now.
Yeah, girl, I get to. Like, this moment is like really important because like overall, like, you know, yesterday you showed like a great performance against Imperial, like, and today, yes, maybe it took like 3 maps, and this kind of third one like was dominating, but you're back to the IGLing role. Right? Because like it was you IGLing, then it was Code, and then you swapped back again. What made you like decide like did you need to take the reins of the team?
Well, it just like didn't work out our last roster, and we ended up making a change. I do think my time away from being an IGL really helped me absorb how it feels to be a player again, and I think it's really valuable information because like as an IGL, you have to set up your players. You have to know how to make them like use their strengths, listen to their inputs, you know, stuff like that. So I just think it was, I guess, right for me to step back into the role. I mean, it's been working out really well. I think that we have a really good synergy for the team. I think that I'm building up the players very well, and they're also very trusting of me. I have a lot of respect throughout the whole team, vice versa. So I don't know. I think that, you know, I'm trying to be the best I can be. I'm not the best IGL there is. I do think I'm very good, and I have a lot to learn, but my team respects me and trusts me, and I trust them. So I don't know. It just works out well. The puzzles and the personalities work.
Yeah, it definitely works out. Like right now, like you had no problems closing the third map, but recently the team like went through like some changes. You add Marie, and also you brought in Zilla. When it comes to Marie, did you discover her during the World Championship? Is that where you discovered her? Because you were playing against each other, Canada against Denmark.
Yeah. I mean, we were familiar with her. We weren't necessarily like scouting her at ISF, but we just remembered her from ISF when we did need a player. We were thinking of different like options because, you know, we were replacing an opper originally. But we went through a few options like, hey, we could do this, we could do that. And Emmy is someone who can op, and we're like, hey, are you down for this? And she was ready to rise to the occasion. She's been doing very good. I've played with Emmy for such a long time, so I just know her really well, and she fits the role very well, like what we would need. So Marie was just like the perfect fit, you know, a young, talented player. We got to like talk to her before picking her up. I really loved her energy. I feel like, you know, having a good instinct on people is very important to like trust your instinct on like your reads with people, and I had a really good like feeling about Marie. She was just super bubbly, super good energy. She's like, it's my dream to go to America, like So yeah, I mean, she was just a super good pickup at ISF. We saw her hitting like nasty shots, like even Emmy, like we both played different teams. She was USA, I was Canada, and Emmy's like, yeah, I was getting dirt napped by Marie. And I was like, yeah, I remember her hitting like some nice shots and stuff like that. So obviously, like we watched her play and stuff, and we talked about roles. Like, I know you might not be like in this role. Is this something you're comfortable doing? She was more than open to it, and she is likes to be aggressive. So you know, just knowing that, we try to set her up good. It works with our dynamic because Vanessa's very comfortable being a really like solid player, like comfortable being passive, comfortable punishing pushes, and she's also comfortable being aggressive. So it's just a really good dynamic, like understanding the personalities they're bringing into the team and what kind of style they like. So, I mean, she's just a perfect fit. She's an awesome person, a ray of sunshine. It really helps like bring the team up. So yeah.
I think I've never received such an amazing answer, and this means that our desk now can just dissect it by like word by word. Guzbida, one more time, congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for the interview.
Thank you.
We can dissect those comments, and I'd love to do that when we see FlyQuest play Imperial a little later. What I want to focus on now is the story of mibr, because they are now out of the season finals, and Hanke, there must be changes on the way for this lineup, surely. There's too many times where they have not been able to get further than this point on LAN. Question marks now have to be raised.
Like, I'm pretty upset that we are saying bye to them at this point of the tournament, because like, at least for me, it was like kind of black horse of the tournament. But as we see, they didn't perform well. It wasn't clicking at all. We were lacking some synergy from them. And what it can be done, I think they are still fresh roster. Like, if I were them, I wouldn't do any changes. I would just keep believing and like keep progressing, developing the young players, because they have basically the experienced core, and they should stick around that. They have really good coach. So I think it's only about time in this matter.
Yeah, look, all the individuals had some great games, you know, depending on the day, and there is a chance for them in the future to, you know, make some different things happen, but maybe we are just witnessing the uprising of FlyQuest Red, and I don't think it's necessarily mibr's fault. You know, they're in a region, South America, where there are a lot of great Counter-Strike teams, there's a lot of good practice available, and it feel like they weren't really playing that aggressive style that we were kind of wanting from them.
mibr is out, but FlyQuest Red stays on. You saw there the best so far, the best performance they've had in the last 3 seasons of the ESL Impact Finals. Can they continue that form as they go up against Imperial a little later? We'll have to find out. For now, coming up next, Zerance up against DMS. Right after this.
Street lights turned on hours ago. You've been here 3 nights in a row. I feel like an afterthought, but still I open the door. No matter how much you adore me, right before the dawn
Our expectations for this tournament is to make playoff. I think we have the place, to come on top of our group, our second. That's our goal. Our expectations for this tournament is to make playoff. I think we have the place, to come on top of our group, our second. That's our goal. I'm always telling myself to, the objective too big, but to dream big, We just say playoff. We are obviously expecting better.
It's our next lower bracket face-off, Zerance versus DMS. The European rivalry runs strong in the online season. We got to see these two teams match up, and now they are fighting for their lives on LAN, and they have to go up against each other one more time. Who is going to be able to stay here at ESL Impact, and who will be getting on a plane and heading out of Dallas to head home? We're about to find out. MacMate and Henke are on the desk with me, Sam, and we're going to break this one down for you. This is such a popular rivalry. It's one we know very well. We'll probably straight away be able to show you, Henke. They play each other a lot. We can see that Zerance is normally the winner out of that, 2 out of 3 times. But these teams are very popular with one another. They know each other's game plan pretty well.
Yeah, for sure. Odds are for Zerance for sure. They played many times in online seasons, and if I didn't see the game yesterday from Zerance, I would say that it's gonna be easy for them. But I saw how Zerance is dealing on land with struggles and everything, and I'm not pretty sure about them. I think it's gonna be pretty hard match to see, but it's really hard because it's two skilled teams who gonna fight against each other, and I didn't see perfect CS either from this or that team, to be honest.
Yeah, but look, we saw a bunch of changes in that first best of 3 from yesterday to today, and DMS, I think they were one of the opening games, right? It feels like it's been forever since we've seen them, even though it was only a day ago. So that's a lot of time for them to sort of go back, figure things out, figure out exactly what was going wrong, what they kind of need to make, what changes they need to make moving into today's best of 3. And I'm keen to see what they're capable of doing up against Zerance. They already kind of have their number, map to map, and speaking of maps, I don't know where this series is going, because last time it was interesting, but I think you want to change things up if you were the loser.
Let's move along really quickly, because we are getting ready to jump into game, and I know Newt looks at both of these teams, looks at the online matchup, and has some stats for us.
I definitely have some stats for y'all, because I've seen this matchup before, and it's gone the one way. I can see. Sorry.
Newt, the camera is on you. My friend, you're being trolled by production. Ignore them and just jump in there.
I was enjoying the singing that was going on in my ears. So, yeah. All right, so I wanted to talk about this matchup between DMS and Zerance because you've seen it before. And I kind of feel that Zerance is the kryptonite of DMS for one particular reason. Because for DMS, they're a bit susceptible to utility damage. They take in a lot of utility damage, which is kind of the inverse of what you want. You want to be throwing that utility and getting damage for yourself. But instead, they take in a lot of utility damage. It does look like no numbers, but they are within the top 8. All 5 players are the top 8 players that take in the most utility damage. And this could mean the difference in a lot of ways. They can take 1 extra bullet less in order for them to get the kill. So no ways will they actually last a bit longer. And I kind of described this going into day 1. Zerance has the highest utility output and the highest utility damage. So this is kind of a killing blow for Zerance over... Who are we talking about? DMS. Sorry, I've got lots of things going on in my ears at the moment. DMS is kind of susceptible to all this damage, and Zerance are very good at throwing this utility damage. So this could be a very explosive affair, because this could either mean life or death for Zerance.
Great explosion.
Great
I love
explosion. Also, Newt, I have to apologize, because we all know that sometimes there's bugs in the system, right? And I think Newt got everyone's feed at the same time. And if you've never worked on production, you'll know that is a lot of voices all in your ears at the same time. So a little bit difficult for him, but you know what? You handled it really well. I think you did a great showing. And sometimes that just happens, but I'm hoping that everyone got what they needed from there, which is obviously him sharing with us the fact that this particular matchup is going to be a cracker. We are more than likely going to see us going to 3 maps. It is a very close one between these two teams.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a lot about the maps and what they're going to pick, basically. because this both teams gonna play for sure maps. How to say it? It's gonna be 3 maps for sure because the teams are playing kind of crazy maps, I would say. It's gonna be tough to adapt for like both teams because I haven't seen them adapting in like previous matches to the opponents. So I guess it has to be done by like individuals in the end, and it's gonna come to brilliance like decisions in the end.
Yeah. We're going to have a chance to see the veto in a little bit, but first, I do know that our team in Dallas caught up with Zerance, so let's find out what they had to say.
It's the first time we're together with all 5 French people. We were looking forward to this.
We've known each other a long time with the girls. Like for most of us started playing together, and we kind of like reunited, and we knew like if we had the opportunity to build something, we could become one of the best teams.
Now we have such a better team vibe and everything, and we also prepared very thoroughly for this event. Last year it wasn't like this, so I think we have more chances now. Me and Rachel, we were here last year and we ended up second. We are the most excited to play against Imperial, so we want to take our revenge, of course, and now we want to be first, so we're hoping that it's gonna come true.
I think we have the opportunity, you know, to learn from the best. I don't think it's gonna be easy. We're probably gonna fail sometimes, but I still believe we can be one of the greatest.
The all French lineup didn't have a good start to their first day here at ESL Impact. We'll have to find out if that changes now. I'm a big fan of this lineup, so I'm curious to see how it plays out. But Hanke, you mentioned how important the veto is. That's what we're hoping will come in very soon, so we can see the maps that come into play here and how these teams decide to play it.
Yeah, I think for like these 2 teams are kind of fresh, right? They coming into the season with like some new players, some new coaches. So I'm really concerned about their like preparation in the end. But yeah, here we have like veto, and like as I said, that's 2. I think it's gonna be in favor of like DMS for sure. But about Inferno, yeah, this is the map that I haven't seen DMS playing good enough to beat Zerance. So as I said, like crazy maps for the both teams, and I think it's going to be 3 maps for sure.
Yeah, so kind of expected to go to Ancient here. I feel like, you know, unless individually something goes horribly wrong for either of these teams, we should be on a 3.
There we go. They feel that there is an even matchup here. 3 games of Counter-Strike for you. How exciting. Let's get into it.
I certainly think another 3-mapper. I'm ready for it, given how close our first day was. We'll just continue with that trend. Maybe an overtime or 2. We haven't had the pleasure just yet.
Not just yet. I'm just standing Astra for this one.
Fair.
I told you guys already, you know, normally I would stand Hanke as far as European players are concerned.
Sure.
She's on the desk, Astra's on the server, I'm standing Astra. She had a good showing in the last game as well. I think she deserved more. Her team needs to deliver around her for this game. So let's see if they're able to do that. DMS have got an opportunity to take things further. You know, I think both these teams have got something to prove within this match, and a best of 3 will give them the space to do that. Only one can continue on, though. I think this is a well-matched match.
Yes.
God,
like
I should be doing better. Yeah, I think they're a good match for each other. I think the chemistry is right for a good series of maps, which start, of course, on Dust 2. Lots of fragging, lots of aggressive, and like the series we have, the series of maps we have, give plenty of space for individual performance, fast plays, and lots of aggression. Let's see then who will lead with the pistols, as these will prove very important. Oh dear, that is the bomb on the flower. I don't know what that accent is. 5 on 3 for DMS as they look to collect the players coming back from that long position. Making a statement early, our DMS then. So far, so good for them. Sosya and Averona have much work to do. Such a difficult position to engage from also. Sosya needs an ace. I'm not sure if the Glock is going to one-shot top mid from this position. She'll close the distance though. Trying to isolate the fight, but there are just too many of them. That is how you want to start it.
Now, for those of you that maybe didn't catch the regular season, maybe didn't catch day one, my player that I'm watching, because, like, Astra's great, Julie was a nightmare for the enemy team yesterday. Like, she plays incredibly well. So really looking forward to seeing what she does here. Also, we were talking so much about Astra being the IGL, and then Hanka, in her actual wisdom, we have perceived wisdom, she has actual wisdom, and she had a conversation with Astra. And no, apparently, the IGL for this squad is Kaude, who obviously IGL'd a little bit for FlyQuest in North America, but now she's FlyQuesting. Now she's IGLing for Zerance, which is pretty cool. It's an interesting dynamic, though, because obviously she doesn't have all of the experience with something like that. But with Astra on the AWP, it makes sense. Not a lot of AWPers can take that IGL role. It's incredibly difficult to get the full value out of that. So I think that does make some sense in that regard. And the other reason that I found it interesting was that Kaude always struck me as a relatively like quiet person, but apparently she has an incredibly strong personality in game. It's like when you're in your element and you're in the thing that you understand and that you're good at, and you become like an authority. So apparently, like that's the dynamic that they've got right now, which I think is pretty cool.
IGLing also has variables also. If other people have an idea of what's going on, they can contribute with the mid to late round calls also. So that might be something which I don't know if she had that on her previous squads. If there's more or less of that on this squad, we shall see. I think I said it was a good start for DMS, but clearly it wasn't. It was Zerance with the 1-0. That's just a great way to start an eco round, an anti-eco round. The fat HE and the long doors. Good to put the distance between you and the opponent, even if you fall, you don't want that rifle getting collected. Where is the rifle? There is the rifle. Very good. Simple and effective, 2-0 for Zerance.
Quick as you like. And as to be expected, losing one player, not the end of the world, pretty clean. Happy with that. For DMS, they've got an opportunity to turn things around. We obviously have a slight tech issue here, so I've used the first tech issue to talk a little bit about the IGLing structure for Zerance. For DMS, so I mentioned a player to look out for on Zerance, but for DMS, I'm really keeping my eyes on Averona and Sosia. Now, Kitsuna had a phenomenal AWPing day yesterday, but Sosia and Averona are really kind of the can openers of this team. So for this particular matchup, I'm looking to them to be that big difference maker early on in the round.
Sosia is a name that stands out to me from the European matches. I always remember Lucy mentioning Sosia all the time. So she'll definitely be one to watch for this series. Some gremlins for one of the Zerance players, I believe. Fiddling about with some stuff before we get into this properly.
The veto is pretty interesting as well. It's almost a replica of what they did in the regular season, except in the regular season they played Anubis instead of Dust 2. So they haven't actually had the opportunity to play Dust 2 against one another coming into this. Could lead some very interesting results because, again, our sample sizes for both of these two teams are relatively small. We don't have a huge wealth of information of how these ladies play on this map. So there's a lot of potential for surprise here. And the team that picks into it, DMS, so they've played it twice. And I'm usually of the opinion of, like, if you're picking a map that you haven't played a whole lot, that tells me that you've spent a lot of time on the server outside of officials trying to figure that map out. So I've got a lot of my attention on DMS here and what it is they're bringing to the table in this map.
Off to the races we go. There's Julie falling back, putting space between her and the eco players. Kaude collecting. Oh, okay. We've got big energy. But again, I mean, that's needed at the beginning. Astra, I told you. Astra superfan here. Appreciating the scout headshot. On a buy round as well. That's when you want to land those headshots. But again, I think Zerance would be disappointed with their first loss in this tournament. So they definitely want to make sure the psyche is in the right place for this match. They will believe that they should be winning this. Really sounds like Doom Guy when they throw those nades. 1 minute on the clock, 4 Ts remaining. They've established presence on the short, nothing doing as far as long is concerned. You can see Monkey D. Julie making sure of that, Molly on those long doors. So what is the play here? Do they try and pull a third player towards that A bomb site, then make a play towards B? There is an option for that, and the smoke for that is being deployed. Still got Jamie looking top mid, looking for a flank from the CT side. But now there's that denial of information, and the CTs don't really know what to do. What is the ultimate play, though? 30 seconds. Maybe a little too shy to go for that play. I think it might have been a good one for them, with only 2 players on B. But it will ultimately be A, trying to pull the CTs from pillar to post. Astra swing and a miss with the scout. Calde could be crucial. There's such little time for that bomb to get planted, but Sosia is ready for that attempt. Monkey D. Julie doesn't quite connect with her bullets, and there is the bomb planted. Suddenly, it's the T's at the advantage now as all the CTs collapse, and suddenly Astra, who got the first frag in the round, is wondering what has happened to her squad. She needs a lot of headshots to clutch this one, but a tag won't be enough.
A bit of a fumble there, it felt like. Had a really good start to the round, a really good opening, a lot of opportunities where shots just are not connecting. I mean, like Kaude, she actually very quietly manages to make her way up the boxes, but there's 3 players there and she's looking in a direction. It turns out to be the wrong direction, but how on earth could she have known that? The real issue comes in with Julie, who's made her way up short and misses like every shot.
Fumbled the bag.
It's rough, man.
Yeah, that was a huge fumble. That was felt like a very unlikely outcome, especially when they served the grenades towards B. Went through mid doors, no challenge. It just didn't. I mean, they never looked fully committed to it with Jamie holding for rotation towards top mid, but I didn't see that succeeding most of the time.
Oof.
Big surprise. Rachel falling back now. Another 5-on-4. Zerance don't want to be losing too many of these scenarios on their CT side. That DM's blue is so perfectly CT colored. That's really messing with my mind.
It's valid.
Looks like there might be a play through long doors on this occasion now as the T's take more presence on short. There's still a CT smoke up for the time being. But what do they do with their B players now? Because surely Rachel feels a bit vulnerable. I think she might be positioning herself to fall back for a retake with this flank coming in from short. That smoke will give her more space to play with, though. Julie doesn't miss on this occasion, coming in with the 5-7, but her and Calde will be dropped. And now there's no help, no flashes to come for Rachel, who finds herself on an island. Again, that clock is running so slow. Short plant is up, smoke is still up, bomb is planted. But they don't really have long, and they don't really have short this T side, which makes things very awkward indeed. But Emerald will be dispatched of, and the score is quickly tied.
DMS, I think, maybe just a little bit too split up there and not really playing off of one another very well. And that gave a lot of space just to maintain position. Sorry, you see, now I'm getting confused by the color.
Yeah, it happened to be in a pistol round.
Ooh.
I was all over the shop.
Yeah. But it's a solid round for DMS to come away with, and you know, it's impressive that they've managed to turn things back around in their favor. Obviously, it is a bit of an anti-eco for them, so you do expect them to come up through that. But to bring it to 2-2 here, it shows that they're not allowing any sort of like crazy snowball to happen. The problem now for Zerance is that it could happen in the reverse. Now they're the ones that are down on a pretty broken bit of econ here. It's going to be a full pistol round, and that doesn't bode well for this round. It's more than likely just going to be a bit of a throwaway, which will allow DMS to climb up into the lead.
I do enjoy the CIS style of T-side where you play the long rounds out. if the CTs don't have the information as to the bomb site intentions of the T side, it can be terrifying to play against this kind of style. A hard eco for Zerance on this occasion. USPs everywhere. I might have some good timing. Trying to split the defenses. Not much defending to be done, of course, on a round such as this.
Felt like she was considering the gun and then was like, no, no, that's a terrible idea.
I'm reading some frustration.
Yeah.
The sound travels so far as well in this game. If Verona was on the other side, she would hear Julie running in this position.
Oh!
Unlucko, malacko. That was unfortunate.
That would have been a free gun. Ah, well. A little bit of damage done in that round. 1 kill. Not the be-all and end-all. Right, so this is where we actually pay attention. This is where the rounds, and it's rough that it's happening on round 6, but full guns here, and it's a good opportunity for Zerance to turn things back around. Problem is, like, Emerald hasn't really had an opportunity to show up just yet. Rachel had a rough day yesterday. It's not looking much better just yet so far. We'll see if that picks up as the map goes on.
I wonder if Socio is going for a deep peek. Sometimes the T side will just poke into that tunnel a little, looking to the right-hand side to catch a CT positioning. Can lead to some very quick rounds. CT's opting to hold that short position, but now that's been conceded. Do they venture towards long? Because playing A and not having short or long is very, very dire indeed. They've got to line up to smoke towards long doors. As the bomb carrier was showing some presence there, Jammy, but she will be falling away. So Zerance is still able to hold on to something. Oh, this timing could be very good indeed. Socia, I think she spotted something. And the CTs won't outstay their welcome. Being very proactive, looking for information. Now that split might be on. They've got another smoke grenade. Oh, Astra.
Oh.
Kitsuna in a perfect position to punish that peak. Now the urgency is rising for the CTs. How do they position? Oh, just running to their demise. Emerald has too many Ts coming her way, absolutely surrounded. Nothing for Monkey D, Julie, and Cowday to do at this point. Survival might be difficult as well. Bomb's not even planted just yet.
I mean, this just feels clinical at the moment. Just perfect, like great utility usage, really good positioning, catching out a lot of these players, and maybe Zerance doing a couple of silly things, getting caught out where they shouldn't be. And there are moments where we see them not, as you so succinctly put it, not overstaying their welcome, you know, give over a little bit of information, okay, cool, we're gonna back away instead. We don't wanna put ourselves in an uncomfortable spot, but then it's a situation like Astra who's kind of jiggling in mid and gets caught. Unfortunately, no real backup there, nothing to help her escape once she realizes that there is a player. So perhaps the setups aren't what they need to be. And that was an important round, I felt like, for Zerance to start gaining some traction back into the half. But it's a big one for DMS. It's a bit of a statement round as well. The first gun round of this half, and they take it pretty darn handedly.
Back into dire straits for Zerance then. Pistols. And not much else. Bit of Kevlar here and there. Double HE's Jammy somehow gets away. I do like this pacing though from this style, from DMS and their style, as I mentioned before. I enjoy this kind of counter-strike. Not easy to pull off effectively. I feel like if you're in a role like Socia is here as well, how do you keep your focus? Again, that timing. This time the CTs will not be spotted. Emerald's heading back just in case they're through mid, as the CTs don't have that info. Well, what do you do from here? Little do they know, Jammy is still lurking. Nothing more annoying than that person that just is outside that door at all times, no matter what. You're thinking, okay, now I can rotate. I've waited ages. You just get popped immediately. So what do they do here? Very awkward positions. Ideally, you'd want to save these rifles, but I don't think that's going to happen either. Point of no return. Oh, such a struggle to just get that last bullet. And there's the flank from Jammy. Very nicely done. Methodical. Few holes in the game for DMS. 5-2.
And showing us why Dust2 was their pick. Looking very comfortable on it at the moment. Maybe it was one of those surprise picks where they were like, we're not going to play too much of this in the regular season because we want it to kind of be our big, gotcha card. If we manage to make it all the way to Dallas, which they have done. So really cool to see how well they are performing here. I want to see a bit more push and pull from Zerance. It feels like they're allowing the pacing to be dictated. Not the push and pull I was hoping for.
I thought there was a chance of two CTs falling there. Look how many Ts there are. Getting dealt with, though, by Rachel. It's been a quiet game for her so far, but that could be very important. 3-on-3 remainder of DMS in mid and lower tunnel. Was that scope heard by Emerald? No help towards B. And now Astra can run distraction, dropping Kitsuna. Oh, what a beautiful flick from Astra. And there's a trade fragger when needed. Emerald to collect the last one. A ray of light for Zerance after some very difficult rounds indeed.
Especially losing that first player so early on, and you're like, oh man, it's another situation where they've lost the advantage, and how on earth are they going to recover from this? But Rachel in some perfect positioning there, and perhaps, DMS getting a little bit overconfident, not expecting them to be there, not really throwing the util where it needs to be, and they lose out in that scenario. And it's a perfect opportunity for recovery. Unfortunately, DMS still have so much money in the back pocket. Even if they lose this round, they're still going to be relatively okay.
I'm quite interested in how the T-side play this round out, because they know that the CTs have compromised lower tunnel. Ulyss is creeping in that direction. I think for a normal team, this might slow them down quite a lot, the T-side. You saw they got smoked off on long already, so it's kind of really slowed them down. But they play slow anyway. So how much does this really ruin their plan? Perhaps not that much. Ulyss has now established control of that lower tunnel area, so normal business can resume. Jammy lurking with the bomb outside long doors, while the remainder establish control of short. And as soon as they've done that, look at them head towards long. Looking for that traditional split of the bomb site. And again, Astra, she's an AWP by car, but she doesn't have any flashes left, which means that Julie doesn't have the support she needs, although Astra, I don't think she gets there in time. Look at that. Oh, that was so nasty. And Astra misses the shot. So I'm not sure where she used her util. Maybe it's because she's got $1,000 in the bank. So yeah, this round's pretty much over, but in an ideal world, your CT sniper by the car has flashes. I mean, they wouldn't have mattered because they played contacts and just popped Julie in the face.
Yep.
But where possible, you want Astra to have the flashes to offer support, so you have a bit more room to play solo on long.
And that's kind of the point that I was making a couple rounds back as well, like the support from the rest of the team. You've got these individually gifted players that can do incredible things when given the chance, but you're not setting each other up for success in the way that you need to be. Now, I don't want to overstate this and be like, oh, well, they're just not doing anything. You can see that attempts are being made, but it's not as clean. It's not as clinical. And you're playing up against a team who clearly have a really good idea of how they want to play this map and what they want to be doing round to round. So you can't give them those opportunities. You've got to be a lot more coordinated in your efforts. And now with the money being a little bit of a problem here, DMS pulling ahead massively. A 3-round differential, 2 rounds left in the, 3 rounds left in the half. Never do maths on stream. Can Zerance turn this around? They still have a good buy into this round, but losing this round means no money, which could mean 9-3 half. Not great.
What does Julie do here? From spawn, smoke's being deployed to the corner by the T side. She'll have to concede that immediately. CT's charging up mid in the meantime. However, if the T's could read how many CTs are playing shenanigans in mid, look at their positions towards B. They could just charge in there. They're going to do exactly that. They picked the right time to open the B door. And now Emerald is desperately trying to hold on. 10 HP, hiding in the smoke, making her way through instant trade. She got one at the very least. Outmaneuvered very early. And suddenly, DMS, who like that slow, methodical pace, understand their advantage and seize it. They are looking good right now. Retake time. There is a molly for Astra. That could go in any number of places. Big box is a common one, and it does go in that right direction. They could smoke off the tunnels, potentially. Julie popped. And Astra and Kale, they remain on the bomb site. The T's have lost all position. There's a kit for Astra. And the defuse will be good. She's able to hold things down, Kaude. An important 4th round then for the CT side. Fighting back. They're not done with this half just yet.
Yeah, that was an uncharacteristically messy end to the round for DMS, but well done to Zerance for maintaining that control. The fact that they are able to mount that retake, get themselves into good positions, and crucially have 2 players still alive in those final moments once they've kind of pushed most of the CTs off of the site. Because that allows Kaude to play Protect the President, and getting caught on the other side of the smoke, having to reload, not the best position, and of course, Kaude takes full advantage.
Lightning fast round now from DMS, getting big entries. When you can change the pace to this degree, again, this just makes it makes them a very hard team to play against. The last round was opportunist. This one was by design. Kitsuna caught by a very nice flash. Good coordination from Zerance, but they do need more. And they might not find it around this A bomb site. Julie has to concede position once again. 2 versus 4. What is left for them in this round? Very good half by DMS. I've enjoyed the setup of these rounds. And the change in pace. And understanding strengths and weaknesses in that round prior, whether they won it or not. Reacting to the opportunity was important.
Unfortunate. I was talking about the can openers of Averona and Socia, and it's really been Averona who's been getting most of these openers. But it's been really cool to see how Kitsuna continues to be such a pivotal piece for this roster even today. She had a fantastic day yesterday with the AWP, and even today, even without that orb in her hands, she's still just running circles, running absolutely rampant, and feeling pretty darn good about their chances on this map. I believe we're last round now. Yes, haha, got it right this time. And unfortunately, Zerance, it's an awkward force, very awkward.
Yeah, they're lacking grenades on a number of players. Seems they will make up for that with aggression. Long has been taken, while tunnels have been taken. Jammy's got a very nasty angle. She'll have the sound cues as well. And they'll be happy to chill with this. They've got 3 players. Okay, so Kitsuna was in Suicide looking down mid. But you can't hold all of it. They could have pushed up short, and short is being held by DMS. By Zerance, excuse me. 4 players in mid. Astra having a look towards the A bomb site now. A smoke and an incendiary is all the CTs have. They might need to get more from this, and perhaps Rachel will be the person to do so. Indeed. Now, is that the gas pedal for DMS? The CTs know where they aren't. And I don't know that they can really re-establish any map control from here. I think they are committed to the A bomb site now. Calde coming in from the back. CT's expectant, but does that mean they'll deliver? Emerald getting off to a good start, traded by Averona, who is teasing across towards the side. They're so patient though. Oh, DMS delivering the frags they need. But now Averona suddenly finds herself alone. Desperately racing over towards that B bomb site. I don't think she'll make it though. And Zerance will claw back one more round at half-time, reducing the deficit to 2.
Excuse me, señor. One moment, please. Yeah, disculpa. I know my English not good looking, but have you seen salt? Because there's no flavor in this place.
Dile a quien fue que cocinó sin el sazón que no se aguante. Ponga un poquito de cebolla y limón a ese picante. Ese mangú no me lo como. Le hace falta sal y huele a mojo. Hay brujería en esa vaina, me hizo daño. Pues tu mamá se come un plátano muy extraño. Ya estoy cansado de estar picando por la plaza, amor. Quiero comerme un desayuno ahí en tu casa, amor. 2 huevitos con chorizo te cocino. No soy cochino, te lo cambio por tocino. Dile a quien fue que cocinó sin el sazón que no se aguante. Ponga un poquito de cebolla y limón a ese picante. Es que te extraño como la cocina de abuela o la empanada de tu vieja. La arena dulce como la miel de abeja. Yo me muero va a comer si tú me dejas. Diablo, nena, que tú sí estás fuera liga. Mango bajito, los que son tu amiga. Por eso que yo no me encaramo en almor. Gracias por el plato, pero es que le falta algo. Dile a quien fue que cocinó sin el sazón que no se aguante. Ponga un poquito de cebolla y limón a ese picante. Dile a quien fue que cocinó sin el sazón que no se aguante. Dile no se aguante, dame. Ponga un poquito de cebolla y limón a ese picante.
Feel it spilling over. You gotta cry, just a little. Cry before you let it go. Gotta take a moment, then move on. Leave the past behind you. You gotta die, just a little. Die before you learn to live. Let the magic find you and go on. And you might fall down a little, get back up again, fake it till you make it and don't. Tomorrow we will rise.
Welcome back to the sunny area of Dust 2. An enjoyable half of Counter-Strike was had, especially by DMS on that T side. Very enjoyable. Very different style to many of the teams we have seen thus far in terms of pacing and so on. And now perhaps Zerance will be able to show themselves on the T side and what they have to offer. Astra will be the raid boss, given a P250 for that extra range for the one-taps. We'll see if she's able to yield any frags from it. We've got a 5v4 situation on the A-bomb site. Sostia wondering where everybody is on the other side of the map, and it's Ulyss to get started, dropping Calde at point-blank range. Teased, looking to cross to the A-bomb site. Going fishing in the smoke. Sooner will be found, as will Astra, and MLP for 250 for you. Flashes will continue. Ulyss drops. Jammy with only 3 HP. If she is to be lost, and that kit needs to be collected by Sostia, who is right behind her. 2 on 3 then. Better be quick on that trigger finger, and Jammy absolutely is. Very fast indeed, and another one. Only 3 HP on her, and she gives enough space for Sosia to trade. 3 HP in a dream, and she made it work.
That's insane. Like, so the utility is already incredibly oppressive. The fact that Sosia is able to slip through the smoke, get a kill, slip back into the smoke, and take like no damage while that's happening instantly opens up the round for the team. Then you've got all of those flashes coming out, and yet despite that, Julie's able to get 2 kills and make this so contestable. And in the final moments, Jamie and Sosia just shut it down. And if Sosia hadn't been able to slip away into the smoke, that round ends a very, very different way. So, I mean, well done, well used, utility well used.
There you go.
Words are hard.
Quite a rough situation here for Zerance. This buy kind of sucks, especially on Dust 2. Many longer distances. One of those maps where not so easy to overwhelm with a Tech 9 play or such. You need those rifles. Very nice from Kaude, leading the charge. It will be retake territory then for the CTs. They've got 2 players on A who will be patiently waiting for their teammates to rotate. This is quite a tricky situation. With just that one frag, Zerance opened the correct door, and now this is a difficult one. Doing a retake split from CT rather than short is very, very dire indeed. Well, let's see what they're able to do then. Trying to dodge the flashes, Zerance and the CTs have been able to close the distance, but look at that damage. Rachel with 2, and they will get absolutely smoked like a kipper. 4 players standing at the end of the round for Zerance. They could not have asked for more in that round.
And such an important economic reset round as well. We've spoken about this a few times. We've actually spoken about the economic reset round far more often than I feel is reasonable. It's happened quite a few times over the course of the last couple of days, but it will happen here once again. Lose pistol, win the force, and force the CTs, who already have uncomfortable economy, to now have to go all the way back down onto pistols. This is a fantastic start to this half for Zerance, and it's the lifeline that they need to keep themselves going that little bit longer. You know, it wasn't the worst deficit in the world coming into the half, but you want to be the team in the lead. So every opportunity that you have to claw your way closer to that evened out scoreline, closer to the finish line, you'll grab those with both hands.
That was a crazy 2K. Look at the pop-off as well. Raise that energy for the squad. Now the true test begins for DMS. They looked really good in that first half. Wow. Passing ships in the night. Kitsuna lands a deagle shot. Okay then. And Julie finds herself alone. What on earth happened? You know, I was thinking to myself at the beginning of this round, mid is so awkward now that the Ts can't see straight down to the CT side. But I was thinking, you know what, I won't say it on this occasion. And then that happened.
You trolled yourself.
DMS just slowly emerging. Oh God, this is Julie is screwed here because she does not have the bomb. And she is so far away to rotate. She's gonna have to win by elimination. She is miles away. So she is not gonna have the time to carefully clear area around the bomb and then head to a bomb site. She has to expect 2. But will she be rewarded with 1 kill at the very least? When she comes out of the door, does she look towards the car? You can see Averona repositioning. She understands the timings here. There's the first one. Oh, it's actually worked out for her. Let's go. That's a big pop-off. That's a crazy clutch, and it's all in French. All kinds of French words being said right now.
Apex, is that you? Outstanding. Outstanding. I almost feel like the reposition there was a problem. Like you want to have your lower HP player almost playing face so that someone can trade. The fact that she's the second player And even then, she's like, all right, now I've got the information, and she still loses that. It's a huge round from Julie. That's why she was my player to watch for Zerance coming into this one. An unbelievable clutch, but we've gone 1 for 1 for 1. And again, DMS's money is back in the toilet. We've seen them win a round like this previously, but they know that they can't do the same thing twice. I say that. I mean, they're posturing for it. They're pushing out in towards mid. And Zerance are like, nope, not this time. It's not happening. None of your shenanigans.
Man, she was spitting so many bars. You could have pulled out the Duolingo next to her. It would have just been going ba-ding, ba-ding. She was saying all kinds of French, all kinds.
Yeah, that's definitely the French I learned on Duolingo.
That pop-off was worth a 5-day streak.
I think Heku's got like a 600-day streak or something ridiculous.
Heku's just an all-round smart person.
Honestly.
That was that was a really important clutch. Really important. Perfect timing for that.
They're going to even out the scoreline here, which is really exciting because obviously they came in, as mentioned, with that little bit of a deficit. And now with money in the bank, they're able to even out the scoreline. And suddenly, this starts to look like a winnable map. You know, off the back of that first half, I'm like, oh, geez, is this going to be another blowout like we saw the last map of our previous series? But no, they have actually fought back and clawed their way back into a contestable position here. Now, that being said, DMS still have a little bit of cash here. There's still possibility for them to turn this around, but this is going to be an important one for them to do it in.
Hyper aggression in mid. But that aggression has a shelf life. You can see concerns towards lower tunnel. There is presence there from Julie. Plenty of time on the clock here, minute 30. Creeping through the smoke, those footsteps will be heard. Jamie trying to do what she can. A sudden surge from the seaside through mid is very difficult to deal with. And there's all kinds of junk being thrown towards the B bomb site as well. The split of B is on. Someone's got to watch the back though. Verona might end up collecting two. Just the one it will be, delaying a little though. As Sosia waits for the push to come through. Bomb site not cleared yet, but a bit unlucky with the FAMAS there, allowing Monkey D. Julie to get an important kill. And this round is over. DMS's turn to suffer on the C side of Dust 2. CT side of Dust 2.
That was rough, man. Kill not confirmed. I don't know if that would have made a ton of difference, all things considered. Maybe for like long-term economy, but even then, like I don't know that it necessarily changes the outcome. But it is unfortunate, and I think it's certainly something that you feel very sad about in the moment. Zerance now finally taking the lead in the series. Nice bit of economic damage. Okay, good. So despite the fact that things went a little bit awry on the B site, for some reason Zerance feel brave enough to hunt. They run straight into a crossfire and they lose 2 of those extra guns. Now they had the money to do that, so it's not like it's going to cripple them. They're not going to be able to buy into this next round. They're fine. But obviously, DMS are going to be happy with the extra little bit of cash that they've managed to pull through from that. And winning this next round could actually set them up really nicely into the next, if they can just do that little bit more damage.
Quick timeout discussion from DMS. They do not want to lose grip of this game of Dust 2. Nice and close, as we expected. Series-wide, at least. But a promising first map indeed. Rachel with a good spawn for long. There's a smoke for the corner. No challenge from the CTs, however. And I think that they should understand immediately. Nobody on long. DMS have taken short. They are so proactive, however. Being looked for, though, by Calde. awkward battleground it is then. There's no one in lower tunnel as well. There's a push from DMS in lower tunnel, so you can't even get those angles on the T side to stop the CTs from holding this position. It's so awkward and well orchestrated by DMS. One spotted in suicide, but no connection. And this just cripples your round. How do you play your round out? Finally, Julie's made her way towards lower tunnel, but where are all the CTs? They've all rotated towards A. But there's no one there for them to challenge. This is crazy. What a bizarre mid-round. There's no one on the B bomb site whatsoever. Julie will probably hear that rotation. So there's some info for the team, and there's 3 people who are hard committed on long. They'll see that absolutely no one is there that they can see anyway. And now we've got a big rotation coming towards that B bomb site. The whole team is coming. All right, Jammy's slowing down. This is partly because they've got 2 rifles on the squad, but it is very fascinating to watch. They've covered almost the entire map. Mollies are coming through. Oh, this is looking bad for Zerance all of a sudden. The CTs are already popping out from all the nooks and crannies. Astra and Rachel left to do it. 2-on-2, big smoke on the site. 90 seconds to plant this bomb. Oh, this is not the way you want to do it. Smoke's all over the shop. Panic stations. Do you focus on the site? Oh, very nice from Rachel. That's an important frag. Sosia coming through now, trying to isolate the fight, but she will be denied. Another difficult round for Zerance, and they come out on top.
Okay, so what's happening there is Euless, and I can't remember who the B player was, but they start moving their way through tunnel to kind of head towards the A site, and she spots out Julie, and Julie spots her. So they have to accelerate to make their way over towards that A site, and Julie's like, all right, cool, the B site is clear, because she's just seen those players leave. So she calls that rotation over, but Euless has spotted her, so they rotate over as well, and that's why you instantly see them kind of meeting each other over on the B site. But unfortunately, the gun deficit comes to bite them in the rear, and they can't make that clutch happen. I mean, that really was a crazy round to watch, but it was such mind games going on in that moment. And unfortunately for DMS, it's another round that they've given over to Zerance, but didn't have a lot of chance in that round. Now they've got a bit of money, they've got to buy. Zerance now at double digits. And the opportunities to come back into this are slowly slipping away, and that's why you can see them kind of getting a little bit more proactive here, trying to garner that early information. And Zerance, on the other hand, are like, info starve. We're not going to let them know where we are at all. A little bit of util just to throw them off the scent. But DMS have an inkling.
Oh, that's an important frag regardless of who gets it. Astra with that orb doesn't need 2 opportunities. Not for the first frag at least. Rachel catches one at the car as well. That's a lot of info for Zerance. They know there's one more on the A bomb site. And that one that was lower tunnel. Now with 4 players still standing. They can combine and focus on one bomb site. Rachel doesn't pick up the orb. Yeah, she'll be the low health player, but there's a huge gap in that smoke, and they are going to get absolutely railed through it like we're playing Quake. Insta-gibbed, trying to cross to the bomb site.
There's such good reactions from DMS, man. And I love the more proactive play, right? Taking that space out towards mid. Because when you play a little bit more forward, you have so much more information. It's like, oh, we can't see anything in mid. There's a good chance they're at one of the extremities. They've also pushed out of B. So they're like, all right, guys, well, it's not B and it's not mid. So they have a really good idea of where that hit is going to happen, and they can respond far more quickly.
Oh, beautiful. Living vicariously on Dust 2. DMS fighting tooth and nail to stay in the fight here on Dust 2. Very active indeed. Jamie and Averona could quickly be towards B. Only Averona has a flash to support Sosia though. Get that flash in quick. She needs it desperately. There's the molly. She'll survive for 1 frag at least. But that bomb site's been taken. 3-on-4 advantage CTs in that respect, but it can be very costly to make your way in towards B. No one towards the tunnels for the time being. Julie will have to make her way through that smoke to commit with her teammates. Take up all these awkward angles. There's still a molly to be deployed by Ulyss. Right then, look at these frags rain in for the T side. Kitsuna, she's still going to go for it. Switching weapon would suggest, yes, 1 versus 2. Swinging towards Astra, but can't quite do it. They're winning the important rounds, Zerance. The really tough rounds are coming out on top time and again.
I must admit, I don't love the smoke yourself off on the site play, purely because you're playing against a fairly aggressive team that are not going to respect that, so they're just going to rush out. They're going to know exactly where you are. They might not know exactly how many, but they know that you're hiding in the smoke. And once you go down, that's the entire site capitulated, and there isn't a lot of time for those rotations to come through, and that's kind of exactly how it plays out. And it's an unfortunate situation because DMS will be back down onto a broken buy. Averona, scout in hand. She can use that scout to the same degree that Astra does. Perhaps they can keep this somewhat close. Economy is not great for Zerance, so winning this round could put them in a really solid position into the next, but losing this round puts us on map point.
Stand on the barrel, line up with the key, jump throw to molly the car safely. Oh. Swinging towards the side then. There's not much that DMS have to offer in this round. But Jamie is still going to make something happen in the meantime. The longer she can hold that position for, the better, because 3 still stand for these CTs. Not in great positions at the moment. How Ulyss is still alive, I don't know. But we'll see if she has a part to play. Sosia and Averona coming in from short. They've got to buy next round regardless. And then there's Averona with the scout. Anything she can do will help, but she will not be allowed to do much. Give me the drums. Game point.
This is quite hectic because Dust 2 is the map that DMS beat Bigger Keeper on to get themselves here to Dallas. And to see them kind of floundering now towards the finish line when they had such a strong start to the map, it's not the best look. And I came into this favoring them at the very least in this map. I think this was always going to be a tough series to call overall, but I definitely was giving them an edge in this one. And now that was an important round to win. Despite the fact that they didn't have much to make that magic happen, they needed to come out on top of it because they're going to come into this next one, map point, and obviously a much needed timeout now to figure out what on earth the plan is going to be because they have struggled. Remember, we came into this half at 7-5. They've only managed to pick up 2 rounds so far on their CT side.
Sometimes it be like that.
Really do.
They need to turn it around and they need to do it now. Not going to overcommit to that long position. Again, lose long, take short. Decision is kind of made for you. Kitsuna posted up, looking for players around this smoke. I don't think she's got the position to re-peek now. Unless a flash comes through, the riflers will be swinging, trying to get a little more, and they will. 3 Ts remain in possession of long for Zerance. Oh. Now, she did see a T, didn't manage to frag, however. Is that a clue as to the intentions of this T side potentially falling back from long? Maybe a warning for the comrades. Averona being real careful. Still with full grenades. It's going to be really hard for them to figure this one out, Zerance. Oh, Jamie's timing could be wonderful here, looking to collect a second. Just making it even worse. Spotted in mid, they could still go either way. 30 seconds on the clock. Good chance of a 2-on-2 worst case scenario, if they're lucky, a 2v1 as they pursue a bomb site. They won't be lucky though in terms of the numbers, but the trade will be there. Rachel, got to get your skates on then. Oh. Switching out to a rifle, closing the distance. Racing in, full send into the window, but nothing doing there. And it will be Zerance who take Dust 2 away from DMS, winning their opponent's pick.
And it's so incredible that it's Rachel to get that final kill, because she was someone that I was planning to highlight at the end of the map for a couple of reasons. The first reason being obviously the sheer number of kills that she got, but also she was involved in 5 of the opening duels and she won 4 of them. Like, just that in and of itself, when you consider the rough performance that she had yesterday, the resurgence of this team today has been fantastic. Winning out on their opponent's map pick, taking us to 1-0, and they're that one step closer to moving forward in this bracket.
Yeah, that was really well done. DMS put on a tough T side that looks like that Zerance had to survive. And they won I think 3 really pivotal, difficult rounds on their T side in the second half as well. And they really had to keep their mettle, keep their nerve and deliver when it really mattered. Otherwise, I think we probably see a different result here. But credit to Zerance, they did what they needed to do.
Viva la Rachel is what I'm going to say, because I'm a big fan of hers and I loved what we were seeing there from the second half. But pretty much exactly what Bardolph mentioned, and I know, Hanka, you spoke about this in the green room when we were watching this map. It was 2 very strong T sides for both of these teams. So I'll tell you what, let's jump to that first half. Take a look at DMS. What was it about their T side that was allowing them to get rounds on the board?
Like, I think we saw pretty I would say simple, basic Dust 2 T-side from DMS, which was executed basically perfectly. We were seeing some crazy shots from Kitsuna, which also made it way easier to execute. But basically, I just saw proper CS played by them, and it just led them to like 7-5 lead. So it wasn't huge, but it was proper CS.
Strong fundamentals, man.
Yeah, fundamentals, it was solid, it was basic. Like, Dust 2, when you really break it down, it is such a basic map, and that's why a lot of people like to play it. But the main thing that I noticed that they were doing was just not actually using a lot of flashes. They were all never really caught with util in their hand because they weren't really pulling it out. They were just going in dry, trading, team-based gameplay. And that was solid, and it got them a lot of rounds on the board. But then in the second half, it felt like that might have also been a bit of their downfall.
It's difficult on defense, right? That's not enough. You can't have that aggression. You've got to start using your util, figuring out how you stop Zerance from getting in there and being able to plant the bomb, which they were able to do. So let's focus in on their T side, because it was the thing that won them, I would say, this map. What were they doing right? What do we like about it?
Like, I think we can even say that both T sides were really similar. They were also playing really basic CS, but I like that they stayed like composure until the end, basically, and they were not like rushing things up. They were like going with like proper nades, proper flashes. They were trying to do retakes, and it really worked for them. So they stayed together until the last runs, basically.
I think they were also very composed and coordinated in like the post-plant situations. They knew exactly who was taking first contact, who was peeking off contact, and that was all sorted out so much better than what we kind of were watching from DMS in the first half. So I think that really impressed me. And another fact that they've taken Dust 2, when we were saying on the desk earlier that it was probably DMS that should have taken that map on paper, that makes me think, okay, maybe DMS maybe choking a little bit today.
A little bit of a choke, do you think? I mean, they were doing such a good job. I just think that their defense was potentially not enough. I mean, if you looked at that CT side of DMS, let's talk about that, Hanka. What could they have changed there if they wanted to ultimately win their own map pick?
Like, I think they never had numbers when it was coming to like execution from like Zerance, basically. So maybe lack of proactivity over the map. Like, this B side was not that hit strongly by Zerance, so probably they could maybe push it more often or even leave it open for some time and take information on the other side of the map. But basically, I think it was also about like multi-frags, that like people on like B side were not multi-fragging, people on A side were not doing their job properly, in my opinion. It was like about 1-2 frags sometimes, so in the end it was pretty hard to like hold this like A and B like sides.
We're moving to Inferno now. How do we expect this to play out?
It's really interesting map, to be honest, to see. If they picked Inferno, I think Zerance is like prepared really well for this map.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Zerance is really really prepared, and they also have the edge, already playing it in that earlier best of 3 series, so they've already beaten DMS on this, and DMS in the last couple of months, this is their only loss, which is against Zerance. So historically, not looking super great for DMS, but who knows? They get their choice of sides. I think they're starting on the CT side, which I don't think is their strong side. You know, I kind of like to watch them running at their opponents and just going in, making things happen. But when you think of Inferno, it is a utility-heavy map, and what was letting DMS down there on Dust 2, it was essentially their utility.
Like, I think we also saw pretty good synergy and like energy from the Zerance, and I think it can lead them basically to like feeling more comfortable between each other. And it's really important like in this type of matches because it's like also mental game. So I think they got this like little advantage after this first map.
Let's see if it can be a 2-0 for the French squad, and maybe they'll be saving themselves here at ESL Impact. The season finals are well underway. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with all the action.
I ain't holding my breath, but something's gotta give. Settle for nothing less. Gotta go, gotta get. I take it as it is. The game is never ending. We never signed it to life, but we're here for the ride. So hold on tight. We're moving fast and time don't slow, so we gotta let go. We already know we're just living for the good times. Nothing better than the good times. Stay living for the good times. We're living for the good times. I don't know
Drop some bass on the radio. You and me will drive through the night, cruising on the way to paradise. Jump right in, baby, let's go. Let's go. Drop some bass on the radio. You and me will drive through the night, cruising on the way to paradise. Jump right in, baby, let's go. Let's go.
Excuse me, senor. One moment, please. Yeah, disculpa. I know my English not good looking, but have you seen salt? Cause there's no flavor in this place.
Dile al quien fue que cocinó sin el sazón que no se aguante. Ponle un poquito de cebolla y limón a ese picante. Ese mangú no me lo como. Le hace falta sal y huele a mojo. Hay brujería en esa vaina, me hizo daño. Pues tu mamá se come un plátano muy extraño. Ya estoy cansado de estar picando por la plaza, amor. Quiero comerme un desayuno ahí en tu casa, amor. 2 huevitos con chorizo te cocino. No soy cochino, te lo cambio por tocino. Dile al quien fue que cocinó sin el sazón que no se aguante. Ponle un poquito de cebolla y limón a ese picante. Es que te extraño como la cocina de abuela o la empanada de tu vieja. La nena dulce como la miel de abeja. Yo me muero pa' comer si tú me dejas. Diablo, nena, que tú sí estás fuera liga. Mango bajito, lo que son tus amigas. Por eso que yo no me encaramo en árbol. Gracias por el plato, pero es que le falta algo. Dile al quien fue que cocinó sin el sazón que no se aguante. Ponle un poquito de cebolla y limón a ese picante. Dile al quien fue que cocinó sin el sazón que no se aguante. Dile no se aguante, dame. Ponle un poquito de cebolla y limón a ese picante.
never stand still. No doubt, I'm ready for the gamble. Tomorrow we will rise.
There is an old English saying, oi oi, welcome back.
All right, James. Are you looking at me so you don't have to look
They've
at the eye?
extended that eye section. They've extended it. It's like twice as long as it was before. Listen, I know where you production people are. Yeah, you need to sort yourselves out if they're doing it again.
Literally a loop. It's the same loop every time.
Oh my God. Well, back into the action we go. A very mentally stimulating Dust 2 has come and gone. DMS showed good efforts on the T side, but they were matched by Zerance, winning some very important difficult rounds as well, which allowed them to take the pick of DMS 13-9. We move on to Inferno, the second of potentially 3 maps. The decider would be Ancient should it be required, but let's see if it gets that far. Zerance are a team who should feel like they should be winning this one. I mean, I think after their first game, that was definitely a sorely disappointing game for them. You could see how much it meant to have a good showing in that first game. Now it seems DMS will have to do things the hard way, losing their pick of Dust 2. They'll be full focused on digging deep and finding a way to pull Inferno away from their opponent. Zerance clearly, I mean, body language is saying a lot now. It's telling a lot of the story. Zerance obviously being very happy that they've properly showed themselves again in a number of difficult scenarios, rounds that they had to win and they did, rounds that were going wrong and they righted the ship. That clutch from Julie going down long, let's not forget how important that was. But now when you look to DMS to show us something similar, do you think they can?
Honestly, I have my doubts purely because, so they did play on this map about 6 weeks ago, approximately, and it was a 16-3 in favor of the then prototype players, now Zerance. So
13-6?
13-6, what did I say?
16-3.
My apologies. We are not MR15. Yes, 13-6. Not a close affair by any measure. They did beat Spray and Slay on it, but the real test now is in the fact that this is a rematch. It's a possibility, it's potential for DMS to turn things back around, and given how one-sided it was the first time around, I remain unconvinced.
And Rachel came into this one hot, ready for that headshot. Very good showing from Rachel last game. No sudden explosion then, but look how split DMS are here. They've got 2 players per site trying to play crossfire with each other, but that will make them spread very thin indeed with 4 Ts coming their way. That's a fat grenade as well. Poisoned Chalice thrown at Averona, still standing with 13 HP, and hey, that might be enough. Sosia by the oranges. They've gone bad, it seems, and that leaves Ulyss and Kitsuna rotating from the A bomb site. I don't know that they were set up to succeed in this pistol round after losing that first player. It's rare you see things come to a halt after a frag on both sides and then continuation. Either way, Ulyss will be alone. At this point, it might be worth her honestly just going to save her Kevlar. Because how many people will she need to frag to kind of make up that money? If they choose to force buy in that next round, let's see what they choose to do. But if they do force buy, I think there is an argument to just go and save your Kevlar.
Super random thing, but like, Julie has impressed me so much, and I've just discovered that she is 1 year older than me. And the reason I bring that up is because I am ashamed. I could not live up to the bar that she is currently setting. I mean, she has been exceptional throughout the last couple of days. Very, very cool to see. And of course, we'll kick things off in that round very, very nicely. So yes, DMS still on the pistols. One upgraded pistol here. We'll see if Averona can make some magic happen.
Yeah, so no force buy. The Kevlar is less crucial, but still, there is an edge to be had with that. Allows you to absorb a bullet or two. As long as you don't take it in the face, of course. DMS awaiting their fate. Very good round for Zerance. Assuming Zerance survive this with a lot of people alive, I hope we see like some kind of fast play with these max 10s for the next round where they can abuse the advantages of them. An extended fight on Banana, you know, could lead to a mixed bag, but maybe there is a plan in mind for them. A-bomb site has been seized. Good area control we're seeing here. Now, what do you do if you're the CTs? Because there are MAC 10s everywhere. You don't really want to give up this bonus money, but you don't also have really anywhere to go. So I guess you just have to stand there and wait for death to come to you. And that's exactly what will happen. Everyone doing the right thing. 2-0 for Zerance.
One consolation kill, but let's face it, it doesn't make too much of a difference. It's a great way to kick things off here. And of course, the reinvest minimal for Zerance, so they come into this very strong. And, Cowday, so much cash, even after that buy. So we are more than likely, well, I suppose it begs the question, right? We've spoken about how the AWP can be quite difficult on the T side on this map, but mayhaps we just see it anyway. We'll have to find out in that next round, because that's when they'll have all the money to play with. Speaking of money, DMS now able to actually get some sort of a buy through here, but very limited in their utility.
Have a look at this start for the CTs. 4 people around B. However, they did not make that too obvious with the throwing of grenades. Some rounds, like we've seen that this weekend already, where someone's thrown too many nades, the T side have read it and tried to make a fast play towards the A-bomb site. Not the case here. Rapid response team was in position, and now we have 4 towards the A-bomb site. But again, the question is, how do Zerance get these MAC 10s working? I was wondering if there'd be some kind of boiler explosion. The MAC 10 is hit to spring though as the grenades are being deployed. That is exactly what you want. All the frags coming via MAC 10s in this round. For those of you at home, that should be your default plant spot. Make the CTs face the wall to defuse it. Worst possible scenario for them. 4 on 2, nothing else for DMS to do but leave.
It's a really good reaction from them. You have this heavy stack towards B, a little bit of utility gets used, and they start rotating across really quickly. I think maybe the lack of response in terms of util, maybe they read into that. Whatever caused them to call that rotation, it was beautifully done. They get all of their bodies over towards the A side. The problem is that they lose, like, all of their fights. They get the 1 kill onto Julie, and that's all she wrote, unfortunately. And then they're forced to have to just back away. The MAC 10s, you know, you get right up close and personal, and credit to Zerance to use their utility to get them into those close quarters engagements. So you're minimizing how many of your fights are long range, and therefore you can get the most value out of these weapons. Bit of a weird one, or an unfortunate one, I suppose, running out of bullets right at the top of brackets there. But Zerance will take that one, and they will take the round as well. Now DMS with a very broken buy into this round. Some early chip damage might give them a little bit of leverage.
Big flash, big swing, no trade frag. Now, if they can secure this position, maybe there's a rifle to collect. I don't know how Averona got a second frag out of that. Well, there's another rifle to collect. As the shrapnel will finish off the job. Now, are Zerance in the mood to continue to pursue Banana? We can see that the numbers are towards A for the CT side here. Ulyss having a look, and Emerald had just turned to the right. Again, should they be successful here, DMS, this is one of those rounds where you can't replicate it. However, a start is a start. And if they can keep their numbers up, they can start to build. Three-person rotation up banana as the bomb makes its way to plant around the fountain. And the pain is coming promptly as well. Monkey D. Julie gets a two-person transfer down to the pistol. You started to wonder. I think she would have needed rage hacks to solve that problem, though.
I mean, the fact that she gets two there, just literally holding down M1 and trying to control the spray and just not getting shot is a little bit ridiculous, I will admit. The fact that they keep it so expensive is always a good sign for them. But unfortunately, just not enough done. This is a great round from DMS. I mean, Averona does so much in that. So you've got the early util damage that creates a bit of space there. Averona gets that first kill, then somehow follows it up with a second, and that snowball just keeps rolling. I think that they were kills that maybe she shouldn't have gotten away with. So perhaps a slight misplay from Zerance, but credit where it's due. DMS take full advantage.
Heading towards long very quickly. Looking to... This is a lightning fast split of the A bomb site. There are CTs to deal with, though, for Zerance. Kitsune caught in no person's land. With a grenade, no less. All rendered useless for this one. Absolutely neutralized. Great round thus far from Zerance. Nothing that DMS could do, it seems. Jamie hasn't found a frag in this round, in this game just yet. Still pursuing something. This is very low percentage though. Averona, oh my god, they've barely had an answer to these frags just yet. How have they taken that back? Utterly wild.
Damn.
Massive props for that. 3 versus 4, awkward angles all over the shot, but somehow Averona squeezes 2. Wow.
And Jamie getting 2 as well. It feels like Zerance's post-plant setup just very, very weak. Maybe that was the plan. I mean, the fact that they took sites relatively for free kind of tells me that maybe this was the line of thinking. It was weak-sided, which, you know, you'll kind of have often roaming between which is going to be your weak side, and it turned out that in this round the A was the weak side. They kind of overrun it really quickly, take down the player towards top bracket, then you take out the AWP as well. Free site, you've lost 1 player, but you have a numbers advantage. Should be easy peasy. Positioning not where it needs to be, and DMS very quickly overrun and retake. Good little bit of util usage there, and a round that should have been in the bag for Zerance is just snapped away from them in the blink of an eye. Beautiful positioning from Averona as well to open things up.
Yeah, that 2K from the apartments was crazy. That was a game changer. They were destined to just lose all of their rifles otherwise, I think. Showing how deep they can dig. I've done that before. This is a big round for DMS. If they can break the T side here, they can take control of this half.
This map control is outrageous.
This has slowed the approach of the T side, having to re-establish presence in mid. Almost throwing nades from T-spawn. This has wasted a lot of their util also. A little bait there with a CT falling back. Won't be taken though by the T side, but this is looking very rough for Zerance. Sub 40 seconds, everybody in mid, no control of banana. Unknown situation towards A. They haven't broken ground onto top mid just yet. Numbers are the only thing going in their favor, but they don't know what the setup is for the CT side. As we can see, we've got 2 in the pit, so there could be a bait setup here, especially with a low health player. Although it'll be Fostio who has to show first, and they will combine to cut down these numbers. That was made incredibly awkward for Zerance by DMS, and they reap the rewards later on.
That's why I love proactive plays. I think that if you can time it well, you can get so much value out of that. And I think what's really important is that DMS don't like hang around, you know? They push forward, they get that opening kill, they wait like a moment or two. Is someone gonna get cheeky? No, okay, let's back off. Because very quickly thereafter, util starts to come through to allow Zerance to retake that space. So they've now also forced Zerance to have to use util that they might not want to have used in that particular...
Oh, my words. Hanging on by a thread. Give me another HE.
Oh, that's nasty. Who did Newt say were the util magnets?
Yeah, that's a good question.
I'm pretty sure it was DMS.
Yeah, indeed it was. Yeah, that's the strongest magnet I've seen in a long time.
Sorry, Newt, your stats have been ruined. Damn. I suppose it's a case of taste of your own medicine. Goodness me. What was I saying about util?
You're okay. You're doing all right over there.
I'm really not.
That was some big, chunky damage. Meat and potatoes. I know someone was waiting for me to say that. There you go. 4-3, DMS in the lead. Kitsuna going hyper aggro with the AWP, swing and a miss, able to escape, however, relatively unharmed. A lot of artillery being thrown at Banana as per usual. In the meantime, there'll be presence shown towards A. Maybe hoping for an over-rotation towards that B area, but there are still 3 CTs on this A bomb site. Eunice coming in from the back, might catch a second. Indeed, she does. Would she get the one on the balcony as well? Emerald with 2 of her own, and it's Eunice to trade. 3 kills on the A bomb site, keeps her team in it as they go for the rotation. Astra and Julie remain. Bomb not on the bomb site just yet. Getting planted now. Bomb has been planted. 2 on 2. Do they wait up the smoke? They're unsure as to where the second player is. That will be Astra in the apartments. Ever capable, but only 1 frag in 7 rounds for Astra. This would be a great time to warm up. Just seeing a bit of leg. Good spray there, and Julie will collect the second. Very close indeed. Nice tight game on our hands here on Inferno. We expected it to be a close run series with these 2 squads, and they are delivering.
Are you ready for the stats?
Give me the numbers.
All right, so the last time they played this, DMS started on the T side, and they went 6-6, and then they did not pick up a single round on their CT half.
Interesting.
So already off to a much better performance than what they had done previously. The fact that they've managed to pick up 4 rounds so far on CT bodes very well for that second half. Because previously it was actually the floated map. So of course it came down to the knife round, who gets to start on which side. This time around, they got to pick. This is actually quite interesting that they opted to start on CT given how rough it was the previous time. But they've come into this one a lot more prepared, particularly having played against Zerance on this map before. So it's good to see that whatever conversations were had in the last 6 weeks certainly seem to have paid off.
Three CTs over towards Banana. Time to dodge those nades again. So important for the T's to establish some control there, otherwise it can really slow your round down. That's a nasty peek from Calde. Avrona looking to respond. So the T's keep pursuing this. Calde with a big swing there, ready to go for another one on her own. Comes up short on this occasion though. Oh, Sotia caught with a grenade, and Rachel will punish. Looking to have another strong game, leading by example. Actually, Julie's just ahead. Overlay was blocking, 9 kills for her, 7 for Rachel. Not too shabby at all, though. Julie waiting for rotation. Oh, that timing! Pure Counter-Strike you're seeing right there.
Oh, rough.
3 on 3 then. Emerald's coming through with the Mac 10. Still Mac 10's in play, even in round 9. And that will be an open A bomb site. On the old Inferno, where there was wood over that crawl space, people would come up on the radar. When you were like in the last third of the woods, coming to pop out, you would show on the radar before you could be seen. Not the case anymore, obviously, but that was a little thing to be aware of.
Now we have shadows.
Yeah.
The number of times I've seen kills come through purely because we spotted a shadow. Like, it's insane. Makes it very difficult to sneak up on people, which I suppose is the purpose. So DMS forced now to have to save 2 of their weapons. Kitsuna hasn't had as much of an impactful map. That's not to say she hasn't, that she's like disappeared, but it hasn't been to the same degree that we saw yesterday and of course on that first map earlier on. And in this round, she kind of got shut out purely due to the fact that the round just capitulated so early on. So I'm hoping now into this next round, they've still got money, they'll get a buy through, and we might start to see her have those opportunities into these rounds. Damn, that's painful.
That's so annoying. But like, there's nothing you can do, but it just feels horrible.
The fact that it's a timing as well. Like, if she'd had her gun out, there's a world.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about, yeah. Like, the second she changes her weapon, boom. Brutal. Delayed airstrikes on this occasion. 3 towards A for the CTs. Important to mix it up. Saw some really nasty HEs from the oranges stack to that half full position, but anyway, flashes desperately trying to connect with something. Avrona barely alive, 9 HP, but alive is alive, especially when you're holding an AK. DMS content to wait for Zerance to make their play. But yeah, where these fights have been taking place, there are some really brutal HEs that can be deployed. 35 seconds on the clock. Emerald still lurking in mid, but 4v5, I think they need that extra player over. Playing contacts into the B bomb site. Got no smoke for CT. This is super Larry. In they come. That smoke will split the crossfire, actually. That's the bomb committed at the back of the site. Only 1 CT has fallen so far. Make it 2 then. And there is time to plant the bomb. Rachel and Emerald have the clutch of 8 and 52 HP respectively. It's better be quick. Better be accurate. Emerald's got a good spot here to get 2, and she'll do exactly that. Clinical on that second one. Kitsuna now 1v2. Little does she know that HE would probably yield a kill, but she won't get the chance to throw it now. And Zerance take that round.
Oh, that's insane. I mean, so Averona gets that first kill off the back of a great flash, and she's able to slip away and not die to the, like, flashed out spam that's coming through, which then allows her to get a second kill later on when the exec finally comes through. Like, she does way more than what was expected of her in that round before she's finally traded out, and she's put her teammates in a very winnable 3v2 scenario, but no one's expecting the just outside church tucked into the corner. No one's expecting her to be there. 2 kills to come through, which allows Rachel the possibility to clutch out. Emerald goes massive for Zerance there. That's a big round, man. And it's a fumble from DMS. Like, that should have been a round that they had in the bag, just given how it starts off and the situation that they're put in, the massive numbers advantage, the HP advantage, and they drop the ball.
The winner of this to play Supernova Comets later on today. War of attrition in many of these rounds. And it continues, this time The CTs will leave with full control of Banana. Look at this rotation. They are sending everybody towards A. I love the confidence of this play. You really have to believe. I think Sosia may have seen a T there. So they will be expectant. Oh, Averona looking beyond the angle, and that will cause not one but two losses. Eunice trying to claw back what she can, but they are losing personnel and position on this A bomb site. Almost lining up for Cowday, and there's Emerald coming in again. Just nasty execution from that boiler position. Be it a MAC-10, be it an AK-47, she is delivering the goods.
It's really cool to see her stepping up as well. I feel like, you know, Zerance has a team of players that can often kind of disappear, but they'll always have their moments to shine. Inconsistency seems to be a little bit of a plague here, and we can see it with like Astra having a bit of a rough match, or map rather, but Emerald had kind of gone missing in the first map. In this map, she's really started to show up. So it's cool to note that everyone has their moments to pick up the slack.
Have a look at this. Full pace from Zerance hunting. CT's having to scramble for position. Ulyss isolated and taken down. Same for Sosia also. Haven't said her name much. 3 for 8 is Sosia. Caught lacking on the A bomb site. No more saving to be done here. Three CTs. Versus full Zerance squad. Oh dear. That won't matter. Averona walking the plank basically into an 8th round for Zerance. A brutal finish, a good string of rounds towards the end of the first half.
Well, DMS have had a better performance on their CT side this time around than what they did the first time that they came up against each other on this map. It still has not been a phenomenal performance. 8-4, a lead for Zerance, and one step closer, one half away from potentially moving forward in this bracket. DMS need to dig deep. They need a miracle. Just about.
Maybe that miracle is the pistol round and the anti-force fire. Hand in hand at this point. Always looking at who's got the biggest smile in the profile pictures. I think Calday wins on this one. Well, it looks like we are setting up for a Halls pop. And here they come, straight to their demise. Like birds hitting a plane. Absolutely wrecked. Sosia remains requiring an ace. She's got 45 seconds. She has some paths to try and find some isolated fights. Proving very difficult though, as Astra will put her out of her misery. 2 for Astra, pistol round for Zerance. The wheels are certainly turning now.
I like birds on a plane. It's like a bug on a windshield, but on a
You like birds on a plane, like getting splattered by a plane?
No, I'm saying I like the phrase, the analogy that it's like the bug on a windshield.
Yeah.
But it's bigger. It's, you know,
bigger and there's like
aggressive.
more blood and guts?
Yeah, it's
Okay.
way more descriptive. I like that, I like that.
No
Why are you
worries.
trying to turn me out to be a weird person?
Oh
Like,
no, yeah, it's all me.
yes, it's definitely you. I definitely need you to tell people that I'm weird. All right, DMS. 1 round away from double digits for Zerance. It is a pistol round, however. A little bit of damage here would be quite nice, if possible. 3 MP9, so you can see the Zerance are looking to just farm up cash.
All about damage limitation here. Just don't be sloppy. Try to minimize the threat. Oh, will they line up? In the worst way. Julie trying to farm, but that's some good damage done. Is there a bomb plant here to be had for this T side? Apparently not. The MP9s collecting all that they want to. A superb position Zerance find themselves in. They've put themselves in this position. DMS have a lot of work to do, and it must start now.
I mean, every single kill in that round came from an MP9, so there is so much cash here. Despite how much of that came through, still gonna have MP9s into this round. So that's the one, I suppose, silver lining, but we're gonna have to keep these engagements a little bit longer range if DMS want the opportunity to turn things back around for themselves. Still got quite a bit of util here. They've given up Banana more or less and are angling towards A, but look how heavily reinforced it is.
Does Rachel go back? I wonder. Oh, some good info for Emerald. Now, does she want to stand and fight? There's no one to throw util for her on the other side, although Rachel is getting into that position, but doesn't have the util, so maybe she's not. Just repositioning onto the site then, as they are expectant. Still a lot of smoke grenades here for DMS to execute. They've taken much possession of top mid, but if they are to rotate back towards B and that smoke on long disappears, Julie is still here. Calday alone on B, no util left for her. And that might pull Julie back in that direction. At least she'll be closer for a rotation. Now those smokes come into play. Good counter flash. Oh, it's going to be a hard one to get onto this bomb site, though. Julie through the smoke. No respect being shown. Averona, 1 versus 2. Another one through the smoke. And they hold. Oof. Body language doesn't look good.
Definitely see the pressure is mounting here. But even, you know, across the board, like we saw how excitable Julie was getting earlier, the trash talk that was coming through. And even though they're at such a big lead at the moment, I think there's a moment where you're just like, okay, we need to lock in. Not because we're behind, but because we're so close that we can taste it. And to fumble the bag now, like... You can recover from it mentally, but it takes a moment, and it would be absolutely devastating. So why take that risk? Now, you know that I'm a huge fan of opening kills. I love talking about it, so I'm going to do it again. This time around, Zerance only have 7 opening kills, and yet they have 11 of the rounds. That means that in 4 of the rounds that they've won, they've come back from being at a player deficit, which is incredibly impressive.
They've got a full send with the MAC-10s. I was wondering, where are they going with this? Like, they've got to make this work, which means they've got to send it, and they've got to send it quick. Rachel forced to fall back, but will get a barbecue for her troubles. Calde won't be so lucky. Rachel somehow goes back for a second. The shrapnel will finish her off. They've got to secure that bomb plant quick, but the CTs are here already. I can see Julie around the corner looking to be more of a nuisance. She has been quite one so far. 16 frags along with Rachel, just tying with her in this round. Rachel making it winnable for the squad. Now, this would be really big if DMS can win by elimination. That would take so much money away for the CT side. So far, so good. Astra dropped. Julie coming in to trade. 2-on-2. There's a kit for both CT. Sosia in the smoke. Can she pick the right timing? Here comes Ulyss from the side, but it's Sosia with both frags. And that is the round that DMS were looking for. A Hail Mary towards that B bomb site, straight through the mollies onto the bomb site, and success finally for DMS.
And we've seen a few times that run through the molly strat just completely failing, but they ran towards a weak-sided B, so there wasn't a ton of follow-up. I think just an extra HE might have made a big difference there, but they were able to crack through relatively unscathed, and managed to flip things back in their favor. And what's really important is with how close the rounds have been, Zerance now have no money.
All they need for now is patience. Play correctly, focus on the buy rounds. This is an opportunity, though, for DMS to build momentum and then take it through to a buy round and just feel more comfortable than they have in this game of Inferno. Has been very dicey indeed, and they're the ones on the food table. So again, should be a formality. Some time to breathe. Let the brain have a little rest before the challenge to come.
Now this will put DMS on the exact scoreline that they had in their last meeting. So they have an opportunity here not only to better that score, but to potentially steal this map away and take us to a third. Bit of economic damage done here, but not going to be too much more than that unless Rachel can get a sneaky one, but no. So 2 kills with Kitsuna dying to the bomb. And let's face it, at this point, it's not making a massive difference, all things considered. And Kitsuna's actually quieted down since they've moved over onto the T side, and I suppose that maybe makes a little bit of sense when you consider that she is the AWPer, but we've seen her be exceptional even on rifle. So for her to be kind of quietening down a little bit, it's not great, but it's also allowed Sosia to start picking up. So now we've got all the DMS players kind of firing on similar cylinders, which I think is part of what has made this resurgence possible. Jeez.
Nice from Astra, big opening frag.
Jamie has 3 HP.
Banana will still be open though. We'll see if there's a re-aggression from Zerance, but if not, then they have to assume that there is some presence there. So what do the remainder of DMS do? They have to find success here. Every round should be worth 2, breaking that CT economy once again. So a slip up here could be fatal. But Astra has come to meet them again. She just wants to be friends.
No friends here. Enemies on the field of battle.
45 seconds. One flash for this T side. So Jammy's going to be offering the nades. 3 HP in the back. Deploying the util. Still got a lurker over towards the A-bomb site. Maybe trying to catch somebody on that rotation. So far, so good. Katsina gets the entry. Traded by Rachel. So good with the bursts. And it is that low health Jammy left. Rachel not showing. Buying time for rotation. And it's Ulyss left lurking over to that A-bomb site. What was the play here? I'm not sure if she was keeping the options open. Should they rotate towards A again? But she didn't have a part to play mid to late round until it was too late. Really difficult when you've only got 4 players.
Huge round from Rachel. Really has been a massive piece of the puzzle for Zerance today. Quieter in previous series, but realizing now this is, you know, elimination is on the line. Yesterday it was just a case of, well, do we go upper or lower bracket? But today it's, do we continue or do we just go home? So 20-9 at the moment, a 2.0 KD that she has really put her team in her backpack, and now the home stretch before them, and Julie will lose her life instantly.
Astra could get some nice, oh, well, she's got some info, rotating back towards bottom banana. Good angle from Emerald. Gave her the half a second she needed to make it a 4-on-4. M4A4 enjoyer Rachel. Looking to do some more damage. Astra in the pit now. Got to try and make it awkward, but she will be traded promptly indeed. 3-on-2 for what remains of DMS. That's a very nice molly though. Jammy getting barbecued. Brought down in health. Calde got the 1v1 she wanted, but not the result. Rachel in the clutch now, pre-firing. Again, the money will become dire should the CTs lose this. There is a kit for Rachel. What is the play, though? Is it a late attempt, a cheeky defuse? There's Jammy on the site, absolutely ready to keep DMS in the fight.
Oh, man, and the whole time I'm just there going, save. Just save. Just leave. Just hold on to the weapon. But not the call that is made in that moment. And unfortunately now it's going to be back down onto a bit of an eco for Zerance, and DMS do indeed best their previous score and looking to continue to making it an even closer affair, as now they've got so much cash in hand. And Katsuna, T-sided AWP, not given the chance.
Full send, Operation Full Send coming to your screens shortly. Emerald could actually win this round. 1 versus 2.
Oh,
wow.
God.
That was wild. That was fun.
That was stressful. All of those USPs running straight towards you. Katsuna didn't even have a chance to pull out that AWP. Instantly overrun and brought down to a very winnable scenario. But they, you know, hold their mettle. And they do manage to nab themselves another round there. And despite all of the kills brought into that round, all it's done is allowed some very small upgrades. But if that previous round was anything to go by, it's anyone's round. I say small upgrades. These are scary upgrades.
Such a strong bait setup. Emerald only getting one for the time being. That flash, or she came out a little faster than some of it as well, but now Astra's got a rifle. So awkward. Able to fall back. Averona dropped as well. This is chaos. Look how little health they have left. Kitsune with 3 HP. Astra will be dealt with, but man, these are nervous rounds. They are closing that gap though.
It's terrifying, I think, that Zerance are able to get so much done on rounds when they have like nothing to play with. The setups that they're creating, right? The pistol rush down mid, the bait setup at top bracket, just slowly clawing their way. And the main purpose of all of that is to have money into the next round, because now they have a robust buy, everything in their possession to close this out.
All of a sudden, this must feel a lot tighter for DMS. A lot more doable. Again, the bait setup, not really checking it properly. It's going to be costly. And here comes Astra again. Down to the pistol, though. Very awkward indeed. Look at her post up and drop jammy. Brutal. Wonderful way to finish off the job. A huge 2-0.
That's insane that they do the exact same play 2 rounds in a row. But let's face it, are you expecting that play 2 rounds in a row? Of course you're not. And that was their demise. It's exactly what Zerance plays into, the realization that what team goes for that play 2 rounds in a row. And the second time, it works beautifully. Astra playing off of her own flash to create those opportunities. And Zerance will take this series in a 2-0 fashion, not the 3-mapper that they had to deal with previously. And they will secure themselves a spot in the next round. One more opportunity to make playoffs.
They've done it. They've stayed in the competition. The French squad will continue on. Unfortunately, we say goodbye to DMS. But Zerance has demanded that they stay, and with that performance, you can't ignore them.
Yeah, I love to watch them because we saw some energy, some good team play, some good like atmosphere on the server, so it really was super cool to watch.
And lots of trash talk, Mac, which I love.
Yeah, lots of trash talk, especially from the Zerance side of things. But yeah, it was good to see the pop-offs, and it was also, you know, for me, it was great to see Rachel playing the game today because she got completely shut down in the best of 1 yesterday, and that is beautiful to see that kind of turnaround. Everyone for Zerance, though, looking so much better than yesterday, and that's exactly why they took the 2-0, especially there on D2.
So obviously DMS, you saw there, obviously there was a little bit of a comeback at the end, but for the most part, Zerance dominated this map, right? What was it that they were doing that allowed them to get those rounds on the board?
Yeah, like basically on T-side, we saw Zerance really controlling the P pace of like every round. And what is interesting, that coach took pause on like 4-4 score, and basically after that, Zerance won every single round. So basically, big props to the coach because it's his job. He did it really good. And I really like that they were not overcomplicating things. They were just going into the side with like good nades, good trades, what is really important. And they just looked way better than opponents.
Yeah, and a couple of the players as well, especially on the CT side, looked so self-sufficient, especially the anchors. So shout outs to Zerance for just such a better performance. And Inferno seems like a dangerous territory for anyone to go up against them. And I dare say later today, as you could see on the groups, they are going to get a chance at revenge against the Supernova Comets.
Can we have a little bit of fun? I mean, I know that we should be celebrating the fact that Zerance is still around, but there was a particular round that I kind of enjoyed, and the reaction was really funny. Round number 9, Hanka, you saw that as well. Wasn't that a good time for all of us?
I love to see that. I love to see the emotions. I love to see this type of, it's just like fail. It's just unlucky. It happens to every of us, but the reaction is just lovely. I love to see people's reactions because it means that they are in the game. They are living with it. I love this reaction. Do it more often, Julie, for real.
For sure. And I mean, Julie for me was such a standout player, Mehmet. Yeah. She had such a good run there, especially in the first half. She was just getting those kills and making sure that Zerance could get round after round. Yeah, having a stellar performance at the ripe old age of 33 as well, which I just found out before. I didn't realize she was, you know, one of the veterans of the scene playing since 1.6. So good to see, you know, experience just shining through in a LAN situation. Usually it's the younger generation that you're sort of looking to be the mechanical pop-off players. Yes, everyone makes mistakes, as we saw there in the highlight, low light, whatever you want to call it. But
those things happen, and the fact that even though that has happened, she's almost top fragged, except for Julie taking over towards the end.
I do actually think we have some highlights of Judy, so we get to celebrate what we were getting to see there as she comes up on our screen. Well, what is it that you like about her? Because you've obviously played against her as well, Hanka. What is it that she brings to the table?
Like, she's really unexpected player. Like, you need to expect unexpected when you play against her because she's just fearless. She's just going for a frags and she's going for any play she can imagine, basically, and it's something that we should all look up to her, to be honest.
Do you think that she guides the team there, obviously, Mehmet, with that experience, but also, like Hanka said, that just brings more to the table?
Yeah, of course the experience, but just sort of knowing when to do things, and it's kind of like the saying, like old reliable, right? Like she's always going in when the call is to swing together. Hey, it's old. It's a saying. It's a saying. I did not say that. That would also. I'm 33. All right, I'm calling us all old. That's fine. Well, I'll go down with the ship. But look, everyone playing phenomenally, and of course, like head to head, both Julie and Rachel had crazy games today. Rachel in particular, especially. I think there was a B-site hold that we saw in the second half. Should be coming up in the highlights. But the fact that she managed to get 2 flash for herself and just be so reliable, it is just crazy, the performance that she put out today. It's a complete U-turn, complete flip around from what we saw from her yesterday. Everyone was singing her praises moving into that best of one. We saw nothing. She got shut down on the Nubis. And fortunately, I think Zerance figured it out. Let's just dodge a Nubis. Let's just play on every other map apart from that one. And then, yeah, of course, Rachel is going to be my particular player of the match. Just crazy performance.
Rachel is without a doubt the difference maker for this lineup. We didn't see her come online yesterday. They found themselves in a loser bracket. Today, she's online, she's trash talking, and they're winning maps. So we're giving her player of the match, which is kind of awkward because Heku is with Julie, who was probably second on that MVP list.
Oh yeah, Julie was popping off, not only on the server. I mean, you were really vocal, just like Rachel. You know, like I wanted to know what were the translations. What exactly were you yelling to your opponents?
No, it's just like when I clutch 1v3 on those two, I just tell them, guys, I have more experience than you. Like, play me not with experience but with skill, because I'm 34 years old and you are 16. Like, I'm gonna wreck you for sure. Like, yeah, play me with skill. Maybe you can win.
All right, but like, when it comes to your team, like, you know, like you have experience of IGLing, but the same goes for Kaude, like then goes for Astra. Who is actually like the main IGL for this lineup? Who is responsible?
We start with me, then we switch up like after Imperial match to Kaude. She's insane. She's insane. Like, we are all good on IGL, but Kaude makes the difference because she's fucking tryharder, bro. She's amazing, and since we switch, like, it's better in the team because it's a little bit less vocal as well. So Kaude is the main in-game leader, and there is no one else beside. Like, we just like manage our area, but beside that, we trust her and follow her.
So you don't have a situation when there's too many cooks?
No, there is not at all.
Well, that means that you're gonna have a rematch, because I believe like the Supernova Comets was the team that you had to play the best of one. It was a really close one.
Yeah,
you
but
lost.
But you see, yesterday Rachel was not on the top, and today she
She's
was the
feeling it?
Rachel that we expect every day. So if she play like this against Supernova Comet, I believe we're gonna won on them. Like, we're gonna win.
I think you want to say a different word.
Yeah, I want to say it, but it's not appropriate.
It's not appropriate for the broadcast. But
my daughter is watching. So.
All right. Like, no, like we're keeping it like nice and family friendly. One last thing I wanted to know is like, did you already have an opportunity to do like maybe more preparations for the Comets? Because you had like the prep for the opening series, but now it's gonna be a best of 3.
I mean, it's fine. Doesn't matter. Like, we are here, we need to play, we need to enjoy. So it doesn't matter which map it will be. We will be on server, and if we have to lose one map because of the map pool, we don't care. There is 2 maps to win, so it's I'm a chill girl online, to be honest. So I'm not stressed at all.
You're saying you're a chill girl, but when we are yelling the opponents, I would not be able to describe you like that.
I'm chill. I'm a nice girl.
All right. Thank you very much, Julie.
Can I say something?
Oh yes, definitely.
Sorry, because my daughter is watching, and if I don't. Louise, maman, elle t'aime très fort. Elle t'envoie plein de bisous. Je t'aime à la folie. Mouah.
A lot of kisses. She said a lot of kisses.
It's only for my daughter.
Okay. A lot of kisses to her daughter. All right, Julie, thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Hope your daughter is watching right now because of the time zone.
It's okay.
Let's go back to desk. Bye.
You know what? I'm a chill girl on LAN. I love that line. And I especially love that because Judy didn't have a great online season. She wasn't that great online, but she definitely brings the heat when she's on LAN.
I mean, she delivers in like every match basically for now. So like she's really a monster right now, and I love to see that. I think it even gives me a vibe of like Apex, you know, with like confidence, with like jokes around, with like chill girl. Like it's really what the team needs in the end.
Yeah, someone just to keep it all together, everyone calm and composed, and even when things were getting a little bit crazy, it's good to see that, you know, there's not too many cooks in the kitchen. They are all just listening to Claudia and letting her make the calls.
I am curious about something that she said, though, and I feel like I can put this to both of you, because she mentioned there, obviously, that she is a little bit more experienced than some of the ladies on the server. And what do you think wins in the end? Is it experience or is it skill when you jump into a best of 3?
I think the biggest factor is like map pool in the end, because if you're gonna face the team who has better map pool, even if you are super experienced, you cannot show it because you didn't prepare well enough. But in the end, it's also about like being mentally strong to overcome hard situation in this best of 3, because obviously you're gonna face more obstacles than you usually will do in like best of 1. So I would say it's like most about like map pool and like mental side.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I feel like, you know, a lot of that does come with experience. Sometimes it is just inherent in some people, you know, but there are people that, you know, they need reps on LAN to get that confidence up, or they do get a little bit shaky. And I don't think we've really seen anyone that is suffering in that respect. So it's good to see the pool of talent that we have here at the moment at ESL Impact for Season 7 finals is looking good.
Zerance remains in the competition. We'll see them up against Supernova Comets in a little bit. But now we get ready for our next matchup, Imperial versus FlyQuest Red. One last message before we go. Lots of kisses, but only for Julie's daughter.
with it. They try to reference it, wanna say they invented this. I know you can't resist, trying to be like this. Don't even take the risk, walk away, cause I got everyone wishing they had what they're missing, but no, never know. Guess I got it simple, I'm not like the people you know. Make it look easy. I bet I'll make it look easy. Don't try to fake it to be me. Just cause I make it look easy. Make it look easy, I do it in my sleep at night. Don't try to get it right, gotta stay alive. I gotta win, nah. I'm making a name, nah. Winning again, nah. Wanna play, cause I got everyone wishing they had what they're missing, but no, never know. Guess I got it simple, I'm not like the people you know. Make it look easy. I bet I'll make it look easy. Don't try to fake it to be me. Just cause I make it look easy. Don't even bother, try to win a lighter. Real like no other. It's in my veins, like in my DNA. My vibe is like no other. Cause I got everyone wishing they had what they're missing, but no, never know. Yes, I got it simple, I'm not like the people you know. Make it look easy. I bet I make it look easy. Don't try to fake it to be me. Just cause I make it look easy.
Hungry for attention, you're so hypnotic. Take me for a ride, I'm feeling nauseous. Oh, I'm delicate, just like the pick-me flower that you're crushing. Feelings that I've got, you say they're valid. Take me to the party, buy me drinks, I guess I'm lucky. Pull me apart, like when I'm broken. I don't wanna wait for you to make me cry. Turning black and blue from the world you fought. Feel like I'm dying. Deep down inside, I'm crying. But I'm holding it, cause you say I'm a cry, baby. But I'm holding it, cause you say I'm a cry, baby. Feel like I'm dying. Deep down inside, I'm crying. But I'm holding it, cause you say I'm a cry, baby. But I'm holding it, cause you say I'm a cry, baby. Making jokes at my expense, you say it's funny, but the irony is you're so broke emotionally damaged. Have the nerve to tell me you can't afford to love me. Think about my body with somebody else, hope it feels like hell. Feel like I'm dying. Deep down inside, I'm crying. Tomorrow we will rise.
watching ESL Impact. It's the Season 7 finals coming to you from Dallas, and we're moving into our final 2 games of the day. These are also the 2 games that will determine who will be joining Furia and NIP in the semi-finals. It's all to play for, and to kickstart, we have a banger. It is Imperial up against flyquest Red. Obviously, Imperial Valkyries, currently the best women's Counter-Strike team in the world. Also, the undefeated ESL Impact champions since inception. Going up against flyquest Red, who, MacMade, when they started their Impact run, were a team that were making playoffs. But the last 3 seasons, they've only finished 7th or 8th. Today is the first time that we're seeing them finish a little bit higher, even if they lose this one, which is very exciting for them.
It's funny because, like, yesterday I was saying that flyquest Red may be impacted by losing their IGL, right? And thinking that things would have looked worse, but they've almost beat Imperial Valkyries yesterday. They did get a big W earlier in that best of 3, and now they're here to try and get revenge. I don't know how easy that's going to be on 3 different maps. As we were talking about just before the break, as well as map pool can be everything, not just experience, not just confidence. So we'll see how this one goes, but I cannot wait to see what Imperial Valkyries are going to change from yesterday, because I don't think they were super happy with their performances.
Yeah, it's gonna be banger for sure. I'm really looking forward because Imperials had to step up and they had to prepare super good for this match. So they need to feel pressure right now also.
I'm sure they feel pressure because you can see there on their screen, like they're not used to being in the loser bracket. This is not a place they're familiar with. It's not a place they're comfortable with.
Yep.
That's going to play heavy on their minds. And also, I think, Hanka, this is a conversation I'd love to have with you because we've had a little bit outside of this. But there's been some interviews and things that have been going around. Lots of conversation from the team about how they're feeling a little bit run down. And you mentioned to me that it can be really tough. We've obviously seen Valkyries go into the regular leagues. They've been playing those big tournaments, but they've been losing a lot. That can really hit your confidence, right? Because now suddenly you're seeing all the flaws in your game that maybe you weren't aware of before.
Yeah, it really plays with your mind when you just lose and then lose and lose and lose. And it's really mentally really hard to deal with it, especially when it's like team game. Like you need to make sure that your teammates are on the same page. If someone is falling off, you need to support this. And when you lose all the time, it's really hard to adapt and like find the real mistakes you're having with a game, and you may over-analyze things, which should never be a problem, right? So it's something that Imperials for sure deal during this season, but in the end it gave them more experience than the different women's, right? So it's something that it's like mixed feelings about that.
I think it's just one of those things that you can experience in everyday life, right? If things just aren't going right, you'll just start to overthink and maybe question things that you've never had to question before, because Imperial Valkyries have never been tested like this or put in a position like this where they could be knocked out, they could get grouped. We would never have spoken about this, 2 days ago.
For sure. So you mentioned there about how you question lots of things. We had a lot of questions, so we threw them at Imperial Valkyries.
Even if we are completely down, we will wake up. This is how we work as a team. I'm not concerned about just because we've been losing the past months that it can be used against us.
I mean, I think we keep up like every other team. We just work, try to fix our mistakes, just like keep going. There is not like such secret towards this. Just trying to get better each day.
I know that we are the favorites here. I think the hardest part is to like reset from all the matches that we've been losing recently. We're the right team to do that because we're all on the same page.
I believe that we are a capable team to be in the finals, so obviously they should be a bit scared of us.
Playing on the big stage will be very exciting, actually. It's going to be the first time ever, so I'm super excited about that, definitely.
They hit on everything we said, but that was very confident talk. She's already talking about getting on that big stage. You got to get through the loser brackets, Zaz. That's the game now.
There was 2 things I took away from that one. One was the exact same as that, is maybe they're getting a bit ahead of themselves. Obviously, they have high expectations that they should be playing in the grand final, but they still now have to take the hard road through that lower bracket and through the semis, of course, against one of their biggest rivalries. And other than that, Damn, I was watching that the VOD the other day, the behind the scenes from the Kato experience, and I feel like playing alongside Zaz would just be so crazy, like so good for your confidence. I feel like the pep talks that she would give would just hype you the hell up for these games. So I'm sure she said a couple of words to the other teammates to get them pumped for this game today, because they got to at least sit on the sidelines for that earlier game from FlyQuest Red, and I can't wait to see what they've got in store for us in this best of 3.
Okay, so we've dived into the mental part that could be playing out here for Imperial Valkyries. Let's get into the stats and what's been happening in game. Newt, what do you have for us?
Well, I have some good news. Newt.exe has been rebooted, so I'm all good. So in the break, I got a bit of a reboot. But I hope that Imperial Valkyries have had a bit of a reboot during their little break before this matchup, because I feel they're having a bit of a multi-kill dilemma, because there's been a bit of a struggle here at the season finals for them. Because looking at the group stage, they were one of the best teams on capitalizing on multi-kills. 82.6% of their rounds with a multi-kill. It's a round win, victory in the bag, and everybody performing in spades, especially Kat. Kat during the online stage, nearly 92% of her multi-kill rounds were converted with ease. But looking over towards the season finals, it's looking pretty dire over there. 63.6%. That is actually the lowest out of all the teams participating here. So this kind of develops that storyline that we've been talking about the mental struggle that Imperial is having, because multi-kills should be easy to convert, because you get your playing advantages no matter what. You can actually, it powers up your players to actually keep pushing forward and actually get those round wins. But here, Imperial are a bit lost. They don't know what to do. They don't know how to convert these rounds. So a lot of these multi-kill rounds leave impact on the table, and they cannot capitalize on them. So that's kind of that mental struggle that they're having to see, what can we do? We've got this multi-kill, we've got this double kill. What to do next in the round? We don't know. But hopefully they got a bit of that reboot on the cards, because they're coming against FlyQuest and they're on a resurgence, and they're looking to get to that Dallas finals, because it's NA, baby. It's going to be a Dallas finals. It's got to have an NA team on the cards.
Thank you so much, Newt. And it's interesting that you brought up the North American team, because the truth is, I've desk hosted quite a few of these Impact season finals, and I dumpster on FlyQuest a lot. I always come in and say they're not delivering. I see them get knocked out early on, and I go, you are the best in North America. This is unacceptable. And I will stand here right now and say, damn, they have impressed me yesterday and today. This is a different team. They always looked a little bit sad. They just kind of looked like they were there and they had a job to do. Now they look like super involved. They look excited to play Counter-Strike again. And I think it's showing in the server, Hanka. I think that they look really good and they're working well as a team.
Yeah, and I also want to say on top of that I love to see like full potential of Bibian finally shining, and that she is proving that she is in the right place in the right time. I think she gives a lot to her teammates.
We get a chance to see Train. The Vito's just come up. That is the map pick there of Imperial. It'll be our second map, so we should be speaking about Dust 2, but I think the Train pick is kind of exciting, right?
Yeah, well, it'll be the first time we've seen it at an Impact Final, because last Impact Final, it wasn't in the map pool. So it's good to see it leaking in. How FlyQuest are going to fare on that, I'm not too sure. We've seen Imperial Valkyries play it a decent amount in the last 3 to 6 months, so I'm sure they're going to be confident on that one. But yeah, Dust 2, we can turn it that direction as well. It's going to be an interesting one. Obviously, FlyQuest played very well on it earlier on, but now they're going up against a team that should, on paper, have much better firepower.
Yeah, exactly. I think that Dust 2 for Imperial is one of the strongest maps also. Like, it's no doubts about that. I'm just really hyped about Train, because it's so fun to watch this, new map played by the best team in the female scene.
Yeah.
But Dust, for sure, gonna be really hard for the FlyQuest.
You think it's gonna be tough for FlyQuest? Yeah. They've obviously picked it. Why do you think they may struggle on this map, Hanka?
I think and in this matter, I think it's only about experience, because I saw Imperial picking Dust 2 over the season many times within this all years. So they, individually, I think they are like maybe level higher than the FlyQuest girls.
I have to agree there. Obviously, there were some shaky rounds, shaky moments for FlyQuest Red earlier, and I dare say Imperial were watching, were figuring out how to abuse all of the weaknesses that they spotted in that first best of 3 earlier today. And then that's the other thing as well. What's the endurance like for a team like FlyQuest Red? How are they going to play into another best of 3, and how deep is that best of 3 going to go?
That ties in so well, though. The thing we were talking about is obviously Imperial feeling a little bit down because they've been playing all of these games, and they feel like they're losing a lot. But in losing a lot, they're they're also learning a lot. So they're going to be really quick to adapt to what they've seen flyquest bring to the table today. And that's got to be a little bit nerve-wracking for our North American girls.
Yeah, but we saw that Imperial can lose. They can lose to anyone, right? So let's just hope for the really good matchup that flyquest is gonna show up. Interesting matchup, and I'm really looking forward.
It's going to be one hell of a fight, and we have the best voices to make sure that they showcase exactly what this battle looks like. Lucy and B-Dog are getting ready to take us to Dust 2.
Thank you so much, Sam. This is one of my favorite opening matches yesterday. It felt like it was going to be the upset of the day. Wasn't quite, but it was still an absolute banger. The fact that we get it here as the Group B decider, it's another opportunity for Bibian to humble Imperial.
Here we go. I'm going to go with a hot take, and I'm going to completely disagree with what the desk has just said about Dust 2 for FlyQuest. And I'll tell you why. It's because Imperial, yeah, you can say every single map is good for them, but to be honest with you, Dust 2 has always looked a little bit shaky. I think back to that last season, especially online Dreamcatchers that then turned into K27, OT on that map. And if Imperial are lacking confidence, you then go onto an AIM map. You then go onto a map that is in FlyQuest territory in North America. And Vanessa's back, and she's looking to be victorious.
Yeah, you got to talk about Vanessa coming into Dust 2. She was dominant, and it's been brilliant seeing her step into the limelight here on LAN. She's got Bibian, who's been helping out, and unfortunately, Brandon, we're going to keep on ramping because this is a technical pause. It'll be around reset, but hopefully not too long.
Damn. Oh, well. It's all good. And it just means we can talk a little bit more about Dust 2. And you're right. Look, Vanessa was really good. And I think Marie, she was a bit hard on herself yesterday. She tweeted on social media. She said, look, I didn't feel like I played my best. But if you actually take a look at some of the impact kills that she was getting, I think she was a really large proponent as to why FlyQuest were winning rounds. And you saw that against mibr on D2 as well. And I'm hoping to see that again here. It's all about confidence. We said that for Imperial. It's also confidence for Marie, with this being her first LAN.
Yeah. Vanessa has been the player that used to have that problem.
Yes.
She stepped up, so we've already seen the potential of this FlyQuest Red squad. It's going to be a fight out from long. 23 gets the information. Tori from backside gets deleted by Goose Breeder through the edge of the smoke. The double gush, the flash out, and the bullets connect for one. Surprisingly, that was a total mess. But the kills does come back, and it gives that advantage for FlyQuest. Anna not quite able to connect a shot off the box, so Bomb allowed to go down. Yeah, nice try, Anna. Hopping up and down, doesn't connect. Emmy does. And there was a kill back, but still an advantage for FlyQuest. They have a player out long. It is planted for Bibian, so she doesn't necessarily need to face him. Maybe she won't be necessary at all. A 1v2 for Anna. I know so both these players are, but Loud on this reposition. So Marie gets behind the site boxes. Anna's bearing down on her. The gush comes through, and Bibian finishes the job. Pistol for FlyQuest.
Yeah, really good work for FlyQuest. And immediately, I spoke about this yesterday, but for Imperial Valkyries, the stuff, the little shenanigans that I like to pull out, especially at these LAN finals, not working immediately in the first round. The jump up from Anna. We don't get the Kelly jumping shot. Then we get the Anna little head pixel glitch. Doesn't work out as well for Anna. A push through the smoke. Normally, 23 is always guaranteed a multi-kill. Only came up with one. Really good trading for FlyQuest. It's something that Nuke talks about. It's improved already in this pistol.
Forced by for Imperial. They've done this quite a few times, and the 5-7, the flashbang comes through at the perfect time. Emmy is lucky to get out of there. Could have been a disaster, but she's given that extra little bit of leniency off Anna's flash.
Just go swap guns. I mean, I know Marie's all the way over at B, but you can regroup here. I like this spacing. The Bibi and Vanessa are now taking all the way up towards short. This smoke will land at a good moment to push them back. And this means that if you're Emmy and if you're Marie, you go and swap weapons.
20's just going to sit on the other side. Anna gets up close with the scout too. Off the fade. 23 will start to edge forward. Now, Bibi should just be able to take her down with ease, and Anna needs a quick flick up. Doesn't connect, not even the leg shot there. So Bibi gets away. Zaz, close range, and Bibian runs out. Luckily, Marie's there to help, but she goes down immediately. Still trying to isolate this fight onto Tori, who's standing, and the push through from Anna. Caught off, Vanessa recovering. And both these players are over towards B. I don't know if they realize it, but the A bomb site's completely open. Tori will pick up that AK, starts to run forward. Cat removes Emmy. It's onto Vanessa. Has a smoke that she can put down and the time to plant the bomb.
You gotta be so quick with where you want to take this after plant. That's the issue. Both players coming in from short. Smoke's good for Vanessa. But what are Imperial going to do? They drop another one to potentially push forward, and Cat sees Vanessa over the top. Good collection, good spacing for Imperial. They group up together. They make the most of that situation, and flyquest. They just can't handle the heat. Especially when Bibian gets that kill on towards short, you hear the scout ring out. You feel like you might have got a little bit more spacing towards mid, but they fall into the same trap that mibr was falling into against flyquest. Just go with utility. If you don't have a flashbang, sure, maybe just drop a nade in the doorway. Do something, because you're just giving Imperial chances to win the round back.
Yeah, even that fight out long at the start, right? It felt like 23 had half a minute to get that kill. Like, where was the T-flash that comes out to support those players?
There.
So that's a rough way for that round to go. With the bomb plant, flyquest decide not to reinvest. They could have, and many teams probably would, but they want to get the proper weaponry into the next, so they'll allow Imperial to get that 2-1 start. 23 in a perfect position to farm up with the MP9, and she will do just that. Delivery of the C4, and this one going right to script.
And now we wait. Go on, Goose. It's only a matter of time before you lose your head to one of these guns. For her, it's just hoping that it's a rifle rather than 23 on the MP9. Can't get the bomb, can't plant. But I guess you can take some time here to maybe talk it if you're flyquest. Goose is currently not doing that. We saw in some of the tactical timeouts as well that Bibian was taking a lot of responsibility there between her and Sheikh Zilla. So I thought that was a really interesting component. If only she had the bomb, she doesn't.
You're not uncommon for the kind of star players of a team to have quite a vocal voice in the team. Seen that in many of the top teams in Counter-Strike. MP9 discarded immediately, so Imperial don't want to take chances into this. They want the full weaponry, and obviously on the other side we will see that. Emmy has to get the Galil. No AK or other weapon for her.
Yeah, no AWP. That's the important one. Smoke off Anna. Wait patiently. flyquest have been often going in towards long, and Vanessa feels like she's got an opportunity. Zaz removed early is a great scalp to take.
Yeah, and you feel like Zaz is going to get aggressive in these tunnels a lot, so holding for this if you've got a good spawn like Vanessa did. Really nice way to find an opening pick.
And this goes back into something that we were saying, you specifically actually on the Uber ride over here, where you were saying, look, Zaz has been figured out now. We know exactly how she's going to play. We know she's going to get aggressive. We know she's going to push. All you do, if you're playing against Imperial, is just play a more passive default, because they will make the mistakes.
Didn't stop her getting away with her normal nonsense against NIP yesterday.
Yeah,
but,
most smoke kills at the event is Zaz.
Yeah, that's about right. Tori's up close. She's got 23 in the pit. This is really difficult to retake long.
You can't go. Here's the thing. You've got top mid. You need to get your short players getting this contact. Bibian needs to play first. It cannot be the long players.
I think it's going to be these long players,
It can't
Brandon.
be.
I think it's going to be Tori. Oh, flashbang. Good. She goes down. 23 is still present here, and you should be aware of that possibility because she is normally this long player. So, in fact, they're going to throw the nade in. They're being a lot more thorough this time. Make sure we're clearing it. Yeah, even the molly goes through. So 23 completely dealt with. And Bibian catches Cat on that lurk back. Anna nowhere to be found. So flyquest Red, a very comprehensive round.
Yeah, that's a good anti from Sheikh. And I think all from flyquest, just having that understanding that if it is going to be a double up in towards long, we know 23, whenever we watch Imperial on Dust 2, loves that angle in towards pit, loves to take her time with these kills, but everything was just so methodical and fair play. And by executing it, flashbang that comes in wasn't thrown by Car in T-spawn, it was thrown by Goose in top mid. So not only did she flash short to help out Bibian, she threw another flash to help out the long players just by being in one position.
Lovely stuff. Worth waiting for those rifles. And yeah, every kill they get there feels like an anti to the way Imperial like to play. The Zaz punish and that deal up with the long setup. So tie back up and holding onto the AWP, and the rest of the players having plenty of cash means that Imperial still have everything they need into this one.
You know, in a weird way, FlyQuest Red remind me a bit like VP. And not in terms of paid by the round, all of that meme. Moreover, that they sometimes play down to their opposition's level, but conversely, when they're up against good teams, they play up and rise to the occasion. Certainly seen that with this iteration of FlyQuest, especially just in the way that these rounds have been designed. Think about the way that they were playing with mibr. Happy to go roll around in the mud with them, go and take these fights. Here with Imperial, it's a lot more strategic, it's a lot more default. Focusing a lot more on utility to find these opening kills.
Yeah, I will admit, I was a little worried about FlyQuest Red this event, looking at their kind of NA streak, some of the teams that got far too close for comfort. The fact that they were dethroned as the #1 as well. They're looking solid.
Yeah, if anything, that plays just more into the argument, right?
Yeah, exactly.
The fact that they're doing that. Another double long setup. Another in the dark round for Imperial. They've not gone hunting this time because when Zaz did, she got punished. And it's a classic Dust 2 default for FlyQuest Red. They've seen nothing, so now your choice is set. Do you exec into short, or do you drop short utility early and go mid to B?
Anna's again over towards that B site, so she's going to be, if this is an A finish, completely negated. Smoke will land in middle. Nice little molly, but Goose is now lurking out around short. And there's no one here. They've decided to push long, so Imperial are intending to play retake on this. Zaz is the only one that's anywhere nearby. She's hoping.
She's got no idea.
Maybe she can find a head, and it's Emmy that takes hers off. Bomb should be allowed through. Goose does cop a dink from very long range, so they now know that long is completely compromised. With a short setup, with the bomb planted, sure, 2 players low HP, but this is so difficult to retake.
Really cool that Vanessa's been in mid the entire time, watching lower, watching mid doors, and it means that FlyQuest Red have always got this space to fall back on for the retake. And now you look at this for Imperial, you got to get moving, and that means you're going into these crossfires. Emmy starts off the proceedings, 23 next up on the chopping block. You can't get by the AK of Emmy. And sure, Anna and Tori might chime in for a few more, but it's a 1v3. There's no kit, there's no util. It's done. FlyQuest Red should be getting this third on the board.
It's only moments, Tori. Nothing she can do here. Even getting away is going to be a difficulty. Nice kill on the way out, keeping it expensive at the very least, and almost takes down every player. And in fact, the bomb will do the job for her. So it's something, at least for Imperial, but money, no issue for FlyQuest. And for Imperial, it is a huge problem. That was always going to be a difficult retake, and FlyQuest Red played that perfectly.
I love the way that Goose has adjusted to that round on the fly, because initially it is an initial wave of util towards short to prompt a reaction out of the players to either drop off, head in towards CT, get ready for mid to B, because normally if you throw the smoke early on short, you're conditioning that you're going to end mid to B. Then that mid to B smoke comes in, they also drop a molly. That anchors Anna's position. And it forces her to drop a defensive smoke as well, because again, there's no one near her at all for Imperial. And Goose says, you know what, we're not throwing this second wave of short util. We're instead just going to take our time in, not been challenged, not been seen over towards default. There could be a player at ramp, but I'm taking all of my space. And what's great about this is FlyQuest all come with her. And you see that from Zaz's POV, she's got no clue that this is happening. It's brilliant.
Attempt to get aggressive with the P250, but yeah, it's just a couple of pistols. Tori has armor behind her, thanks to those final frags she got. Zaz is on a mission this round. She's tried lowers, got scared off, now wants to give a chance against Goose. And, oh, gets the headshot. P250, unfortunately, doesn't quite cut the mustard. Maybe 23 as well. No.
No, Imperial cutting onions. Crying, upset that none of this is happening.
Sorry, I got the metaphor.
Yeah, but I don't know. We'll reinforce it anyway because of how good this has looked for FlyQuest Red, and they deserve credit. So we should definitely be giving it to them. Even here, you know that Imperial are going to push. You know that Imperial are going to get tricky with rounds like this. These are the rounds yesterday that I was speaking about, especially against NIP, where they're your classic Imperial rounds that you will always expect 1 or 2 to go their way in the series. So by playing just so passive, by dictating nothing for Imperial, giving them absolutely zilch, you're enabling this. And yeah, sure, you can have 2 players on the B bomb site, but you got 2 USPs against 5 rifles. It's not happening. I refuse to believe it. And there we go.
It's just great discipline Counter-Strike, isn't it? Like,
Fantastic.
The way they play that anti-eco there, even just, you know it's 2 USPs left, right? That's like the most likely outcome. And you still go for the full exec. All the utilities there, nothing's missing. It's complete, respectful Counter-Strike. And exactly what you need to do against a team like Imperial. You cannot get sloppy.
Especially when you got the money to do it.
Yeah, why not? What's a couple of flashbangs? What's the smoke if it guarantees you a round with less casualties?
There we go, Zaz again pushing under, was once again being held, but this time the individual aim will earn Imperial an opening kill. And I love that from Anna, re-aggressing to punish a player. Vanessa now wants to go forward, and alongside her and Emmy, they're trying to breach B.
Zaz has arrived though, and Molly will force her back. So smoke landing at the same time. They've managed to get in. Zaz wants to keep on going though, and punished by Bibi. You're in the 4-on-2. Was that advantage needed to be given over so easily? Tori flirted with the idea too. Bomb's still not down. There is this push coming through from 23. Not currently smoked off, and between the two of them, Tori's flash sets up a double kill.
Yeah, I tell you what, that round actually is Imperial aura, and that's what the kids say, right? But I'll tell you why. And it's because Zaz pushes that door smoke. When you're in that 2v3, flyquest Red only have 1 smoke left. So what they want to do is make the most of that smoke. So what I love there is that you're always, and you even said it, you can always push the smoke. There's the idea that they're potentially going to go through. A flyquest are like, damn, right, we got to wait. We've got to make sure that they don't do that, and then we can get the maximum leverage out of our 1 piece of util. But by doing that, you allow Imperial to get into some really good positions.
Anna, same position, and oh, just misses it. She sat behind the molly last round, which was really tricky. Don't know whether that was a slightly missed molly that allowed her to get away with that, but yeah, might be a bit too shallow. Maybe I'm going for the punish off the boost, but it doesn't quite see her. She's fallen back. In fact, it's fully rotated out towards long. There's a lot of movement around the map for Imperial.
Yeah, but no real information gain. This is quite cool, because again, for FlyQuest, it's as simple as you're going to run boost Goose over to get players off the short angle. You then drop a lurk smoke over at B. Run boost doesn't quite work, but the effect is exactly the same. And you've got another piece of util out. This feels mid to B.
Good moment to do it. Our 2 players over here, Zaz and Kat, and a smoke for Kat, so she's ready to drop that over towards tunnels so that they can try and focus their efforts. They're going to hear that utility in towards middle. The scaling comes. Zaz will take down Goose, but that was just the Tech 9, and she's wounded in the process.
I don't think they're ready for how close Marie is.
Oh, doesn't matter. Zaz will adjust. Vanessa swings out. It's a wild spray, doesn't connect, and Kat, she will have no troubles. Just Emmy remaining, and it's Zaz flying around. Emmy in disbelief. That's Imperial equalizing.
Yeah, a really decent round, to be honest, out of FlyQuest, and I love the way that they do that, because what you've got is Goose taking a deep line with the Tech 9, which is what you expect. But because you don't see anyone else, everyone else is just walking up quite close. Zaz doesn't spot the corner because she doesn't fully go around it, because then she'd expose herself to a potential trade. That allows FlyQuest Red to get really close. And that means that you've got 2 players on site. You just need to find the kills. Unfortunately, it doesn't connect. And now Imperial have equalized things. They get the luxury of playing up against the eco, and Anna can start to get some well-deserved confidence kills. There's one already notched up on the belt. Zaz would like to get in on the action as well. Phenomenal stuff from Imperial, and it's just what you expect. No casualties on the eco bar, Tori.
And so you say it.
But that's fine. 1 kill is not the end of the world. 2 kills, still not the end of the world, but there'll only be 1.
That was almost 2. HE banks off from a teammate. Okay, it's Imperial taking the lead. Timeout will come through. Can you tell which team has taken it?
Yes, so the color of the sand in the hourglass.
Okay.
So this is a FlyQuest Red pause.
Yes, makes sense. The exact juncture you'd expect it to be called. Definitely Goose doing the lion's share of the chatter in this one. But all cool and calm over in the Imperial camp. They're not too stressed yet, despite a good start out the gate from FlyQuest. They've now got a good run of rounds. Absolutely love the FlyQuest red jerseys. I think the shipping's like £5,000 though, so unfortunately. Bring the Sweden next year. Anna getting aggressive from a different angle this time, and, well...
Go B. Oh, perfect call. Really good call. Cat, how many can she find? None! And that means that the bomb site is completely opened up, and because they push top mid, you're worried about a lower push, but also it means you got the space.
Yeah, Goose got the information too, and look at that lurk back from Marie. Collecting both. They thought they had Goose in the barrel, but no, Marie arrives from that mid position where she'd been spotted out, and that is a brilliant round from FlyQuest Red. There's nothing for 23 to do.
That's 2 now. That is 2 mid-round calls from Goose where you've adjusted on the fly. And this is something that Hanka was saying in the green room as well, right? This differentiates a good team from a great team, and you can see the lessons being learned by FlyQuest from the previous season now brought into this one. The fact that you can adjust, the fact that you've got an in-game leader that can make that decision, you don't have to go by the book, you don't have to go by the game plan. You know that there's a gap in the defense there, and you decide to take it. There's no kit here for 23. She's trying to get cheeky with it. She wants to make sure that the bomb explodes and they're taken down with it, but that's not going to be the case.
5-pack from FlyQuest immediately.
And this is going to sound cringe from me.
No, go on, be cringe.
I love the fact that we're actually not getting an AWP out of Emmy, and we're getting just pure rifling. Because what it does mean is that FlyQuest can be more flexible for these Goose mid-round calls. You don't have to dictate your play solely on this AWP. You can do it on the AKs.
You haven't really seen like an AWP, you know, to go out long. There was like one round where Emmy had the AWP on the mid to B and didn't really get it working.
How many nades are you going to throw on that
bloody
smoke?
hell. Nothing gathered from it outside some presence towards deep top mid, but that tells you nothing.
You saw a shoulder and that's it. Cool. 1 minute 25 left. And with this, whilst all the pressure was being applied to get Anna an opening kill, Imperial investing so many resources to get the AWP on the line. You've taken tunnels. You now start to go in towards the short scaling. Look at the util that Imperial are working with. They just dropped 2 more smokes. They're feeling pressure.
Yeah, they are completely clueless where this is going. A lurk smoke dropped, but that often really doesn't tell you anything.
And what's been really cool is every single time they've dropped this lurk smoke, bar 1 round, they've not used it to go B.
It's actually caught out another smoke, so both B defenders have dropped their utility already. Now the door smoke comes in, you start to get a little bit worried, and you need to be because they are starting to move in. Cat is spotted out, getting tapped on through, but on the white swing removes Goose, and he's still got Zaz in back sight, and between the 2 of them, they are shutting this down. It's a little bit limp. Emmy is nowhere to be found. Marie, on that late mid play, is caught out by Anna.
Okay. And look, first things first, really good hold by Imperial. Really nice little crossfire being adopted here. But now this is FlyQuest Red trying to do too much. And if you're going in towards B with that lurk, with that door smoke, the idea of going contact there is to catch them by surprise. But by doing the door smoke, you're not catching them by surprise. So at what point do you think maybe we should just throw a flash? They get some better trade space.
It was interesting because they had Marie in middle and then they had Emmy in short, so it didn't feel like they wanted to necessarily go for that.
I think they did, and I think they wanted Marie to be the second insurance policy on a quick rotate, and then they wanted Emmy to try and catch the lurker, the rotates at the first instance on her lurk. Good opener out of Marie. Again, FlyQuest Red go back towards this long take. You don't necessarily have to commit in towards long, but it's a good opener on 23.
Look at Zaz though, she's well up through spawn. She's just running.
Yeah, but you'll hear this if you're Bibi.
Will she? Because Zaz has slowed down, and Bibi's the one that's making all the noise and the up, down. So I'm sorry, Vivian, but no kangaroo antics for you. It's going to now force FlyQuest Red to move forward. They know that their backs are locked off. It's only one direction they can go. And it's straight into a few players here, but they've managed to scale up. A barrage of utility will now land over on ramp. Smoke comes through. That's actually, going to really give them a lot more space to work with. Allows that bomb to go down. It's still an absolute mess. And it's not getting too much cleaner. Maybe Goose can try and get something back. Good kill onto Cat and maybe the tap onto Tori. Vanessa's offered up something and it's all onto the IGL. Goose run down by Tori. And so Imperial will win out this half 7-5.
Counter-terrorist
cruising all the way to paradise. Jump right in, baby, let's go. Let's go. Drop some bass on the radio. You and me will drive through the night, cruising on the way to paradise. Jump right in, baby, let's go. Let's go. It's 6 o'clock in the morning. That's much too early to wake up. No, nobody gave me a warning. I wanna sleep, but I know tomorrow we will rise.
7-5 here on FlyQuest Red's map pick. They are down by 2 rounds, but they've showed some really good stuff. It's been cool to watch Imperial adjust to it, and Zaz going back to her basics and just pushing everything to drag Imperial kicking and screaming over the finish line to our first half. Now let's see on the defense what FlyQuest Red can muster.
Yes, well, they did some great stuff, particularly Vanessa over on the speed bomb site. She's down in lowers at the moment. As we do get Imperial getting ready to go out long late. They have a lot of utility. Goose is kind of just hanging out in the area looking for info, and she'll gather that, I think. Sure is yapping a lot, so I think that really does point to a bit of knowledge as to what's going on here. The smoke flying through the sky will certainly confirm things momentarily.
Yeah, if she didn't hear it, Bibian certainly did from her position in towards short. And Goose is now playing tucked in to try and deal with these players at close range. Down goes Zaz. Goose keeps swinging and is finding even more kills. Anno's trying to get something back in, but the swarm from FlyQuest Red feels inevitable through the smoke and through the fences. FlyQuest Red take another pistol.
Yeah, 2 for 2 and a whole lot of energy. Let's go, FlyQuest Red. That's a great pistol round. They knew exactly what was going on. Goose just jiggles that info, falls back, calls the troops over, and yeah, they deal with that with ease. Really tough fight for Goose in particular, that first one, but that really just slows down the whole onslaught and allows the rest of the team to chime in.
Really good angle being taken by Goose as well, because you are unaffected by that flashbang, and you can only do that if you've called the rotations over early, because you need players spotting, see if they are going through the smoke, up over the top. Goose was holding for that deliberate angle. There's 300 damage in the round. No force spy for Imperial, lack of bomb plant. Normally that doesn't phase them, but this time they're saying, okay, do you know what? We'll give this over, we'll get the AKs out as soon as possible.
Yeah. Yeah, they love a force, don't they? I think this might be one of the first times they haven't forced the second round after losing the pistol. Vivian farming all the kills. Very greedy when there's these 2 SMGs, but they're unfortunately not anywhere near these players, so... Actually, Marie gets the USP out. Marie, come on. You could have an extra $600 there.
She did this against mibr because she was all the way over at long, and then they came up short. She just swapped to the USP and was just sort of laying waste.
The MP9's broken, Marie. Abuse it. You can kill people from bloody pit on to site.
She wanted to be more precise.
Fine. Kill's a kill.
Rounds around, 7-7, all tied up. FlyQuest Red looking unbelievable right now on Dust 2. Definitely something that a lot of people didn't expect, especially against the world's best.
Yeah, we got a taste of it on day one. Now we're getting, again, the same competitive affair. It wasn't a flash in the pan. It wasn't a one-self lucky map. This is the FlyQuest Red that's emboldened this time around in Dallas. Good timing on that smoke, 23, frustrated. I think they might just try and burst through it though. You can see the rotation comes over, or at the very least they are going to contest long. So Marie will have a bit to deal with.
She got the good weapon for it. Feels like they're not going to drop a molly here either. So Marie, if she gets ready for this flashbang and just looks into the wall as she is, oh, timing is horrible for Marie, and she gets dealt with by 23. Emmy walks over with the scout, gets a good tag, and the collection on Tori now needs to escape. Otherwise, the AKs will just chew her up, and that's exactly what happens. Zaz splits in from short, and it's a brilliant crafted round from Imperial.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, Emmy does more than you expect from that position, but it's Goose going down that's the real nail in the coffin there. Vivian even cops a dink on the way out. So that's a real disappointing one. You can see each piece kind of falling apart there. Marie, the timing on that flash. She's kind of hoping that, you know, because there's two ways that approach comes through, right? There's just pure contact or there is the flash setup. And she's hoping that on that timing that she can catch the right play. Because she does have to keep looking back occasionally. Just unfortunately doesn't work out for her. Emmy comes over, does well to get one and even a tag onto another. And that probably would have been enough, but Zaz comes out through short at that exact moment that this contact's coming from long, and Goose gets caught off. And there's just no one nearby. They start to scramble, and the mid lurk comes through for 2.
Hey, look, at least that was the bonus. That's the key takeaway. Imperial had everything. They had all the AKs, they had the utility. You were working with a scout, you were working with a couple of MP9s on Vanessa and Marie. And now you're even going to bolster your equipment in the next round by saving into this. And you know what? I rate it because you are on not the best loss bonus. So just by doing this now, just guarantees that you'll have a really good buy in the next round, but you're hedging your bets on it.
Chance there for Marie with her deagle, and there are a lot of players here. As a flash coming, it does, but it doesn't quite blind Zaz, and so she just spams away. Look at the damage done, 2 players, and 13 and 6. But it looks like it's all going to be fine for Imperial, and keeping it clean here will feel good for them. That's what they know all about you. Cat will just drop down from the catwalk. Call that a cat drop.
That's a shame that flash didn't catch Zaz, because the setup there was really cool. Marie was deliberately trying to maybe even block the smoke to give her an angle for the first contact. If she doesn't get jiggled by Imperial, then suddenly that's a free kill. Then the flashbang comes over. It's a completely different story. But we're only doing an absolutes here in the ESL Impact, and the absolute truth is that Emmy's now using an AWP, and 23 really wants to take the space. Brilliant flashbangs, but Goose this time holds her nerve.
That molly comes through at the perfect time as well for Marie and makes it really hard for 23 to take that fight and forces Zaz back as well.
This is really cool because you've got 2 players invested over at long, and that means that Emmy can be here at car. The only danger comes if Imperial go mid to B, because your rotates are so far away and puts a lot of pressure on Bibian and Vanessa.
Smoke will come through. And then a flash out, so Imperial does look like they do want to head in this direction, or at least they start to put the pressure on as if they are.
They're not.
But if they go back now and actually go for the A finish, just going to let Tori lurk. Vanessa is holding this angle as Tori starts to edge ever closer. Vanessa, oh, spotted out, and it's Vivian that comes through to bail her out. Now the rest of the hit does start to accelerate. They know where both these players are, and it's just one now. Vanessa stuck, the flames at her back, and the HE that gets the job done. Utility removes her. So 3-on-3 in the retake. Zaz still low.
Do you want to go for this, though? Because B is the hardest bomb site to retake, just in any map, to be honest. There is a nade, there is a flash, and there are a couple of smokes, so maybe you can smoke off tunnels, but you don't really want to do that. Molly in towards a close corner isn't going to affect Cat.
Oh, it does.
Oh, it does. It spreads right behind, never mind. Good trade out of Emmy, and he's still got this player now in towards tunnels, but now it's Goose, the only player left. And between Zaz and Anna, they're able to batten down the hatches and give Imperial that temp.
That's a really cool molly, though. The fact that it both clears that close angle and then late spreads over, I thought, oh, this isn't quite the one you're looking for. Unfortunately, not enough to set it up because the kill still does come through from Cat. And then the decision to go for that retake now comes back to haunt you because, yeah, it's double digits for Imperial. You have to concede 11 here. It's made this CT half all the harder.
gave credit to Goose about her mid-round reaction. Got to give another credit there to Tori for just deciding that mid to B was the best way to go. They even considered going back towards short, but because Tori got all that space up mid, it's like, okay, well, they have no idea. We can just go now. And it was just so immediate. Really good work. Imperial now, it just feels like they're going through the motions. Another round added to the tally in such a brilliant display. They're in complete control. Anna lets Emmy know she's the better of the two AWPs.
Yes, it's looking a little bit more like the Imperial we know and love. Keep in mind, this is FlyQuest Red's map pick.
Then we get Train.
Yeah, Train. I'm excited for that one. Obviously, Mirage is often the go-to, but yeah, why not come through a little cheeky punish? And I feel like Imperial have been saving Train. We rarely saw it. I think they picked it once during the European stage against CS2 News Ladies.
Yep.
Absolutely steamrolled them. That was
they played against Ecstatic as well in Galaxy Battle, and Anna was unbelievable. She had this like highlight where it's like a 1v3, but I think she got 4 kills within it from the back of the red train by Sandwich, and she was just hitting every single shot. It was fantastic to watch.
Just excited to see something a little bit different. We've had some very, very
we haven't seen much Mirage. It's just been lovely.
All right, and I guess the opening pick onto Emmy, little boost up. Standard affair to get that going. So Emmy removed immediately. Bibian onto the AWP now instead. Wanting a more passive line, but Zaz removed Goose, and it just feels like the wheels are falling off.
Yeah, and the reason for this, in my opinion, is you go back to something that Nuke was saying, and it's untradeable kills. And the thing is, you can mitigate that on the T side for FlyQuest Red because you're the one that is sort of setting the tempo in all of these rounds. You decide when you go, you decide when your players are going to swing on a position. Here, Imperial are dictating all the tempo. Obviously, Emmy falls in mid. That one's a little bit of a shame. But then Goose overextends. Bibi can't trade. So suddenly that is 2 untradeable kills. Then you walk forward even more. You get rid of another player in towards mid. Where's the trade? There it is finally. But it takes your entire squad to fall before you're able to fight back.
It's just Vanessa fighting for her life. Although, they were giving her an opportunity there. Can you imagine? That's the way the 1v5 pans out.
Nearly a Kiara moment.
12-7, Imperial with 5 map points, and that was the full investment from FlyQuest Red. It's not going to be pretty into this round.
That's a fun stat, really, isn't it, if you think about it? Imperial Valkyries are, at this event, the team that nearly got 1v5 twice.
Fight out long, flashbang, brilliant. Emmy, nothing she could do there, and no support for her either. Every woman is an island. Now it's very simple for Imperial. You've got full long control. Anna can just park up here with the AWP. You can just make your decision where you want to send this. At least FlyQuest are finally taking kind of the response to take this control. If they don't overextend, the bomb is coming back here. They've actually got that info. Cat will swing though. It does slow things down. It's a little weird.
This is nice from Goose, but again, we're doing things solo. If Marie comes over and joins forces with Goose, this is a lot better. I love this out of 23, just holding and securing, and you know there's not going to be another player there because it's FlyQuest Red.
Marie's going to try her hand at the same move.
No, go here, you go lower. You don't do this because, again, what are you doing? You're giving over a 1v1 because that now indicates to Imperial, hey, there's only one player over here at lower. If we can find her and we can trade, we can get the B bomb site, but Vanessa finds 2. So maybe there is a shot in this round for FlyQuest Red.
It's got to be Marie, and well, Anna's already in CT spawn, so no shot, unfortunately. A dominant second half. Was a bit closer on that T side. But as soon as Imperial can set the pace, they do so, and they run over them with ease. The team play, the utility, everything coming together for Imperial and Dust 2.
Yeah, and look, this is still a sign of an evolving team in FlyQuest Red because they're looking good in some areas, but they're lapsing in concentration in others. And that's natural. That's just teething issues when you also import a new player in Marie. Role swap over as well. But it's looking very good for Imperial Valkyries. It feels like they're finally coming back to their best a little bit.
Yeah, exactly. We didn't quite get to see it on day one. It felt like there was some players that were struggling. We were definitely missing some of that Imperial flair that we're used to seeing, but they've come into today looking a lot more refreshed, looking more like themselves, and that spells trouble for FlyQuest Red, who, despite that great opening best-of-1 where they almost took down the champs, they're now doing it in a best-of-3, and it's a whole different environment.
It's a whole different environment, but it's a whole different FlyQuest Red for me. They look so confident. They're playing really well. You saw there, I mean, I actually... My heart started breaking a little bit, obviously, when Imperial jumped on the T side and started getting rounds on the board, because I felt like FlyQuest is just playing really good Counter-Strike at the moment, Hank, and trying so hard to showcase what they have in their back pocket.
Yeah, I really liked at the beginning of the match because it only showed that they were not scared to play the game against Imperials. They were basically anticipating to them. They were not scared to make movements. They had prepared game plan. It looked like it. So it was really entertaining to watch.
Yeah, I'm going to repeat that as well. It was perfect Counter-Strike out of Imperial in that second half. It just felt like in the first half, we were getting a lot more out of FlyQuest, and it gave me a lot of hope, you know. Obviously, one of the biggest stands on the broadcast of BBN. I was like, oh, it could happen, it could happen. And it needed to kind of happen on Dust 2 for me to believe that there is a chance in this series. But yeah, Imperial Valkyries doing some great work in that second half to sort of just lock it in.
Before we jump into dissecting how FlyQuest Red was attacking this map, I do want to talk about Imperial Valkyries. Is it fair to say that experience trumped them here? I mean, this was what Imperial has, and you saw that on the T side. Just fundamentally, they work as a unit far better, and it allows them to get those rounds on the board.
Yeah, for sure. I think it was they understood the map better in these crucial moments, in my opinion. They had it confident all the time, basically. Like, I didn't see them sweat a bit. But yeah, it was about experience in the end, I think.
Yeah, speaking of experience, Zaz going crazy. Also, Anna getting the AWP on Dust 2 is always usually a dream come true, and today was one of those situations. Anna also one of the individuals that may have gone missing in moments yesterday when it was needed, and today it felt like that was flipped back across. You know, she was Women's Player of the Year last year and is looking to try and be back in that conversation, although Zaz is making a great argument for it already.
We can't even determine Women Player of the Year just yet. We're halfway through the year, Matt.
I think you could start the conversation halfway through. That's a great time to start it.
It's a fair topic. We'll get into that in the semi-finals. But I think right now what I want to do is let's go back to the first half. Hanka, you mentioned there's a couple of rounds that you saw that kind of showcased what FlyQuest Red was doing. Walk us through what we're looking at.
Yeah, exactly. I really liked this round because it only showed the preparation of them. They were super aware that someone has to be close. They used flash. Next, they also spotted that they didn't kill the long player. So the long player has to be somewhere there. So they modded pit. They got easy frag, and basically Bibian was already on short because it was perfect gap to take. So really beautiful run to watch. Perfect CS, perfect flashes, perfect frags. I really love to see that.
Yeah, good communication, just reading them well. Good to see that they did a good amount of prep going into this, considering the minimal amount of time they had.
And basically for following round, it was for me so crazy that they just walked out short, and it only proved me that they are not scared to take risks, to go fight with them, and it really put me in an optimistic way going to next matches.
Okay, so hear me out. Maybe I'm putting you a bit on the spot here, but in the second half, what should FlyQuest have done in order to be able to close out their map pick and win it?
Like, I think it was pretty hard for them because, of course, they started to play on city side. They had to adapt more what Imperial is playing against them, and I think it just kind of lost match for them because they just couldn't adapt. They didn't understand quickly enough what's happening, and so they for sure could adapt faster and maybe even change a piece of the game in the end. Like, they had to anticipate again to them because it was working for them.
Yeah, just make like minute change-ups, I guess, in the future. Obviously, it's already happened, but you could see they were like 1 or 2 players down multiple times, weren't able to make the right moves to make it happen. There were moments, glimpses towards the end where, you know, the individuals almost made it work, but it's very hard.
Talking about the individuals, though, I mean, Bibiane was the star player in that first half for FlyQuest Red, and you are her biggest stand. So, Smackman, what is it that you think about this particular player that just makes her stand out?
Prep, practice. I don't know, she hits the gym all the time as well, which I'm proud of her about. But I feel like just doing everything to try and be an elite player, especially at this level, from someone that's coming from a region that's not necessarily known for the Counter-Strike talent. She's doing everything and more to try and be the best. And she's been doing it for a very long time. So it's good to see her really showing what she's capable of. Obviously not going out in last place is great for them. They're not going out in 5th or 6th just yet. There is still a chance, and you need to put all your eyes on Bibiane moving into train, because you better believe that they're going to have to rely on some individuals. And fortunately for her, she's also got Vanessa there really fragging beside her today.
What is it like facing off against Bibiane in the server, Hanka?
Against Bibiane, I remember when we were playing even first ESF with girls. It was on Bali tournament, and I instantly was like, who is this girl? And back then she was not even like known, and she is just shooting crazy headshots, and we cannot take it from her. And from the beginning we were like, even like with like whole team, like, who is her? Why she's not playing anywhere? And like now we can see that it was just pure talent from her.
Pure talent. And FlyQuest Red doing such a good job showcasing what they have available. My question is, though, it doesn't actually matter what my question is, because I've just been told that Heku has a quick update for us. So let's find out what she has to say.
Okay. Okay. So, Pavel, congratulations. When it comes to this series, when you did the preparations, were you watching the games live, like when they were playing against mibr?
Yeah, today we watched, all of us together, just to see how they're playing, how they're approaching Dust 2. We expected them to pick Dust 2, and we were kind of ready for them, what they did.
And on Dust 2, did you manage maybe to find some kind of weakness on their defense that mibr did not manage to maybe pinpoint, and you did?
Well, we didn't see so much gaps, but what we focused on is that how they were playing and just being ready on their the stuff that they like to do.
All right, then hopefully you also prepared for the second map, so good luck.
Thank you.
You can hear there lots of prep. They knew what's, and this is where the experience comes in, right? The Imperial has just got mountains of experience. They can prep, they can be ready for you. And now we're going to train, which FlyQuest isn't going to be able to do much prep because we don't know what the hell this team looks like on this map.
Yeah, it's one of those things in terms of the prep. Like Bubbles now had the opportunity to play against some of the best teams in the world in some of the biggest competitions in the world. So I'm sure from a coaching point of view, that's got to be great because you know what you can do in short amounts of time to prep yourselves for next maps, next games when you have to play multiple games a day. So that's great, but yeah, train. I don't know if there's really a lot for Imperial to go off here. FlyQuest Red haven't had a large amount of reps on it, but when they have, they've been winning it. So that's always good, and it's looking like T-side is their strongest side. So I dare say that's probably where we're going to see them start. But meta-wise, depending on how Imperial are playing, like CT side has been really good. Like there's a lot of teams out there that are very, very strong on the CT side right now. So we'll see what adaptations are made during the game. It's going to be an interesting one.
Hanka, what does this matchup look like in the server?
Right now, I think on training, I don't want to sound like optimistic for Imperials, but I think it's going to be pretty stomp on this train map. They picked it for a reason, and they need to be super ready for basically everything, and they need to feel comfortable on this map. So yeah, like Imperial don't need to do the super strong analysis because they believe what they have in their strat book, and they like has basically. So I think it's going to be pure game style of Imperials, basically go fearless, like just everything, right?
I think for me, it's going to be sort of a battle of the AWPers. You know, a lot of AWPers have been excelling on train, even though the map is kind of a bit different to what it used to be. But you're looking at Anna going up against Emmy, and we haven't really spoken much about Emmy on the AWP because we haven't seen a lot of it. Every time she gets it, there's not really that much impact, which is completely contrast to what we saw from her during the online season, the qualification to get here. She was one of the top players through the region of North America, but here on land, she's gone missing for 2 days. Now's the opportunity for her to really turn that narrative around.
Final question, what is the win condition for train?
I wouldn't say that it's even up, in my opinion. Like now, up kind of got nerfed with like all the smokes, all the bad angles for like operas on the map train. So for me, I think it only is about like surprise factor that you can easily do on this map, like some pops from the on the aim bomb side, or maybe abusing B side. So it's gonna be a lot of about like again game plan that coach of FlyQuest had a lot of data about like how they want to approach this map for sure. So it's again task for the coach and like girls to understand what's going on the map. So yeah, like I think still it's gonna be pretty hard match, even though we have Anna, crazy Opper. Still it's gonna be about Zaz, in my opinion, most likely.
It's coming down to Zaz. That's what Hanka thinks. Whereas Max telling you to keep an eye on the AWPer, you get to watch all of that action. We are taking a break. When we get back, we will find out if Imperial can close this out 2-0 and make their way through to the semi-finals, or if FlyQuest Red can bring it back.
Yo con lo mío quiero gozar. Dale pa' acá, dale pa' allá. Se prendió la fiesta, se prendió la fiesta. Yo quiero esta noche gozar. Yo quiero gozar. Gózatelo una vez más, solo una vez más. Yo quiero con lo mío bailar. Echa pa' acá, echa pa' allá, bebé. Este ritmo está como es. No te despistes que es lo que vine con mi pana, con mi catamara, mi dominicana, colombiana y venezolana. ¿Dónde están las mexicanas? Muévelo, muévelo, no veo a mi boricua. Sacúdelo, oh, 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 oh. El ambiente está fresco, el ritmo lo siento. Aquí se prendió el party, vente a mover el esqueleto. Yo quiero gozar, gozar. Quiero gozar, gozar, vívetela, vívela, vívete, vívela. Hoy solo quiero disfrutar, la vida disfruta. Vente para mí, deja la pena, déjala, déjala, deja la pena, déjala, déjala, deja la pena. Y vente pa' acá, vente pa' acá, pa' acá. Echa pa' allá, pa' acá, pa' acá, pa' allá, pa' acá. De lunes a viernes pa' librar los fines. Pásame un shot que cobré estoy chile. La paso bien gastando los miles. Con mi combo no te metas. La familia no se toca, se respeta. Con mi combo no te metas. La familia no se toca, se respeta. Aquí estamos todos happy. La rutina siempre contra mí. Me relajo, cero estrés aquí. Vente a la fiesta, vente al party. Vente al party. Los carros en la calle suenan pi, pi, pi. La pasamos bonito y el juego siempre puesto en la TV. Yo quiero gozar, gozar. Quiero gozar, gozar. Vívetela, vívela. Vívete, vívela. Hoy solo quiero disfrutar, la vida disfruta. Vente para mí, deja la pena. Déjala, déjala, deja la pena. Déjala, déjala, deja la pena. Y vente pa' acá, pa' acá. Vente pa' acá, pa' acá. Echa pa' allá, pa' acá, pa' acá, pa' allá, pa' acá.
watch me rise up to the top. You can learn how to pick it up. Pick it up now. Your windows closing, you notice. You never lose so bad. You should expect it. You know I'm coming up. I'm coming up. Hey, no time to run, no games. Your time has come today. Just stopping by to say, hey, come on. We're taking over. We're made for this. We're taking over. We're taking over. We're taking over. We're made to win. Yeah. Say what we're made for. We're made for this.
I ain't holding my breath, but something's gotta give. Settle for nothing less. Gotta go, gotta get. I take it as it is. The game is never ending.
We're rolling it into the station here as Train is our second map here of this best of 3. One map separates Imperial from potentially the semi-finals. Same with FlyQuest Red, although they need to go in and they need to beat Imperial on this map, and it's going to be really difficult indeed because, yeah, sure, FlyQuest Red did win this domestically in the online season, but it looked rough.
Yeah, it's, well, you know, for Imperial Valkyries, it's very limited as well, right? Just those 2 outings this year, once in the ESL Impact League, which was dominant, which was against those CSGO news ladies who didn't have a great season. So I feel like it's kind of hard to gauge where they are at on this map. And I feel that Imperial Valkyries have been saving Train for this playoff. They did not reveal it if they didn't have to during the online stage, and I think it's going to be a map that they've got a few tricks on. So FlyQuest Red have a lot to do if they want to stay alive here in Dallas.
Let's get comfy, let's lock in. I've taken my shoes off to stink up the studio, and we're live with the pistol. Imperial T-side, smoke, flash, Doolies on both Goose and Bibi, and fast plays, flashbang, brilliant, but the kills are not quite connected.
Oh no, the flash was so good. At least Vanessa does get a kill back, so keeping it in the 3-on-3. And Emmy still lies in wait over on B. She's being very cheeky.
You might know that she's here though because she was the one that flashed.
That is true, yeah. So she'll fall back and play a more passive line. Cat's being loud on the descent, and Emmy doesn't reveal herself. Bomb will be planted. They're going to keep this upper control and play the post plant. Flash, oh sorry, Emmy will come through. There's a flash for Tori that I thought was maybe going to come out to set up a kill. Going to be held for the post plant. Now they see both these players. They have the information, but first kill comes through for Tori. Drop down for 23, trying to get up personal and finds that kill. Vanessa needs to find both, and they're not going to make this fight easy. Jiggling back and forth, playing off each other. Vanessa has a really tough time dealing with both of them. And she has found that first, but the time's just not here for it, unfortunately. She might find this final kill to Tori if she's lucky, but she is not. It says Imperial taking the pistol.
Damn, unfortunate for FlyQuest Red because the design on that round to get active with the dual Berettas flashing towards B halls, brilliant. It's just a shame that the shots didn't connect. But then we've already got to talk about the off plant for Imperial Valkyries, because that's really cool. The way they set that up, you maintain upper control, you lose the player that's planting, sure, but Tori steps back, throws a flashbang, and that allows the space for the player to drop down in towards lower, and you have to turn for that flashbang because you can see it landed straight in your face.
Yeah, they played it kind of the default way of scaling deep, you know, towards COD, and that Emmy was holding back that position so she could try and catch them on the cross. So good way of just ensuring a strong post plant. And into this one, being thorough with the util, making sure they don't get stacked on.
Yeah, they got the meta smoker as well, I believe, for Sandwich. We'll have to check. I'll fact check myself on that in the next couple of rounds. But basically, it lands towards back Sandwich. It spreads to the sides so you don't get hell. And also, what's interesting there is Imperial, they don't molly, they don't nade pop. Instead, they throw a different set of util that primarily targets E-Box. So yeah, they've got a bunch of tricks, basically. And FlyQuest Red, I think, are going to have a really tough time on this map.
Yeah, especially with a slow start on the CT side. Like, the T side is the trickier of the two. So if Imperial get off to a good start and can just build up a good haul of rounds in this first half, it's a very difficult second side for FlyQuest Red. Now they get to actually take the fight to them. We'll get the rifles coming out. 3 M4s and 2 FAMASes, so fully in on the rifles. See what this CT side setup looks like for FlyQuest Red. Going straight in towards main, so Zaz at the front will avoid most of that damage, but Goose gets up and personal and gets that first frag. 23 can't quite trade. Bibian comes on through, and between the two of them, they've dismantled FlyQuest Red as soon as, Imperial as soon as they try and get out.
Yeah, look, that's a limit test on the A-bomb site for Imperial. They've got the better weapons that can come into the next round maybe, but you brought a lot of Galils, you brought a lot of AKs into the previous one. Zaz goes flying. She wants to try and see how much space she can get. To be honest, I think the T side was made for Zaz for trade, because there's so many different avenues you can approach. There's so many different lurk timers you can hit, whether it's through Ivy, whether it's through the Sandwich smoke. And here, I love that FlyQuest Red do not shy away from the fight. They want to take it straight to Imperial. Goose Breeder is the best player statistically on this team for FlyQuest Red on train. It's good to see her active early. And as Sam said in the cast of MIBR, Goose is loose, had a fantastic tournament, especially considering she's in-game leading.
Yeah. Doesn't seem to have affected her output too much, has it?
Of course, in fact, it's just made it better.
Yeah, you can just go Goose, go kill, and then she can go kill. I love the way they both Goose and Bibi got aggressive ahead of all the smokes too. There was just so much chaos there for Imperial. Because the FlyQuest Red players are sort of sitting in that pocket between the main smoke and the Sandwich smoke, and so Imperial have to force their way through a smoke if they want to try and trade their teammates.
And it's even that initial decision, right, to actually go for that fight, which is really good to see, because normally you're going to see teams try and take the fight by blowing up the smoke. That's normally the most common reaction for the CTs, to blow up the one by Sandwich, take the fight, swing in from hell. But no, they just go straight through it. They play Zaz at her own game.
First gun round goes for FlyQuest Red, but as you say, it feels like a bit of a limit test to what this A-hold is going to look like. It's a decent first round call for Imperial just to get a feel for what the defense looks like, the utility they're throwing, how much they want to take this main control, which we do see quite meta for a lot of teams to do.
It's actually really interesting early that Imperial are not dropping this early pop control sort of through A main. There's normally mollies, double nades you can throw to prevent progression or at least do a little bit of damage if you are trying to target there. The reason why they've not done that in this round is because they want to heavily prioritize Ivy. But it should be something to address going forward, because if you give FlyQuest Red all that space, you're going to have a hard time.
I mean, might be in for a difficult moment as well. A lot of players coming to her position, but a very nice passive angle that she's on. Cat spotted out on her lurk too, so she'll have to disengage. Just find out long, that's going to be the tricky one. Nice little HE, does some chip damage. It's a T-smoke that's just landed. That's surely not meant to be there.
No, definitely not. It was supposed to land on the left or the right-hand side, normally the left-hand side of Deep Ivy. Instead, they'll just flash straight through it, and Emmy is blinded. So that's an easy kill, and that works out way better than they could have hoped for.
That's one way to do it.
Sure. Oh, can they see Bibian? No, tuck around the corner. Brilliant angle from Bibi.
Yes, Grosh doesn't have to worry about behind either, at least not for quite a timing. Can't quite take down Ana, though, and the HE isn't going to follow up. Meanwhile, players splitting out through Pop Dog. It's just not the right position for FlyQuest Red. Though Goose in the back line. If he catches Zaz, that was the way in, but easier said than done. And this one is done.
Cool round, actually, because what you've got is you've got these players that are lurking Ivy, but they're the actual main hit. So what you got instead is you've got Cat's Lurk that draws all the rotates, because even though she didn't find a kill, she still drew 2 players in towards the fight. And that means that Emmy's space is really far away. And maybe that's why you didn't drop that Pop util early, because you've taken Pop, you know that FlyQuest Red want to take the fight in towards A main. So Emmy's completely on an island. Sure, the smoke didn't work, but you still got the resulted outcome. And then FlyQuest Red bite down, they take the space away in A main, but it's too late, because you've got the knowledge that B, the players are deep on site, which means they haven't pushed Pop, and Cat can just take the space back.
They're fine losing everything as well. So very limited, but again, an aggressive play, and that still comes for Goose. Can't get the multi, though. That might have been a way to get something happening. Marie's spotted by Zaz. She knows all about pushing through smoke, so it's hard to pull the wool over her eyes. Yoink. AK for Emmy, but won't be allowed to keep hold of that. Bomb.
The yoink reminds me of that bloke that does the YouTube shorts where he's in the Everglades.
Oh, yeah.
And he picks up all the animals.
Hey guys, I'm here in the Florida Everglades looking for that 15-foot
Python.
swamp puppy.
Yeah.
Yoink. Bro is not going to have an account for a long time, I feel.
No.
He's walking barefoot through the Amazon.
It's wild. He's deep in the trenches, and so are FlyQuest Red, because now we've got another gun round. The reactions have been a little bit misled, but I think that's by design by Imperial. And it's one of those where genuinely like 4 or 5 rounds on your T side already feels very good, especially at pro play level on Train. The fact that you can escalate this into more, the fact that FlyQuest were really good at the start of rounds. Remember how many pistols they were getting? It was the same vein on Mirage. They got both pistols, and you even said to me as we went off air, well, that's 6 rounds just there and then. They haven't got that luxury, and now they're just dry running into Ana. Goose, that feels ridiculous.
Whoa. Where'd that come from, Emmy? Just straight down the line, through the smoke and through the wall. So good kill back at least, and maybe need to be careful at 23. Trying to play around that smoke to get the kill back, but won't be allowed it. In fact, forced into the open, but Tori swings, and maybe Ana at least gets that trade. There is this pressure coming through. She's all alone here, falls back into heaven. Vanessa has dealt with the lurk on B in the meantime, but the bomb is actually coming out here. This is a very messy round, very spooky, scary, but Vanessa spots the bomb, so she's done well. Sure, 23's got this crazy lurk timing. With the bomb down, oh, and with 23 spotted, should be very difficult to pull this one back. Now the rotates come through. Bibian will find hers, and between her and Vanessa, they deliver a second round for FlyQuest Red.
Yeah, and the minute Imperial deviate away from playing structured Counter-Strike is the minute FlyQuest Red can take advantage of it. Because, let's be honest here, that felt like a pug round. That felt like everyone was doing whatever the hell they wanted to do. Oh, you threw a molly at E-box, cool, I'll just swing out Pop. There's a player in Pop, there's a player in A main, there's a player out B. It is so disjointed. And these were the same frailties that we were poking holes in continuously on Dust 2 for FlyQuest Red. And Imperial, it's almost like they're in that comfort zone. It's almost like they're at the point where it goes, well, it's fine. We'll just try and take these fights. We'll feel like we're emboldened. The fact that Ana got a freebie on towards Goose Breeder at the start of the round. Remember, FlyQuest Red started with a player disadvantage in this round. So it's a shame. But again, it's the champions looking like they've already sort sort of won the map and we're 4-1 up. Well, I guess 4-2 now.
Oh, that's how that kill came through. That's a great little clear on the smoke. A nice shot from Emmy. Can we get consecutive flyquest?
There we go. There's that pop U2 I was talking about, by the way. Zaz has just thrown it.
Gets punished by the nade. Now pop space. They're looking for it.
Yeah, but what's nice here is that it just means that FlyQuest Red have to invest a smoke, and they've also thrown a smoke as part of their default as they're taking A main. Bibian needs to be careful, but between her and Goose, they're now trying to take this control. But it does mean that Vanessa's a little bit on an island.
They force out her molly. She gets some support though.
Look at the block util though. Goose has just dropped her last smoke with 1 minute 10 in the round.
Gets every smoke lost. Got a molly for Emmy, but that's really it. So there won't be any chance to block anything, and FlyQuest Red maybe had the wrong read on this. It's going to be an A finish. At least it looks like it. The whole squad's grouped up towards main, and FlyQuest Red have reinforced B. But if they go for a good info push now, this would be brilliant timing, as long as they don't get caught out by Cat.
That's the thing. If they get caught out by Cat, Goose now tucked on this corner. Zaz has got a molly that she can throw. It doesn't matter. Instead, it's just pure flashbangs. Vanessa will find Cat, who still remain in pop here for FlyQuest Red. Marie just trying to fight. 25 seconds. Imperial trying to push in towards this bomb site. Zaz is now applying the squeeze. Marie just needs to live and does even better. Emmy walks through the smoke. He gets rid of Anna, and suddenly FlyQuest Red show a little bit of resistance. Tori, time is ticking. And the bomb is nowhere near her. Emmy locks it in. And FlyQuest Red make things happen.
What a round for Marie, stepping up. She was under so much pressure, getting run down by Zaz and a second player. And Marie takes down both in from heaven. Sends them down, and that is a brilliant hole. Good way to get her involved early. We can see, not quite, because Emmy will come through the smoke there. But between her and Marie, they take down 2 players apiece. And great timing on that flank through from Vanessa too after Bibian goes down. Since Marie has one less problem. And now it's Imperial that are put on 2 pistols. Those consecutive rounds, what they were looking for. Yeah, take those fights, Marie. Get fired up.
Those were her first 2 kills of the game, by the way. Unreal impact. Bibian keeps things going. Here it's all about damage limitation because look, bank balances are still dwindled, even with that Marie masterclass. It's important to get this one over the line. It just means you got a little bit more investment for the rest of the half, and that's exactly what happens. 5 stay alive. A good feeling, especially when you're against Imperial.
Yeah, exactly. And with how fraught your bank balance was kept early on here, feels good to get 3 now on the trot, and that one so cleanly. Even the round before was actually surprisingly clean. Brilliant A defense from different players. What's a fun instep.
Yeah, shout out Zana. She showed us that one on the Bigger Keeper socials as a little bit of a tease that they were going to pick train.
Again, we've got this aggressive hold here. So that's the flash. Do you really want to try and play through this? Anna's going to set up the util, in fact, so flashes are going to come over. I don't know how effectual they're going to be for these players close, but you imagine they're designed for this. Goose will be blinded and dealt with. Oh, Bibi fell off. Emmy will at least chime through, so the kill does come back the other way.
Look at Ivy. Look at this timing on Ivy. Emmy's just revealed her location, and Marie at backside. Emmy needs to go back and account for this, can't do it. And now this puts Marie on alert again. Needs a multi-kill, but has played that position one too many times. Bibian will at least adjust for the player up close, but in this 3-on-2, it's going to be tricky.
Yeah, and you've got Cat holding for this lurk as well, Vanessa. That's such a difficult clear and can't get it done, so it's only Bibian who will lurk out and is given a chance there, but runs out of bullets. You can see that lineup coming through. Unfortunately, it's the AWP that goes down first. That's a brilliant lurk timing, as you mentioned it, Ivy. After all of this pressure's coming on main, you've lost control. All focus is there. Emmy is there. So Tori just walks through, catches her off guard.
Yeah, nicely played. And it's exactly what that setup wanted to do, because we've never really seen Imperial go for too many of these lurk timings, grouping as a unit. Last time we saw that through Ivy, Emmy was ready. Same outcome, but a different approach. Nice to see Imperial blend in some of this. Now we get 23 with some patented aggression of Imperial.
Zaz here to support as well, and if you try and burst through this, you're in trouble. Bibian, okay, just gets that kill and gets away. 23 doesn't want to reveal herself, and so allows Zaz to go down for free. That might set her up later in the round, though, so...
4x3.
Someone needs to clear this. Okay. Bibian getting that kill back is absolutely fine, but over on beat, they're already out.
They are, but you should be aware of this. Oh, you really should be aware of this. Marie comes over in time to bail out Vanessa. Cat's now also revealed her position, and Anna's just posted lowers, hoping for a peek through con.
Will she get it, though? There's no real need for this peek to come through. Maybe you have some utility, they'll come over. Cat's just crawling forward, and now starts to scale, and will Cat on top Vanessa. Almost the double down is onto Anna. The first of her clutch. 2 more to find. No HP on 1, but that's not going to matter. At least with the smoke, gives her room to work. We know how good Anna can be in these moments. Hasn't had one of her patented clutches yet. But could this be her time to strike? A Molotov in her back pocket too. And a cheeky reposition. Oh, cleared by Emmy. What? Absurdity. That was so quick on the trigger. Anna had no time to respond.
Yeah, fair enough. And I'll tell you what, that's a weird route in for Anna to take. There's that element of surprise of why on earth would an AWP be there pushing oil? Especially when the bomb's not planted for you. But I suppose it is Anna. And then maybe she can grab that kill, she can just elevate herself, and then maybe look over the top of the default. It doesn't matter. Emmy's ready, because there was no contact as you're pushing towards Thomas, as you're pushing towards backline. And Imperial get ousted out of that B bomb site. And Bubble now starts barking. He starts getting really into the ears of Imperial. He's not happy with what he's seeing. Body language very apparent. Not happy.
That's just a weird approach there in A main, wasn't it?
Yeah.
You know, Zaz kind of just standing there. 23's tucked up close, but doesn't even go for the trade.
It's interesting because 23 was in that corner to give the info to Zaz of where to spam on that smoke. And then Zaz loses out the fight. And at that point, 23's like, I have to get a multi-kill now. Because in essence, I've sold my friend down the river. Look at this. All in for Imperial, and you've got Galils, you've got 1 AK. This has to be fast somewhere, and it feels like it's a pop. Literally.
And they come, and utility going to be thrown from above. Trickles out. Now the hit starts to come through. Goose. Close by to receive it. Flashbangs getting everybody right now. In fact, a counterflash over, but Zaz, again, playing on the edge of that smoke. At least Emmy trades one back with that AWP in hand, but Maria's fallen backside. Bibian is still here. The AWP edges forward. Emmy gets another, and now Bibian can strike. It's a little bit awkward, and at least Vanessa's here to help out. Cat runs out of bullets, and Vanessa takes down 2. FlyQuest deal with that forced investment.
Deal's a strong word. They handle it, I guess. That was ridiculously close, but I've got to really praise Emmy in AWPing when it comes to this first half, because she's always been so quick to react and trade. And she hasn't really been that dynamic with the AWP, but she has in a weird way, because she's always ready to swing and always ready to trade. It's been really beautiful to watch, and her going for that second kill there on the player back red sets up Bibian perfectly, because it looks desperate. If you're Imperial, you think, oh, she's the only one here, rotates her on the way. No, Bibian backside with Marie.
You had a good chance now for FlyQuest Red to win out the half after a really blistering beginning for Imperial. Oh, Emmy's in a great position too. Zaz?
Surely hers, no? Yeah.
Okay, yeah, Bibian will deal with that. Yeah,
that's like wild. And that screams, to be honest, desperation.
I can't believe she made a footstep then. Like, at that moment.
Look at how clean this is, by the way. As soon as Bibian finds Zaz, everyone else falls. Everyone else is peeking solo. Finally, we get a double peek, and Emmy flicks Tori out the server and goes in for more on towards Anna. This is better from FlyQuest Red. 7-5 at the half.
street lights turned on hours ago. You've been here 3 nights in a row. I feel like an afterthought, but still I open the door. No matter how much you adore me, right before the dawn is when you leave. Oh, do I glow in the dark? Or why do you call me? Only after hours leaving in the morning. Do I glow in the dark? Would it kill you to hold me? In the bright of day, oh, can't you see me falling? In the bright of day, oh, can't you see me falling? In the bright of day, oh, can't you see me falling? Midnights are my only hope to see you, but it's not enough. I feel like an afterthought, but at least you thought of me. No matter how much you adore me, right before the dawn is when you leave. Oh, do I glow in the dark? Or why do you call me? Only after hours leaving in the morning. Do I glow in the dark? Would it kill you to hold me? In the bright of day, oh, can't you see me falling? In the bright of day, oh, can't you see me falling? In the bright of day, oh, can't you see me falling? In the bright of day, oh, can't you see me falling? In the bright of day, oh, can't you see me falling? In the bright of day, oh, can't you see me falling? In the bright of day, oh, can't you see me falling? In the bright of day, oh, can't you see me falling?
A slow start, but a strong finish for FlyQuest Red on the CT half. They got 6 of the final 7 rounds to lead out the half on their opponent's map pick. But now they go into the T side, Brandon, and this is where it can get tricky.
Yeah, absolutely. But at least they've shown resilience. At least they've shown that they can put up a fight. They're not standing scared. It's Imperial this time that are on the back foot. And we know how good FlyQuest Red in particular have been at pistol rounds.
It's the same setup, but without a fast play. And so instead of getting aggressive, the dually set up a crossfire. Goose looks aware of this and will peek into it. And now the other dualies come forward. It's Messi and Bibian and Vanessa mop it up.
And now you can go anywhere. You can go pop, you can go B. Imperial know this and start to scramble. Deep smoke in towards connector. That will keep Cat locked in. But where there isn't an immediate commitment, Imperial think, maybe this will be the play back down con. 23 will at least spot out Emmy.
Yeah, Emmy just needs to stay alive here now. Gonna get that support coming through, so this is still gonna be this A finish, and Imperial have everyone here that they need. Tori with 2 brilliant shots coming out. And now you know exactly where these final pieces are. Bibian will answer back in kind, but it's only Bibian remaining. Needs to find these final 2. Molly won't quite help her out as Tori's still safe. And a little bit of reprieve back towards heaven. The P250 searching. Just time to work with. Just needs to find these shots. And Imperial aren't making it easy for her. Just darting back and forth.
Oh.
Uncomfortable, and 23 will catch her on that re-push. So despite getting that early advantage. It's the follow-through that lacks.
Yeah, they overfought it. And on Dust 2, we were speaking a lot about Goose Breeder, how good it was that they had these mid-round adjustments and they sort of deviated away from their game plan. Here, if they deviated away from their game plan as soon as Emmy got spotted, it would have worked out a lot better. And what I love here is that Imperial just call the gamble. They just say, do you know what? If it is B, we'll give it a go at retaking. If it's A, we're set up in really good positions to punish Pop. And we spotted that these players were initially thinking about coming out of A main. But because the setup works so well, FlyQuest Red wanted to stick the landing on the intended target of A. It's hindsight, it is 2020, but if they went B, it would have been better.
Great shots from Tori too.
True.
Like, just absurd one-taps make that really tricky. And now, oh, that's
Nice.
not great. And, you know, Cat's up here, so bomb plant. Guys, don't forget about Cat because she won't forget about you. And now, okay, Marie's caught one. As has Goose, but no, okay, now it's just onto Marie. MP9 in hand, and Zaz will push forward, but honestly, despite missing out on the bomb plant, they do a lot of damage there.
Yeah, they do. Good damage. And that was it against a number of MP9s this time. It wasn't so rifle heavy. Obviously, that's the virtue of the CT economy. You can't always have what you want, but that will still leave them quite limited. You see a scout goes forward, but
Fatmas wasn't picked up. Anna could have, but didn't scoop that up, so they do lose a rifle.
That's nice. You definitely take that, despite the fact you forgot about Cat.
Yeah, FlyQuest Red can win this round. It definitely will set them up strongly into this half. Anna on the line with the scout. Marie is very deep on the lurk. Go through the motions, but looking like the majority of the forces move towards B.
I think Anna spotted Marie, and that's why she's so just locked in on this angle. Double little swing in towards Pop for Imperial. Confirms suspicions that they could end there, but not right now.
Lurk Smoke lands out towards Ivy, but there's just no follow-through. So Imperial a little bit in the dark right now, but they are going to reinforce B, given that there's nothing in towards Pop. There's no follow-through on that Lurk Smoke, so they're going to have the bodies here. And Tori removed immediately. 23 tries to chime in, but the MP9 at long range. It's messy, but Cat's here to deliver. Taking down multiple from back on device, and the HE mops up another. Vivian just not going to be ready for this push through, not even needed. Marie will make her way over, but a 1v3 on her hands. Sure, 23 is low, but the scout tag comes through, and Anna finishes the job with a clean headshot.
Yeah, and that's a shame, but it goes right into what you were saying. The fact that you've got the Ivy Lurk, we didn't do anything with it, didn't show anything anywhere, didn't put pressure in towards Pop, didn't put pressure in towards A main, didn't lead with util, and that was the staple on T side for FlyQuest Reds. They were throwing all of this misdirection into Imperial, they're making it really difficult for them to get set up. But you see double mollies come over. Bearing in mind Imperial's already peaked Pop, and you don't know that because you weren't challenging it. That was so easy. That was so easy for them to read into.
Yeah, I was surprised there's not someone just keeping the presence in Pop.
Yeah, I know.
You're already in holes, right?
You got everyone there.
May as well be keeping an eye on that position and at least keeping Imperial at bay, making the threat of Pop a reality. Though I suppose on some level, if you don't see anything Pop, it could really reinforce the Ivy play, but yeah.
Okay, well, if we're going to reinforce the Ivy play, let's go Ivy. Let's just do something rather than just dropping a smoke and then running away. It seems harsh, but you know what? I am being harsh because I expect better now out of FlyQuest Red.
Yeah, they're showing they can bring better. Got to be fast out through, and Anna removes one with the scout. Now, there isn't armor really here, a couple of pistols, but a bit of chaos they're sowing is showing that the potential is there against these weapons to be disruptive. Yeah, sorry, Marie. Not going to happen, Anna. Perfect crosshair placement. So 2-round lead to be established. It's Vanessa dealt with momentarily. Oh, get the kill almost. So close. The Glock just not quite the weapon for the job.
This has to be it now. This really, really has to be it for FlyQuest Red. Hope beginning to run out of here in this series. 0 rounds on your T side so far, which is why we put so much emphasis on the defense. You need to win this map. You need to force Mirage. Otherwise, you are eliminated on home soil. A familiar feeling. But this time, it has looked a lot better.
Juicy need on to catch. She's sense scampering. Put the smoke down to try and disrupt any early Molotov and maybe take some space, be a bit annoying, but there she lands on it and she's right in it. For that pop info again, and it's a flash through to try and get it. Goose on the other side drops her own flash, and yeah, 2 players on the other side, so it doesn't stick around too much for that brawl. Cat again at this off angle, dodges the flash, and in that position, trade out after 1. Molly will land, making it hard for Imperial to force their way through. They have to drop the smoke. That's gonna allow Gooseberry to get up really close. A powerful position as the bomb goes down.
Yeah, but Marie now can't swing off this site. Would need a flash, or would need an instant headshot. The walls now begin to close in, and Goose needs to alleviate some pressure. No kills being found, only damage. So Goose tries to get sneaky with it. 23 killing all of her friends on site. But Goose, this could be the play. This could be the moment, and she strikes for at least 1. Can she get rid of Anna? No, but it's given a little bit of room to Marie, and she goes malicious. FlyQuest Red, hold on, because of that space created by Goose.
Yeah, brilliantly crafted on that B bomb site. The Molotov just sets up Goose to extend so quickly. And Imperial, their only response they can do is to drop that smoke because they need to get out there. They need to get into that post-plant position. And Goose, even when she spotted out the first time, misses her chance. She doesn't try and just regress, force that fight, plays back in towards Connector. She's that threat there. There's a lot of crosshairs looking in her direction. Allows Marie to use that time to play off. Between the two of them, managed to find a successful round for FlyQuest Red. Imperial used their final timeout on that one.
Yeah. And look, I've called Emmy out on social media for the use of the Krieg, but I will have to give her praise where it's due. And here, brilliant trades. Like her trading, already spoken about it on the CT side, on the T side with the AWP in particular, fantastic, because Cat is set up to get a multi-kill there.
That brawl Cat
and instead
again
it is Goose and it's Marie. It gives FlyQuest Red a fighting chance. You can see Imperial are nervous. As you said, that's their last timeout call. If this game goes deep, the only reliance they'll have is if FlyQuest Red call attack.
We haven't seen a single Krieg, Brandon, in this series. Happy days.
There's still time.
We'll see. What a play is it be?
That's
and
the missed smoke.
The orb, that's cheeky. Nice double setup to deal with Vanessa. They're going to force through now. And Zaz so close. Oh, Chris just walks in. Before the utility comes, it's too easy for Zaz.
Why?
Yeah, this one's felt a bit like a gimme. Maybe Annalise gets a kill back on the 23. And a punish from Emmy. There's still a way for FlyQuest Red to craft this back into a successful round.
It's hard because look, you've just identified that the bomb is out at Ivy. You know that Bibby's in her main, which means Bibby has to go and make the play next. It's a missed shot, but Tori is there to back up Anna. And as previously stated, Emmy has been in Ivy the entire round. And now she feels incredibly claustrophobic because there could be a push where Zaz was. There could be a movement in towards A main. Instead, Imperials, they're just going to sit back. They're going to say, the pressure is on you. Come and plant the bomb, but get through our crossfires first.
Yeah, it's just no way. Still going to have a look. Honestly, it wouldn't be that bad just to try and hold on to the orb. You're going to have it in the next round, I dare say. And, well, I don't think that's going to give you a way into this. Although that kill onto Anna might just. Now, where is Kat? There she is. Strikes through. So it's damage at the very least. And you'll take that with this stage of the game.
Yeah, you will. But, I mean, look, an unbelievable attempt from Emmy. Some really nice shots. Just getting rid of these angles. But as you say, it's a gimme. Why are we doing this if we're FlyQuest? We've got a really nice crafted round in the previous. We're slow, methodical. We take this pop control this time. We learn from our lessons as we go in towards the B-bomb site. Have a really good afterplant, and then we all charge through a smoke, and there's no util. And you are setting up a flash, but Goose goes before it. Then your player feels like they've got a trade. Zaz is ahead of this util. We can get the trade. No, punished. What a waste. And honestly, what a shame.
A shame for Emmy in that clutch, because it's Kat that's the final player, right? So she's like, yeah, got to be towards B, right? Why would they have 3 players on A? I could have ran to B. You feel like she's set up for success, but unfortunately, it's just damage. But you can see it's left 2 MP9s in the field for Imperial. See, it's not the prettiest on the other side. Marie has the worst hand of it all. The 3 AKs. flyquest Red need to break through. This is the moment. This is the round that could define if they stay here in Dallas.
Yeah, lose this one, you feel like it's just game over. Zaz looking to make that a reality of a trademark push, but punished by the in-game leader.
Goose just keeps on charging, and 23 under the pressure, but off the flashbang gets one. Goose quick on the refrag, and now Anna out from Ivy on that fade. Almost had a chance. I think she was spotted, but Tori is still up on bomb train. Drops another, and that's the bomb too, but Goose is on a tear this round, taking it into her own hands. It's Kat that finally punishes a 2v2, but Marie picks up the Galil from the corpse, and you know where Anna was, and now you definitely do. Bomb not committed. Anna moves forward. Marie needs this clutch, but it's Anna. Of course it is Anna.
And there she is, striking when it matters most for Imperial. When they need her the most, Anna comes in with a beautiful clutch. And it's a shame because flyquest Red, they do everything they can in their power to take that round. They go for a fast play. They go for one in which they're in control. The trades are really good. But unfortunately, Anna catches Bibian over at E-Box, and then because the bomb's not committed, you know that Marie is mobile, and you know that she's moving. 5-7 up close, the last place you expect the ult to be is classic Anna. And it's Imperial edging closer and closer towards the semi-final berth.
It's a shame she didn't commit to that bomb plant there. Probably would have given them the full investment into this one. They opt for a more conservative approach. Could still be quite threatening. Oh, pop through, Kat has to fall back, and she's getting hounded, getting run down, but still stands tall for one. Her in Sentry, very annoying. Now 23 tries to get aggressive. Another bit of utility, just being so painful, making it so difficult. Bibian's hit a good deke shot. The MP9's trying their hardest, and they will find success off the back of them. Series point established for Imperial. A semi-final, 1 round away.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, really nice little util set, little bait and switch there for 23 and Zaz, because it's 23 that throws the molly onto default. It forces flyquest Red straight off that bomb site, straight into the crosshair of that MP9. It's brilliant work. It's one more chance. It's one more buy, an AWP for Emmy. AKs across the rest. flyquest have everything.
Yeah, it's going to be the easiest of the next few rounds, quite possibly. Anna's gotten very aggressive, and Ivy does have that support from 23. Oh, well, sorry, from Zaz, who goes down. 23 also does, so they managed to burst through into this bomb site. Anna comes back. Tori continues her push through, so everyone is present. Well, one falls, and the other does as well. So flyquest Red keep it direct, straight out into A, and everyone falls, save Tori, who's now on this push, which is being accounted for. Don't want to give her this AWP and allow her to save that for Anna. If she gets out of this empty-handed, all these previous rounds have come to very fine margins. There was 2 where just Imperial had 1 player living. flyquest Red have been doing a lot of damage in these rounds. It's just the rounds that have not been theirs. Tori looking to do some damage of her own, but it's just gonna be that 1 kill, and can't even save that AK unless it bounces over towards her. Can she find it? She does. So a little prize to take through.
Yeah, flyquest Red just in the start of these rounds, even though they've only got 2 rounds on the T side, I think they've been doing a really good job at setting themselves up for continuous success, but it's that Imperial Valkyrie's mindset. It feels like they're a lot more locked in now. I'm really liking the fact that they are taking these risks that we're so used to seeing out of them. The pushes through the smoke, the fact that Anna is going for repeats. Obviously, Zaz going to get tricky with it. 12-9, 1 buy, all in. flyquest Red win this one with a fake out on towards A with all the util. Maybe. Or maybe it's just going to be the commitment. Bibian's got timing. Flashbangs will give space, but Anna and Zaz, they hold down Pop.
Bibian doesn't walk around that corner, and Emmy does though. Anna removed from Bibian. That flank finally comes through. And there is still 23 out towards Ivy.
You should know. Yeah.
Emmy's holding this. If Emmy can catch this kill, there it is. It comes through. And now it's just these pop players, both in this position, AKs in hand. You need to be accounting for this.
No one's looking.
Someone needs to watch. It's Vivian with that responsibility, but she falls down and it's only Emmy standing. Will she be ready for Tori, who now starts to move out, but Emmy has slipped the net. Bomb on her back. And Tori in slow pursuit. Oh, Emmy drops down, makes the noise. Tori has all of the information. HE comes over, and sure, it's going to hit her, but Emmy not going to be ready for Tori. Up so close and personal. But maybe with Tori playing so slow, Emmy could catch the timing on the reposition. How has she not seen anything yet? And still hasn't. Tori comes through with the backstab. The timing is finally there, and Imperial will take down flyquest Red 2-0 and book themselves a spot in the semi-finals.
However, you've got to give a lot of credit to flyquest Red because they came into this tournament, we'd written them off. The graphics, you've seen them. 7th, 8th, all the way through, looking not very good. Here, far more improved, far more serviceable, and to be honest, a Dallas they should be proud of.
Yeah, and honestly, they were a round or two away from going straight through to the semi-finals. Imagine if they'd beaten Imperial in that winner's game.
Think about the cards they've been dealt. Imperial in your opening game, Imperial in a deciding best of 3, and then you go up against MIBR, who we love, who are adored by many, and you take them out in 3 maps. Any other game, any other team apart from Imperial, I tell you what, we probably see flyquest Red in the semis.
Yeah, this is one of the best flyquest Red showings that we have seen thus far, and I know that, you know, the end result doesn't feel fantastic for them, but the individuals were here. Vivian, Vanessa rifling like nothing else. We saw Emmy really stepping up, particularly here in this last series, really delivering here on Train. The moments were there. It's just, you had to get through Imperial, and that is just not easy.
Well, what's really good to see is Imperial were tested. They were pushed to their limits, and hopefully this wakes the sleeping giant, because now we get to see Imperial and what they are really like.
And we get to see the grand final rematch in the semis. Furia is waiting in the wings for Imperial, and that's going to be an absolute banger.
It is going to be a banger, Lucy. That is your semi-final. That's coming up tomorrow. Imperial Valkyries up against Furia. But I feel like the last round of Train kind of encapsulates what Imperial was able to do here. Tori was so calm. She dictated exactly how that round was going to go in terms of the 1v1. She controlled the pace. She slowed right down. There's a level of confidence there that Imperial Valkyries had, which was just unfortunate for flyquest Red. Because damn, like B-Dog and Lucy said, MacMates, let's give them their flowers. flyquest Red looked so hot. Had it have been another team, I do agree with B-Dog. I think they could have made the semis.
Yeah, they certainly could have, but let's focus on Train right now. Like, there was 1, 2, 3, maybe even 4 clutches in there that just went the way of Imperial, and like 2 or 3 of those go in the way of flyquest. They would have broken Imperial's economy slightly earlier, you know, and we can go and think about the things that could have changed. So flyquest, arguably on paper, could have won this today, and I believe that that is a mental victory and just a confidence booster for them moving forward with their campaign on this roster.
Yeah, I think if we would see more calm flyquest, we would see the third map for sure, because it just lacked the calmness in this crucial runs which Imperial took and won some clutches, and I think it's really optimistic for them finishing this match like this.
Optimistic for them, and I do have a question for you, Hanka, about flyquest Red, but before we do that, Tori is celebrating and she's with Heku.
Yeah. I'm sure they're definitely celebrating. Honestly, Tori, do you feel relieved?
I mean, not yet, because like we didn't show the best game like through all the tournament, so I don't feel like I'm relieved, you know, like I expected a bit different results. I expected to have a day off today. Yeah, we still need to win against Furia tomorrow and in the finals. Yeah, then I'm gonna be relieved.
Once you get to like lift the trophy
exactly
again. Yeah. But we still need to get there, because right now I want to discuss the fact that you actually decided to pick Train, and that is your least played map. If we just take out Anubis as like a permaban, is that like something that you've been like hiding just in case for a moment when you feel like it needs to be used, you know, to surprise an opponent?
I mean, I would say so, yes. Like, because we had a very good results on Train, like practice-wise, and we took advantage of it because we didn't have any official. I mean, only one, I think.
I think there's like two right
yeah.
now.
I mean, it was very long time ago, and we've been changing a lot since then. So I would say so, yes.
Yeah, but is there anything else that you're hiding? Because like yesterday, I was trying to get some information from Kat, and she's like, basically like no comment, nothing.
Yeah, I mean, I cannot say.
You cannot say. You're keeping the secrets, but for considering that tomorrow you are gonna play against Furia, who is like the best Brazilian team, do you think that's gonna be a hard matchup?
Yeah, I mean they're playing good, like, and we always have tight games, and I'm actually looking forward to win against them since last tournament in Brazil we lost.
Ah, true.
So I'm actually looking for a revenge. Yeah, and yeah, we're gonna do our best tomorrow.
Do your best, because in my memories I'm like, oh yeah, I remember Dallas 2022. I remember how you lifted the trophy against Furia on the stage, and like, yeah, now there's like some other things that happen afterwards. But Tori, congratulations.
Thank you.
See you then tomorrow playing against Furia.
Thank you.
Let's go back to the desk.
Thank you so much, Heku. And I mentioned just before that interview, I actually had a question for you, Hanka, about FlyQuest Red. So we'll touch on the Imperial victory in a bit, but the question I want to ask you is, we stood here on the desk and we gave them their flowers and we said, wow, they looked so good. They're going to walk away from this tournament. They should be really impressed with their performance. But as a pro player, you still lost, right? So do you as a player walk away from that loss now going, well, we played really well, or does it take a couple of days to get to that point?
I mean, I think it takes only like a couple of hours of like happiness that, yeah, basically we showed better scores than the last time we've been on LAN. But after some hours, I think it just passed basically, and the players want to win. Every loss for the pro players should be basically not something to celebrate, but something to reflect on. And I think the girls from flyquest are gonna do that for sure, because they are hungry for more. I'm 100% sure about that. They are not happy with the scores. Of course, we see some improvement, but it's not something that we should celebrate and be optimistic about that.
Yeah, I think there's a lot there to reflect on, as you said,
yeah.
and the reflection phase will come eventually, and there was a lot that they can learn from going over the couple of maps that they managed to play here at the finals. So I feel like when they go and do the demo review, there is a lot that they can work on, just the little moments, little micro moments there that they can tidy up and become an even better team moving forward.
That's something that they're going to have to work on. Let's talk about Imperial Valkyries, though, because you heard Tori mention she's not happy. She knows that they're not playing at the level they need to play at.
Yeah, and I think it's really good to see Tori like super calm on the interview, because it only showed that they are locked in, and it's fair to feel like this. Like, I'm not surprised at all, and it's super cool that she's just being realistic about that, right? They know that they need to step up for like future games, but I know that they are the team that they will deliver us the best CS possible, because they are just hardworking people.
Yeah, and I really want to know what she had booked for today, because she was not happy about having to play today. There was a lot of anger coming out of that interview. But look, jokes aside, yeah, you could tell even when they won the series there, no one was happy. The player cams, they were all looking a little bit grumpy.
I love, because they've been to Dallas so many times, where she was like, well, I thought I was having today off. Exactly like MacMate said, we want to know what they were planning, because clearly they didn't get to have that done. But there you go. We now have 3 semi-finalists. We need to find out who is going to be playing NIP tomorrow. That game is coming up right after this.
It's in your eyes. Scandalous, 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 it's scandalous. No big surprise. Hey, Yahoo, can I speak to God? Speak to God. Hey, Yahoo, can I speak to God? Speak to God. Scandalous, 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 you're scandalous. It's in your eyes. Scandalous, 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 you're scandalous. No big surprise. Scandalous, 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 you're scandalous. It's in your eyes. Scandalous, 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 you're scandalous. No big surprise. Speak to God. Speak to God. Speak to God. Speak to God.
You're watching the Season 7 finals of ESL Impact coming to you live from Dallas, and we are moving into our final game of the day, and this game will determine who is our final semi-finalist as well. The North American team, Supernova Comets, finished first in their region. They have surprised us through yesterday. We were quite shocked at their first victory. They are here fighting for their lives, and they go up against the French team you saw a little bit earlier, Zerance, who, to be fair, we thought was going to be in a different position to Supernova. They now face off again. Did Supernova get her because of raw firepower is the question I have to ask, because I feel like when we watched some of those games yesterday, Hanke, the fundamentals aren't necessarily what seems to be carrying them through.
Yeah, like for Supernova Comets, it's most likely about two individuals, right? But today from Zerance, for example, we saw every part of the team just popping off, winning important clutches, situations, and this is what we want to see from the team.
Yeah, look, in my opinion, I feel like we are going to get some revenge from Zerance today. And to answer your question, Sam, I do feel like straight out of the gate, Supernova Comets certainly overperformed, maybe caught Zerance off guard, but it was just that best of one. Then they managed to lose the next best of one, and now we're here. So we finally get to see them show what they're capable of in best of 3 territory, and that really kind of is the unknown. And for me, I kind of hope at least one of these NA teams makes it to the semis, makes it a little bit further, at least into Saturday, so they can have a few more individuals watching from DreamHack.
There's only one North American team in contention, and it is Supernova Comets, Max. So you've already jumped to that side of the bracket, but that's fine. Okay, you've put your prediction in there. Let's talk about the victory that they had. So they obviously beat Zerance earlier, and when I say earlier, yesterday, 13-10 on Anubis. What was it about Supernova Comets and Anubis that was able to best the French squad?
I think they were like, Zerance was just caught off guard. It was also first match, like opening match is also about like stress factor and like everything what comes with it. But I wouldn't focus that much about this match from yesterday, because today we just saw completely different Zerance. We saw energy, we saw screams, we saw good firepower, good ideas, and this is what we want to see all the time from them.
And we saw Rachel, which
exactly
wasn't there yesterday.
Yeah.
She just wasn't playing.
Rachel's Bay. I believe Rachel's Bay. Okay, Newt, I'm curious from your side. I can kind of see where the analysts are leaning. Do you have a favorite that maybe you're leaning towards?
I think Supernova Comets have prepped well enough to compete against EU, because, you know, they did talk about EU a lot. They faced off against SA opposition. It didn't really go so well. So I think they still got a bit more EU strats in the back pocket.
Wow, so you think that they can take this one?
I think they can take it. I think they could. I believe in the NA.
Okay, do you have any numbers to back this up, or are you jumping to the other side when you bring out the stats?
Well, I do have some numbers for you, but it's going to actually kind of throw me under the bus here, because in some aspects, stats are a bit of fool's gold, because realistically, a lot of stats are gold. It's like, wow, these stats are great. But there's a caveat, because you gotta look on the other side of it, which kind of makes you a bit of a fool. So looking at Supernova Comets this tournament, they actually have the best round conversion when it comes to opening kills. So when they get the opening kill, they're able to convert it 92.3% of the time. Compared to everybody else, that is mind-boggling stats. This is so great for them that they can able to convert 5v4 advantages super easy. But here comes the fool part, because I looked a bit like a fool. I saw the stats and I was like, wow, this is so great. Then look at their success rate and actually getting opening duels. Only 31% of rounds they're able to get the opening duels. So that's less than 1 in every 3 rounds. It's actually less than that, because that would be 33%. So it's like 1 in 2 rounds. Maybe they get the opening kill. It's not that great. So if they're able to get this success rate under control, because I've seen what they can do in the online season with their opening duels, because they are absolutely raw firepower, I think they can compete and take down Zerance, because Zerance, heavy utility focused, but I think they're just going to speed through any mollies that they put their way, and Supernova Comets could be NA's final hope.
Okay, thank you for that, Newt. We'll see if you're a fool or if you've got the golden ticket in a little bit. I think it is important for us to pull up the video now and kind of see where these teams are going to be playing. So hopefully that'll be coming in a little bit. And I think Newt's kind of summarized it really nicely here for us, which is raw firepower up against just structured fundamental Counter-Strike. Which wins it out in the end?
Well, yeah, I'd say I agree somewhat, but we did also see raw firepower out of Zerance earlier. So they are capable of it, we just didn't get to see it yesterday.
Yeah, I think yesterday they just kind of Zerance lost control over the match, but today they are basically warmed up already. They are coming into second match of the day, so I cannot see a way of them losing this matchup.
Even with the veto as it stands now, I see that they've picked Ancients, and obviously Supernova Comets has gone the Dust 2 route.
I really like this picks from Zerance and Supernova Comets. I think it's gonna be Ancient for sure. Zerance favorite map. I really like how they approach this map. Basically 2-0, I see it.
Wow. Okay. So we're not even gonna see the repeat of Anubis. What do we expect from Ancient? What's the gameplay going to look like?
Basically, I think that from the demos I saw and like after the whole season, Zerance are really into taking mid control, right? Like really fast, fighting for this area, then executing in really easy and simple way, which is the most efficient one in my opinion. So we will not see crazy strats. We're gonna see loose team who is just playing, who is listening to each other, and they create something magical right there, I think.
Mac, you're in agreement?
Yeah, I can't put it more eloquently than that. I want to see some magic, and I'm keen to see exactly what we get on the first affair of Ancient here at the finals.
Okay, well, there we go. Will EU claim this one, or can North America keep themselves in the competition? A place in the semi-finals is up for grabs. B-Dog, Lucy, we've got a bit of a split analyst desk here, so I'm curious to see how this plays out.
To be honest, the pro player's right. And that is Zerance are going to 2-0 this. It's going to be easy. It's not even going to be a contest. I'm sorry. I don't care how that best of 1 went yesterday. 2 words for you on Ancient for Zerance, and that is Kaede, and that is Rachel. And Rachel was unbelievable against DMS. She's going to be unbelievable against Supernova Comets.
Yeah, my rule of thumb in life is to always listen to the person with the highest elo. So no one here listens to Mac at all, unfortunately, despite him really getting out some good points sometimes. This one he is completely wrong on, unfortunately. Yeah, Zerance, we haven't had a chance to cover them ourselves here at this LAN finals, but we've had plenty of opportunities to cover them throughout the season as Prototype plays, even back as Team France at the National Championships at the end of last year. So this team is really, we've had to build a lot of hype around them. I think both of us coming into this season expected to see them here on LAN, expected to see Astra and Rachel once again striving for a Dallas Grand Final. And seeing them in the semis, I think, would be a beautiful sight to behold. So can they deal with Supernova Comets, who have come through and certainly cause upsets of their own?
Yeah, and look at this reaction immediately. Zerance, they just take the space. They hear the U2 out mid. Okay, it's going to be an A play. So immediately Emerald's going to rotate over Smoke Kit, but a good hold. Unlucky, though, because Empathy's dropped the bomb.
Yeah, this is now really awkward. And for Zerance, they're going to get further information on Serendipity, and if they can isolate her, that means that now it's just these flight in towards middle. And Julie runs out of bullets and runs out of life. And Forks has hit a banger, but now Emerald comes on through. Can't quite connect her shots, but Day does hers. And it comes down to the 1v1. Forks, who's been phenomenal, P250 in hand, converts the round for Supernova Comet.
How does that go completely skew whiff for Zerance? Well, you've got two players that push elbow at the same time. They get the kills, and then Supernova Comet say, do you know what? We need to take these fights. And they immediately come in. Emerald is really anticipating that it's going to be this play through mid, through donut to A. Obviously, Emphy drops the bomb. But still, they don't ever go through donut. So Emerald's position then feels really weird because you've got players coming through red at the same time. I don't think Zerance expected that whatsoever. So even being in a bit of a predicament, Supernova Comet still had the jump on them.
I do quite like that CT setup on the pistol. The old 4B, one spot mid. It's just the follow through, it doesn't quite work out for them. And a great recovery. Forks in particular. My concern, I guess, coming into this, and it's what we really saw in their last series, is, you know, when we can rely on Forks. We can always rely on Forks.
And empathy.
And empathy, even though a little bit late going in the last best of one we saw, but we know that they will step up. It's the players around them that have been absent, and that's what's cost them in some of these big games.
Yeah, for sure. And okay, so you go, okay, Raven, okay, Serendipity will take the burden off of STX as the in-game leader. And we'll say, you guys, you are the players that need to really step up and do the damage here. So Galil out, Mac10 out, farming up the cash. She is finally required by Raven right at the very end. $600 converted on Emerald. K8, last player standing, just doesn't want to die to the SMG.
Don't know if she'll get a chance or a choice in that matter. And won't. So, a few SMG kills come through. But more than anything, it's a clean conversion. Considering you walked into the stack now, Supernova Comets have 3 Mac-10s still held over from that round. They invested, surprisingly, actually, 3 SMGs into that.
Rush B.
Yeah, I feel like you do. That's just the call when you've got this many SMGs. Or you go for a big mid-brawl. We heard from Hanka how much Zerance likes to put the pressure on middle, and this round will certainly be a taste of that. 3 players coming out, and the Mac-10 as well. And down the outside, flashbang, so good.
Brilliant.
KD didn't see a thing. I know, you just keep running. You don't slow down. Mac-10s, they do their best when they are just holding W.
Yeah, what a really good round. And I'll tell you what, that is the perfect call to make in that situation. And what's really nice is we are getting Serendipity and Raven getting both of those kills. So now we are finally getting everyone stepping up for Supernova Comets when it matters most. Zerance are going to concede the space. They're going to go save. So it'll be a 3-0 start. Maybe you can go back in towards mid and get some of these weapons. There was definitely an M4 on the floor.
Yeah, at least go hunting with the Mac-10s. You got so much money. You know, if you can reach just one rifle, it completely cripples the CTs into the follow-through. But I think that, yeah, we've never had the kind of second NA team in a position like this before, right? Where they're one series away from a semi.
Yeah, maybe one of them, but not both.
Yeah, as in, like, you've had flyquest in the semis in, like, the first year, but we have not had, at the second, I say, you know, the other team from NA ever find success. I know it's, you know...
3 rounds in. Look at that. Oh, we need to go back to player counts. We need to look at the coaches' just spreadsheet. That was color-coded.
Oh, you're loving it.
Oh.
Look, a good spreadsheet really gets Brandon going.
Excel pilled.
Ladies, if you're listening, get that Office 365 subscription.
Make me an XLS.
Rachel's going to push through. Ash has gone down. Rachel will double up, though, in from heaven. Kills are still coming through, though. And,
that's
Rachel just really wants the frags. Okay. She gets 3 from that, and Forks is left in the clutch, but there is now the space is here over towards A, so we'll be allowed to set up for this. And both Rachel and Emerald are really far away. They don't know where Forks is. And Forks doesn't go for the bomb plant. Actually wants to try and find one of these fights. but not seeing anything. Now you actually get a little bit concerned that you've not found anything in this time.
It's true. And the thing is, the mollying towards CT, it's good, but it gives just further confirmation to Zerance.
They're here. And the MP9, it can just run at this AWP. Missed first shot, not going to get the second chance. Couldn't quite flick straight to the head. I think even if she did, then that trade would have come through from Rachel, who is the hero of this round, just pushing through that cave smoke. The mid-fight goes the way of Zerance, down in the bloody middle of it, but it's up from above that Rachel comes through.
Yeah, and look, this is Supernova Comets trying to take advantage of the fact that Zerance will fight middle. If they've done a little bit of prep work, if they've done the demos, watching, like we all have, like Hanka has as well, you know that they love this fight in towards mid. So by taking the space away from them, by just double flashing them, consistently challenging them, it makes it feel really uncomfy. So Zerance goes, you know what, we're just going to push, we're going to take this space away. It doesn't matter if the mid portion goes awry, because Rachel can be that covering fire. The sooner Rachel gets active in this series, the better for Zerance.
Yeah, she took a little bit to come online. The first two maps, we didn't see a lot out of her, but she came absolutely in clutch. Oh, okay. That's one way to remove Julie, who has also been brilliant for Zerance so far, remarkably so. Astra gets a little hint of something.
Look at this double push. Brilliant. KOD and Emerald, they take all the space. They know it has to finish B or mid, but there is still a lurk. Raven's in red, but Serendipity gives over info to Rachel. This will finish B.
Yeah, once this mid push come through, these players need to get a little bit quicker on this ascent up. Oh, what a shot onto Rachel, playing the off angle. KD will come through at least. That's the bomb dropped, but STX in towards the cave. All sides fight one. Emerald doesn't reveal herself, but she's the only one standing, so I don't think she wants to reveal herself at all in this round.
I like the way that, to be honest, both teams approach this, because for Zerance, what they do is they say, okay, we're not winning the fight in mid, so we'll drop the utility, we'll leave it alone, we'll go investigate in extremity. And they do that with KOD, with Emerald in pushing their main. Supernova Comets, on the other hand, go, oh, we've been fighting mid so much, you think that we're going to take it again. Instead, we won't. We'll take a bit more of a standardized approach. We're pushing towards cave, we're pushing towards ramp, we'll hold all of that space over at B. And then we'll work out the round in the mid round. And that left a gap. That left Raven the opportunity to lurk in towards mid, go in towards red, potentially try and take all that space. Emerald hunted at the end as well. Things just get more and more brutal.
There's that big spreadsheet. We don't get to quite see
bloody pamphlet.
Yeah, quite
ink. You run out of that. Printing it all.
He's really up to date, isn't he? HP shield.
That's a new sponsor, Supernova Comment.
All right, we've got half buy coming through. Astra keeping money, and might be able to get some more as well with the MP9, but it's a nice call from Supernova Comets. You know money's not good for Zerance. It's going to be that half buy, so you just go for straight A execute. This is never the side that's stacked.
Brilliant. And this is also the just little tiny micro fundamentals from the B-Dog Book of Knowledge. And that is, don't go B on the half buys, just go A. It's so much easier. Util doesn't work out whatsoever. One kill comes back, make it a second. Out of Julish, gets an AK. No defuse kit's going to be the issue. No armor is also the issue. So she retreats, holds onto that scavenged weapon.
Yeah, she'll get away with the AK. That's a nice boon for her or one of her teammates to hold on to. Should be allowed to keep onto that. But the rounds are slipping away. 5-1 on this key side.
If we want to be fair, Zerance are very good at T side. And the CT side feels weaker because you've got aggro players, because you've got Rachel, because you've got KOD, because you've got Astra. I think the T side is always going to work out a lot better for Zerance.
Yeah.
It's always going to be a little bit more of a struggle.
Yeah, they've got a 60% win rate on the T side in particular.
There you go.
Yeah, so it's definitely the stronger side. And notably in that qualification game versus Eco Warriors, which was a brilliant series, they got 9 rounds in that T half to kick that map off. So that was the Yeah, big overtime victory for them, which got them here to the LAN finals.
This coach is a legend, by the way. One of the funniest men I think I've met in Counter-Strike. He was at IESF, and we were over there. Team France, who's this team you see in front of you now, was playing there. And the admins were like, you have to wear a jersey. They didn't. The only jerseys they had was obviously the jerseys that the players had. So he had to borrow Astra's. And
you can just see Astra is quite a little bit smaller.
And he had to squeeze into it, and he's brilliant. And he made the most of it. Canna, what a bloke. Shout out to you. Hopefully he shouts some things to his team, because they're 5-1 down.
Yes, gonna need some of that shouting. Julie, shadow spotted, and a freebie onto Empathy. And then Astra chimes in with that orb, so 2 opening frags go the way of Zerance. Astra might get a chance for another. No, they managed to get past the clear. Sure, Ravens managed to lurk through, but that's being counted for by Code, who is sitting back in towards lane. Zerance don't really need to budge the setup too much.
No, they don't at all. And this is a very similar round to what happened previously, where they ended B and they had Raven lurking. The thing is, Empathy's dead, so now you need to lead the entry kill with your AWP. Julie, it's a jiggle, but it's not the collection out of forks.
They missed that opportunity. Now the smoke will land with 50 seconds, so that's going to slow things down. Desperately searching for something on Spam. Astra still holding for this, so Raven has been patient, but is just not going to get this opportunity. But if they route back to A, maybe that's the play. Astra goes for the clear. Fork sits in just in case Astra re-peeks, and well, information goes both ways. STX starts to try him on through. Emerald at this close angle surely won't be properly cleared, so an easy collection for her. Forks left alone, and Astra keeps it flawless for Zerance into this round.
Yeah, really well played just from Astra, but also Emerald. And this is a really nice case study of a round as to why Emerald is such a good role player and is selfless. We saw her breaking into the scene, didn't quite make impact, and then eventually did with this team of Zerance. Was really good in IESF as well. But what she does is she's so selfless that she's just sat in A the entire time. Lets Astra be the most mobile. Lets Astra get the info in towards middle. Oh, I got the kill red, by the way. They can be donut. No worries. She'll just sit there. She is a classic role player. She's every IGL's dream.
Yeah. Her first ESL Impact LAN too, so really exciting to have her here. Definitely a player that we've heaped plenty of praise on over the season for just that. And when you got a team with so many explosive riflers, it's good to have that player that can be the calmer one, the supportive element, the one that can just hold down that bomb site. While Rachel and K-Day are off running around, Julie's doing her crazy shenanigans.
There's good balance to this team. And I really do like the way it's been put together. It's nice that they took some trust on it. Here we go then. Final B exec here for Zerance. Counter flash for Kaede, and actually used it to escape rather than fight. And then she goes back through the smoke anyway to try and take a stab at the Supernova Comets. This long smoke is really wonky.
Yeah, that's to throw a second one down because that is so off the mark. Julie was thinking about extending through and is waiting for the right moment. Off the spam from Emerald, perhaps offering up that little bit of a distraction. She'll actually come around to help. So they're waiting for this utility, waiting for Astra, who's got a full set for the retake as well. And a smoke on ramp would be deadly. It comes through. Empathy has to play ahead of it. They've got STX stuck behind default. Empathy swings into the open, and STX, that's a huge kill. Now Serendipity activates on the flank, and STX gets another. Rachel was low from the earlier engagement, so there's nothing for her to do here. You can see those small windows that Zerance had back into that round, but some really sharp shots come out.
Yeah, Empathy's decision not to isolate STX on site's a big one there. The overall decision in the round as well by STX to go completely contact and then just execute into B, bring everyone over from ramp. It's really brilliant because, again, you don't give Zerance that chance. And you maybe did with that mislead was long. But the idea of the round was perfect, and then the execution and these little micro decisions all help out in a big way. 6-2, and notice that it's Supernova Comets taking the tactical timeout, not Zerance.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it?
Because you're not happy with how that went, because it could have gone a lot cleaner, it could have gone a lot better, but the idea is there. So it's 30 seconds to keep the belief, trust the brochure, and keep Ancient on the right track.
Yeah, long smoke missing almost gave Julie the opportunity. At least that replenish came through. And it was really nicely played in that afterplant. In fact, for the most part, despite calling the pause, might just be a calm down pause.
Yeah.
Ink not too vocal. He said all he needed to immediately. Fox gets the spawn, and there's not much of a fight behind it. No insta-mid either.
Oh.
That Molly's done so much damage. The smoke just does not quite do the trick, but the FAMAS, everything just keeps spraying.
Nice. Nice re-aggression out of Astra. That Broland molly that normally lands in cave, by the way, landed, but it didn't spread far enough. That's why they're not prepared for the double swing out of cave. Here is Serendipity. It's normally been Serendipity or Raven pushing forward in towards red. Zerance aware. They do not want to be undone by another deep lurk.
Yeah, there's been this lurk element in almost every single round. K8, will she clear this? And will the timing favor her? Yes, it does. Empathy's up to a similar lurk up behind the ramp smoke, but with Julie's position...
Oh, get your gun out! Stop
gun
it.
out! There we go. Dealt with.
You're not even got a util, mate. Like, come on. Why?
What was the knife even for in that moment?
Style points.
Oh, nice Molly. Flush Julie out, but the flick doesn't connect in Forks yet. Might just be a bit of a long save, especially with that pile of utility in a back pocket.
Oh.
I'll say what, when Zerance get these rounds, they are clean.
Yeah, you bang on. Very convincing. Really good adjustment in towards this round as well, because you've got the re-aggressions coming in from Astra, pushing down ramp. The Broland molly missing is a really big one there, and it means that Rachel can get a kill. Julie can follow suit on that empathy lurk. Time ticking and expired. Nice shot. Keeps the money at least honest for Zerance.
Yeah. 3 lives, good though. And a nice hold all across the map, ready for all of those individual little lurks coming through. They get pipped at the post, going for that fast cave fight, and so they look for kind of these extremity plays, trying to catch someone off guard to snowball off, and yeah, no success across the board. So Zerance very fully aware of these little cheeky plays.
To be fair to them, if Zerance were able to get 6-6 out of this, 5 rounds, like they'd be more than happy with that, considering how this first half has gone, considering how much it could have escalated out of control. This is a pretty good look because you provided a breakthrough. And now again, leading with Extremity. Emerald, Astra pushing. Empathy aware, but not getting the jump on Emerald.
Yeah, nice kill from Emerald, and that doesn't reveal Astra either. So now she'll be able to be present in towards Donut, and a leg shot comes through. 2 players very wounded. That Molly might even take down 1. Raven, very lucky to get away from that. Oh, and that smoke has missed the mark. KD now starts to move forward. Serendipity tries to swing, and Rachel will instead step in. So they've got them pinned in here. Forks with the AWP is given the fight. Astra, an unnecessary peek it feels, and Forks, oh, don't want to give it too many chances. The only one with HP and with a primary weapon is Raven will fall. If STX is dealt with as well, oh, messy from K&A. And it starts to fall apart.
Oh.
These peeks into the AWP have given the round back for Supernova Comet.
That is such a shame because I was literally, before any of that happened, I was going to say this is the most perfect round of CTCS we've seen so far from Zerance because they did everything to design Supernova Comets into the trap. We're talking about the push into A main. We're talking about Astra, the fact that she's not revealed, gets a leg shot, double push in towards Red Room. It all looks so good. And then you double peek Forks, fine. But then K&A loses out her fight, and then Julie starts peeking. By that point, Forks can get on the line. It feels so unnecessary. And it feels like such a blunder at a big moment in this half.
It was literally like 4 1v1s just given in
10
sequence.
seconds, yeah.
Yeah. Astra's peek's a little rough. That's just feeling like you can just get this kill immediately. Yeah, that one's
Look, I think the most egregious ones are obviously the Kaede Julie sequence, but it's like, once Kaede gets that kill, falls back in towards red, you can see that she isn't planning on falling back ever. And Julie's right there. If you just wait like 3 seconds and then you double swing, like that is a guaranteed kill. That's round over. Don't need to be going for that push on STX.
Yeah, that round is just a fumble. That's Zerance's round, and you can't call it anything but a throw.
Yeah, but also you think about the ramifications of this, because they have to invest into this. Yeah, they'll invest into the other one. It's the last round of the first half, but this could have been 6-6. This could have been a guarantee of that 5th. They need to make things right, and they've lost 2 opening kills.
Oh, it's now spiraling out of control. That one round sending reverberations into this half and could cost them the map. Kaede. Oh. No one was ready for that. And Emerald not ready either. Oh, okay, well. Wins that fight. It's an M4 saved. Astra was just nowhere near any of this. Yeah, 8 at a minimum on the T side feels fantastic.
That's brutal, isn't it? From 6-6 to 9-3. That's what we could have been looking at. Instead, we're looking at this. And I love that Supernova Comets, this entire T side, they've just been pressing on the accelerator more and more. There's been so much diversification in the rounds they've been bringing to the table. There's been a really good variety of them. And Zerance just can't hang. And I love that Zerance go back to the one thing that's worked when they wanted a consistent opening kill, fighting in towards cave. This time the util lands. And what's worrying is this is the first timeout that's been taken. And it comes right at the very end of this first half. Things have been spiraling out of control well before then.
Well, the good news is we are finally getting all the other players coming online. Oh yeah, you can see frustration's boiling. Shouldn't be at this point. But yeah, on the Supernova Comets side, STX is top of the board. You know, everyone's kind of chipping in. I think Vox is actually kind of in the middle of the pack. So it's really good to see they are getting these other players coming online today. What a difference a day makes. Yeah, 2 M4s, 2 MP9s, that ult from Astra saved over. Zerance need this 4th. As good as I hyped up their T side and how strong it was against Eco Warriors. Frustrations are boiling. Semi-finals or home. Astra, is she ready for that boost? Yes, so an opening pick comes through. Astra gets involved early with the AWP.
But look at the space, look at the speed out of these players at cave. The issue is if STX falls with that bomb. Rachel and Julie shuffle over. They just want to take these fights. They just want to be ahead of this serendipity, aware of the danger. With the bomb cowering behind the box, maybe there's a chance because Julie goes into the corner, but not seen. Not seen by STX, and serendipity meets the same fate. That's the bomb dropped.
Just Raven and Empathy to try and pick this up, and they know that Cave is compromised. But he's desperately looking for something. Might be given an opportunity here. Yeah, out from long, and there's almost a chance for a double. Swaps the AWP. No HP. And Raven needed that fight. That was the way back in. If Raven can win one, Empathy potentially could have found the multi and would have had a chance into this. With 16 HP, the bomb deep in enemy hands. They're not going to face you. Not with 30 seconds left and the bomb right there down at ramp. So wrap it up, put a bow on it. This will be 4. It is an inevitability. Pure style kills at this point. Is there anything offered up? No, it's Rachel that confirms it. So 4 will be what Zerance take into the second half.
Hungry for attention, you're so hypnotic. Take me for a ride, I'm feeling nauseous. Oh, I'm delicate, just like the pick-me flower. to the party, buy me drinks, I guess I'm lucky. Pull me apart, like when I'm broken. I don't wanna wait for you to make me cry. Turning black and blue from the words you fought. Feel like I'm dying, dying. Deep down inside, I'm crying, crying. But I'm holding it 'cause you say I'm a cry, cry, baby. But I'm holding it 'cause you say I'm a cry, cry, baby. Feel like I'm dying, dying. Deep down inside, I'm crying, crying. But I'm holding it 'cause you say I'm a cry, cry, baby. But I'm holding it 'cause you say I'm a cry, cry, baby. Making jokes at my expense. You say it's funny, but the irony is you're so broke emotionally damaged. Have the nerve to tell me you can't afford to love me. Think about my body with somebody else. Hope it feels like hell. Feel like I'm dying, dying. Deep down inside, I'm crying, crying. But I'm holding it 'cause you say I'm a cry, cry, baby. But I'm holding it 'cause you say I'm a cry, cry, baby. Feel like I'm dying, dying. Deep down inside, I'm crying, crying. But I'm holding it 'cause you say I'm a cry, cry, baby. But I'm holding it 'cause you say I'm a cry, cry, baby. I do spy you broke your pinky and I promise that's karma. Turning black and blue from the world you fight. Feel like I'm dying. Tomorrow we will rise.
A rough first half for Zerance. The Supernova Comets soar into space. 8 rounds on their T side. And now a comeback, especially when it's your map pick for Zerance.
Yeah, that's the thing right now. I guess we do know that they've got a very, very strong T side, but it feels a little bit rough knowing that you could have easily had 7 or even, well, sorry, could have had a 7-5 or 6-6 half. For the best, but it's a nice little gush on the serendipity who's forced to fall back and not drop that smoke because I was debating Forks who's tucked into the corner. Forks will now swing out and reveal herself, but not going to matter. It's a disengage. You have information now, and Raven will step in for one multi-kill, offered up with the dual Berettas, but goes wild. And so the space take it. Nice shot from STX. Good tap on it. Bomb will go down. 2 players low HP, but a kit, no, smoke and kit available, yes.
But no flashbangs get you into this fight. Instead, there is one on Emerald, but she'll just be jiggling. Astra, leg spotted and tapped out. Not quite. So she can live. The smoke's been dropped on the bomb, which makes things a little bit awkward, to be honest, for the Comets. Just swing out a cave. Emerald will get that kill. And you know Astra is back sight. And she arrives in time. Forks now has to try and split the difference between 2 players, but gets run on by Astra. In-game leader turned into fragging power. 8-5, a necessary pistol.
Yeah, an exchange of pistol rounds, and Zerance definitely need that. And lovely approach to it too, right? They don't fall victim to either trap, really, right? They're fully aware of that possibility, and towards Donut, it's not the overcommit. To see if you can get that kill after you gush, but doesn't try and chase her down. Instead, when Forks reveals that trap's in play, just disengages. Doesn't give up that fight. And the dual Berettas in cave also go missing. But it's the force fight back, and attempt to try and stranglehold onto lane, but Julie doesn't reveal herself. Now, Empathy will run out. Julie's taken down 2, though. Does at least remove Serendipity, so it stays in a 3-on-3, and it's only a MAC-10 picked up.
You're not ready for Rachel.
But Rachel's not going to get that chance.
Doesn't matter. Here's her. That might be enough. Because now you can just reset. STX. Waiting patiently. We'll grab the gun. We'll move away. But for Astra, Emerald, and Rachel, remember they heard one run away from Cave. So now it's this double stack. Supernova Comets are so sure you haven't seen anything in the last 20, 30 seconds. It has to be A, right? It's got to be. No, it's this B play. All off the back of this audio cue that Rachel picked up.
Yeah, it's going to be a slow approach too. Just contact, so the penny won't drop. Supernova Comets are just going to stick in this position because there's still plenty of time left, and they get information when the smoke goes down, sure, but it's going to be far too late then. As soon as the bomb's planted, you can just call the round done.
I love how they're playing this because, as you said, it's contacts, and that means the smokes now go deep CT rather than short and long.
Yeah,
and the bomb plant's just so open as well.
This round, just wrap it up.
No?
I mean, it doesn't matter. There's no
it
kit.
works.
Oh, there is a kit, sorry. Empathy does have one. Are they giving this a go? I mean, I guess you just pick up MAC-10s, right? Emerald's low. Astra, from deep, good line for that fight. Doesn't overextend, so easily able to pick off one and looking for more. Huge amount of damage. Astra cleaning them up. She's done enough. Forks will pick up the kit, sure. But time's just not there. Might even go down to Emerald, who's running out. The damage will be enough to remove Forks if Rachel doesn't get there first. So, well handled against the Force Buy.
And now's a good time to mention that, yes, we said this is Zerance's map pick, but what you'll notice is normally when teams sort of pick maps, the other team gets to pick the side. And they will, more often than not, apart from Anubis, always start on CT. Supernova Comets chose to start on this T side because they know how dangerous Zerance is on the attack, and they think, look, with good game planning, if we take control, if the momentum goes in our favor, which it did, maybe it'll be enough to stop this T side from gaining anything. You get a pistol, you then win out the force, you win the eco, you're home and dry. Instead, that's not happened, and now it's a 2-round game.
Now it's going to be painful as it is a heavy lean in towards Jaguar, and well, one USP kill comes through, but that's all. So we'll get down to a 1-round game, and as soon as it gets this close, this is the exact start that was needed. Bang a headshot. Oh yeah, free AK, you take that every day.
Enough money to get an AWP as well.
But yeah, as soon as this comes to this point, you know, it was an 8-4 half. That feels really rough, and it would have been terrible if they lost the pistol. But winning the pistol, bringing it now within one, this is the perfect recipe with the consideration of how good their T-sides are.
Yeah, and how much they're going to start to feel the environment again. Because when you're not winning rounds, when you're losing these close rounds as well that you feel like you have control of, even think back to that pistol that you feel like Zerance should have won in that very first round of the game. You can now start to feel a little bit more motivated. The fact that Rachel is shining is really good. Astra had a really slow start to this map. It has now really picked up the pace.
I mean, they should have won that first half.
Exactly.
Like, straight up. You think about how those rounds went. But, you know, you can shoulda, woulda, coulda as much as you want in Counter-Strike. It is Counter-Strike, and not everything always goes your way. That's what we're here for, those moments of brilliance that catch you off guard. Zerance feeling a little bit more under control now. I think we might get that fight in towards middle. Barrage of mollies. Rachel runs out. The run boost, the flash bangs. Oh, the HE can't get out in time. Somehow Empathy lives. A very awkward spray. K8 looks to try and get the kill back, but no one to be found. Serendipity is deep. Oh, that is absurd.
That is a mess. The fact Rachel doesn't get a kill, the fact that it's so windy in mid is criminal. But Empathy, Serendipity take full advantage of it. Another one of these double openers. Typically when Supernova Comets has got a kill, it's not been tradable, and they even double down.
And we know that stat Nuke brought up. 92? Something around that percentage of converting. of opening kills. Is this the 8%? Seems unlikely. Raven hasn't swung yet. Waiting for STX to take the contact, and now Raven will reveal, and Emerald, it's just onto her. Empathy just creeps on forward. Big collection after getting brought down to 6 HP at the start.
Yeah, good info as well from the donut player. Just says that KD's up close pushing you red, just spam through the smoke, just removes her immediately. But you got the luxury of that being a somewhat bonus, because now you can get the AWP out on Astra. But that's kind of it, actually. Emerald, Rachel, Julie, all a little bit battered and bruised. They have to go down to Mac 10s if they want to buy into this. I feel like that's what the pause is about. Do we want to invest into this? And if we do invest into this, what are we going to do with it? I like the idea of just a half investment. But you are on 1900, so maybe you do want to force it in.
Yeah, I feel like with the situation as it is, the weaponry that you've got makes sense. There's an ult that came out, so it's decent. Astra's been pretty good so far. I think it'll be maybe a slower approach if you've got that AWP though. Yeah, it's a funky one. Emerald PT50, Tech 9, Mac 10, and then there's an AWP, fast trap.
And a slower play, and it's interesting, isn't it? The Supernova Comets know that this buy is going to be a little bit awkward, and there probably will be Mac 10s, and you can just take your time. AK rings out off the back of the spam. That is info. At least the guarantee of an investment. Zerance now take mid. They go in towards heaven. It's going to be another one of these B splits.
Yeah, Fox looking for opportunities in towards Donut, and now you know the AWP's not going to be on B. You definitely feel like it's a place you want to head towards. And in fact, all of this showmanship in towards middle has brought a third player over. Now would be this perfect time to strike on B. It's a retake setup. Raven is deep long. If they go now off the back of this utility, start to scale, it's an open runway, and it'll have to be a retake coming in from the CTs.
Yeah, there's no nades to really even break open this smoke. And it's interesting that Supernova Comets themselves put a molly and a smoke down on towards cave. You're hoping that the spams work, and there's that nade break, and there's that kill from STX. Wants even more, and we'll get it. Emerald and Judy will reply, though. That's the pistols finding action.
Yeah, and not exactly the weapons you thought would do the job, but they're the ones that get it done. Julie's low HP, though, tucks in towards cave. Emerald stuck on site still with AK in hand. Where's that AWP? Deep in cave, so not part of this defense yet, but will start to move over. Astra can get on the line. If a smoke comes through to cave, which is being set up now, it's going to block off a lot of this space. But Astra just hits one straight through the smoke, a timing shot onto Empathy, and she's firing off more as well. HE, sure, that removes Julie, but that's the low HP. Astra's still here, flames at her feet, still removing players. And now it's an attempt to defuse in the smoke, but the knife comes out, and Emerald straight through the back.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, this is now 2 rounds in a row, and I wasn't sure whether the first one was miscomms at Supernova Comets, but no, this is deliberate. They're putting a smoke on the bomb site before they've even retaken the site. And it's just so troll. Because all it does is you give Zeraf, hey, you want a little thing to hide in? Here you go. And if you're going to nade it, sure, but you only have one nade, and that enabled STX to get that multi-kill. It's really bizarre why you're doing that, because you're making the retake even harder for yourself. If you've got the space, if you know you've killed all the players on site, sure, go for it, but you haven't, so let's just not do that, please.
Yeah, it's an odd one, right? You feel like it's the only real reason is to try and enable a defuse in it, if you can just overwhelm it and
that's
cause
when
chaos.
you're on site.
Yeah, it does come through at an odd time. Why not throw the ramp on, right? So you can just isolate.
Yeah, why not throw any other smoke? It's not that one.
Yeah. Emerald takes that one with lead. Big round from her, and huge from Astra as well in this post plant. I can't believe she removes Fox here. I'm not sure how that happened. Flames at her feet. Everyone went down, so actually it's slightly better buy for the CT side perhaps, and Rachel, flash comes through a little bit late. Only does some good damage, and it's going to be straight through. Fox not able to get that first kill. Now Known jumping around in the Mac 10, and the support comes through. Finally, a kill comes through for Astra, but can't convert at long range. So despite the success in the prior round, it leaves them with lesser weaponry than this one, and they're just struggling to convert it. KD has a chance here. There are some players low. Smoke drop just to give a little bit of room to work with. Taking further damage. A tap through. You just feel like Supernova Comets aren't going to let this one slip. Not with the bomb firmly in their grasp. Every angle covered. And as soon as this smoke fades, KD will lose her positional advantage. Tries to find a new spot. Good shot up onto Empathy. Needed that one quick though. Comes through for Serendipity. 3 in the round with the MP9.
Look, you want to try it and get tricky with it, sure, if you're Zerance. But the idea here is that you're always rushing A. You've just added a mid element to slow down these rotates. If you are rushing A, where is your utility? Why does it take Kaede in a 1v4 to drop the first smoke on the A bomb site? Nothing CT, nothing donut. It's a complete waste.
Yeah, it feels like pure contact, right? Just after trying to get that distraction in middle.
There's no need.
Well, right back, but this time with Glock, so expectations low. And result? Oh, an ace. And then for the ace, it's maybe the most anticlimactic ace you'll see, but you'll see one.
Is that our first ace?
I think it might well be.
It might well be. Good job from Empathy. And Supernova Comets are just taking advantage of all these mistakes that Zerance are making. I mean, in this one, you can't do anything about it, sure, but there's been a moment upon moment in this map where you feel like Supernova Comets, they've had a number of fortunate breakthroughs because Zerance are not playing the CS. We're familiar with them doing.
Full mid control established and breaking that smoke to try and fight down, but not really being given anything thanks to the T-smoke that extinguishes the lane molly.
I can't believe none of that spam gets any damage.
Crazy, nothing connects. And now Zerance will just start to accelerate forward. The MP9 looking for the timing to swing. Flashbang, brilliant from Empathy, but Emerald with a good trade. And KD follows through as well. So 2 opening kills come through and 3 players stuck in towards lane. They're going to force their way out. Spraying wildly, not connecting. Forks finally does, but reduced to 2 HP. Now the repause. Emerald up close, removes 1. Trade is there from Empathy, and now they are going to start to accelerate Astra in towards Cave. Catches Serendipity off guard. It's all onto Empathy. Bomb planted in the open. There's no way you're sticking that.
Much better. And Zerance, again, this is where we speak about them so highly. And we say, look, as soon as they take control, as soon as they're the ones applying the squeeze on a round, that's where you get the best out of them. And here we go. B exec with the smokes, with the utility, just pathing their way through. Really good flashbangs. It's a good support network to enable the entry players to take space. Not necessarily getting the kills, but just to take space. And it's a good reaction from KD as you hear all this spam in Cave, you hear all this spam at Heaven, and you've not contested mid, you've not put the molly on for jump up, you've deliberately made them fight, and there will be space on the site.
There's no easy rounds here for Zerance.
Oh, absolutely not.
Supernova Comets have just had economy consistently in the last like 4 or 5 rounds. They've made a lot of these very expensive, very close, so Zerance have never really been able to build up bank themselves. Fox's Orb. It's present, uncontested. Deep smoke, but way through, not quite there. And Raven will look to swing. It's going to be, again, this fight down from lane. Break on the smoke. They look to push forward, and they isolate Rachel, who kind of looks away, not expecting that. Sure, the molly comes back and forces them off, but a lot more success in the lane fight this time.
So much panic there from Zerance because they're not anticipating Supernova Comets to go for the exact same play. Double mollies used.
Oh,
Bam,
what?
Brilliant on Julie. There's that reaction, and look at the rotations as well for Supernova Comets. 4 players all lying in wait on B.
I mean, how often does Zerance go for any sort of mid-round movement elsewhere?
Well,
they like to pause and they'll just strike again.
I'll go one better than that. How many times has Zerance actually gone for a mid-play? Twice, and they've not been able to get the opener in all of them. So it's been set play after set play, execute after execute, and if you can stop and execute, you're laughing. And that's exactly what Supernova Comets are now doing.
I can't believe no one's watching Ledge there.
I can't believe how unstructured this looks on the T side for Zerance. I'm going to be honest. It's so one-dimensional. It's so readable. And here we get a little inkling of it, right? We get KD going back and dropping the mid-smoke. It's too late. It's far too late. Molly in towards A main when you've just dropped the red smoke there. No way you bite on this.
Oh, well, there's a little bit of chewing going on.
Oh, not even that. No way. There's no way. That brings 3 players over. That is bonkers.
Yeah, 20 seconds left. I think you now start to clue on. But you got to keep spread here. So there is a chance if some of these fights can be isolated. Never mind. Empathy has swung out. STX will go down. K8 needs to pick up the bomb, though, and it's just fallen too far away. So round's done. Sorry, K8, you've got to try and get away. It's now map point established for Supernova Comets on their opponent's map pick. It's been a frustrating one for Zerance because they feel like they could have been in that position. So many of these rounds that feel like it should have been theirs.
No, it's just so readable. And it's been some really good individual work. Like, I want to take nothing away from STX's calling, especially on the T side. Empathy's been really solid. This is probably the best Empathy game we've seen all event, which has been really good to see. Because day one, like, we put a lot of emphasis on her, and remarkable in this game. It's actually funny because it mirrors the FlyQuest Imperial, because this was the opening game, and then they've got to play each other in a BO3 afterwards.
Yeah. Interesting how that's played out like that, hasn't it? Fox. We mollied off, so... Oh, actually fires off the AWP too, so really lets them know what's going on. Oh, it's just not pretty, is it? 3 pistols. Rachel and K8 have a lot to do. Serendipity is going to catch them. Oh, and it's the rifles that go down. It's a disaster. Julie's hearing STX, hearing all of these footsteps going back and forth. And sure, might be able to pick up an M4. And in fact, hold up this timing. This time, you need to play trigger discipline here, Julie. You need to get the multi-kill. And oh, Fox gets that frag. Absurd to end it. Supernova Comets come through and blaze bright.
Yeah, oh, I can't believe it. Unlucky for Julie, but to be fair to her, there was another player boosted up. So even if you get 2, it's going to be tricky. What a resounding victory, to be honest, from start to finish for Supernova Comets. You choose to start T side, it looks brilliant. You go on to CT, you then figure out the game plan, and Zerance cannot do a thing.
Yeah, looking like ghosts to their former shelves, Zerance. It feels a little bit shaky there, some indecision in Supernova Comets. They are looking locked in. Everyone is on board. This is the potential of this team. What we saw through the online season where they dominated in North America. They usurped FlyQuest Red. And now they're looking to potentially find themselves into a semi-final, which will be the first time an NA team has done this since, I think, the first year of ESL Impact.
Yeah, absolutely. And now you go on to Dust 2, and if your aim was looking bad then on Ancient, you're going to struggle on D2.
Exactly, V-Dog. What universe are we living in? What has happened? It's shocking if you're a Zerance fan, you're going, well, what just happened? But if you're an NA Counter-Strike fan, you're getting super hyped. If you're our Desk, you were wrong. Oh, they've even switched off Hunker's mic. So we're just waiting to see if we can get Hunker and MacMate on. They were so disappointed with you getting your predictions wrong, Desk, that unfortunately you've now been muted. As we watch the highlights of the game.
Zerance propaganda.
There we go. We got you back in the mix.
Get me back.
You were
we
back.
get there.
Okay, so what happened, Hunker? Why you were the pro? B-Dog called it. He said the pro was right. He shut MacMate up. What the hell happened?
I cannot call myself pro anymore, I think, because what was that? Why it happened? How it happened? It was really intense game for like Supernova Comets. They had control all the time. Like crazy. Crazy.
Maybe they just have Zerance's number, because yesterday we were under the same guise thinking, it's all right. It's going to be one of these games where, they can win it with brain power. And we were talking about, Zerance after having a great game earlier and being warmed up. They should be able to fight back, but there were so many moments where I don't think that was happening. And yeah, that begs the question with Dust 2 on the cards. You heard it there from B-Dog. It is a little bit of a worry moving there if they aren't shooting back.
We can talk about Dust 2 in a bit. I have concerns. I'll put it that way. But let's focus in now specifically on Ancient. This was Zerance's map pick, right? So they come into this they're obviously confident. They feel like they're bringing something to the table, and then Supernova Comets just comes in. Was it pure firepower that was able to win them? Because I would argue there was a little bit more to this.
Yeah, like even from the beginning, it was pretty rough start. It was like 5-1, 6-1, something like this for Supernova Comets. Like they couldn't find their way at all. They were just super dominating opponents, and basically it was really sad to watch because it was like opposite what we just saw in the previous match from Zerance, that we saw firepower, we saw cool ideas, we saw Julie fragging, screaming. Now disappeared.
Well, the weird thing is everyone did just as good of a job as each other. Top fragger, 15 kills. Bottom fragger, 12 kills. There's only like 3 kills difference between the top and the bottom of the scoreboard there in terms of kills. So everyone did a similar job. So it's almost like a problem that not everyone was doing a good job. So if not everyone is doing the best that they can, if they're not allowed to, maybe it was just the read, maybe they weren't expecting such a powerful performance coming out from Supernova Comets. But all that being said, there were some crazy things going in as well. There were points where, you know, I don't know many teams that go for a mid-take, they smoke Red Room, they smoke Donut, and then they just flash. I don't think they even flashed. I think they were just dry pushing through the Donut smoke and fully catching off the A-Site members, which is understandable if that was happening in my games. I'd be like, what the hell are they doing? Like, situation, but yeah.
Fair point. Let's do some head-to-head comparisons now. So we'll take a look at 2 players, one from Supernova Comets, and obviously the one that I said Rachel is bad, and you can see there obviously Empathy. This is something we spoke about. Empathy's aim and just being able to click heads goes a long way. I think yesterday, Hanko, you mentioned that was their win factor, was that they had this player doing just that.
Yeah, definitely. We see in like Supernova Comets, in every match we have someone who is like out fragging the rest, but in the other team I didn't see that at all. It's like either Julie or like no one. We saw only Rachel in like one match, the previous one.
Yeah.
But like in terms of like leading the team in like frags, it's a problem. It's a really big problem for them right now.
Yeah, I feel like the answer isn't going to come instantaneously, and that'll be a problem moving to the next map. But in terms of Supernova Comets and the heavy hitters, it feels like, you know, you've got Empathy, who seems to always be in that conversation, Fox as well, towards the top of the statistics. I think the highest rated player overall for the tournament so far for Supernova Comets. So keep your eyes there. And then for Zerance, you really need Rachel to be doing a similar job, but just more people lifting around her, like what we saw in the earlier series today.
The problem is now both of these teams were moving to Dust 2. It was Supernova Comets' pick. But for me, Dust 2 is a bit of a run and gun game, right? It's something that kind of suits the style of Supernova. So if you are Zerance and you're sitting there now and you're looking at this, how do you shut them down on Dust 2?
Like Dust 2 is such a simple map, but in the end it can be easily do in like many ways. So I think they need to back to like basic. They need to come back to like their normal game style, their normal reactions, and they should get it easily, in my opinion. But for real, they need to restart the like heads, come back, like maybe even shout a bit, you know, get rid of these bad emotions after this map. And I really believe that they can do it.
Yeah, it's also getting later and later in the day as this goes on over in Dallas as well. I'm sure, you know, they haven't been playing this late recently over there. Maybe they've been scrimming late. You know, it is what it is. It's hard to tell the time difference. Off the top of my head, you know, I am a mere mortal. I've got Australian time, European time. I don't have space for Dallas time, unfortunately, but we can look that up in a moment. I think the thing for me is, how do you win on Dust 2? What we saw working for Zerance earlier on D2 was really good flash game. You know, they were utilizing their flashes much better than their opponents down there, and I'm hoping that that's what we're going to see here. Supernova Comets, though, are looking incredibly prepped coming into this. They're pulling tricks up from up their sleeves constantly, and if they keep on doing that and we don't see an adaptation fast enough, then that's going to be rough.
Yeah, like in this matchup, it was also like pretty fast runs. Basically, Supernova Comets were just going on mid, killing 2, run over. So I think on the next matchup on Dust 2, Zerance needs to be more aware of this like surprise factor. They need to be aware of like fast piece basically all the time, and they should focus on that fully.
Okay, so I'm not 100% sure who she's with, but Heku obviously likes to run between the maps, get someone from the team just to get a quick check-in. So let's find out what she's got for us.
All right, Ink, if we look at the win rates on the HOTV, it looks like, you know, your opponent should be winning against you. But what's up? Like, Are the numbers lying?
Yeah, the numbers are for sure lying. We've competed in a bunch of tournaments outside of Impact. We got a bunch of VRS after Frag Tap Philly in around February. And from that tournament, we got a bunch of invites. We took the invites. We played the tournaments. We lost a lot of games that we shouldn't have lost. So it may look like we're a bad Ancient team, which sometimes we are. But I mean, that game, we rallied, we fought hard, and we came back. So that's all that matters.
Any expectations for the second map?
We've had some beautiful games on Dust 2, and we've had some tragedies on Dust 2. I look towards the beauty. If we're playing like this right now on next map, then it's going to be amazing. So
it's a coin toss.
I mean, we'll see the coin toss, but I think it's Comets both sides. So.
All right, then good luck.
All right, thank you, Haku.
We've had some tragedies, we've had some successes. Wow, what a way to just skirt the middle line and not have an opinion on what's to come. But what I thought was interesting from there, and what I want to take it away, is they were saying that they've been playing lots of tournaments. And this is something that I think Imperial Valkyries also has the upper hand on, is even if you're playing and maybe you're losing at these other events, the amount of experience you get about adaptation, changing your game plan on the fly, figuring out how to change up for other opposition is invaluable. And that's the only way to do it, is to play a lot of officials.
Yeah, in the end, it's only about the reps, and who have more reps, he can basically reflect faster, easier. And for sure they did it. It's even really, I'm really happy to hear that they have opportunity to play more tournaments, because it's just good to hear. It's like everyone should have these opportunities. But yeah, they in the end they come with more experience in the end.
Yeah, look, in their favor, I feel like LNK hit the nail on the head, where sometimes Dust 2 can be pretty good, sometimes it can be pretty bad, and you guys say that sometimes, you don't like hearing about spawn-based gameplay, but if you're on that T side and you're not gifted like long spawns, it's so hard to take it, and if you don't have great utility, then things can just not go your way. You have to look for those mid pops, you have to look for going for B splits and stuff, and I don't know if that's what they're going to be good at. I don't know what the tragedies and the good times were for Supernova Comets, but in terms of the stats, it's looking a little bit better on paper. They've got a lot of reps on D2, and they should feel incredibly comfortable. And if we saw them on Ancient with low reps, and they still looked that comfortable, I'm actually incredibly worried for Zerance at the moment.
Okay, so you're worried. You think this could be a 2-0?
Yeah.
Hanke, where are you standing?
It's gonna be 3-2. 3-2?
2-1?
2-1. It's
Best
really
of
late,
five.
guys. Really late, Quick math. Yeah, it's gonna be 2-1 for Zerance. I feel so. They're gonna come back stronger. They're gonna show up this energy. They're gonna show firepower. I'm looking forward.
The desk is split. You can let us know how you're feeling in the chat. One side says North America's got this in the bag. The other believes Europe can come back. Who will be joining Furia in the semi-finals? Not even Furia. They'll be playing NIP. Who will be joining Ninjas in Pajamas in the semi-finals? We'll find out after the break, which we clearly need.
Me the other night. Don't you know I've got no time? That's it, I'll never ride for you and I. Don't you call me babe? Got your had a chance dropping DMs on my page. You can stay outside, you can park it on the pavement. Waiting, I don't need a man that's cheap and basic. I'm ranking. Back up. I don't need another suitor, babe. Man up. Put your pouting on a Twitter page, yeah. And I advise you to take a deep breath, cause you gon' hold it till the colors in your cheeks left. Whoa, child, I don't mind. You can follow if you like. Just know I got no time. Not for you and I, not for you and I. Call me if you like. Don't expect me to reply. Don't expect no ride or die. Not for you and I, not for you and I. What makes you think I want it when I treat you like a ghost? Take this man home, everybody else already knows I'm the only one I need, you're the one that needs to grow. I ain't playing, boy, turn around and walk it out the door. You've got to go. For the love of God, for the last time. Watch, baby, I don't mind. Just stand home, yeah. Televised, you don't need to come by. From a distance, though. Whoa, child, I don't mind.
much too early to wake up. No, nobody gave me a warning. I wanna sleep, but I know I can't. So I got the feels, let's make a deal. Moments are moving faster. I got the feels, you take the wheel, got me a real disaster. I got the feels, I mean for real. Call up, pretend I'm master. Tomorrow we will rise.
A brilliant showing from Supernova Comets on their opponent's map pick. Now puts them one map away from a semi-final berth. We have not had a North American team in the semi-finals of ESL Impact since the Dallas Finals in Season 3. That is 2 years ago, Brandon. So this would be a massive victory for Supernova Comets.
It absolutely would be, but you are going up against last year's grand finalists. Well, at least 2 of them in Astra and Rachel. They surprised everyone performing under the Let Her Cook banner, and now we need to let them cook because they dropped their map pick in a fashion that they will not be happy with. They should have come out of that the victors. Let's be completely honest here. Supernova Comets played some very good Counter-Strike, but it was the individual errors, it was the overall macro mistakes of Zerance that has left them here. And now, Dust 2, it's anyone's game.
Yeah, it's a rough one for Zerance because you feel like, yeah, it's only your own fault that ended up here. But Dust 2 historically been a strong map for these players, for this team. We've seen it a couple of times this year with great success, and we know how good Rachel, Astra can be on this map. So don't count them out just yet.
Don't count out Supernova Comets either. They lost 13-11 to Game Hunters in the playoffs at Fragadelphia in Vegas. So they'll be feeling very happy with how this has panned out so far. They're the favourites when it comes to the bookmakers, but KD's the favourite when it comes to the shot at long range at Car. Serendipity down, and KD's trying to set up Astra.
Yeah, Molly is there and is available, but they're just not throwing it out. So this is going to really help the bait. And yeah, good job selling that. The smoke actually makes this tricky. Astra still gets the multi. She's lost the board on site. Emerald spamming with the dual barrette as Rachel just lies in wait. Now, they did remove a player kind of close towards here, so I don't know if they're going to be ready for Rachel's position. Oh, but the hard clear comes through, and now the flames onto Emerald's position makes it tricky. The dual berettas don't connect, and the pistol is going Supernova Comets.
Yeah, exceptional round, to be honest, because look, you got that bait and switch. Astra gets 2 kills. Julie just dies on sight, and it is just unbelievable that the fact that she dies. It feels like she's trying to sell the bait even more to Astra, but at that point, you just need to conserve your life. And a really good re-clear from the Comets, a fantastic molly from Forks as well that denies Emerald, helping out Rachel. So every fight is taken in isolation. A super pistol from the Comets.
Grenades to stack long. And,
ouch.
Oh, well, Empathy actually kind of headbutts one away. So actually, I think it kind of helped.
Yeah, get out of here.
Like, it literally ricocheted off the face. Well, that was the threat. But yeah, what an incredible storyline it would be to have an NA team in a semi-final. As I mentioned last time, was flyquest Red. That was in 2023, 2 years ago to this day. They lost to LB Javelin, so I'm sure Hanky remembers that semi-final.
There's actually been so many semi-finals, that one. Right? Just like, oh, yeah.
There's been so many grand finals.
I remember. Very slow, very boring. I'm going to keep it real. We're against pistols. They don't know that yet, Supernova Comets, but they're going to take their time. Clear every angle, be methodical. This is the correct Counter-Strike to play. Empathy in the same vein will lead out towards the long doors, and now you confirm that it's just the pistols and you can speed up.
Yeah, map 10. Well, you do fine when the final 2 players are, but it's only a map 10 you've given over. So 2-0 lead. Good start for Supernova Comets. As they did over on their opponent's map pick. Now, much like Ancient, I do feel for both these teams, T-side is where they are going to be. They're definitely strongest. So for Supernova Comets, we're looking for them to win out this half.
Yep.
To set up a good finish. And for Zerance, I think the number you're looking for, 5, would feel a good score. But obviously anything more would be brilliant. Saw how close they made it with the 8-4 half.
That's true. An extra one here or there would definitely help acclimatize. You don't have that much room to sort of breathe, and we've been getting a lot of praise over, especially in that first map, to Emerald in the series so far, to Julie, just in the tournament that she's having. It's been fantastic, and it's these players that still need to step up, because Astra came back in that second half, but was absent during the first. Rachel, Kaede were okay, but you need them to be brilliant, and then you need the other supporting cast. In actual fact, it's quite interesting because it mirrors quite a lot of Supernova Comets, where you've got Emphy, where you've got Forks. For Zerance, you've got Astra, you've got Rachel. Then who else?
Oh, Julie going to be required out long, and full blind still manages to find that kill, just holding the fire on the line. So more than you can ask from that position, as the entirety of the T side will burst out. And it feels like a commitment is the intent. Fox is crossed into pit. Defensive smoke is deployed in response, so blocking the ability to scale simply.
There you go, that's the Aussie one. That's the FlyQuest smoke.
Yeah, it's become the meta. We're seeing every team do it.
That molly has not landed where they hoped for. And a dink goes back the other way as well from Kaede.
Yeah, very low damage dink, but dink indeed. And now they're just going to try and brawl their way up. Empathy's providing covering fire. Great flashbang, but only the one comes off it. Raven goes down. Astra tucks in. Flames, they're actually affecting her. So she's actually tucked in, and this will definitely not be anticipated, as Astra has the ability to try and win this round all by her lonesome, and she might have just done it. A big double up. Forks needs to clear out both of these. 30 seconds to isolate these two fights. Now the Flames will give the chance to maybe swing onto Astra if she wishes to, but Astra doesn't reveal a single thing. Rachel ready to swing at a moment's notice, and Forks has a smoke that could be deployed to help maybe set up the bomb. Just being a nuisance with the damage, and every tag that comes through makes this look all the more doable. A tap on it, and good bait out. This is now set it up for the 1v1. Astra a little too trigger happy, and Forks in a position to close out the 1v2, and does it with style. Rachel, the frustrations are obvious because that was their round.
And that's Astra overstepping. 5 seconds left, tap on the bomb. You really don't need to swing that if you're Astra. All you do is you just live. They did so well not peeking the entire time. And the molly from Forks should have gone into Gandalf, doesn't, goes in towards short. As soon as that molly goes in towards short, you're laughing, you're dreaming. Because you know as soon as that bomb plant is committed, you swing together and you get the trade. Instead, Astra goes. And it wasn't 5 seconds, it was 7 seconds. The point is, it's still the same. You should not be doing that. And there you go, it's another one of those mistakes. How many mistakes is Zerance going to make before they're out the tournament?
Any is too many at this stage.
That's so brutal, because you've got to remember there's so many more ways to make money on that T side. Bomb plant, clutch win, incredible moment for Forks, who is immortal currently in Dust 2, but it breaks the spirit and the economic back of Zerance. Raven might even find a couple more kills to add to the tally. Does so with the nade and the slicing headshot onto Emerald. 5 alive is a perfect rebuttal.
Yeah, great stuff for him. Raven there. We are seeing a little bit more out of players across the squad. STX really stepped up on Ancient. Yeah, got to take this time out early because you cannot let this get out of control. You've already let that 1 round slip. Let's put you on a 2-round back foot off the back of it. Astra has the orb now in play. Everything you need to find success.
To be honest, this is perfect. You want Zerance to be taking a timeout now if you're Supernova Comets, because you've rattled them, because that was a round. Respectfully, Forks shouldn't have won. And it was a 1v2 they know they got away with, and it's like, okay, brilliant. That breaks the econ. Get another one, 4-0. Win out the gun round, 5-0, half buy. You can keep them in this limbo. And it's so important, and we've said this all along, the momentum on both of these teams, you can see it flowing through their veins. You can see them getting active. Finally, Astra will at least get an opening kill.
I know Fox loves to go for that mid peak as well. So good punish. That advantage early. Rachel did cop a leg shot, it looks like, on that cross. So it did come at some cost, but Emerald's by her side to keep an eye on this B bomb site. It's just Empathy. It's popping up her chest over here. 3 players come to deal with this. The real hit's coming out long, and Empathy's punished as well. So now you can focus your attention over here. 2 players lie in wait. The flashbang comes up. Astra doing everything to support her teammates, but she'll go down. STX has found 2. And low HP on both Emerald and Rachel. You cannot give up your life here, KD.
She will, but she will at least take one down with her. So it's STX in the 1v2. Everyone's HP, as you mentioned, is very similar. 50 seconds left. Completely leave long, full silent. Start walking. What's the play? It's not in towards short. It's straight through CT. If you can catch one of these players in rotate, maybe you make it towards B, maybe you make it a little bit more digestible. Emerald and Rachel playing together.
No utility there. Just has to be completely dry and, well, oh, back through CT spawn.
No way.
Oh, this is actually great. Because they're going to clear through short. You're never expecting this ramp. So STX has really set itself up well to get this bomb down. The question comes through on, can you play this post plant with 30 HP against these 2 players? You can't lose this round.
You can go short. You can go short. You can completely cut them off. Emerald, Rachel, the penny's only just dropping now. In we go in towards short. Rachel's going to have no anticipation that STX is going to be this close. The swing, there's the collection, and now it's a 1v1.
1v1, and the ace clutch for STX. Emerald has that information, smoke kit, flashbangs as well. Will announce her presence with that flashbang that comes over. STX has the HP advantage in this as well. Smoke comes forward. A flash over the top. The spam comes through. Not even a tap allowed. STX with an ace clutch. Again, another one of these big clutch moments going the way of Supernova Comet.
I mean, this one is just played to perfection. The fact that you go mid and you walk CT to A, last pressure spotted over at long. That's where STX got this kill on Astra, got this kill on Julie, and then followed up on Kaede. You go all the way around the world. You figure, well, if they go long, they won't see me there. If they go in towards short, they miss me there. Brilliant timing. Isolates the fights perfectly. Why on earth did Rachel and Emerald go alone? Strike 2 in this map.
Fight out long, and Julie dodges all the utility and even plays Trigger Discipline to secure 2. Sam comes back. STX is on one this map, but another advantage for Zerance, and Empathy heard on that drop. Emerald doesn't want to give this fight up. Rachel is in the back lines and has the backstab, so should be able to walk this one through. Every player not looking. The MP9, perfect for a crazy flick from Fox. It's good for one of those, but finally something for Zerance.
Finally. And again, what's fun is that every single gun round Zerance win, it's very clean. And we saw that on Ancient, now we see it on D2. I love the way Julie plays this. Tucks into the corner, waits for the flash, doesn't get cleared, so then can go for the Trigger Discipline. And then the immediate activation after the long contact comes in, Rachel starts pushing in towards tunnels, gets all the advanced info, and it's this continuous pressure. And this is what they should be doing. Do not lose your identity now.
Oh, now Asher's going back and punishes Fox, who sounded off that orb in middle, so Asher knew exactly where to put her crosshair. Had the better of Fox in both rounds that she's had this orb.
I'm surprised there's no molly there. We saw in the flyquest game, there was always that molly that blocked off that peak. There wasn't one for Supernova Comet. It comes back to bite them.
Kaede is ahead of the mid to B smoke, so knows that's not going to be the play. It's in short. Supernova Comet start to make some presence. Raven helps a bit of damage in middle. A replenish of that mid to B smoke, so it's going to keep Kaede active over here. Means that, well, Astra will fall back as long as completely in control of the CT. So she'll be on the line and has the support from K8.
That's interesting. Emphy says, even though you're low HP, let me go. I can take the contact and secure the kill. Astra rotated over but punished immediately. And now suddenly, K8 has to find a multi-kill, has to get something, comes away currently with absolutely nothing, and Julie is just left in limbo, completely overwhelmed by the AKs. And sure, there's fast support here in towards CT, but Emerald and Rachel need to get kills without resistance, and that's proving tricky.
Yeah, Rachel's looking for something, but they're not offering up these frags now. And Empathy just goes over the top. It's just Rachel who will remove one. Empathy's feeling emboldened, and maybe that's a little bit of a fumble. Supernova Comets have been flawless thus far, and they can't let this one slip. Raven will remove Rachel before that one gets out of hand.
And that's good, and that's your difference, right? That's where rounds got spiral out of control, but they are ultimately recovered by Supernova Comets. Zerance take another timeout. It's too easy, this scaling in towards short. You're almost surprised that they're going to be there in towards short. And it comes off the back of a double mid to B smoke where you see nothing. You drop your incendiary, you still see nothing. It still kept 3 players there. Communication is an absolute breaking point. Now for this team. You see the coach just think, just talk.
Multiple opening kills going the way of Zerance, I think in at least. In fact, I think in... yeah, minimum 3 of the rounds they lost, they got the opening pick. So no stats, turning out not to matter even all that much.
Fool's gold, mate.
Fool's gold. Fight out towards long. Raven has the spawn. And not quite given that fight early. Far off the timing shot. Empathy's found the opening kill, and
What on earth is happening in middle?
Kato's really looking for this trade. A second dink? How is Empathy standing?
Nah. Oh my god, you're swinging with a reload. You're mental.
A death wish, but Kato will be allowed to get away and actually gets valuable information off it.
Yeah.
Huge info, and why not with low HP? You may as well.
Love this. Yeah, this is brilliant. So that means that everyone is here. No AWP to contest empathies.
Oh, this is a crazy setup too. Astra can fall off. You're never going to expect Julie.
True.
And with the AWP clearing, like, it's an off angle, so... Okay, Raven, yeah, caught off guard by Astra. That's going to bait in Julie to perfection, if she's even needed. Now Julie's ready. She can just lock in this round all by her lonesome. Oh, Flash almost catches her. But another triggerism play by Julie will find success and serendipity. Not too much to be done.
What a round from Kaede. The initial rejiggle in towards mid nearly prevents that whole play from happening. But she lives, and she gets the valuable info. They nearly molly each other at the end there, Zerance, but everything is A-okay. There's that second round. We need consecutive because that was always the issue in the first map. Now it's rearing its head again on the second. Remember, we said, oh, look, that could be 7-5. And then it turned out to be 8-4. It felt like it was going to be 9-3. Same situation here. This can be 6-6. It feels like they need it, to be honest.
Yeah. Force Fight comes through. So if this B defense, then with Astra removing Empathy in middle, definitely becomes a lot easier. As your 2 players on B can focus their attentions. This nade, I feel like it's going to be a good nade. I'm feeling really good about this grenade. Yeah, check that out. Huge damage, and then the flames come down. Sure, the Tech Knight's overwhelmed, and okay, don't get out of hand. Such low HP. Bomb plant secured, that's already a big win. But surely, this should be a successful retake. Raven's picked up an M4. Flashbang is good to allow the swing out. Katie's found hers. Raven and STX have found kills apiece. No. Zerance, he can't go down like this. No, it goes down like this. How has that one fallen awry?
Comms. To be honest, this has been the biggest feature of the whole series. The breakdown in communication, the stress, the nerves, the pressure. playing on this environment, playing on LAN, which is a shame because you feel like it shouldn't really be affecting this team that has been to IESF together, that has played in online tournaments as well before this event, in Trade It. But that is a comms breakdown yet again. And the reason why it is because you've got that double molly that lands exactly in the same place on site. Everyone is nervy. No one is comming properly.
So much damage was done there. The utility almost ends the round.
It's despicable. Like, you should not be losing the round like that. And instead it goes the other way.
9 times out of 10, you don't lose that round. I can't believe it. And they can't offer anything back with their pistols.
8-2. Right.
Okay, well.
This would be an outrageous 1v5.
I don't think it's happening, Emerald.
Can't even get the gun because it's just deeply embezzled in towards the pit. So you've gone back, you got a flash, $200, not quite the AWP.
Yeah, maybe the reposition can find someone else. That's what you're hoping for.
Press X to doubt.
Okay, that's a cheeky little spot to tuck a head down. All right. Raven looks away. Ah, not quite the timing. Well, yeah, 8-2. Oh, Zerance, it's so frustrating to watch because of how close it should be.
You ate to see it.
Oh, no. Hey, oh.
All right. At least you can laugh it off.
I think the smiles are much more vibrant over in the Supernova Comets camp right now.
I like that they're all typing like, haha. Like, everyone's just like, lol.
Into you.
You can paint a smile over this, but the harsh reality is setting in. You need to win this map. Otherwise, you are eliminated from Dallas.
And yeah, I mean, on the other side of the coin, Supernova Comets, they are not making a lot of mistakes here, and
they're looking really good.
They're looking very good going into that semi-final. NIP will be the team waiting for them. We have the Furia Imperial game, which is a former grand final. Get that in the semis, and I actually don't know how to call that one. There's a real chance that Furia could actually get their revenge in the semis.
I'm not calling that one till tomorrow.
Yeah, Imperial definitely ramped up today.
My brain, after saying 8-2 see it, my brain's cooked.
Yeah.
I'll leave it for now.
Bazinga.
She's in the semis.
Out long. Julie, careful. Flashbangs being painful. Smoke deployed. And Astra.
Where's she taking the damage
I don't
from?
even know how that's happened.
Probably off the spam, a long smoke immediate. It's been one-way traffic. It's been very clear from the start where Supernova Comets continuously want to end. But this time, I say this time, it is yet again Astra finding an opening kill. This time, can Zerance get around from it?
Yeah, how many opening kills has Astra had? 3 for 0. 1 opening kill, so 3 rounds she's opened the account and not been able to convert. Serendipity reveals herself close by. Julie wins that. Empathy is in the bomb site and will just spam down 1. That's a great shot from STX. Marisha doesn't even get a chance.
Look at the in-game leader go. 15-5. Raven 10-5. It's not the stars. It's the whole choir here for Supernova Comets. And this is a retake you got to go for at the end of the day. Molly is not affecting empathy.
What?
Not landing there.
No way.
You are joking me. Get a refund on that incendiary because it's not good enough. But empathy is. Emerald needs to strike back with 2 quick kills. Does manage it, but can't get by the long range of the sniper. What a joke CT Mollies are.
Lady Luck is on the side of Supernova Comets. Fate wants them in that semis. From bad to worse, everything that goes wrong, that can go wrong, is going wrong.
Clip it, ship it, send it to Valve. Please fix your game. My goodness me. What a joke. What a joke.
And sorry, Brandon, I was wrong. That was actually, off that round, it's 4-0 for opening kills for Astra.
And what, 0-4 on rounds converted? My oh my.
Fool's gold.
It could be 10-2. It could be 10-2 in the half.
But it shouldn't be. It should not be.
But it is. That's the reality. This is what we're up against.
Sacre bleu.
Sacre bleu. Rachel in lower, not finding anything. Long push about to come in between Julie and Kaede. Scaling very quick, and in fact, STX is going to go and clear. STX has been on one this entire time, and Rachel does the damage, but not ready for the backstab. And there's this long push, by the way, that you're holding for that you can hear.
Julie, what are you doing?
Just pirouettes in the air.
Oh, you can feel the hope slipping away. And it's with a whimper. A fade out. Astra, yeah, might catch off empathy, but is that going to be enough?
No, look at this. Another resmoke just put on by Serendipity. Bomb can be planted. Serendipity's even just pushed the smoke on Astra. That's still further info. Kaede out long, has to make miracles happen.
Smoke in the face, Astra just walks through and oh, Astra, there was such a chance there, can you imagine? But instead, it's nightmarish. Kaede, there's nothing to be done here. Flash comes over, she turns, she falls. It's a 10-2 absolute dominance from Supernova Comets.
I've lost my bearings after that Molly and Incendiary, and it looks like Zerance have lost their bearings too. They've got lost in Dallas because it is a 10-2 drubbing of a first half on Supernova Comets' map pick.
Yeah, it's a rough one. You can talk about the opening duels and how it's a 7 to kind of 5 scoreline leading towards Zerance. You can talk about the fact that 4-1 VXs for Supernova Comets, none for Zerance. That's the difference between 10-2 and 6-6. The clutch power, the firepower has been there in spades, and Zerance need a flawless T-side to stay alive. They now start to scale up quickly. Emerald gets that frag. Empathy still staying alive. Forks chiming in, and the shots aren't quite connecting. Getting run down. STX tries to come up and over, but Empathy, you shall not pass indeed. Leaves Astra to pick up the pieces, and okay, a little bit of magic, but it's put to pieces. The real wizard is on the other side, 11-2.
How have they not killed Empathy there? It's unbelievable from Empathy. Stuck in the corner, you're caged in with the beast, not the other way around. Astra tries her very best. It's quite fitting that it's Astra doing the damage to the Comets, but unfortunately not enough, and her alone is not enough. Need the rest of the stars to shine.
Oh, you're
currently,
echoing.
Yeah, they're playing for OT.
Dude, that's a crazy call to make.
Fine. Look, do you know what? Respect. You feel like you can bring it back into OT? Let's see it then. They're putting their money where their mouth is.
Yeah. All right.
It's respectable in a way that the vibes look as good as they do. Like, I'm still seeing like Rachel, Kaede, like all laughing, joking. Astra, of course, locked in.
The only one that is right now on the server. Look at the kill distribution. She's on 15. Rest of the squad not quite along with her on that ride. STX with Crossfire with Empathy. And the pistol? Empathy, come on. It's a freebie given over. I'm not expecting anything from this.
I'm not either, especially when you're going back towards A, right? Which means you're opening up these long-range weapons, and Forks can do a lot of damage. There's 3, make it a 4th. Keep adding it up to the tally. 15-7, 19-6 for STX. Everyone chiming in with good contributions. Astra, again, the only one producing anything meaningful, but the bomb so far out of her possession. 25 seconds left. This round is done. It is not happening. It will be semi-final point for Supernova Comets.
And 10 chances to do it. You could not think of a better position to be in now. You can taste it. NIP waiting in the wings tomorrow. Just one round required. You can just fumble yourself into this one.
You know what's brilliant as well is that they came in here saying they were the best team in NA. They set their sights on EU. They're the one that beats the EU teams, and they would still progress further than FlyQuest at this event as well. So they've still got the bragging rights domestically. KNA wants to make sure that that doesn't happen. Long control at least established here, and Forks daring to go through the side of that molly will find the opener on Astra.
Not a great way for it to play out. The point about KD is actually kind of stings, right? She went over to NA, and looks like NA is going to be the team that they're actually going to be the ones that get to the semi-final before her. Didn't find that success with FlyQuest Red. 4 kills. That's all that's required. STX looking to get one of them, and will. Famas Spray doesn't convert the second, but Fox comes through with the tap. And as KNA and Rachel, the 2v4 and the dink through, it goes from bad to worse. It's been a nightmare, and KNA is the only one that's still here. Ooh. Really nice second shot. Needs to go back and get this bomb. 1v4 just to stay alive. Respect's being given over. Raven's going to run all the way through long, and in fact, I think they're going to group up as a unit. They can pick up AKs, they've got plenty of utility. KD's given a chance.
But now you can take it slow. Remember, you've got that kit, which means time burden isn't there. KD starts to try and piece this one together. Looking towards CT, looking in towards short, deep, nothing. Penny starts to drop. Footsteps are now starting to be heard as well. Kaede puts herself in an off angle and tries to isolate the fight. Gets the first. Can she get the second? Of course she can. It's chaotic from Kaede.
Absolute brilliance. A 1v4 required to stay in the game, and Kaede delivers that last little lick of life. A little bit of something that's been absent from this team. The first clutch that they have had so far in this map. Everything has gone the way of Supernova Comets. Every last round it feels. But is it too little too late? Because it damn well feels like it.
That's it. But is that it? Is that what you need to stop the flat line? A piece of individual brilliance from a star that's not been shining very bright, but serendipity will get rid of Emerald immediately. At least there's a trade on long. And for Julie, she sticks around, but the rest of the team, they disengage.
Flash, 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 but no swing coming through. Fox is put on notice, tagged down. No armor behind this AWP. STX is just rocking a deagle, and the walkthrough from Kaede. They're finding their way into this. A force buy comes through for Supernova Comets. It's not going to find success. Julie might get caught out from lowers here. Needs to be careful, and no, she will find that frag, and then a nice little flick up. Empathy, surely, wants to hold on to this M4. And, oh, just about. If it was an AK-47, she'd be done for. All right. 12-4, 2 in a row. They decided to play for OT. 2 of 10 that were required.
Where were you when Kaede decided to take matters into our own hands at Dallas, finally representing a regional team rather than being in NA? Another good mid-round call, decides just to walk the smoke, call the bluff on Forks, who's staring at top mid rather than what lurks down below. 12-4. This eco, you call it 12-5. If the maths is mathing, we're looking at around about 5 gun rounds separating Supernova Comets and Zerance from overtime.
Yeah, but there'll be plenty of half buys in there that can get tricky too.
True. And they already lost a half buy in that first half. You go back to the Tech 9s, you go back to the explosion on the B bomb site as well.
And saved weaponry can be just as deadly. This M4 in Empathy's hands. With Kit, with Smoke. And with the pack, well actually, sorry, pushing through middle while the pack pushes through B. It feels Zerance, you should be aware of the situation, and Long feels like the better play against any sort of eco. Rachel will get a bit of intel. Empathy's removed. That's the threat completely negated. Sure, Smoke goes down, but it's not the best one. So now it's just target practice. Get warmed up because you've got a long road ahead of you.
Yeah, and it's clean. And you know what? There was a lot of hurdles in this one. There still might be another one here with Raven. But yeah, passing every test with flying colors. Bomb's already escaped, is planted. We've got the round locked up. This conscious decision. The idea to play for the long game.
Ah, Julie.
She's got her.
There we go. No AWP into this round. It's just not at all a financial possibility. So you don't have to worry about that. Astra will be uncontested. And she finally does have that support around her. The players that are stepping up. We have Kaede with the 1v4. Julie's been really pumping along in this T-half. A few multi-kills against the lesser weaponry. So coming online.
Everything is set for Rachel to get active.
Yeah, that's who we need.
Can't go shy in these moments. Astra never shying away from the fight. STX jiggling to then enable Raven up close with the MP9. Here comes that setup. It's a miss. Raven still doesn't swing, still bides the time to come for this fight, but Zerance never commit. They just wanted the space. They just wanted the utils to be drained. They just wanted the panic. Look at what it's done. There's 2 smokes left. Forks is just about to use another one. 1 minute 15 left on the clock. You've got no util on the CT side.
Yeah, and split up as well. 2 out long, 2 on B. Serendipity in towards Cat.
And you've got no info. You have nothing. You're completely in the dark. You've not pushed tunnels. You've not pushed long. In fact, you just re-smoked it off.
Oh. bursting through the box, and Serendipity can't convert the spray. KD lucky. The threat's there. Forks now moves back up towards ramp, but not looking like the final destination. That smoke has not, I don't think, hit the mark, but oh no, that is really awkward. A missed smoke, and Astra tries to play around it, gets caught out by Serendipity, and now Forks has a chance to remove KD, who has the scramble. It can only be B at this point. Still, 2 defenders present. Emerald can't quite hit the tap. Raven up close, and this is it. KD's already pulled off one heroic 1v4, but the 1v5 with just 25 HP and with less than 15 seconds, not going to happen. No one falls from the Supernova Comets. They shine bright and book a spot into the semi-finals.
Yeah, played it brilliantly, all throughout map 1, all throughout map 2. For Zerance, you've got to look at this and think, this feels like a failure because you had such a good online season and you only lost to yourself. Take nothing away from the Comets. Nuke said it's fool's gold, and fortune certainly favours the brave because it was Supernova Comets that stood the tallest, and it was Zerance that got lost in all the light.
Yeah, talk about a phenomenal online season. They converted when it comes to LAN. A big question mark coming into this, and a brilliant showing for Supernova Comets. The first time in 2 years that North America will have representatives in the semi-finals, and perhaps a chance for the grand final stage appearance. We'll just have to wait and find out.
Your semi-finalists are booked for your ESL Impact Season 7 finals in Dallas. Supernova Comets joins NIP, Furia, and Imperial Valkyries. 2 of those teams are going to be making the big stage at IAM Dallas, fighting it out in the grand finals. Complete surprise, I would say, Hanka, because Supernova Comets was not the team anyone was expecting to make this through, and yet they did it, and in a 2-0 fashion.
Yeah, like, of course, putting aside my personal liking, it's that I was fan of the Zerance and like the players. We witnessed something that basically no one expected. I think we need to put some respect on the names of like Supernova Comets right there, because they mark themselves as one of the best teams outside there.
Yeah, mechanically looking just like far and beyond the better team in the server today, especially there on D2. And look, we were talking about it being the Empathy and Forks show, but STX doing such a great job there. I feel like that's got to be worth something for sure. You know, there were so many little clutches that kept them in it. There were so many clutches as well that just really shook up the confidence of Zerance, and you could see it on their faces as well in game.
We speak a lot about the firepower of this lineup, but let's talk a little bit about the strats and what we were able to see in game. What did we think of their Dust 2?
Like, I really like how they approached the T side. Basically, the same about City side. They just everything felt in the right timing, in the right moment, and everything feel like aligned a lot. I didn't see much like solo going for a place. It was more like structured. So I'm really happy to see that.
Yeah, I can't really fault it. Like, it obviously worked. And yeah, they weren't really getting caught out. They were always close to trade. They were always sort of playing together, flashing for each other. And it felt like even just the utility game in general was much better on Dust 2 than what we saw earlier on Ancient. It felt like on Ancient, they didn't really need to use too much other than, you know, the set smokes, the basic stuff. And it really looked like Zerance were, I don't know, it almost looked out of their league, but
Yeah.
I'm not sure how else to put it.
I mean, I think that it is a fair way to summarize it. And you even saw at one point the frustration in the Zerance coach, because he was kind of doing, he took a pause and he was talking, and we obviously can't hear what he's saying, but he's pointing at his head. It was pretty obvious he was going, you need to think, you need to communicate. That was some of the stuff that was coming out. A little bit of frustration from them because they just could not seem to figure out how to break down the wall that Supernova Comets had put up.
It's really hard in these moments, like for the coach, for the players for sure, but like coach needs feel this frustration a little bit more, because he basically cannot do anything by himself. He needs to rely on his communication and on the girls basically. So it's really frustrating, but in the end, I know that everyone on this team tried them best. It didn't work out. It happens. But yeah, like I saw some frustration. I think it was not needed in the end, right?
We do have an opportunity now to find out how our final semi-finalists are feeling. Heku is with Supernova Comets.
Yeah, I have Reno here by my side. First of all,
Congratulations! Semi-finals secured. We already had like this conversation like while the desk was talking about like this is something big, not just for your team but also for your region, because for how long did we not have like a North American team in the semi-finals?
It's been about 2 years from what I've like seen.
Yeah, the last time it was season, I believe, 3, Dallas in 2023, so like some time passed. But I had like this little update with the Ink, and the part that you saw was super tiny. Afterwards, he just kept on spilling the tea. Can you tell us what is in your hands? Because this is absolutely insane.
This is like our strat book. It's not really that much, I don't think, or like that impressive. It's just like basic game plan for like how we like to kind of like approach the game. Just really helpful for like, how do I say, like we'll have weeks where like we're like not touching a map and it becomes like really annoying to like call without like, how do I say, being able to reference things.
Yes.
So I don't want to like waste my team's time like in like scrims or practice just like calling things that are like coming in my head. Like I want us to like run through the book and like make sure we're like developing or like focusing on like on our own game plan.
So do you ever have a situation that like you're calling, you're saying like, okay, page 52 or something like that? Or do they actually have like names? You're going to go like, oh, this is heroic, we're doing Astralis, we're going to...
They have names, but it's like really basic like naming scheme. Like if like Ink makes a strat, like I'll name it like Ink B Pop or like something like that. Just like people know like which one we're bringing or which one we're talking about. Sometimes we'll name stuff after teams, but a lot of like the strats are more like idea focused. It's not really like something that's necessarily like pulled from another team. So we focus more on like naming based on like ideas or whatever. But I do stuff like that, but it's more like not really so much in the game, more like before the game. Like it's meant to like update, make sure like people know their roles. Like usually it's like an Excel doc, so I'll be like, go to like this line and make sure you're like reading this, and we're like super ADHD, so I'll have to say it like 4 times.
I don't know if that's ADHD or OCD, but like seeing this document makes me like so happy. But this is like specific preparation like for the team, like for yourself. But for example, when you are preparing for an opponent, what is the difference?
Yeah, so this is really much more of like our own game plan, so it doesn't really have anything to do with like the other team. Yeah. My coach was like writing down like player positions on it, so like it's like way easier for us to like keep up with stuff. But for like preparing for other teams, like we watch their demos and more so like look at parts of our game that are going to work like really well against them. The teams here are like super well developed, so you can kind of see like what kind of game plan that they're usually going to run with and what they like to do. And we don't really focus on like hard anti-stratting or anything like that. We more so are just like, this is how they like to play. This is the part of the game that we like to do. So we'll approach with this part of the game. And then once they get like punished enough from this, they'll open up more space for us to like do other things around the map. So like on Ancient, we played like a really like mid-centric game. And then like started bringing it over towards B just to like kind of like make sure that we were safe to like B default without any mid pressure. They did like a great job either way. Like I didn't expect like Asher to be like walking down ramp and killing me or like re-peeking Donut like first timing. Like we kind of expected her to really be like towards A most rounds, but clearly they like prepped and like brought their own game plan that was like a little bit different. But like I said, we don't like hard anti-strat. We're still like focused on our own game. So.
But for example, if you don't heavily anti-strat, do you think, like for example, like your let's say like playbook or like your strat book, do you think that will be enough for NIP for Vilga?
I don't know, because for the moment we've like only really looked at the teams in our group in terms of like really like watching the way they like to play. I mean, all the teams here are like super amazing and like super passionate. Like I've seen the way like after we played like the French team yesterday and beat them, like I was like astounded by the way like the coach is like talking to the players like outside. I'm like,
so passionate.
Yeah, I'm like, damn, like if my coach was like yelling at me like that, I'd be like really upset. But yeah, no, it's really impressive. Like I said this to my team before the game, like we need to like respect our opponents and like play our game. Like don't play sloppy. Like these teams like will have like good game plans. Like we need to like bring our own game plan. So obviously like we're going to respect NIP, but like we're going to play our game like regardless, and we're going to like bring the firepower.
In order to play on the big stage, right? Yeah, in front of the home crowd. All right, Rena, thank you very much. we got a lot of insight into your team and how exactly it works and how you function. One more time, congratulations and thank you for the interview.
Thank you so much. Thanks ESL Impact. Like, you guys are all awesome. I love the other teams here. It's really fun to play.
Yeah. You know who else is awesome? Our desk.
Heku, you say the sweetest things. That massive book of a gazillion pages that will take you at least a year to read is called The Quick Book.
You can get to the strats quickly. I think that's the theory of the name. If we want to deep dive there, but yeah, it was. That's a lot of notes. That's a lot of notes for any team to be bringing in. But I guess if everything's in one place, then you preps for everything. So.
Yeah, basically it has to look like this at some point, but too much tactics is also not the best in my opinion. But it's only about quality, not quantity. So yeah.
I agree. Also, there's nothing in that book. You know that they bring out, it's to scare people. It's the mind game. You arrive with the big book, you plonk it down, there's actually nothing in there, right? There we go. We've got 4 semi-finalists. And before we end off the day, because I know you need your beauty rest, you can come back for the matches tomorrow. We do have some epic plays that we're going to bring in very, very soon, because we've got to see some pretty damn good Counter-Strike the last few days, haven't we, Mac?
Yeah, last few days, but even today in particular, like a couple of upsets, a couple of really great series, and that was probably the biggest stomp we've kind of seen. Every other map's been relatively close, even the other 2-0 that we saw between Imperial and FlyQuest, like arguably that was still a very close affair. But look, jumping on into it, number 5 is going to be Goddess with a 4K pistol. This was obviously earlier today in that first best of 3 we saw. Huge hold on the B site up against FlyQuest, and as you can see, it just unfortunately didn't get them the win, but it was great nonetheless.
And it was your Aussie girl coming in here for the 4th play.
Yeah, we got BBN coming in for the 1v3 clutch on Nuke, same series as well. Nuke, sorry, this was Mirage. This is Dust 2 even. It's getting that late. Either way, big play, huge hold there at mid. Lovely couple of kills, and great to see Bibi getting another mention. Going into number 3.
My favorite. Julie, my winner. I love you, Julie. Do it. That's why I was cheering for you. That's why you just stole my heart right now. I love it. We need more players like this, guys. Show emotions.
The funny part about that as well was when DMS when they played that, I thought it was immaculate. I thought the way that they played it, there was no way they were going to lose it. Then Julie still somehow managed to win it. This one though, top 2, Count 8. This is the 1v4 clutch that you just saw, which kept them in the game. We were here at the desk ready to close things off.
Not for so long, but still really good headshot.
Yeah.
Appreciate that.
Good couple of kills there for sure. And then the number 1 play of the day is going to be the 1v3 ace clutch coming through here. So a huge round out of STX, and this is what we were talking about. It's great to see more of the rifling core on top of the big names doing as much as possible. And if we get all 3 of the rifling core going crazy tomorrow into the semi, then color me an NA believer.
Wow, he jumps all the way to North America. I'm not ready to go there yet. Vilga's my girl, man. I have faith. I have faith in that NIP lineup. I have to tell you that we love Counter-Strike because it's 3 in the morning where we are. I know you're watching in Dallas, it's like 8 p.m., but we're obviously coming to you from Stockholm. 3 a.m. for us, and we've enjoyed every moment of it. But I do think that we may need some sleep. And I'm presuming everyone in Dallas needs a little bit of a party because that is what happens at DreamHack. They're all going to be going to all the bars tonight and having a good time, right?
All the 24 hour, do they have the 24-hour computer LAN going on at the same time? Usually they got the BYOC LANs at DreamHack.
It used to be, yeah.
Yeah.
So you're either going to be playing on your PC or alternatively you're heading out to party. Have a good time. Please be safe. We are going to bed so that we can see you bright and early tomorrow morning for our 2 semi-finals. We'll see you then.